traveling far to witness the stunning banquet of the world, to catch a glimpse of the flourishing beauty of humanity. Wielding my sword alone, I will confront the spirits and demons of the world. Chapter 1. The youth here. The temple is a dilapidated shrine in the wilderness, with the head of the mountain god severed. The moon is a bright, full moon, illuminating the rubble and decayed wood in the southwest corner. To the left of the statue in the temple, there is a pile of fire, beside which sits a man leaning against the altar, legs crossed, with a black-sheathed long sword resting across his lap. Upon closer inspection, he is sitting on the severed head of the mountain god, showing no respect for it. Luo Jinsheng gazes at the moonlight streaming through the hole in the southwest corner of the temple, feeling a moment of nostalgia for home. The rustling sound of the wind blows into the temple, stirring his thoughts back to the past. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, inheriting the family swordsmanship, he had performed a sword dance at a school celebration in middle school, but in the days that followed, he had only caught a thief once and had never fought anyone. Because he had learned swordplay from a young age, his grandfather insisted he memorize poetry, saying that poetry is the soul and sheath of the sword. Thus, in university, he studied Chinese literature and later developed a fondness for drinking when he drank too much. He would dream of being born into a world of swords and blades, and if so, he would certainly carry a sword out into the world, tasting fine wines and meeting famous people. With such aspirations, he set out on an adventure, and after passing through a cave, he arrived in this world. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, if you knew I had come here, you would surely be happy for me, because this is the world of my dreams, strange and mysterious, in shades of black and white. Though it is not a world of swords and blades, it is a realm of gods and demons, vibrant and colorful. I have arrived, living life to the fullest, and even in death, I will find my place. You need not worry about me. He slightly closed his eyes. The silence inside and outside the temple was terrifying. With no sounds of insects or birds, he sensed danger. The back of his head felt cold, and the hairs on his body stood on end, as if it were instinct. Since arriving in this world, he had survived several bizarre attacks, thanks to this instinct. He knew that what he was waiting for had finally arrived. There is a demon in this mountain, transformed from a secret food sect cultivator who has lost all clarity and intelligence, yet remains cunning and malicious, immensely strong, as tough as hardwood. Its voice confuses the mind, delights in drinking blood, and feasts on human brains and hearts. Ordinary weapons cannot harm it. Information about the demon flashed through Luo Jinsheng's mind. While the sword in his hand was made of alloy, though hard, it is still an ordinary sword. He had no internal energy, nor could he exert great strength. His own power was also ordinary. Yet he still came out. He felt the demon approaching, but he could not determine how it entered, whether through the door or through the hole in the southwest corner of the temple. Suddenly, the imminent sense of danger faded, leaving him puzzled. Moments later, he heard footsteps. The footsteps were quite chaotic, and soon he saw someone entering. The first to enter was a burly man in his 30s, with drooping eyes and thick lips, holding a broadsword, his shirt open, revealing a bronze chest, exuding a fierce aura. Following him were two individuals, a mother and daughter, who looked quite disheveled. Their clothing was not that of wandering heroes. Likely due to traveling, their clothes were somewhat disordered, with parts that should have been belted now tied with vines. Upon entering the temple, the three did not seem surprised to see Luo Jinsheng, as they had been drawn by the firelight. The man with the sword cupped his fists and said to Luo Jinsheng, "My friend, I apologize for the disturbance. I mistakenly sought refuge here and wished to stay in the temple for the night. May I trouble you for your kindness?" Luo Jinsheng regarded the man with increased caution, as his appearance was rather fierce. He even suspected that the mother and daughter had been robbed by this swordsman, who might not be an ordinary wanderer, but perhaps a robber or a bandit. "Oh," Luo Jinsheng said, feigning deep thought, "this small shrine in the wilderness has no owner. I only arrived a moment ago. However, this place is not safe. It would be better for you to leave soon." The swordsman frowned and replied, "This small shrine is indeed not a place to stay for long, but my wife and daughter are weary and can only rest here for a while. You need not worry. If danger arises, my sword can handle it." Since he said this, Luo Jinsheng did not insist further. They were merely acquaintances, and he had already given a warning. It seemed that today's wait and hunt would not yield good results. Yet, not long after, he felt another wave of danger wash over him. as if someone were watching him from behind, a sensation more pronounced and unmasked than before. Luo Jinsheng noticed that the three of them were not alert at all, and he was already considering an escape route. The unknown is always terrifying. It was risky enough to come here to hunt the demon with ordinary strength, but that did not mean he was reckless. Demons and monsters surrounded him, a dilapidated shrine, and four individuals with different thoughts in the silence. Luo Jinsheng closed his eyes to rest. The three of them drank some water and ate a bit of dry food before falling asleep. However, perhaps due to the warmth of human presence in the room, things outside the temple did not easily enter. They were more patient than Luo Jinsheng had imagined. Time was carried by the wind, and even Luo Jinsheng began to feel tired. The prolonged pressure of danger was inevitably exhausting. Around midnight, Luo Jinsheng noticed that the mother among the three quietly got up. She seemed to have an urgent need and went outside the temple, not going far. Then he heard the sound of rustling as she relieved herself, but suddenly the sound stopped midway. After a long while, she returned. Luo Jinsheng leaned against the modeled statue of the mountain god with his eyes closed. But at that moment, he felt particularly alert, sensing a malicious intent seeping into the temple like ink. The woman was dead. She was no longer herself, but had been possessed by something unclean. This thought crossed Luo Jinsheng's mind. He sighed inwardly, feeling tense. It was not that he did not want to save her, but he was powerless now, barely able to protect himself. The woman lay back down as before, and Luo Jinsheng stole a glance at her, trying to see if her face had changed. Her face was obscured by hair, and as he looked closely, he suddenly discovered that there were eyes on her head staring at him, eyes filled with malice, yet possessing wisdom and cunning. Luo Jinsheng's heart trembled. Whoosh! The roof in the southwest corner of the temple broke open, and a figure resembling a ragged ape leaped down. In that instant, Luo Jinsheng felt it resembled an ape because its body was covered in gray-black fur, yet its face was human-like, with a pair of protruding crimson eyes and jutting fangs, letting out a low growl filled with menace as it descended directly towards Luo Jinsheng. The swordsman had been having a nightmare in which a devil came to sleep beside him, but he abruptly woke up to see a monster leaping down in the moonlight. His body was covered in sweat, and though he drew his sword, his hands and feet felt icy. His resolve had been overwhelmed by the demon, and he could only exert 3 or 4 parts of his strength, his whole body stiffening. Luo Jinsheng faced a similar situation, and even more severely. That low growl had the power to instill fear, and it was primarily targeting him. As a child, when faced with an adult's angry shout, a child would be terrified, panicked, and stand there in confusion. This was precisely how the swordsman appeared at that moment. And when Luo Jinsheng was suddenly attacked, at that moment, he felt as if he were frozen, as if an invisible weight pressed down on him, rendering his body and mind immobile. He watched the demon descend from above, yet he closed his eyes, diving deep into the depths of his heart, which was like a lake of his soul, seemingly the source of all consciousness, constricting to the utmost. Only then could he find the strength and opportunity to expand. He suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light bursting forth from the depths of his gaze. Closing his eyes was a contraction of consciousness, while opening them was an expansion of will, guiding the change of consciousness through the movement of his body. That overwhelming sense of intimidation pressing upon his heart felt like dark clouds parting to reveal a ray of light. His body moved as he leaped up, stepping back to evade the point of impact, while a sword light shot forth from his hand, piercing the air in response to the bright flash that broke through his mind. The will coalesced at the sword tip, slicing through the mere inches of space between the creature's attacking hands, directly striking its brow. It is widely acknowledged that ordinary weapons cannot harm ghosts and monsters, and that sheer brute force cannot contend with demons. However, there are certain circumstances where harm can be inflicted, even to the point of death. As long as the will is sufficiently refined and strikes a special place like the brow, it can severely injure them. The intent attached to the sword is often referred to as sword intent, capable of injuring the soul. Luo Jinsheng felt a massive force surge from the sword, causing him to involuntarily step back several paces, sitting down cross-legged with the sword in his embrace, forming a sword stance, the hilt against his waist, the tip pointing forward. He felt as if his sword had struck a hard stone. His entire arm trembled, and his head felt heavy. The swordsman beside him was filled with shock, Moments ago, he had been intimidated by the creature and unable to resist, but after Lu Jincheng's sword pierced the creature's brow, his mind surged like a flood breaking through. A damned out of refined will, attached to the sword, can slay demons, flashed through the swordsman's mind, and he then saw that the creature, covered in fur, was actually running towards the temple's exit. It was in fear. Lu Jincheng could not allow it to escape and pursued it with his sword. Outside the temple was a dense forest, beneath which was an open area, with tree trunks and branches overhead blocking the moonlight. The creature, seemingly injured in its soul, was not particularly fast, but Lu Jincheng, being only a mortal, could only keep pace without being completely shaken off. At this moment, he paid no mind to any lurking wolves, tigers, leopards, or poisonous snakes nearby. Focusing solely on the chase, he dashed through a thicket and ascended a slope, panting heavily. Under the moonlight, the surroundings were a vast gray-green, and he had already lost sight of the creature. The passage of a wild goose leaves a sound, and a person's passage leaves a trace. Moreover, a creature that had been severely injured in its soul consciousness would certainly not cover its tracks. Lu Jincheng carefully observed in the moonlight and indeed discovered a spot at the corner of the slope where a shadowy trench offered an opening for one person to crawl in. He cautiously entered and found himself at the roots of a large tree, where there was a dirt hole, the area around it smooth and evidently frequented by something. He took out a fire stick from his pocket, struck it, and a flicker of light illuminated the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, he crawled inside and immediately realized he had stumbled upon a tomb, likely a grand one. Passing through the tomb passage, he saw a large black coffin in the center, and on the ground lay a skeleton, perhaps that of the original tomb owner or an unfortunate adventurer, or grave robber who had accidentally wandered in. Lu Jincheng approached cautiously, noticing that the coffin lid was closed. Just as he pondered how to open it, the lid suddenly flew open with a bang, rushing towards him, and a dark figure leaped up from behind the lid. Lu Jincheng nimbly dodged the coffin lid. The figure climbed onto the cave's ceiling and lunged down towards Lu Jincheng. At this moment, he was incredibly calm, yet there was a contradictory excitement. He threw the fire stick at the descending figure, immediately followed by drawing his alloy sword. With a left diagonal step, he thrust. The sword flashed in the firelight, emitting a brilliant gleam. Having practiced swordplay under the trees in his hometown day and night, reminiscing about the martial world of light and shadow, he had developed a skill to pierce leaves with precision, yet had found no opportunity to use it. Now, this strike was his intent, a validation of his past sword training. In his eyes and heart, there was only the point on the creature's brow. The sword light flickered in the firelight before vanishing into the darkness, and he passed by it. With a thud, a heavy object fell to the ground. The fire stick dropped, illuminating a long-haired figure sprawled on the ground, with a pair of feet standing nearby, and the sword tip visible in the firelight, dripping with a trace of green blood. Chapter 2. Fire Spirit Temple. Lu Jincheng felt lucky, because he had seriously studied the things he loved most and applied what he learned in the world he yearned for. He sliced open the corpse demon's flesh, extracted its tight and somewhat hard green heart, and after a brief examination, he wrapped it in his clothes. Regardless of what this heart was, killing it did not create any psychological pressure, but playing with it was impossible. Looking at the back of the temple, there were no signs of a struggle, indicating that the three had left voluntarily. The possession of ghosts and demons, following humans into the world, made Lu Jincheng's hair stand on end. How many such things exist in the world? He had originally wanted to see if the ghost was still in the temple to deal with it, but since it had left, he would have to wait for fate. Leaving the mountain temple, he walked under the moonlight, sheathing his sword at his waist, striding forward against the wind. He opened his collar, letting the wind dry his sweat. Looking at the stars in the sky and the bright moon, he felt a surge of spirit and began to hum a tune. The great river flows eastward. The stars in the sky align with the Big Dipper. I keep my head up. Hey, hey. Not long after leaving the dilapidated mountain temple, he saw a river. He walked along the river for over 10 miles and saw a city standing by the curve of the river. After branching off to a small hillside, he saw a small temple at the foot of the mountain, with flickering flames inside. The temple was called Fire Spirit Temple. When Lu Jincheng arrived, the temple door was closed. After knocking for a while, a young acolyte opened the door. The acolyte, still bleary-eyed and unhappy, was understandably irritated at being woken up from sleep. It's you. The acolyte recognized Lu Jincheng, who was the person that had come a few days ago wanting to be accepted as a disciple. Since the establishment of Fire Spirit Temple, many such people had come. But this one was dressed strangely, with short hair and delicate skin, unlike the common folk. His demeanor and speech were neither those of a scholar nor a monk, and certainly not like those who roamed the world. Yet he had a pair of bright eyes that left a deep impression, as if he were curious about everything and everyone. "What are you doing knocking on the door at this hour?" the acolyte asked. "Be careful not to disturb the temple master, or you might end up as lamp oil." He had never seen the temple master actually turn someone into lamp oil, but he had heard the master threaten and curse like this before, so he let out a venomous remark. At this point, the moon had already tilted to the west, and dawn was approaching. It was not really midnight, just that the acolyte was not aware of the time. As Lu Jincheng spoke, he raised the cloth wrapped around the heart in his hand, and a strong smell of blood caused the acolyte to retreat repeatedly. Just then, they both heard a voice. "Bring him to my room." It was the temple master's voice. Lu Jincheng entered the temple and first glanced at the statue facing the door. The statue held a lamp close to its heart, and he had the vague feeling that the flame was alive, watching him. The temple was not large, with only 2 sections, and he quickly arrived at the room where the temple master resided. A thin Taoist was sitting there, wearing a black hat and sporting a strand of yellowish beard on his chin. In his room, a flame the size of a fist was jumping around like a monkey, and upon hearing the footsteps, it settled on the lamp next to the master and stopped moving. "Greetings, master." Lu Jincheng cupped his hands in salute to the master. The master opened his eyes and looked at Lu Jincheng, who was covered in dirt and grass but still had a spirited air about him, and couldn't help but sigh. "The young generation is full of vigor. You open it, let this temple see it." The master instructed Lu Jincheng to unwrap the cloth containing the heart, while waving his hand for the acolyte to step back. As the master looked at the heart placed on the table, a flicker of joy flashed through his mind. He said, "This creature has been hiding in the dark crevices of the mountains, sly and cunning. I have searched for it several times without success. You were able to bring back its heart just in time. I will teach you the qi refining method you need." Lu Jincheng's eyes lit up with joy, and he smiled. "Master truly keeps his word. Thank you, master." However, the master thought to himself, that corpse demon is a product of a cultivator's mutation. Although it lacks about 70% of its original abilities, this child was able to extract its heart with a mundane tool, indicating some determination. It would be better to keep him. Since this temple has just been established, he might be of use. With this thought, he took out a book from a gray pouch at his waist and handed it to Lu Jincheng, saying, "Since you are cultivating the qi method, if you have no place to stay, you might as well settle here in this temple. I will take you as a registered disciple, and in the future, if you achieve success, you can seek a fortune in the county." Upon hearing this, Lu Jincheng thought that although other aspects were unimportant, a place to stay was exactly what he needed. Being taken as a registered disciple would solve his identity issue, and more importantly, obtaining the qi refining method from the master meant he could seek guidance nearby. As for the master's intentions, he did not think too much about it. If he did not have something others needed, why would they want to keep him? As for future matters, they could be discussed later. He readily agreed. After leaving the master's room, the east was already brightening, and a night had passed. The sky was about to lighten. In the acolyte's room, lights had already been lit. Perhaps after being woken up, they saw dawn approaching and did not go back to sleep. 2 acolytes were talking. The weather was warm, and not having a room to rest, he found a dry spot under the eaves of the temple to lie down, hugging his sword and sleeping. He vaguely heard the voices of the 2 acolytes in the temple, as well as the sounds of fetching water, washing up, chopping wood, and cooking drifting in his ears. In this small temple, the smoke of life was wafting. Outside the temple, birds chirped in the morning, and sunlight poured into the temple, illuminating Lu Jincheng, whose half-dirted body was particularly peaceful, awakened by the aroma of food. Lu Jincheng found that the acolyte had already been given instructions by the master and had arranged a room for him to stay in. "What a wild man," said one of the acolytes, who was chubby. The other acolyte, the one who had opened the door for Lu Jincheng last night, remained silent but did not look too pleased. Lu Jincheng naturally understood why they were upset. He had eaten most of the food they had prepared without saying a word, so it was normal for them to curse a bit. "I am Lu Jincheng, and I apologize for disturbing you both. Please forgive me," he said. "You ate most of our food without saying a word. Who does that?" the thin acolyte said unhappily. Lu Jincheng felt a little embarrassed. "I was really starving after rushing all night, and when I saw you 2 reciting scriptures, I didn't want to disturb you. You are also a member of the temple now. You have to work," the chubby acolyte said, clearly aware of his arrival last night and being accepted as a registered disciple. Seeing the dirt and dust on him in the morning, he did not press the issue further. Of course, Lu Jincheng readily agreed, and the expressions of the 2 acolytes softened a bit. "From now on, you will fetch water and chop wood," the chubby acolyte reiterated. Sure, Lu Jincheng knew that they would be fetching water from the mountain spring cave behind, which was quite a distance, and since they had not grown yet, it would surely be somewhat strenuous for them, so he took on the heavier tasks. However, he did not mind. Working his muscles was also a way to strengthen his will. Thus, Lu Jinqing settled down in Fire Spirit Temple. That afternoon, the temple master left to refine pills, instructing the three not to leave the temple without reason. The qi refining method had a great reputation, and Lu Jinqing naturally wanted to understand its mysteries and cultivation methods. He opened the book and looked at the handwritten characters. Heaven and earth have qi, nourishing all things. Gather and refine it, and combine intention to form a method. Method of gathering and refining sun and moon qi. Lu Jinqing read through the book and already had a rough concept in mind. This qi refining method is divided into two parts. One part is refining the essence blood within the body into qi, and the other part is gathering the essence of the sun and moon and refining it into magical power within the body. In order to successfully cultivate qi, one must first have a resolute will, where the intention itself is extremely important. If one is indecisive and harbors doubts about their practice, they will never be able to succeed in cultivating qi. However, those with a firm intention find it easiest to get started. He read through the material twice and then carefully examined the steps of cultivation, visualizing the sun and moon shining down, refining essence into qi, flowing through the meridians like a dragon moving through rivers, transforming into a dragon and ascending. This is the entire cultivation process, but every endeavor has a beginning, and the beginning is always the hardest. At the right moment, visualize the sun and moon. It was nighttime, and he moved to the window, watching the bright moonlight shine into his body, descending from his brain, passing through his throat, as if swallowing the moon, inch by inch through his 5 organs and 6 bowels, finally illuminating 3 inches below his navel, where the essence generates. If the essence here can be transformed into qi, it becomes the sea of qi. As he visualized the moonlight descending, it was now only a wisp of faint light. It was bright in his mind, but as it descended, it seemed to be blocked by the physical body, and his consciousness was worn down, leaving only a wisp of light that, with his persistence, illuminated the area 3 inches below his navel. Maintaining an unbroken thought, free of distractions, he refined essence into qi using the moonlight. Within the moonlight seemed to contain a kind of burning power. He felt a wisp of cold flame burning, unsure if it was just his illusion. Slowly, the darkness seemed to ignite with light, as if his consciousness took root within it. However, at this moment, that wisp of consciousness became somewhat uncontrollable. It seemed to come alive, developing its own thoughts, wanting to break free and escape. Lu Jinqing recalled a saying from the book, when consciousness takes root, essence transforms into qi, like a worm wanting to shed its shell and depart. It is the beginning of qi refinement. He guided that restless qi worm out of the sea of qi with his consciousness, following the meridians upward. This upward process was also a continuous fusion of his own consciousness with it, also known as qi refinement. The further up he went, the closer he was to his brain, and his own consciousness grew stronger. The qi worm grew larger with the merging of his consciousness, directly entering the center of his brow. Boom! Lu Jinqing felt as if his skull had opened, losing his focus for a moment, and he lost control of the qi worm. In that instant of distraction, the qi worm surged outward, wanting to break free from the shackles of his body, flying into the boundless moonlight, becoming a part of the essence of heaven and earth. Chapter 3. Thoughts like the tides returning to the sea. In just a moment, Lu Jinqing regained his senses, and he saw himself, feeling all his strength disperse outward, along with an indescribable sense of comfort. As if he was about to merge with this world, various illusions appeared. The qi worm entered the sea of consciousness, like ascending to the heavenly palace, and wild thoughts surged. Lu Jinqing had already memorized the warning in the book, knowing that the critical moment had arrived. If he could not restrain his thoughts now, the qi worm would escape his body, dispersing into the moonlight. At this moment, the qi worm had another name, also known as the delusional worm and delusional qi. Only after truly subduing it could it be called true qi. He collected his consciousness, gathering it at the center of his brow, visualizing the moonlight illuminating his brow in his mind. A beam of moonlight shone through the small window, casting a white spot on the windowsill. Outside the wall, the sound of insects chirped. Within Lu Jinqing's sea of consciousness at his brow, it was as if waves were surging. Yet there seemed to be an invisible force suppressing the boundless turmoil. This turmoil seemed intent on overturning this formless world, as if beneath the waves. Invisible demons were trying to break through this void and rush into the world. Lu Jinqing felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation and pain. A restlessness that seemed to come from nowhere, like trying to break free from water, or turning into a wild wind, stirring up boundless waves that engulfed his entire being. The fear born from solitude and darkness seeped into every corner like a cold wind. Standing by the window, Lu Jinqing trembled, his eyelids twitching, as if he were about to awaken. Something was peering in from outside the window, a pair of blood-red eyes, pressing against the window to look at him. Those were the eyes of the observer. As this thought emerged in his mind, it fermented uncontrollably, realizing that the observer was not human but a demon. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, having just eaten a heart, with a cruel smile that sent chills down his spine. Lu Jincheng's eyelids twitched violently. The pores on his neck stood out one by one. He suppressed his thoughts at the center of his brow, holding onto a thread of clarity, tightly gripping a wisp of consciousness, as if holding tight to the reins, not allowing this frenzied horse to throw him off, not letting those restless thoughts escape from his body. He did not know how long it had been, but the eyes at the windowsill disappeared, and soon he heard footsteps. Someone was carrying a lamp, passing by the door, then with a creak, opened the door next door. Immediately after, he heard the voice of a child. "Master, why are you here? Master, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Master, I can't move. Master, please, don't bite me, master. Don't eat me." The terrified and sorrowful screams echoed from the next room, the smell of blood wafting over, mixed with the stench of excrement, and finally, the child's voice fell silent. In the suffocating darkness, there were only sounds of chewing and swallowing, reminiscent of a beast devouring its prey. Lu Jincheng's body trembled violently, his eyelids twitching, as if he were about to open them, but after a moment, he calmed down again. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. In the quiet night, it was exceptionally clear, followed by a suppressed voice. "Lu Jincheng, we need to escape quickly. The observer is a demon, and my senior brother has already been eaten by the observer. We need to escape quickly. Are you there? I'm running first." After the voice fell, footsteps quickly faded away, running out of the temple. However, not long after, his screams of terror echoed, filled with fear, as if encountering some great horror. Soon after, footsteps approached step by step, then knocking on the door, faint light seeping in. It was the exquisite carved oil lamp from the observer's room. "Lu Jincheng, open the door. I have something to say to you." Lu Jincheng. The constant knocking and calling were eerie and terrifying. The willpower cultivated by Lu Jincheng through years of sword practice helped him hold on tightly, even though that thread of will was as thin as a spider's silk. It did not break. He still did not get up or open his eyes. The knocking slowly weakened, the calls gradually faded, and the light from the door crack disappeared, he didn't know when. The moonlight from outside the window shone in again, everything was so quiet, and the chirping of insects continued. All the terror and illusions disappeared. Lu Jincheng also clearly felt his consciousness soaring outward like countless birds returning to their nests, returning to his brow, like clouds and mist, resembling a white worm stretching its body, continuously growing. He understood that those earlier illusions were merely the doubts and unease within himself about the observer, stemming from the ghost stories he had heard before, where the observers in the mountain temples were all disguised demons. With a thought, that mass of qi immediately moved, following the meridians toward the sea of qi, flowing like a dragon through rivers, bringing boundless moisture into the sea. His heart was calm, yet the qi thought carried boundless winds and rains into the sea of qi. Feeling the true qi and magical power within the sea of qi was like countless thoughts intertwining together. Thoughts like the tides, returning to the sea. Magic born from the heart, capturing yin and yang. Lu Jincheng naturally understood a line from the book, his heart enlightened. Reaching out to pull at the edge of the moonlight, a wisp of moonlight moved with his hand, swirling around his fingertips without dispersing. "I have entered the door of qi refinement. I have opened up the sea of qi." When Lu Jincheng lay back on the bed, he felt joy and excitement. As dawn broke, Lu Jincheng awoke. Having successfully cultivated qi, he felt as if he could sense the moon setting and the sun rising, and he could feel the changes in temperature around him. As the east began to brighten, he sensed the vitality of the sun's essence in the world was flourishing. The sun's essence, also known as yang essence, can be absorbed into the body, strengthening one's vital energy. Just a whiff can keep a person warm throughout the day. When the two young disciples saw Lu Jincheng absorbing the yang essence, they couldn't detect the flicker of firelight that entered his mouth as he inhaled. They assumed Lu Jincheng was merely putting on an act. Lu Jincheng paid them no mind, focusing solely on his cultivation. He had previously struggled to find the path but had now entered it, so he was determined to make progress. Days passed, yet the master had still not returned. He shared meals and engaged in various chores with the two disciples, becoming quite familiar with them. The disciple who had opened the door for him was named Deng Deng, the son of a constable from the nearby Xiaoxiaaudiobooks city. The other, a chubby boy named Xianxiaaudiobooks, was the child of a wealthy merchant in Xiaoxiaaudiobooks city. Though his mother had passed away, and his father had remarried and was currently favored, prompting the merchant to send him here to learn some skills. They absorbed yang essence during the day and yin essence at night. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had gone by. The three lived a reclusive life in the mountain temple, and Lu Jincheng found peace within himself, as if all his thoughts were merging into the ocean of qi, transforming into true energy tides. When the two disciples accompanied Lu Jinsheng to pay their respects, the contemplative master's eyes brightened upon seeing Lu Jinsheng. He immediately invited him to stay and asked, "Lu Jinsheng, have you opened your qi sea and entered the path of qi refining?" "Yes, master." Lu Jinsheng replied with a smile. "Very good. You are indeed extraordinary. There is a matter I would like to ask you to handle," the fire spirit master said with a grin. Lu Jinsheng, however, did not let the flattery get to his head, and the fire spirit master's attitude towards him was markedly different from that of the two disciples, carrying a sense of employment. "What matter does the master speak of?" Lu Jinsheng inquired. Understanding from his tone, Lu Jinsheng immediately said, "Do you wish for me to rescue someone?" "Indeed." The master's eyes sparkled with a hint of fire as he looked at Lu Jinsheng, whose aura of treasure was faintly visible, unlike a novice qi refiner. "Disciple, you have only just entered the path. How can you have the ability to rescue someone from that underworld market? Spirits and the like are like weeds in a gutter. They grow back when cut. If left alone, they flourish and accumulate evil, blocking a region. However, clearing them isn't too difficult if you hold some power. You have attained qi refining, and your aura protects you, making it hard for spirits to invade. If you carry my lantern into the market, first show respect, then use force. If they are willing to release the person, all will be well. If not, then burn down that underworld market and clear the evil," the master said casually. Lu Jinsheng pondered, not hastily agreeing, as he had no confidence against those evil spirits. The master's words sounded easy, but that was merely his perspective. Lu Jinsheng understood the master's intentions were clear. In this world where the master is like a father, being addressed in such a manner was a great respect. "If it is not feasible," Lu Jinsheng began, but the master interrupted. "It is not a matter of defiance. You must go. There is no time to lose. Granny Du is very worried about her only grandson. He has not returned for a long time, and she is anxious. If this causes a mistake in her alchemy, it is not what we wish to see." The master's words conveyed urgency, making Lu Jinsheng feel his concern that Granny Du might make mistakes in alchemy due to worry. If that truly happened, the master would likely be very angry. "Then I will bring some water and 2 rice balls. Please tell me the location of that place. I will set off immediately," Lu Jinsheng said. The master naturally provided the location of the underworld market and detailed how to enter it. The lantern in his hand had a glass cover to shield it from the wind. "No rush," the master called out to stop Lu Jinsheng, who was turning to leave. "This journey is over 100 miles. Walking would be too slow. I will gift you a night steed for transport." Chapter 4. Spring in the Wild. The wind on the hillside flowed into the temple, swaying a few flowers and grasses. After speaking, the master took a small horse from a gray pouch at his waist, which seemed to be made of horsehide. He tossed the little horse into the air, blowing a breath of red energy into it. Suddenly, a burst of red light and mist emerged from the little horse, and a magnificent black steed leaped out, its eyes seemingly ablaze, making it clear it was no ordinary horse. Lu Jinsheng looked at this spell with great envy, thinking that if he had such a creature, he wouldn't need to rely on his own legs anymore. He hung the lantern on one side of the saddle, mounted the horse, and discovered there was also a place to hang a sword on the saddle. He attached his sword, along with a water bottle and rice balls in a pouch, mounted the horse, pulled the reins, and with a squeeze of his legs, the horse darted away. Inside the temple, the two disciples watched Lu Jinsheng ride off, feeling that at that moment, he was brimming with spirit, leaving them astonished. For over 10 days, Lu Jinsheng had worked, eaten, cultivated, and occasionally spoke strange words with them. And to them, he seemed like a person who enjoyed talking big. But at that moment, Lu Jinsheng appeared different from what they had come to understand. Lu Jinsheng hardly needed to control the black steed. It seemed to know the way and was unafraid of pits. With his background in classical literature, he translated it as, "In spring, I see the sword between heaven and earth. In summer, that sword is imprinted in my eyes. In autumn, the sword has merged with my meridians and qi. In winter, the sword is concealed within my heart." The latter part was quite straightforward, but it might also hold other symbolic meanings that he did not yet comprehend. He recalled another saying, "A gentleman hides his talents and waits for the right moment to act." Here, talents does not refer to a specific object, and hides does not mean to conceal something. The overall meaning is that a gentleman should strive to learn skills, and when the opportunity arises, he can showcase his talents. Thus, the idea of the sword entering his heart may not only refer to a sword, but could symbolize a broader concept. Of course, since it speaks of sword techniques, one should understand it in relation to the sword, while its broader implications are not within his current contemplation. Why is the sword said to be in the wild? He believed it did not refer to an actual sword, but to sword techniques. Spring in the wild. Lu Jinsheng's understanding gradually became clear. In spring, seeing the various phenomena and laws of heaven and earth is like perceiving various sword techniques, which I incorporate into the sword. In summer, By summer, I realized that these phenomena and laws are imprinted in my eyes, and I have learned the sword techniques. Lu Jinsheng felt joyful. This was the delight of understanding a principle after comprehension, grasping the meaning of the one who spoke these words. Currently, the only he could feel was the sensation of absorbing yin and yang after refining qi and opening the qi sea. He felt as though he could sense the subtle changes of yin and yang between heaven and earth at all times. This was brought about by the rotation of the sun and moon, and as long as he wished, he could absorb the yang essence and lunar essence from the world at any moment. Seeing the law and making it into sword techniques, I perceive yin and yang. Thus, I shall practice sword techniques with the rhythm of yin and yang. Once Lu Jinsheng clarified this in his heart, he was already drawing his sword and waving it while still on the horse. He attempted to apply his ability to perceive yin and yang to his sword, forming his own sword techniques. Swinging again and again, he felt no fatigue or impatience. He was not discouraged by the moments he could not achieve it, for he sensed that with each swing, he was making progress. His spiritual power attached to the sword with intention, allowing the sword to perceive yin and yang. Drawing upon the yang essence, fire gathered from the sunlight, so that the essence fire adhered to the sword, enabling him to easily harm those strange and evil entities. He believed that he could also refine the sword in his hand with the yang essence fire and the great fire, turning this highly resilient alloy sword into a. His mind was divergent, and he suddenly thought of many things. As the sun was about to set, he found a hint of feeling when he swung the sword. A faint glow appeared on the blade, particularly noticeable at the tip. The joy in his heart seemed to nourish the surge of his thoughts, and during this process, the essence of the sun was absorbed back into his qi sea, forming true qi and magical power, with each strand of magical power being a condensation of his intent. As the horse trotted towards dusk, scattered pedestrians could be seen along the official road, returning to their respective villages. From what Lu Jinsheng knew about this world, every village would have one or two people with magical abilities. Their cultivation methods might not grant immortality or even longevity, but they held a very high status within the village. Weddings and funerals were all attended by them. Common occurrences of lost souls and malevolent spirits were mostly treatable by them, and some could even perform rituals to guide spirits, raise ghosts, transport corpses, or draw talismans. For them, these weren't secrets of longevity, but merely of family craft. As for the Du family village, it must be a large estate, as even the master of the fire spirit temple would seek her out for alchemy, showing how important it is to master a skill. Passers-by on the road were not particularly fearful of his horse. They simply avoided him head-on, discussing among themselves as they looked at his horse, indicating they were accustomed to strange beasts. At a fork in the road, there were several thatched huts, each hanging flags for tea, wine, and food, serving as a resting place. The huts were well ventilated but covered a large area, with some traveling merchants, bodyguards, or people visiting friends seated in small groups inside. Xianxia City was located at a crucial water and land transportation junction, with nearby goods either transported to Xianxia City for transfer or sold directly there, which is why the official road around it was bustling with merchants. The temple master had told him the main signs, and this was one of them. From this turn onto another road, it would take another 20 miles to reach. He decided to rest here for a bit. The horse wouldn't tire, but people would. Although he had opened his qi sea, he was still not free from his mortal body, and the true qi in him mainly came from refining his own essence, with the time spent absorbing the essence of yin and yang being short. In the shadow outside the tea shop, he took out a rice ball and ate it with clean water, listening to the conversations inside. Matupo was originally a village, but over 10 years ago, in one night, all the villagers were hanged, from the elderly to infants, and this incident shocked all the surrounding villages. Even people from Xianxia City sent someone to investigate the cause. But in the end, no conclusion was reached. Taoists and monks went there to chant sutras for the deceased, but the resentment still lingered. People passing by Matupo often saw lights on in the village, as if someone was still living there, but few who entered could come out alive. Even those who did would suddenly hang themselves to death on some future day, so some suggested building a temple there to contain the resentment. The old man's words made Lu Jinsheng understand that there were indeed people who had gone to Matupo village. After resting for a while, he stood up, mounted his horse, and rode away. As he turned onto the road leading to Matupo, the old man who had spoken earlier immediately followed him with his gaze. Since the incident at Matupo village, that road had fallen into disuse, with few travelers unless they had no choice or felt capable enough. Lu Jinsheng felt a sense of understanding and rode like the wind. After the sun had completely set and night fell, the horse he rode slowed down, and the road ahead was already covered with overgrown weeds, having not seen many travelers for a long time. A nearby stream was blocked by mud and leaves, with stagnant yin energy accumulating. Several snakes with various patterns were startled and burrowed into the grass, while a few yellow weasels stood on tiptoe in the grass, looking this way with eyes gleaming faintly. The distant mountains had become the darkest part of the night. In this desolate black gray, at the foot of a mountain resembling a horse's head, a cluster of flickering lights emitted a mysterious and eerie glow. It was a village. Lu Jinxing knew he had arrived at Matupo village. Chapter 5, The Eerie Village. Night insects chirped, and the overgrown grass obscured the horse's hooves. A few old crows cawed in the mountains. The light beneath the saddle grew brighter as the sky darkened. As he approached, the flickering lights remained hazy, but he saw other flames spring up. It was a bonfire created by a group of people. Lu Jinxing quickly thought it might be people invited by Mr. Lu'er from the temple-building family. At a glance, there were more than 20 people, and of course, not everyone among them possessed magical abilities. Nowadays, he could clearly sense who had magical skills. Those who practiced had a layer of faint light surrounding them, referred to as magical light. Among them, 5 had stronger magical light, while a few others were dim, likely younger disciples, and the rest were servants doing menial work. When Lu Jinxing arrived on horseback, he naturally attracted their attention. Just looking at his horse made it clear this was no ordinary steed. The horse's eyes glowed with fire. And although the rider's attire was somewhat shabby and strange, with short and messy hair, he exuded a heroic spirit, unmistakably not a demon or evil being. They had their own way of identifying demons. Those possessed by evil spirits rarely had such a spirited demeanor. Someone approached to inquire. It was a young man, about 25 to 30 years old, wearing a dark robe and a blue cap. This friend, I am Qin Xiao from the Feng Shui Ridge. May I ask if you were invited here by Mr. Lu'er? He saw that Lu Jinxing looked unfamiliar, but at this time, those coming to Matupo were likely invited. Though Lu Jinxing appeared too young, people like him were considered juniors here and would not be entering Matupo village, only waiting outside to assist. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinxing thought, indeed, they are all people invited by Mr. Lu'er. As for Mr. Lu'er's exact status in this area, he was not entirely clear. But over 10 years ago, many could do nothing about the resentment and evil spirit energy of Matupo, while Mr. Lu built a temple to suppress it, indicating he had real skill. Moreover, being able to gather so many people to help in such a hurry showed he had good connections. His act of answering without dismounting drew a cold snort from a younger person nearby, who considered it a great disrespect, especially since they had never heard of the Fire Spirit Temple or Lu Jinxing's name. Lu Jinxing glanced at him, noticing the dissatisfaction in his eyes. But he did not care. He was not concerned about personal honor or disgrace. Fire Spirit Temple? Qin Xiao pondered for a moment and said, is it the newly established Taoist temple outside Xiushui City? When will your temple master arrive? Qin Xiao inquired. The master sent me here because he had matters to attend to and could not come himself, Lu Jinxing replied. As soon as Lu Jinxing finished speaking, those nearby had varied expressions. The Fire Spirit Temple was unfamiliar to them, since they were invited by Mr. Lu'er. It was rather arrogant not to send the master and instead send a young disciple. Someone immediately went to report to Mr. Lu'er. At this moment, someone said, I suppose the master of the Fire Spirit Temple has profound magical skills, and his disciples must also be remarkable. Lu Jinxing looked at the person who spoke in a sarcastic tone. It was the one who had snorted earlier, and he said, I am here on the master's orders. What does it have to do with you? The man was taken aback, his eyes blazing with anger. Qin Xiao quickly intervened, saying, we are all here to help Mr. Lu. We should work together and not ruin the mood. Come, Taoist Lu, let us meet Mr. Lu'er first. Since he had heard that Lu Jinxing came from the temple, he addressed him as Taoist. In Qin Xiao's view, the issue of the Fire Spirit Temple being disrespectful is a matter for the Fire Spirit Temple itself. If anyone has an opinion, it is Mr. Lu'er who has one, and it has nothing to do with him. Therefore, it is most appropriate to refer it to Mr. Lu'er. Mr. Lu'er appears to be a well-off person, somewhat plump, but also of an older age. When he heard someone report that there were visitors from the Fire Spirit Temple, he was taken aback. He only knew that a new Fire Spirit Temple had been established near the swimming area, and that the temple master practiced the 5 organs divine method. He was well aware that he had no connection with the master of that Fire Spirit Temple and had never invited anyone from there. Just then, Lu Jinxing was brought over by Qin Xiao, and as the two parties met, the misunderstanding was immediately resolved. However, when they learned that Lu Jinxing's intention was to save Granny Du's grandson, Du Dushing, everyone present was stunned. They had invited so many people to rescue someone. Yet the master of the Fire Spirit Temple had sent such a young disciple. Wasn't that a death sentence? Did the master of the Fire Spirit Temple not understand the dangers of Matupo? Mr. Lu'er's thoughts were racing. He certainly knew Granny Du, who was renowned for her skill in alchemy, and this time her grandson was trapped there, which he was even more aware of. Among those who went with Du Dushing to carry out the Yin escort, one was someone Mr. Lu'er had spent a great deal of effort to send out to deliver the news. He had first reported this information to him. And then he had sent someone to inform Granny Du. He had originally thought that Granny Du would surely invite many masters to rescue her grandson. Yet he did not expect that only such a young person would come at this time. At that moment, someone advised Lu Jincheng not to enter, while others shared the evil nature of Matupo with him, or perhaps subtly mocked his youth and lack of awareness of danger. Listening to so many people's advice, Lu Jincheng felt a flicker of hesitation in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it, recalling what the temple master had told him. It was clear that the master was not unaware of the situation in Matupo and had not been careless. Rather, for the master, alchemy was of utmost importance. As for splitting the mind or spirit, Lu Jincheng was not lacking in imagination. Since Taoist Lu insisted on going in, he could just follow closely behind us, which would provide mutual support. Mr. Luer said. Thank you, Mr. Luer. Lu Jincheng expressed his gratitude, naturally appreciating the good intentions of others. Seeing that these people were still preparing, as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to linger on the side, so he stepped aside to wait, his keen ears catching someone in the wind saying, "Good advice is hard to give to a dead man, since he insists on going in. Why should we keep him by our side? We must know that inside, if someone beside us lacks resolve or skill, they could easily be taken advantage of by those strange beings, and he would be a major flaw among us. Yes, the most feared thing is that his resolve is seized, and after being possessed, he might turn on us. That would be a big trouble," another person said. Mr. Luer began to hesitate as well, saying, "I observe that his law light is clear and upright, and he should be a person of firm resolve. However, when the time comes, we should let him stay slightly behind us. That way, even if something happens, we won't be caught off guard." Since Mr. Luer has said this, others, even if they still have thoughts, found it inappropriate to say anything further. After all, Mr. Luer had just invited Lu Jincheng to stay close to him, and now, with their persuasion and concession, it was only appropriate to let Lu Jincheng follow at a distance. It would not look good for everyone if they continued to press the matter. Lu Jincheng did not mind. He sat down to rest, also adjusting his mood. The words he had just heard had somewhat shaken his resolve, and he knew that if fear took root in his heart, it would be easy for the strange beings to exploit it. His sword would not be as firm. A wavering sword is not sharp enough and lacks power, especially against strange beings, where doubt and fear cannot exist. He sat there, looking at the distant scattered lights of the village, faintly hearing the sounds of people inside, as if there was a banquet. However, this was a village that had died more than a decade ago, now come back to life. That was the greatest strangeness. It was like a source of fear. When people recognized its horror, just seeing it would continuously breed fear. He sat in meditation, realizing that fear had already taken root in his heart. And fear is also a form of delusion that must be suppressed and refined. He visualized the bright moon shining down, entering his energy sea, and those fearful thoughts slowly dissipated within this visualization, merging into the energy sea, causing his true energy to grow a little stronger. True energy and magical power are formed when one's thoughts and essence coalesce, when delusional thoughts surge in the heart. Being able to suppress and refine them allows one to clearly feel the growth of true energy and magical power. Visualizing the bright moon is effective in suppressing and refining delusions. As darkness deepened, the moon appeared, but because the clouds were thick, the moon was intermittently visible. Even when it appeared, it looked yellow and fuzzy. After Lu Jincheng suppressed and refined the fearful thoughts in his heart, he did not get up but remained there, absorbing the moonlight into himself and guiding it into his energy sea. Chen Xiao once again approached him, indicating that everyone was ready to go inside. Lu Jincheng got up, leading the horse over. Lu Jincheng smiled and agreed. A gust of wind blew, the clouds shifted, covering the moon, and everyone walked towards Matupo village. Others saw him leading the horse in and said nothing. Those who understood naturally recognized that this horse was not an ordinary physical horse. While the younger ones left outside pointed at Lu Jincheng. Lu Jincheng followed them at a distance of about 20 steps, walking step by step closer to this strange village. The village lights were hazy and dreamlike, and the sounds of boiling voices from within the village grew louder. Lu Jincheng watched the people ahead enter the village, as if stepping into a time warp, as if they had walked into more than a decade ago. Chapter 6. Eyes. He looked up at the sky. 2 or 3 stars fell from the broken clouds, piercing the night. Lu Jincheng focused on sensing the void. All kinds of vital energies in the world cannot escape yin and yang. Today, the moonlight was not strong, and the starlight was also dim. As he sensed the void, he captured scattered moonlight and starlight at his fingertips, condensing them into a ball of blue-white radiance in his palm for contemplation. He felt that just capturing the essence of yin and yang was already enough for him to cultivate for a lifetime. The outline of Matupo village gradually became clearer. It was a village enclosed by wooden fences, with a stockade gate at the entrance, now wide open, with no one guarding it. seemingly allowing people to enter and exit freely due to the special nature of the day. The people who entered ahead had already disappeared into the dark mist. Lu Jinsheng reached out to touch the wooden stockade gate, which appeared to be quite new, but as he touched it, a piece of wood fell off. Gazing at the moon, he focused on the piece of wood in his hand, which quickly changed, no longer looking new, but rather a piece of rotting wood that exuded black gas. Visualizing the bright moon has the wonderful effect of suppressing and refining delusions. And when he looked at other things with the moon in his eyes, he could actually break their delusions. Delusions in the heart lead to chaos, and externally they create illusions. The resentment on this piece of wood was something that would make people see illusory appearances. A thought gave rise to the law. From this piece of wood condensed with resentment, Lu Jinsheng felt it. A silver-white brilliance flickered in his eyes, and as he looked at this village, his vision began to change. In the nearby areas that were clearly visible, wild grass spread, obscuring all people. But a bit further away was a patch of mist, within which lights flickered, and faintly, voices could still be heard. The group that had entered before him was already gone, but there were their footprints on the ground. Lu Jinsheng glanced at the lamp on the saddle. Its light rippled with mysterious waves here. The resentment formed mist, obscuring his vision. He followed the road leading to the center of the village, which was also the path the previous group had taken. When he officially stepped into the village, as he got closer and looked closely, the houses before his eyes faded from their illusory forms and revealed a state of decay and collapse. However, within those dilapidated houses, there were shadows of people inside. These were vengeful spirits, seemingly disturbed by Lu Jinsheng's gaze as they looked out. The moment their eyes met, the cold, resentful expression seemed to imprint deeply into his heart. Yet, Lu Jinsheng maintained his focus on the vision of the bright moon, preventing the hateful gazes from leaving any mark. He had no intention of going inside. As he passed by, the lights in the houses flickered on, revealing women cooking and children crying. Beneath his feet, he could still see the footprints of those who had walked ahead, all heading towards the center of the town. Mr. Lu Air and his group of 6 saw a vibrant and festive village, with everyone dressed in new clothes and in high spirits. Upon seeing Mr. Lu Air and his companions, someone directly asked, "Outsiders, are you here for the feast too?" However, each time they encountered someone, they were met with questions. The 6 ignored them and continued along the road to the village center. Mr. Luda had built a land temple here, so Mr. Lu Air was well aware that the temple was transformed from the village's ancestral hall. Mr. Luda used the name of the land deity to suppress the village's evil resentment. If any problems arose, it would surely be the temple that had been converted from the ancestral hall. Thus, they headed straight towards the land temple, believing that Mr. Luda had come here to see it as well. However, as they walked, they found it increasingly difficult to move, not because they were blocked by anyone, but because they felt as if they were walking beneath a giant wave. The center of the village felt like a river, with the waves being the sound generated by the people behind them. Before long, one person could no longer hold back. He slapped the black cloth bag at his side, and a mass of black mist burst forth, surrounding him. His name was Tian Shueshu, a practitioner of ghost-raising techniques passed down through his family. The black mist was formed by his little spirits, wrapping around him and protecting him, effectively isolating him from the questioning voices. Another person, named Shirtian, who ran a tattoo parlor, was skilled at tattooing various patterns on people's bodies, granting them special abilities. Yet another person took out a black statue. The idol had an odd face and twisted limbs, resembling some kind of root. This root-like figure was adorned with a luxurious garment, making it appear even more bizarre. His name was Huang Yangshu, and his family practiced a method of spirit-rearing belonging to the spirit-taming sect. The spirit cultivated by the Huang family was called the black-headed deity, which was nourished by secret techniques that infused a little bit of spiritual essence into the root of the Hishou Wu plant. He pricked his fingertip, letting blood drip onto the eyes of the black-headed deity, while he closed his own eyes. At that moment, the statue became his body, and wherever the deity's eyes looked, the vengeful spirits disintegrated into resentment. There was also a short elderly man named Gongsun Chu, who carried a short knife at his waist and held a smoking pipe. He advanced boldly, and with each puff of smoke he exhaled, it coiled around him like a python, creating a silent roar in response to the questioning voices, which then dissipated as he exhaled again. Mr. Lu Air walked alongside Gongsun Chu, holding an ink ruler that emitted a dark light, continuously waving it as if to break through the wave-like questioning voices. Finally, they arrived at the front of the land temple, which had once been an ancestral hall. In front of the temple was a large open space with a towering camphor tree. Looking into the temple, he could see dim lights and faintly discerned several people kneeling before an idol. Their gaze naturally fell upon the idol, especially Mr. Lu Air, who had a family tradition of temple construction and had erected countless idols. However, when he looked at the idol, his heart sank. for he saw that the idol was covered in lumps, resembling a person afflicted with sores. Upon looking at the idol's face, he was shocked to see it smiling. "Welcome to my banquet." The idol spoke, and all the vengeful spirits outside responded, their voices rising like a mountain roar or tsunami. Mr. Luair's heart trembled as he waved the ink ruler, but felt it grow heavy, becoming immovable in his hand. He immediately envisioned the form of the land deity. As this was the foundational visualization technique he used for temple construction, every temple he built had its idols modeled after this vision, drawing upon the deity's majesty to suppress the area. However, this time, as he visualized the deity's form, it shifted in his mind, transforming into the lumpy appearance of the idol in the temple, with its cold eyes staring ominously at him, as if a person hiding under a blanket found a devil following them inside. He sought to draw upon the deity's power, but found the visualization had turned into a demon. His heart shook, and the ink ruler fell from his hand, causing his complexion to pale instantly. The others in the temple, upon hearing the idol's words, also lost their sanity in an instant. When Lu Jinsheng arrived at the land temple, he saw countless resentful mists swirling, and among those who had entered before him, one was eating a live frog, another a centipede, and yet another had stripped off his clothes, covered in blood. One had a grotesque face on his back that had been completely torn apart. Others were gnawing on the dirt beneath them, their mouths full of blood. Mr. Luair lay on the ground, motionless, his face ashen. Vengeful spirits were drilling into his body through his eyes, mouth, and ears. Several items resembling magical tools had fallen to the ground, now entangled in resentment. As Lu Jinsheng approached, he seemed to be enveloped in a layer of moonlight, repelling the resentment that sought to invade him. He was shocked, not having anticipated that something would go wrong for the 5 people here. From their interactions, he knew their magical aura was much stronger than his own. Yet they all lay down. As he appeared, all the vengeful spirits turned their gazes towards him, their nearly imperceptible stares like a cold wind in winter, penetrating into his heart. In that moment, Lu Jinsheng's world was filled only with pairs of icy eyes. He could see neither the sky nor the ground, nor the way forward, surrounded by those cold, malevolent gazes. He tightly focused his consciousness on the vision of the bright moon, refusing to let his mind wander. However, he felt those eyes growing on him, like mushrooms sprouting on trees during the rainy season in Jiangnan, even though the trees were alive. Now he felt as if his body was covered in countless eyes, a surge of fear rising from deep within him. He wanted to swat them away but held back, for if he used his hands to strike, it would only confirm that these strange, terrifying eyes had indeed grown on him. Once he believed they had grown, that delusion would take root, something he had learned while subduing the delusional thought insects. He remained still, believing this was an invasion of his will. He steadfastly held on to his thoughts, visualizing the moonlight illuminating his body, keeping his mind and body pure and unblemished. The spread of those eyes slowed slightly, but did not stop. One by one, the dark, terrifying pupils began to cover his body. He felt his strength dissipating, as if he were drowning, slowly suffocating with each eye blocking his throat and lungs, nearing his heart. He sensed that a part of his consciousness had already been devoured by those eyes, and his body was decaying and rotting. The last trace of clarity told him that he could not continue to passively defend himself. The only means of offense was to draw his sword. At this moment, he didn't care whether his sword could cut through those strange eyes, and he couldn't even tell if the eyes were inside his body or floating in the void outside. However, he still closed his eyes and drew his sword. The sword came out of its sheath, the blade gleaming, and he struck with his most practiced sword technique, targeting the eyes that were spreading towards his heart. The eye that had spread to his chest was cleaved open by this sword strike, but it quickly healed, as if he had only sliced through a layer of film on the eye, without causing any real harm. But Lu Jinsheng had no other options. He could only swing his sword again and again, slashing, stabbing, wiping, and flicking. Chapter 7. Sword in hand, burning the strange god. With each sword strike, he focused solely on killing those bizarre black eyes. Lu Jinsheng's magical power became more refined, and his strength grew. The sword in his hand no longer aimed at a single direction, but at the eyes surrounding him, thrusting, sweeping, and slashing diagonally. Since childhood, he had imagined himself surrounded by enemies, practicing swordsmanship with the leaves in the woods. Now it had transformed into a circle of eyes surrounding him. At first, the eyes merely stopped spreading, but then they began to slowly retreat, and he started to chase them. He executed various sword techniques, such as chasing the wind and stabbing the moon, piercing the forest with the wind, taking strides, and leaping while sweeping his sword. Each technique blossomed in his hands, and the more he struck, the more exhilarating it became. He had never swung his sword with such joy. It was completely different from the feeling of practicing against imaginary enemies alone. He was immersed in it, and after executing one final chasing the wind and stabbing the moon, he extinguished one eye, and there were no more eyes around him. At that moment, he suddenly became aware, opened his eyes, and found himself inside that strange temple, facing a sinister and eerie idol. Even with his blood surging, he felt an overwhelming chill inside. A faint night breeze entered the temple, turning into a coldness. Beneath the idol, several people knelt before Lu Jincheng. One of them was an old man whose clothing bore patterns resembling small temples, with the idols inside clearly embroidered. He guessed this man was Mr. Lu. However, this person had already withered away, and several others looked the same. Lu Jincheng quickly scanned the area and returned his gaze to the idol. At that moment, countless strands resembling black hairs sprouted from the idol, sweeping towards Lu Jincheng. These were strands of resentment condensed into hair. Lu Jincheng turned to leave, as this danger stimulated his spirit, surging towards him like a tsunami. Just as he turned, he realized that the temple door had unknowingly closed. At that instant, he saw a flicker of flame squeezing through the crevice of the temple door, rapidly spreading in the darkness, flickering and burning. In the blink of an eye, a large fire erupted in the temple's darkness, fiercely converging on the idol in the center. It was as if an invisible fire giant opened its arms and lunged forward. The flames surged wildly without wind, like waves. The fire enveloped the idol, and countless black strands surged outward as if seeking the root consciousness controlling the flames, but they quickly burned within the fire. Countless strands of resentment were extinguished, and the lumps on the burning idol cracked open, revealing numerous eyes inside, each flickering with an evil, resentful light. Before long, those eyes could not withstand the flames and were engulfed and destroyed within them. Faint, insect-like cries echoed, causing a sense of dread. Just as Lu Jincheng retreated from the temple, a strand of fire shot across the void, landing in a lamp beside the saddle, causing the flameless lamp to emit light once more. Lu Jincheng saw this scene and thought to himself that he was indeed not mistaken. This lamp was definitely a fragment of the temple master. The temple master was indeed formidable. However, now that the grandmother Du's grandson was dead, what should he do? Lu Jincheng mounted his horse and galloped towards the village. The people waiting outside the village couldn't see what had happened in Maotu village in the dim yellow light. Mixed with patches of black, Lu Jincheng and his 7 companions entered without causing a ripple. Suddenly, they heard a tremendous uproar from the village. A sound wave rising like a mountain roar and a tsunami, as if the mountains, earth, and the wild grass were all responding. What was once an incomprehensible noise became clear in an instant. Are you here to drink? The respondents ran towards the village, as if the greatest delicacies in the world awaited them. Chen Xiao forcibly restrained his thoughts and quickly retreated, grabbing hold of someone rushing towards the village. When they had retreated far to a hillside, they found that those who had not truly cultivated were gone, and even among those who had, 2 had been frightened into leaving. Looking back at the 2 people beside him, he saw their faces filled with a lingering sense of terror. The uproar in the village continued, but by the time it reached their location, it was already very faint. They did not leave because their master or family members were still inside. After a short while, the uproar gradually faded, and then they saw a blaze illuminating the sky. They did not know where the firelight had come from, as none of those who had entered were practitioners of fire magic. Soon, someone thought of Lu Jincheng. Could it be the Fire Spirit Temple? The Fire Spirit Temple had a character for fire, which naturally led to this association. After a moment, the firelight faded, and the village fell into darkness. The sound of horse hooves, tick-tock, came from the dark, followed by the sight of firelight piercing through the dark mist. Initially, it was just a faint glow, but as the hoofbeats grew louder, the firelight became brighter, cutting through the mist. They thought of Lu Jincheng and his horse, with the lamp hanging from the saddle. They felt happy. If Lu Jincheng was alive, then their master and elders must also be alive. They ran down the hillside, preparing to greet their masters, only to see Lu Jincheng alone. Chen Xiao quickly asked, "Taoist Lu, is my master all right?" As he spoke, he scrutinized Lu Jincheng in the light, noticing that Lu looked as if he had just emerged from the water. He had clearly fought a great battle, sweat soaking his hair and a sharpness about him, along with the fatigue that followed such a battle. At the same time, they saw a corpse lying across Lu Jincheng's horse, and the clothing was not that of anyone they recognized. "I don't know who your master is. You'd better hurry inside to check." Lu Jincheng, feeling fatigued, spoke casually, without using honorifics or polite language. Chen Xiao, anxious, didn't mind and turned to leave, but asked again, "What about the situation inside?" "It's fine. Just go. I don't know their situation either." After Lu Jincheng finished speaking, he squeezed the horse's belly, and the horse leaped and ran. At night, everything was pitch black. The distant mountains and nearby waters were all a shade of black, deep or shallow, forming a canvas of ink like earth. The sky was black, smeared with gray, with a few blue stars dotting the gaps. As dawn broke, the horse carried him to a large estate. Du Family Manor was a well-known estate far and wide, surrounded by high walls, with a small river encircling the manor, a small gate, and a drawbridge. In front of the estate was a field of grain, enough to ensure the people within had no worries about food and clothing, making Du family manor a prosperous estate. Grandma Du held a high position in the manor. Even the lord of the estate treated her with utmost respect, and her alchemy room was off-limits to anyone without permission. At this moment, Grandma Du was refining medicine, which many people in the manor knew about. The person who sought her help was a Taoist dressed in a bright red robe. Originally, there were at least a dozen requests each year for Grandma Du to refine medicine, which was nothing unusual. However, this time was different. Just yesterday, Grandma Du's grandson died. Grandma Du's son passed away early, leaving behind a grandson whom she raised, just like her son. Having lost a son before, she was determined not to lose her only grandson. Although he could not travel in the spirit world and had not cultivated a grand aura, he quickly grasped various taboos related to shadowy deliveries, and coupled with the knowledge he learned at the G Family Academy, he soon gained a small reputation. With the knowledge he possessed, he turned danger into fortune several times. Yet this time, he fell into the situation at Matawa Slope. Originally, Grandma Du intended to find someone to rescue him, and she herself wanted to go, but the herbal owner did not allow her to leave until the medicine was refined, which made her anxious. The people in Dujiazwang who were aware of the situation were also anxious and somewhat angry. In the early morning, a strange horse appeared in front of the suspension bridge. A person quickly dismounted, carrying someone on the horse's back. A disciple of the Fire Spirit Temple, sent by the temple master, was bringing back Master Du Lu Jinsheng had already thought about how to announce himself at the door. He needed to state his identity and the purpose of his visit in one breath. He contemplated how to address Du Dushing and ultimately decided to call him Master Du, mentioning only that he was bringing him back, without specifying that it was his corpse. Lu Jinsheng glanced at Du Dushing, who was lying on the horse's back, confirming that he was dead, with no blood left, nearly a dried corpse. Until the person at the front rushed to the horse's side and immediately recognized that it was a corpse, not a living person. Is this Dushing? The first person, a young man with a short beard, looked furious, his eyes red with killing intent as he stared at Lu Jinsheng. The moment Lu Jinsheng met his gaze, he felt danger and interpreted the wrath and murderous intent in his eyes. At that instant, the young man roared, "You all killed Dushing. I want your lives." He crouched down and was about to dart under the horse's neck. His movements were as agile as a monkey. The people who came with him were shocked, but no one stopped him because they were also angry. If it weren't for this Fire Spirit Temple disciple preventing Grandma Du from saving Dushing, he wouldn't have died. There was another reason for not stopping him. The person who acted was nicknamed the Mad Monkey. Despite his small stature, no practitioner could escape his attacks once he got close. The people of Dujiazwang also knew that he was an assassin with strong concealment skills and a very fast attack speed once he got close, often striking vital points before the target even realized what was happening. If a practitioner couldn't detect him, they would mostly be unable to evade his sneak attacks. The only concern in Dujiazwang's mind was that the person to be killed was from the Fire Spirit Temple, and with the temple master present. Killing someone from his temple might not be easy to explain, but it didn't matter. Killing a disciple of the Fire Spirit Temple was still acceptable. Did the temple master dare to turn against them? They were confident in Dujiazwang. This was the thought that flashed through their minds in that instant. As the Mad Monkey crouched under the horse's neck, they heard the sound of a sword being drawn. The sword was out of its sheath. They did not expect that this disciple of the Fire Spirit Temple would be so perceptive and decisive, immediately drawing his sword. The Mad Monkey heard it too, but he did not believe that Lu Jinsheng would dare to attack him first. In his mind, as long as Lu Jinsheng did not dare to attack first, he only needed to dart out from under the horse's neck, and he could tear his throat apart with one leap, taking his life in one blow. Once weapons were drawn in front of Dujiazwang, one could already die. With this justification, he could silence the temple master. However, just as his head emerged from under the horse's neck, he looked up to see a bright sword descending mercilessly toward his head. Chapter 8, Dujiazwang. The flash of the sword was accompanied by a ray of sunlight. He no longer crawled under the horse's neck, but instead circled around the horse's head, charging at Lu Jinsheng with his head down and eyes red. Lu Jinsheng did not speak. He knew that if he spoke now, they would not listen and he would be attacked. A single misstep could lead him into the sword's circle of the opponent, putting his life at risk. Thus, he remained silent, stepped left into a stance, and thrust his sword toward the Mad Monkey's shoulder. He did not want to kill anyone here, as this was someone else's territory, and killing someone would be troublesome. The Mad Monkey sidestepped, not only avoiding the thrust that was like a streak of silk, but also darted to Lu Jinsheng's side. Lu Jinsheng was startled. This was his first time fighting against a skilled martial artist from this world. Previously, he had only encountered some small mountain bandits and ghosts. Now, this person was clearly experienced in close combat, agile as a rabbit, with a fierce aura and sharp eyes. making lethal moves. Before Lu Jincheng's sword could reach its target, he had to change his attack to a horizontal slash aimed at the mad monkey's throat, no longer holding back, while stepping in a circular motion on the ground. Although he primarily practiced family sword techniques, he had learned a lot from numerous martial arts videos online and spent a significant amount of time studying and practicing. Twisting his body in a circular motion, he slashed at the throat. The mad monkey had to bend down to avoid the sword aimed at his throat, dropping to all fours and narrowly evading Lu Jincheng's blade as it swept over his head. The sound of the sword resonated in the air. However, he was unsure whether the opponent was diving at his legs to grab his body or jumping toward his upper body. Before he could think, the mad monkey leaped out, kicking up dust from the ground, leaving several plowed marks as he moved. Lu Jincheng did not think, nor did he have time to think. He darted to the side, and his sword, held as if upside down, slashed out a streak of white light aimed at the mad monkey's abdomen. The mad monkey, with agile hands, managed to grab the blade at the moment it approached him. Lu Jincheng felt as if his sword was scraping against wood. A sense of danger surged in Lu Jincheng's heart like a tide. He looked into the mad monkey's crazed eyes, which even had gray hair on his face. This person was clearly not a simple martial artist. A pure martial artist would not have such a frenzied gaze, nor would they act in this manner. The madness in his eyes had a power to intimidate others. Lu Jincheng quickly suppressed the flicker of fear in his heart, then took a bow stance and thrust upward, first lifting the mad monkey. The mad monkey used the force to leap toward him, but Lu Jincheng had already crouched down. At the moment the mad monkey released his sword, Lu Jincheng's sword sensed it and followed up with a soaring thrust aimed upward. The mad monkey felt the danger at that moment. While in the air, he contracted his abdomen to minimize the depth of the stab to his belly, using his hands and feet to push away Lu Jincheng's sword. Lu Jincheng, however, rotated the sword's body, meeting the attack with the blade, dissipating the mad monkey's force. While following through with his attack, a spray of blood splattered into the air as the mad monkey let out a strange cry and fell to the ground. The instant he landed, Lu Jincheng swiftly pursued, lunging forward with a thrust aimed at his back. However, just as the sword was about to strike the mad monkey's back, he suddenly halted and, using a floral sword technique, turned his blade, catching a green virtual snake that had shot out from the void and crushing it. "Ah, my green-headed king!" A woman cried out in shock. This was her sacrificial serpent goo, existing between the tangible and intangible, capable of flying away. In a few days, as long as she broke through in her own cultivation, she could refine it into her body, merging it with her true energy, thus reaching the level of wandering spirits. Although this method was not the orthodox way of transforming the spirit into divine energy, it opened up a different path, possessing its own mysteries, referred to as the spirit-raising method. However, true spiritual beings were hard to find and even harder to raise, so many people settled for less, using various venomous creatures or vengeful spirits to create goo, turning them into spiritual entities. Lu Jincheng scattered her serpent goo, which made her years of effort come to naught, leaving her feeling both sorrowful and furious, as well as anxious. Without her serpent goo, she was not much stronger than an ordinary person. "Kill him. He killed my green-headed king. He killed my serpent goo," the woman shouted. All of this happened in a very short time. From the crazy monkey's attack to being repelled by a sword, to the woman releasing her serpent goo to save the monkey, and then the goo being instantly scattered. It was all just a moment. In fact, there was no need for the woman to shout. Others had already taken action. One person held a yellow paper talisman between his fingers, and as he waved it in the sunlight, the talisman transformed into a ball of red flame, which he sent flying toward Lu Jincheng. This was his first time fighting someone. He hadn't even noticed the serpent goo before. He only felt danger and instinctively swung his sword, unexpectedly slashing the serpent goo. Now, this fire talisman was something he saw with his own eyes. A yellow paper talisman turning into red flames at his fingertips. The flame shot forth like a fire arrow, its speed hardly slower than a thrown stone. Lu Jincheng felt extremely cautious, focusing his mind, gathering energy into his sword, raising it above his head, with a strand of solar essence condensing at the sword tip. Following the swing of his sword, the sword tore through the void, emitting a humming sound, the sword light dazzling as it cut through the fire talisman. The person casting the fire talisman felt a sharpness severing his consciousness connection, and the talisman silently shattered into a burst of flames. Lu Jincheng did not deliberately aim for the fire talisman. Everything was based on instinct. Combining the accuracy of years of sword practice with the heightened perception he had gained since arriving in this world. Since he had closed his eyes to eliminate so many strange eyes outside the Ma Tupao shrine, this feeling was like a third invisible eye, allowing him to detect all tangible and intangible existences. He moved his sword purely by instinct. The sword cut through the fire talisman, causing it to burst apart. A shadow appeared behind him, lunging toward him. Lu Jincheng, as if he had eyes on his back, turned and swung his sword. This was a ghost he had raised. If it managed to enter his body, it would devour his soul. The sword, imbued with fire light, caused the ghostly figure to ignite, screaming as it fled toward Du family village. The crazy monkey was furious. He expected to be repelled on his first attack, and when he tried to charge in again, he not only failed but also needed someone else to save him to survive. His face turned crimson with shame. His heart felt like it was bleeding. He felt deeply humiliated. In Du family village, he was also respected. Every year, some people died at his hands, and he looked at these ordinary cultivators as if they were mere chickens and dogs, often thinking that as long as he got close, he could kill them with a single gesture. But this time, not only did he get close, but he also got entangled and still did not win. He lunged at Lu Jincheng's back, believing that if he touched his calf, he would cripple him, and he would wrap around him completely, deciding to devour the flesh from his body. Just as he was excitedly about to pounce on the back of his leg, a brilliant sword light struck down first. Lu Jincheng seemed completely unaware that he had severed the monkey's arm. The sword in his hand stabbed, slashed, and swept, breaking the waves of light that surged toward him. Those were waves of magical light. He did not know what would happen if he was hit, but he felt the danger surrounding him. His sword light was crossing everywhere, and not a single spell could get close. The waves of magic light were shot out by the people who had come out with him, flicking their fingers to release invisible magical energy, forming light waves that flashed. To the naked eye, they appeared as slightly bright or dim, obscure light. Ordinary people would think they had seen it wrong. However, Lu Jincheng sensed the danger within, and with the solar essence fire attached to his sword, he shattered them. Each time he shattered a wave of magical light, he felt a tremor in his thoughts, and the magical energy dissipated a bit. This was because, in that moment of thought tremor, he could not restrain his vitality, so the magical energy naturally dispersed. This danger, however, made him immerse himself, somewhat enchanted, more profound than the falling leaves, clearer than killing eyes in front of the temple. Stop! A sudden shout interrupted, and the waves of magical light ceased. Lu Jincheng stopped, holding his sword upside down, breathing heavily as he looked at the crowd that had appeared below the gate tower. Many people had gathered there at some point, and among them, a few had stepped forward. Lu Jincheng could tell that most were ordinary people watching the commotion, too afraid to approach. While there was a group that clearly held a higher status, parting the crowd as they walked through. The leader was an old man with meticulously arranged gray-white hair, coiled atop his head with a jade hairpin inserted. He was Du Shi, the head of Du family village. Du Shi approached the horse, pointed, and said, "Get him down." Immediately, someone removed the body of Du Dushing from the horse's back. He glanced at it and confirmed that Du Dushing was beyond saving, his essence and blood completely gone. He did not look any longer but fixed his gaze on Lu Jincheng, having just witnessed him using a sword to disperse those spells. He couldn't help but think, a disciple of the Fire Spirit Temple possesses such ability. The master of the Fire Spirit Temple must be extraordinary. However, with Dushing dead, this matter would definitely not end quietly. If a conflict arose, Du family village would gain a strong enemy. This matter needed careful consideration. Lu Jincheng was also sizing him up. After Du Shi's thoughts turned, he already had an idea and said, "Come with me, headmaster." It was the fire spirit who killed Dushing, someone loudly interjected. Oh, Du Shi tilted his head, puzzled, recognizing this as Du Dushing's cousin who had grown up with him. Lu Jincheng then understood why they had attacked him as soon as they saw Du Dushing dead. It turned out the master had given them assurance. However, from what this person said, it seemed the master didn't specify whether Dushing was dead or alive. Lu Jincheng thought, this matter must first go to the elder. The headmaster spoke little, but he carried an imposing aura. After speaking, he walked ahead, and Lu Jincheng, no longer fearful, led the horse and followed him in. Along the way, he observed the circular paths of Du family village, where people poked their heads out of windows, pointing and discussing. Lu Jincheng also took note of the architectural style, with houses connected, walls rarely having straight lines or right angles, mostly rounded arches, and small, high windows. Dushing. A sharp, mournful wail came from an elderly voice as Lu Jincheng saw an old man holding Du Dushing's body, crying out in anguish. Lu Jincheng couldn't help but feel sympathy. Regardless of circumstances, a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one was always a sorrowful matter. Lu Jincheng also saw the temple master standing in the shadow of a pharmacy door. He walked over, cupped his hands in salute, but the master simply waved his hand, his expression somewhat grave as he looked at Elder Du, who was holding the body and weeping. "Master of the Fire Spirit Temple, you killed my grandson. You killed my grandson Dushing." Elder Du cried out in pain, and with her high status here, her shout immediately prompted others to demand that the Fire Spirit people pay with their lives. This act of venting anger on others left a very poor impression on Lu Jincheng. Seeing that the master of the temple did not speak, he also remained silent, while the waves of anger surged towards him, which he took as part of his cultivation. What did you say? My grandson is dead, Granny Du shouted angrily. We keep our word at the Fire Spirit Temple, both in life and in death. The master of the temple, with a serious expression and no change in his demeanor, continued, since the Fire Spirit Temple has kept its word, then please continue refining your medicine, Granny. You still want me to refine medicine for you? I want you dead. Granny Du cried out in despair, while the village chief remained silent, allowing the crowd's anger to escalate. The medicine of this temple cannot be casually dismissed. I pity your grandson's untimely death, so I allow you to vent some words, but do not mislead yourself. The master's voice was not loud, but it carried a powerful sharpness, and Lu Jinsheng, standing beside the small and thin master, felt he had suddenly grown taller. Chapter 9, The Place of Return. Under the morning light, in front of the medicine refining room, half was in the shadow of the eaves, and half was in the light. The words spoken by the master in the shadow of the eaves ignited the anger of the people from the Du family in the sunlight, and Granny Du screamed, Kill him, kill him. Lu Jinsheng did not act, as the master was present, so it was not his concern. Amid Granny Du's shouts, many people from the Du family were about to cast spells, but Lu Jinsheng saw the firelight flickering in the master's eyes. The master reached out and grasped in the air, as if seizing something, and those who were about to act clutched their hearts, screamed, and fell to the ground. The master did not pay any attention to the others, as if they were unimportant, and said to Granny Du, let us continue refining the medicine. At that moment, Granny Du seemed to lose her soul and numbly stood up, heading towards the medicine refining room. Master, please be lenient. This was the voice of Du Shi, the village chief of the Du family, who spoke for the first time. And Lu Jinsheng saw that there were a few people with spells beside him who had no intention of acting. Yes, master, Lu Jinsheng replied, then leaned against the door of the medicine refining room. After a night of battles and travel, and another battle in the morning, he felt very fatigued, and his stomach was growling with hunger. Just as he was thinking about where to get some food, the village chief, Du Shi, had someone bring food, which was a whole chicken. This made Lu Jinsheng happy, feeling that the village chief was indeed perceptive, immediately softening after witnessing the master's spells. The food was brought by a young girl, and Lu Jinsheng wondered what the village chief was thinking, as normally, girls of this age were not allowed to move about in front of strangers unless they were servants, but her attire was certainly not that of a servant. Lu Jinsheng tore off a chicken leg and began to eat. Everything tasted good when one was hungry. He also asked if there was any wine, and the girl was momentarily stunned before she ran off to fetch a pot of wine. Not caring about anything else, he sat on the ground, eating chicken and drinking wine, while many people in the distance watched, some with resentment in their eyes, but they did not dare to approach. They all knew that in terms of cultivation, a slight difference could mean a world of difference, as evidenced by how those many people had no power to resist in front of the master of the Fire Spirit Temple. After eating and drinking 2 more pots of this low-alcohol wine wouldn't get him drunk, but after filling his stomach, he felt lethargic and wanted to sleep. Having set off yesterday afternoon, fought through the night, and then battled again that morning, he was mentally and physically exhausted. So he leaned against the wall, holding his sword, and closed his eyes to rest. However, before sleeping, he still visualized the sun. By day, I think of the sun. By night, I think of the moon. Visualizing the sun, it felt as if a flame was burning within him. Yet, having experienced so much that day, when he rested, those memories presented themselves chaotically, like a dream, but with a third-person perspective, making him aware that the sun he visualized seemed to burn away all distractions. As time passed, it had already been 3 days. Lu Jinsheng had been guarding outside for 3 days. Besides eating and drinking, he sat there pointing his fingers like a sword, or bending his fingers to release true energy. After practicing for a day and pondering it himself, he was able to shoot out condensed true energy, a faint white light resembling an invisible arrow flying through the air. The master came out and took Lu Jinsheng away, and as they left, village chief Du Shi hurried over. Lu Jinsheng did not know whether he truly intended to hold back his anger or was planning to take revenge later. Upon seeing the master, he showed great respect and hoped the master would be lenient. Lu Jinsheng felt that the master might not care or perhaps had seen through such small tricks after experiencing so much, simply choosing not to expose them. This medicine is too important to this temple. If I have offended you in any way, I hope the village chief will keep it in mind and not come to trouble this temple. The master spoke somewhat weakly. Hearing this, Lu Jinsheng almost couldn't help but laugh. The master's weak voice was saying such fierce words. He saw the village chief's face turn ashen but managed to force a smile. The master's words, Du will definitely remember, the village chief said with a strained smile. The master nodded and walked outside, with Lu Jinsheng following behind, feeling that the small master, with his sparse and burnt yellow beard, was somewhat endearing. Granny Du's cultivation was not high. The reason she had attained her current position was due to her reputation for refining medicine and her willingness to accept payment for helping others refine medicine. Another reason was that she had apprenticed at Qingluo Valley, where a good senior sister was still alive. Qingluo Valley was not only skilled in alchemy, but also a cultivation sect, said to have the true inheritance of the secret food sect, with alchemy being just one of its abilities. People from such sects or families with legitimate transmissions were not comparable to their miscellaneous crowd. Over these days, he had inquired about the Fire Spirit Temple, although he received little information. At least he could confirm that the master of the Fire Spirit Temple practiced the 5 organs divine method. Although this method was not part of the orthodox teachings, it was still a rare method among the miscellaneous paths. He hoped that this matter would not bring trouble to the Du family. Village Chief Dushi was thinking about the master of the Fire Spirit Temple's words as he sent someone to Qingluo Valley with a message. This message had to be sent. Granny Du could not be provoked. He also inquired about the situation at Matu Slope, learning that 6 people had entered, and only the disciple of the Fire Spirit Temple had come out alive. None of those who had entered together or those who had previously been trapped there had survived. As for what had happened inside and what exactly was there, those who were still alive could not explain. They only said that there were confusing, evil voices like surging waves, and that they saw fire burning through the sky. Lu Jinsheng rode his horse at full speed, with the master walking ahead, striding through the air, with wind and fire swirling beneath his feet. His fire-red robe billowed like a flame, making it hard for the horse to surpass him. The master took the lamp from the saddle but did not say anything to Lu Jinsheng. Usually, the master was not a talkative person. If he had no interest, he would be silent and could go days without speaking. Thus, when he told the village chief that he hoped he wouldn't come to cause trouble, it was clearly sincere. Lu Jinsheng said he had gone to Matu Slope and had a fierce battle there with the strange creatures using his 3-foot sword. After hearing this, the 2 young boys both showed doubtful expressions, clearly not believing that Lu Jinsheng could do such things. Lu Jinsheng did not mind whether they believed him or not. He was not offended because he felt that the 2 boys were in their most authentic state. In youth, there is no pretense. Disbelief is disbelief, written plainly on their faces. Hero Lu, you've been away for so many days. Tomorrow, the temple will have no firewood for cooking. You should go chop some. This was Shang Gaian, who thought Lu Jinsheng was treating them like children, thus speaking with a hint of sarcasm. Luo Jinsheng didn't mind, picked up an axe, and went to chop wood. The 2 boys had nothing to do, so they squatted beside him to watch him chop wood and asked him what else happened afterwards. After all, he had been out for so many days, and it only took one night to finish things in Matupo village, so where did all that time go? Luo Jinsheng didn't hide anything and said he went to Dujiazwang, but he didn't mention that he had a fierce battle with the people of Dujiazwang. After all, in his view, he had won against others, and it wasn't necessary to boast about defeating a whole village with his magical powers. Dujiazwang was quite famous in this area, so the 2 boys naturally asked what Dujiazwang was like. Luo Jinsheng described it in detail. To him, the houses in Dujiazwang were very distinctive, with the entire village forming layers of circles from the inside out, and not a single wall was straight, giving it a unique beauty. If there was a chance, they definitely wanted to go see Dujiazwang. After hearing this, the 2 boys thought to themselves. The 2 boys went to make dinner, and after greeting the master, they learned that he wouldn't be eating that night, so it was just the 3 of them eating. Luo Jinsheng was still chopping wood, but his mind was on swordsmanship. He felt that chopping those strange eyes in Matupo was akin to slaying ghosts and deities. However, he thought it wasn't quite accurate. He understood that ultimately, his understanding was limited, so he couldn't grasp the meaning of such a straightforward statement. Additionally, he had further thoughts on the application of swordsmanship. The sword senses yin and yang, attaching to solar essence or great fire, capable of harming ghosts and breaking some spells, revealing the power of this swordsmanship. However, swordsmanship encompassed more than just these. The sword moves lightly, and this time he deeply realized that he wasn't light enough. This was a world where Taoism manifested and strange occurrences arose. His physical body was heavy. If other spells were fast enough, could he react in time? Could the sword in his hand block them? Could he dodge? He felt he needed to ponder the methods of steps and body techniques. Watching the master step through the void today, every step seemed to generate wind and fire, as if each step bloomed with lotus flowers, agile and swift. He thought to ask the master about it tomorrow. After dinner, Luo Jinsheng went to an empty space in the Earth observation area, sat cross-legged, and visualized the moon, imagining it in his mind, in his eyes, in his organs, and in his energy sea. He focused his thoughts on a point, and the moon moved with his thoughts, inching through his meridians, then entering his mind. At that moment, he felt as if he had ascended, entering a vast and colorful world, as if in the celestial palace. In boundless illusion, this feeling was both mysterious and dangerous. The 2 boys sat beside him, and Luo Jinsheng saw that they clearly had not entered a meditative state and were not even close to it. "What are you doing here?" Luo Jinsheng asked. "Oh." Luo Jinsheng knew they were just pretending. They simply sat down because they saw him there. He lay down on the ground, feeling a bit of pain from the stones against his back, twisted his body until the pain subsided. With his hands under his head, he gazed at the starry sky. Seeing him lie down, the two boys also laid down in the same posture, with their fingers crossed behind their heads, looking at the sky. Nearby, insects happily munched on the grass stalks, making cheerful sounds. "So quiet," Ding Ding sighed. "Yes, very quiet," Xianxiaaudiobooks echoed. Luo Jinsheng didn't speak, but felt at peace. Where the heart returns is home, and the heart finds peace. Chapter 10. Mastering Oneself. The plan for the day is made in the morning. After his self-cultivation, Luo Jinsheng slept as part of his practice and practiced as part of his sleep, needing only a short rest each day. He woke up early, first fetched water, washed his face, dampened his hands, and tousled his hair, then began to gather solar essence. During his time at Dujiazwang, he couldn't use willow branches to brush his teeth, but he found that after gathering solar essence and swallowing it, he could directly kill bacteria and freshen his breath. The eastern sky brightened with a fish-belly white. Clouds turned from gray and fish scale-like to white, then to pale gold, golden, and finally to rosy clouds, illuminating the world and driving the darkness away to the mountains and houses. Luo Jinsheng first went to the statue, offered a stick of incense, then went to the master's door, knowing the master would surely know he had arrived. He knocked, and the master's voice came from inside. "Come in." The master was sitting there as before, with a lamp beside him, its flame flickering but not leaving the lamp. Luo Jinsheng vaguely sensed a restless emotion from the flame of the lamp. He looked at the master and found him with closed eyes, unable to discern any unease. After Luo Jinsheng paid his respects, the master opened his eyes, glanced at him, and asked, "Why are you here instead of contemplating your insights?" After saying this, he closed his eyes again. "Master, yesterday I saw you stepping through the void. What kind of method is that?" Luo Jinsheng asked directly, having sensed the master's personality. He didn't like trouble, so he spoke plainly. "Do you want to learn the method of stepping through the void?" The master said. "Yes," Luo Jinsheng replied. "It's not impossible. But coincidentally, you can deliver a letter for me, and you can practice the method of stepping through the void along the way," the master said. Luo Jinsheng felt that the master was being very practical. If he wanted to learn the method, he had to help with some work. However, it was fortunate that he only needed to agree before receiving the method. "Where does the master want me to deliver the letter?" Luo Jinsheng asked, having agreed. "In Xiaoshui City, to the Ji Family Academy, for Master Ji, Ji Xianming." After the master finished speaking, he sighed and said, "I went to Dujiazwang to refine medicine, relying on Master Ji's goodwill, but the result was that I used the heart capture method to control that granny due to complete the refinement, which really wasn't proper. You go this time to explain the background of the matter to Master Ji. It's not that I don't respect reason." The master paused here, and Luo Jinsheng responded, waiting for him to continue. "I see that Granny Du is a stubborn person. She probably won't let this go easily. Since she comes from Qingluo Valley, she will definitely ask someone from Qingluo Valley to come to me for an explanation. At that time, no matter what, I'm afraid we can't avoid a confrontation. Unfortunately, in this place, I have no friends to help me. I can only face it myself." The master's voice carried a hint of annoyance. Luo Jinsheng felt that the master's current mood was a bit strange. It wasn't his usual temperament, somewhat agitated. The master nodded and said, "Stepping through the void is merely a method of mastery. Manipulating objects, using talismans, and commanding swords are all similar. These are all external to oneself. Have you ever thought about mastering yourself?" "Master myself?" Upon hearing this, Luo Jinsheng inexplicably thought of a joke about lifting himself by his hair and stepping on his own feet to master the lightness skill of Wudong's vertical cloud ladder. Luo Jinsheng awkwardly asked, "If I can master myself, can I fly to the heavens?" The master looked at him, and Luo Jinsheng saw confusion in his eyes, as if to say, "How did you suddenly become foolish?" The method states, "The void is like the sea, the body is like a swimming fish. Movement and stillness are like a big fish battling the wind and waves," the master said. The method also says, "Master the earth in formlessness." Upon hearing this, Luo Jinsheng seemed to grasp something. After receiving a letter from the master, he left. The master, however, looked at the flickering flame beside him and thought, "This medicine is indeed a bit overpowering. It couldn't be refined overnight, and it disturbed my state of mind." Luo Jinsheng then went to his room to grab his sword. As he left, he saw the boy Xianxiaaudiobooks cooking and, upon seeing Luo Jinsheng come out with a sword, immediately asked, "Where are you going again?" The question sounded just like a wife from that world asking her husband going out for drinks. "I am on the master's orders to deliver a letter in Xiaoshui City," Luo Jinsheng casually replied. Luo Jinsheng certainly wouldn't refuse. After Shanghaian hurriedly went to his room and made some noise, he came out empty-handed and said, "The ink and brush are only in the master's room. Could you help me deliver a message to my home?" "What message?" Luo Jincheng asked. "Tell my family to buy me some chicks. Just 10 will do. Once they grow up, I can have some chicken soup," Shanghaian said, swallowing hard at the end, clearly salivating. Seeing his appearance, Luo Jincheng noticed that he had indeed lost quite a bit of weight since they first met. "All right, I'll definitely bring it back," Luo Jincheng said before turning to leave, but Shanghaian called out, "Wait, just tell my grandfather that. If you don't see him, don't mention it." Luo Jincheng was taken aback, but nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Ding Ding ran over with freshly washed clothes, shouting, "Luo Jincheng, can you also bring me a knife from my house? It's wild and remote here, and you and the master are never home. I need a knife for self-defense." "Sure." Luo Jincheng readily agreed, and after asking for their address, he left the temple. Once outside, a gust of wind blew against his face, and the overgrown grass covered the path taken by hunters into the mountains. Wielding Temple was located at the foot of a mountain called Qianyu Mountain, over 20 miles from Choshui City. The mountains here weren't high, but they rose like fishbacks emerging from the water. With Wielding Temple situated beside one of the paths leading into the mountains. The mountain path was uneven, and Luo Jincheng was going downhill, pondering the 2 phrases of the incantation the master had mentioned. The void is like the sea, the body is like a swimming fish. Both movement and stillness resemble a large fish battling the wind and waves, control the earth without form. If a person is in the water, they rely on the buoyancy to avoid sinking, but to swim, they must paddle, which is a form of leveraging. It's similar to using one's legs to push off the ground, allowing for a natural surge forward. This must require first feeling some resistance. Only then can one leverage it, like pulling on a rope that is secured to a fixed point to create a pulling force. If the rope is suspended high, one could climb up, but if the rope is woven from one's own thoughts, or should it be tied to lift oneself? Is there resistance in the void? People in this world may not understand this at first, but he could easily conceive of it. He thought about absorbing the sun's essence and the moon's radiance, both coming towards him. If he could suddenly gather a large area, could it create a pulling force in an instant? And then could the thought form a repelling force? If he could pull up and push down, wouldn't he be able to fly? Previously, he hadn't tried this, and a slight annoyance arose at his own lack of insight. However, after hearing the master's incantation, it wasn't too late to understand. He raised both hands, as if grasping the void, and his thoughts moved accordingly, probing into the void like countless threads or invisible hands, managing to capture a piece of the void and pulling it down towards himself. Suddenly, winds and clouds surged in the void, and he felt himself being lifted, as if a person submerged in water was using their hands to push against the surface, propelling themselves upward. In the distance, 2 hunters were about to enter the mountains when they saw someone with a long sword at his waist, pulling at the void with both hands, causing grayish-white clouds to swirl up from the air towards him. Then they saw this person floating amidst the clouds, as if riding the mist. However, Luo Jincheng could only rise a person's height before sinking again. At that moment, Luo Jincheng felt a surge of joy. He thought there was nothing more interesting in this world than exploring and gaining new knowledge. Magic was a testament to a person's understanding of the world. Some say the meaning of life lies in the pursuit of knowledge, the quest for beauty, and the compassion for those suffering from oppression. Now, Luo Jincheng was exploring the knowledge of cultivation, seeking the principles of magic, and each spell that arose under his thoughts brought him joy. He sensed the 2 hunters watching him with a mix of fear, shock, and envy. As he passed by them, their eyes closely followed him until he disappeared over the slope. After successfully validating his first attempt, he practiced continuously. He understood that knowing any principle and being able to perform it did not mean he could apply it skillfully. It was like practicing swordplay. Being able to pierce a wooden board with the same thrust did not guarantee he could do the same in combat, let alone in the act of levitation. He continued towards Choshui City, feeling as clumsy as a beginner swimmer. He was like a fledgling bird learning to fly, gliding repeatedly. And each glide brought forth winds and clouds. He couldn't help but think, could it be that the demons and spirits in myths, surrounded by mist as they soared into the sky, were lifted by their thoughts sensing the void? Although lifting oneself sounds awkward, ascending with clouds and mist is a fitting name for a celestial technique. However, he felt that achieving this alone was not enough. He still had a long way to go to integrate it into his swordsmanship and body techniques. After walking over half of the 20-mile journey, he grew tired and sat by the roadside, washing his face in a stream and resting, contemplating the master's technique of stepping on air, which likely used a recoil force to lift oneself into the air, stemming from the phrase control the earth without form. He resumed walking, taking large strides, no longer feeling the need to lift himself into the air to glide. After experiencing that pulling sensation, he found it easy to leverage. Just like someone who learns to swim never forgets, a casual splash or wave of the hand can allow them to float in the water. Immersing himself in this feeling, he finally arrived in Choshui City. This wasn't his first time in Choshui City, the last time he visited. He tried to establish himself there, but was targeted by a gang at the dock due to his lack of identification. Upon entering the city, he was still stopped by the gate guards for inspection. Although he wasn't dirty, his clothes had been worn repeatedly despite being washed each time, making them appear shabby. Especially since he had been in several fierce fights, leaving some wear and tear. He looked like a down-and-out wandering swordsman. However, the guards only conducted a routine check. When Luo Jinsheng claimed to be a disciple of Hualing Temple, they regarded him with suspicion but ultimately let him pass. He thought he should find some money to buy a new set of clothes. He sniffed himself and was relieved to find no foul odor. As he wandered through Choshui City, he noticed that besides the usual shops related to clothing, food, and daily life, there were some strange shop names. One shop near a coffin store had a sign that read monsters for sale. It was astonishing that even ghosts and monsters could be bought and sold in a city inhabited by humans. He wanted to explore Choshui City further. But his primary task was to visit the Ji Family Academy and meet Master Ji, so he had to give up the idea. He didn't know much about the Ji Family Academy, but the master had met Granny Du through Master Ji. And many people from Granny Du's family village practiced magic. Qingluo Valley also seemed extraordinary. Yet she sent her beloved grandson to study Confucianism and law at the Ji Family Academy, indicating that Confucianism and law must be quite strong in this world. Unfortunately, he had forgotten to ask the master whether Confucianism and law were related to qi refining techniques. When he found the Ji Family Academy, after knocking on the door and stating his background to the doorman went to report. After a while, he opened the door and led him inside, bringing him to a pavilion to sit and wait. In his ears, he heard an old man in the room reciting a line, followed by several children's voices reading a line in response. After listening for a few more lines, Lu Jinsheng felt that the Ji Family Academy had an indescribable charm, quiet and serene, as if it formed its own world, unaffected by what was happening outside. Just as he was getting lost in thought, an old man walked out of the room, but the voices of the children reading did not stop. The old man wore a plain white robe, had gray hair, and a purple wooden hairpin on his head, looking very spirited. His eyes were sharp and introspective, and when he looked at Lu Jinsheng, it made him feel as if he were being seen through completely. The method of refining qi by balancing yin and yang is so pure. You must be a disciple of the fire spirit Taoist? Master Ji asked in surprise. I have met the master. I am a named disciple of the observer. Lu Jinsheng replied. Oh, a named disciple. How could a person from a minor sect be worthy of being your master? Come to my academy, and I will accept you as my true disciple. He did not expect that before he had even mentioned the observer's trust, the other party would attempt to undermine the observer, which made him feel a bit flattered. I have a granddaughter, fair in appearance and virtuous in manners. How about I betroth her to you? Master Ji said once more. Lu Jinsheng felt a surge of good feelings in his heart. Chapter 11. Folding paper into a crane. A person, regardless of whether they are outstanding or not, will always encounter temptations and choices. When faced with such temptations and choices, it is difficult for a person in the moment to confirm whether their choice is correct, but they can see the benefits brought by the new choice. However, looking back over decades or even centuries, this choice may not truly bring many benefits. What Master Ji said moved Lu Jinsheng greatly. Many people can stay strong in the face of fear, regain their spirits in sadness, but in joy. Many heroes and strongmen can become deeply immersed and unable to extricate themselves. Lu Jinsheng had lived for so many years, and his life had always been plain. Following the routine, attending school like most people, with the only difference being a hobby of practicing swordsmanship. He never thought of himself as possessing great wisdom, capable of seeing through various temptations of the world. But at this moment, he recalled a phrase he had read in an unknown book. When you do not know how to choose, look to see if the choice aligns with righteousness. Master Ji observed the joy on Lu Jinsheng's face, followed by a look of struggle. He did not speak, merely watching and waiting for Lu Jinsheng to decide. Master, I have heard that Confucians regard the gentleman as virtuous, and the gentleman values rights to regulate the heart. I do not understand why you would tempt your disciple towards downfall upon your arrival. This goes against the way of rights. Lu Jinsheng was not very familiar with Confucianism in this world, but he thought it should be about the same and spoke according to his understanding. After hearing Lu Jinsheng's words, Master Ji's eyes flashed with surprise as he said, I didn't expect you to know that the 6 arts of Confucianism prioritize rights. You say I tempt you towards loss of rights. It is because I see good material and fine jade trapped in the mud, and I cannot bear to see it sullied. This is the gentleman's way of aiding others in their goodness. In front of me, you call yourself a disciple. How could I stand by and watch? His words left Lu Jincheng momentarily at a loss for words. If the other party was indeed coming from a sincere place, how could he blame them? He sighed. Disciple, my family encountered a flood, and all my family members perished. I have been reduced to begging here. And the observer took me in and taught me the law. At this critical time for the fire spirit temple, how could I abandon it? Your kind intentions, I dare not accept. What a good child, Master Ji thought to himself, growing more appreciative. If Lu Jincheng had agreed earlier, he would have felt happy but also a bit regretful. Now, however, he felt more admiration. What is your name? Master Ji asked. Ascending the building and approaching the stars is a good name, Master Ji sighed. You mentioned that the fire spirit temple is in danger. What do you mean? Lu Jincheng then recounted the events of the past few days regarding the observer's alchemy at the Du family village and what happened at the Matu slope, along with the observer's trust. After listening, Master Ji slightly frowned and looked at the observer's letter, saying, I am not familiar with your observer. I only recommended Granny Du because of her association with the Five Zhuang sect. The Five Zhuang sect is of mixed quality. I did not intend to engage with them much. However, this time, it cannot be said that your observer is at fault, as fortunately, you have not made a blood feud with the Du family, and there is still room for reconciliation. I wonder what kind of law the Qinglu Valley practices. In Lu Jincheng's heart, if he had to engage in a confrontation, he should learn more about the opponent. Your observer, upon arriving in the water-swimming city, likely does not understand these matters. The Qinglu Valley is a sect of the secret food school, seeking out strange beings in heaven and earth to refine into secret medicines for consumption to gain the law, Master Ji explained. Lu Jincheng shook his head. Although he had encountered many practitioners, he had no idea what their sects were. The Qinglu Valley belongs to the secret food school, seeking out strange creatures in the world to refine into secret medicines for consumption to gain the law, Master Ji continued. The secret food school was originally a mixed flow, but later some discovered a path to divinity, thus becoming one of the legitimate laws in the world. However, most of the secret food school have not obtained that path to divinity. Those who cultivate on their own often end up being transformed into demons. The Qinglu Valley has also not obtained the path to divinity, but through generations of exploration and improvement, it has established a relatively stable path of secret food. Master Ji's words reminded Lu Jincheng of the demon he killed in the mountain temple on the observer's orders. The observer had said that it was indeed a demon transformed by a practitioner of the secret food school. Hua Xiaoxiao comes to the academy every few years to read the Confucian classics with me to regulate her heart. I will write her a letter. She should give me some face. It is better to be stable in the water-swimming city. Lu Jincheng suddenly thought of a spell, folding paper into a crane. He saw Master Ji holding one of the paper crane's wings, casually tossing it into the air while saying, Go to Qinglu Valley to find Hua Xiaoxiao. As he held the paper crane's wing, it began to emanate white light, swirling like smoke. A white crane flapped its wings and broke free from Master Ji's hand, flying out of the pavilion under his instructions and soaring into the sky. Is this paper crane now a real white crane? Can it understand the master's words? Lu Jincheng couldn't help but ask. It's just a piece of paper. How could it become a real crane? Master Ji laughed. Then why did the master say that? Lu Jincheng inquired. Do you want to learn the method? Master Ji asked. Lu Jincheng felt a surge of joy in his heart, hurriedly bowing and saying. Disciple asks the master to bestow the method. Although it was just a matter of a few words, it was also the method of the Confucian school, not to be passed on to outsiders. Master Ji's words stunned Lu Jincheng, and then he heard Master Ji say, the qi refining method you practice should solidify the foundation, focusing on refining qi and not overly seeking the law. However, on the 15th of each month, I will teach the law here, and you may come to listen. At this point, Lu Jincheng knew it was time for him to leave. Although he had not received the method, being allowed to come here to listen to the law on the 15th of each month was naturally a joyful matter. After leaving the Ji family academy and seeing that it was nearing noon, he decided to go to the homes of Shangaian and the Deng family, hoping to see if he could get a meal. Master Ji was indeed very kind, wanting to accept him as a disciple and betroth him to his granddaughter. And after he refused, he did not even keep him for a meal. Shangaian's home was in the east of the city, and he needed to inquire about its exact location. Fortunately, he knew which street it was on, and after asking a passerby, he found that street in the time it took to burn a stick of incense. This is a spacious and clean street, and from the houses on this street, it is evident that the people living here are either wealthy or of high status. Following the path, it was easy to find the Shang residence. However, he did not meet Shangaian's father. Moreover, he couldn't even enter, after reporting his identity as a disciple of the Fire Spirit Temple. He wasn't invited inside but had to wait on the street. Later, a man resembling a steward informed him that Mr. Shang had gone far away to handle matters in another county. Not to mention getting a meal, he didn't even get a sip of tea. Watching Lu Jincheng leave, The steward spat lightly and said to a young man beside him, "Street beggars are even accepted by the fire spirit temple. They really can't hold their ground." Lu Jinsheng felt a bit thirsty, and his stomach was rumbling. He continued towards the Deng residence, thinking that if he didn't get even a sip of water there, he would truly be in a dire situation. As he exited the street, he noticed a white cloth hanging at the door of a large mansion, indicating that someone in the household had passed away. He continued walking and turned onto another street, where he found the Deng residence. The Deng residence was closer to the county office than the Shang residence. Although its entrance was not as grand or new as the Shang family's, it had a dignified aura. After knocking, the gatekeeper asked about his background. Upon stating his identity as a disciple of the Fire Spirit Temple, he was immediately ushered into a guest room. When the steward appeared, the gatekeeper withdrew, and the steward sent someone to inform the lady of the house, while he himself quickly brewed tea and stayed by Lu Jinsheng's side. The steward, a man in his 40s wearing a black hat and black clothing, had a thin black beard and looked lean, with sharp eyes. He examined Lu Jinsheng in surprise at how poorly dressed this disciple of the Fire Spirit Temple appeared. He had heard Mr. Deng mention yesterday to his wife that the disciples of the Fire Spirit Temple had gone to Matupo to clear out the strange beings there. And among the many who went, only the disciple of the Fire Spirit Temple returned alive. Lu Jinsheng didn't care about other scrutiny. He picked up the teacup and drank. It was a bit hot, but bearable. After quickly finishing one cup, the maid standing by immediately refilled it. After drinking 3 large cups, Lu Jinsheng finally stopped and smiled, saying, "I apologize for making the elder laugh. I haven't had anything to eat or drink since I left this morning. I just went to the Shang residence. But I couldn't even drink a sip of water." The steward didn't expect Lu Jinsheng to be so straightforward, openly sharing his thirst and hunger and his experiences. "Xiaohe, go bring some pastries for Lu Daozhang to fill his stomach." The steward immediately instructed the maid standing nearby. Before long, a maid brought over a plate of pastries, and Lu Jinsheng wasted no time in starting to eat. This was Lu Jinsheng's first time tasting such exquisite food in an upper-class household in this world. He didn't know what it was made from, but it was indeed delicious, and he couldn't help but think of Deng Deng, whose family life was so good, unlike Shang Gaian's family, which had sent him off. He himself was going to the Fire Spirit Temple to learn and live a life of hardship. At this moment, a fragrant breeze wafted in as 2 women entered from the back hall. The woman in front was a lady of grace, with hair like dark clouds adorned with pearl flowers, her face round like the full moon, and a delicate pearl necklace around her neck. As soon as she entered, Lu Jinsheng could guess who she was, and he heard the steward and maid call her madam. Lu Jinsheng stood up, bowed to the lady, and said, "Junior pays respects to the madam." Madam Deng nodded, then looked Lu Jinsheng over. She had heard about the Fire Spirit Temple from her husband yesterday. When Deng Deng went to the Fire Spirit Temple as a disciple, it wasn't a simple matter of casually seeking a master at a temple. The Deng family had welcomed and sent off several county magistrates in this swimming city, while their position as the head of the constabulary had never changed. Passed down from father to son, the Deng family was truly a local power in this swimming city. Deng Deng, as the legitimate eldest son of this generation, had many choices. The reason he chose to go to the Fire Spirit Temple was that the head of the constabulary had once met the master of the Fire Spirit Temple in the county office by chance when the master first arrived, holding the permit issued by the city for building a temple. The county magistrate would never refuse such a request, as having a person with magical skills in the area could bring more peace. After the head of the constabulary mentioned this at home, his son Deng Deng expressed his desire to apprentice to the master of the Fire Spirit Temple. The head of the constabulary thought for a moment and ultimately decided to take a gamble. If the permit was obtained from the city, there must be something extraordinary about it. Even if his son turned out to be an ordinary person in the end, he could still find another master for him. Madame Deng, as an elder, chatted with Lu Jinsheng, asking for his name and background. He told her that he had come here after fleeing a disaster at home and had been taken in by the master. Madame Deng encouraged him to visit the Deng residence more often and asked about Deng Deng's life there. Chapter 12, The World Like a Pond. The head of the constabulary was named Deng Suaguan. He looked to be just over 30, with thick stubble on his upper lip and chin, and his brows and eyes carried a hint of fierceness, likely due to his position. Lu Jinsheng touched his own chin, where the stubble was sparse, and on his lips. There was only a thin layer that had not yet hardened or darkened, so he hadn't shaved. As he examined the head of the constabulary, Deng Suaguan was also sizing him up. The head of the constabulary's gaze eventually fell on the sword casually placed on the table. With his years of experience practicing with a knife, he could tell that the sword was positioned in such a way that Lu Jinsheng could draw it out the fastest. A cautious young man, Deng Suaguan thought to himself. After Madame Deng left, the atmosphere became tense as Deng Suaguan sat down. After the initial greeting, the two of them hardly spoke. Then Deng Suaguan invited Lu Jinsheng to stay for a meal. At the dining table, They also remained silent. Lu Jinqing ate heartily, and the maid standing nearby frequently cast glances at him, her eyes almost overflowing with laughter. Lu Jinqing didn't care about this. After finishing a hearty meal, he realized how impoverished he had been these days. In the fire spirit temple, the master could choose to eat or not. While the two disciples had meals cooked for them, but their cooking skills were quite lacking, and Lu Jinqing was merely filling his stomach. No wonder Xianxiaaudiobooks had lost so much weight in such a short time. At the dining table, only Lu Jinqing and the head of the constabulary were present. Madame Deng did not join them. Although the Deng family was not a prominent family, they adhered to etiquette. After the meal, they drank tea, and it was then that the head of the constabulary asked Lu Jinqing if he had any matters to discuss. Lu Jinqing explained that he had come down the mountain to deliver a message to the Ji family school from the master, mentioning that the two disciples had asked him to bring a message. However, he only briefly touched on the matter regarding Ji Fuji and Xianxiaaudiobooks. Madame Deng referred to her son as Dinger, while the head of the constabulary called him by his full name, indicating the difference in their approaches to teaching their child. I heard people say that Daozhong Lu killed fiercely in Matupo, with flames soaring into the sky, indicating that Daozhong Lu has truly mastered the teachings of the Fire Spirit Temple. The head of the constabulary, not knowing Lu Jinqing's background, mentioned some current rumors to probe into Lu Jinqing's real abilities. I am not truly a master. I am merely a registered disciple of the master. It was the master who dealt with the strange beings. I am of the same generation as senior brother Deng Ding. You can just call me Jinqing. Lu Jinqing replied. Deng Siwan fell silent for a moment and then said, in that case, I shall call you my nephew. You are a bit older than Deng Ding, so you should indeed be his senior. Deng Ding entered the temple earlier, so he is naturally the senior, Lu Jinqing said. Then there is no need for you to call me head constable. Just call me uncle. From now on, consider this place your home. Although the head of the constabulary's words were somewhat stiff, the meaning was clear. Lu Jinqing certainly wouldn't really consider this place his home. It was merely a polite gesture. After chatting for a while, Lu Jinqing took his leave. As he was leaving, Madame Deng had someone bring out 2 bundles and a wrapped knife. One bundle contained pastries and some candies, meant for the Guanju to try. The other bundle consisted of 2 sets of clothes and shoes, which were gifts for him. This surprised Lu Jinqing. He thought about refusing, but realized he needed them. Ultimately, fearing to owe a favor, he decided it was just clothing, and he could help Deng Ding more in his cultivation in the future, so he accepted them without refusal. Madame Deng smiled and said, that's why I sent him clothes, hoping he can help our Ding in his cultivation. Indeed, Madame had insight. The usually serious Captain Deng was as gentle as a spring breeze in front of his wife. Lu Jinqing made his way to Huling Temple, still observing the houses and shops along the streets. As he walked down a particular street, he noticed the atmosphere was different. He could faintly sense the fluctuations of magical energy on many people. Upon seeing the signs hanging on the houses, he understood that both sides of the street were filled with places teaching spells, corpse collection houses, incense shops, evil spirit banishment halls, boxing gyms, deities worship houses, in-spirit houses, temple constructions, nightmare houses, and various other odd establishments. However, there was a strong aura of the unorthodox, and Lu Jinqing felt that even if he had cultivated some spells, he might not be able to extend his life. Instead, he could end up harming his essence and spirit, thus affecting his lifespan. In front of a temple construction, he saw a white cloth hanging. There were a few other similar establishments, and the people coming and going were all dressed in black with white cloths wrapped around their sleeves. Lu Jinqing didn't linger here. After leaving the city, when there were fewer people around, he began to practice his sword techniques. After reporting everything to the Guanju, the Guanju didn't say much, just raised his hand to signal him to leave. Once Lu Jinqing came out, the 2 young boys had been waiting for him, their faces filled with excitement. Lu Jinqing first handed the knife to Deng Ding and then gave one of the bundles to Deng Ding, saying, this is the pastry your mother asked me to bring to the Guanju. You go deliver it to him. Deng Ding was already very happy to receive the knife, and hearing that his mother had prepared pastries for the Guanju made him even happier, so he immediately took them to the Guanju's room. Lu Jinqing not only let Deng Ding deliver the items because they belonged to his family, but also because he hadn't even been able to enter the home of Xianxiaaudiobooks, so he naturally didn't bring any messages. There would definitely be a comparison between Deng Ding and Xianxiaaudiobooks, and although they would know later, he didn't want both of them present to discuss their family situations, as that would make Xianxiaaudiobooks feel better. He also shared what he encountered at the Xiang residence, and he saw Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression quickly dim. Yes, by 20, Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled. At some point, light rain began to fall from the sky, pattering softly, gathering into lines in the grooves of the temple's tiles, seemingly connecting the dark clouds above and the passage of time, making time fade away in the flowing water. That night, with the light rain continuing, Lu Jinqing took off his outer clothing and practiced sword fighting barefoot and bare-chested on the open ground of the temple. The temple had a hall, and from the side door of the hall, there was a courtyard. The courtyard wasn't enclosed by walls but surrounded by several houses, including a kitchen, firewood room, toilet, and several living quarters, the largest being the Guanju's residence, all surrounding the courtyard. The courtyard was flat, but made of dirt. Lu Jincheng practiced his sword here. The ground was slippery, but he continued to practice because he was applying the principles of his technique to his swordsmanship. On the other side, watching Lu Jincheng fall and get back up in the muddy ground, looking quite disheveled with his sword not following any form, they could see he was serious. In their eyes, there was no longer doubt, only shock. No matter how disbelieving they were, they could see that Lu Jincheng had already cultivated his qi. They thought that what Lu Jincheng had said before might indeed be true. But how could that be? They had learned the qi cultivation technique later than him. Yet they had already made progress and seemed to be practicing some kind of spell, because they saw the faint blue-white glow lingering in the air as Lu Jincheng swung his sword. Furthermore, they noticed that every time Lu Jincheng leaped, he was enveloped in a layer of rising light mist. This mist gathered around him, making him seem like a great bird taking flight, striking down with the sword in his hand. As he pounced down, the sword carried a wave of mist, the momentum overwhelming. But Ding Ding felt something stuck in his throat and couldn't help but say, "Lu Jincheng, you're so slow. Just about could shoot you through the gut while you're in the air." Lu Jincheng heard this, pondered for a moment, and said, "You're right. I'm still too slow now, so I need to practice." After saying this, he continued his practice. He thought about blending the principles of his technique into his swordsmanship. But after Ding Ding's comment, he felt he should focus on practicing movements on the ground first rather than attempting to leap into the air. With his feet on the muddy ground, he danced with his sword, initially breaking his sword form due to slipping, unable to complete a full form. However, after so much practice, the ground beneath his feet, which he originally needed to be firmly rooted on, felt lighter and lighter. For Lu Jincheng, who had practiced swordsmanship for over 10 years and understood the principle of being grounded, just a slight lift of his foot could propel him or allow him to spin his body. And the sword in his hand moved as if it were guiding his body to quickly turn in tandem with the earth. He felt as if he was moving with the sword. Moreover, it seemed he had mastered the legendary lightness skill, as he wouldn't fall while stepping in the mud. Because he balanced his body not just with his feet, but also by harnessing the pulling force generated from the void. Because of this, the entire courtyard was filled with a rising wind and clouds, creating a powerful atmosphere, and everything floated as if it were a bird. However, Lu Jincheng felt that if it came to a life-and-death struggle, he might still not be as good as before. The two boys watched him practicing swordsmanship, thinking he had learned some wind manipulation spell, but in reality, he was just using his mental energy to draw in a portion of the void's essence and leveraging that pull to soar and dash. As he practiced, he stopped again, feeling that his thought process might be wrong. So, he sat down under the eaves to contemplate, while the two boys looked at him enviously, wishing they could ponder spells and practice like he was. They hadn't even entered the door, let alone had the chance to think. Lu Jincheng sat there, his thoughts racing yet chaotic, so he decided to go to sleep first. After washing up, he lay down on the bed, using his sword as a pillow, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The two boys exchanged glances, surprised that Lu Jincheng had fallen asleep just like that, without saying a word from beginning to end. At dawn, Lu Jincheng woke up, first fetching water and then starting to absorb the morning sun's essence. Today was not a good day, it was gloomy. The two boys were cooking, and he began to chop firewood with an axe, his mind still on his swordsmanship. He decided to start with the simplest things, such as increasing the power of his initial strikes. Previously, he had focused his mental energy on the sword, gathering the essence of the sun's fire to harm the formless creatures. But when fighting against strong martial artists who were either powerful or fast, he couldn't gain an advantage, as his sword might not even be able to hit a nimble opponent. Concentrating his mental energy on the axe allowed him to slay the strange creatures. But it didn't make the axe more effective at splitting wood. He held the axe thoughtfully, while Ding Ding and Shang Guyan, always watching him, widened their eyes, uncertain of what Lu Jincheng was doing. Last night, he floated in the air, leaping as light as a feather, while others saw it as mysterious. He himself knew that the sword he wielded felt powerless, as if he were swinging it underwater, facing layers of resistance. His body soared, and thrusting the sword forward felt laborious. After chopping a few pieces of wood, he put down the axe and walked to the edge of a deep pool not far from the Taoist temple. He reached out to stir the water, creating small whirlpools. As he spun his hand faster, the whirlpool grew larger, and he felt that the force needed to stir the water diminished, while the whirlpool began to push his hand. He clearly sensed that thrust. As long as his hand followed the whirlpool, he could naturally harness that power, a power that was obedient. Between heaven and earth, the vital energy was dense, stirring the essence of heaven and earth, forming wind and clouds, strikingly similar to the pool. Chapter 13. The Initial Mastery of Swordsmanship. Lu Jincheng, running back to the temple, was excited because he discovered a misunderstanding in his previous practice. He envisioned himself as a fish, relying on the water's power to swim, only thinking of leveraging his body's movement, not realizing that truly harnessing the power involved guiding the water flow to borrow its strength, thus having the chance to stir up waves and becoming part of the tempest, following its momentum. This reminded him of a guiding technique he had seen in the earthly evil 72 arts, and he felt that this guidance was not only about drawing the essence of heaven and earth into his body, but also about directing the vital energy for his own use. As the clouds and mists surged at his fingertips, the wind rose, filling the void left by the drawn vital energy with waves of air from other areas. His hands did not stop. Instead, he quickly stirred in a circle centered around his arms. In an instant, a vortex of cloud energy formed, and with a slight thrust forward of his hand, the vortex surprisingly created a thrust. Although this thrust came a bit late, it was real and tangible, unlike before, where there had always been resistance and reaction. The wind roared in the courtyard, and the clouds swirled, as if an invisible wave was forming a forward-pulling force, and he felt as if he were about to be drawn into this vortex. He felt a surge of inspiration and thrust the sword forward, releasing it as he followed the current. The sword spiraled out along the vortex, his intent wrapped around the sword, struggling to guide it, but in that moment, the sword slipped from his control, flying out in an arc, landing outside the courtyard. This scene not only shocked the two young disciples, but also left Lu Jincheng with a sense of disbelief. He quickly ran to the wall, stomped his foot, and the clouds and mist gathered, lifting him up awkwardly over the wall. He found his sword and discovered that it had actually cleaved through a tree the size of a person's embrace. Could it be that the flying sword technique was mastered? Lu Jincheng felt a mix of surprise and a sense of accidental success. In his mind, the flying sword technique should allow one to see the enemy through the sword, flashing and agile, appearing and disappearing like light and electricity, moving with thought, without needing to rely on the vortex thrust formed by the vital energy of heaven and earth to control the flying sword. He picked up the long sword, adjusted his mindset, and began to move again. This time, he did not deliberately try to achieve anything. He felt that his control over sensing the vital energy was still poor, yet he wanted to integrate it into his swordsmanship, which seemed a bit overly ambitious. Thus, he started to run through the forest, sensing the vital energy while trying to understand the phrase to control the earth invisibly. At this moment, he realized that to control the earth was to control oneself, because the earth remains still. When you want to manipulate the earth, only you can move. The earth does not move, so I will move. He practiced lifting and controlling himself. At first, his feet would touch the ground, then he would leap up, like a great bird flying through the forest. Gradually, he no longer needed to touch the ground, taking small steps in the void, each step beneath him stirring the winds and clouds. The temple master could take great strides, but Lu Jincheng could only take quick, small steps in the void. If he did not step frequently, he would fall. From sunrise to sunset, all day long, except for eating, he practiced. In Qingluo Valley, in the lecture hall, Hua Xiaoxiao watched a white crane circling and dancing, saying, "I am Hua Xiaoxiao." The white crane seemed to understand, descending towards her, landing on her outstretched hand. At this moment, more than 10 disciples were sitting cross-legged in the lecture hall, and as they watched the crane land on Hua Xiaoxiao's hand, it transformed into a paper crane. Now another letter had arrived, and she opened it with curiosity. After reading it, her gaze flickered. She called over her eldest disciple, Miao Qingqing, to look at the letter. Miao Qingqing had already seen the previous letter and asked the other disciples to withdraw first. "What do you think we should do?" Hua Xiaoxiao asked. Granny Du was her junior sister, but Granny Du looked very old, while she still appeared youthful. If it weren't for the weight of years in her gaze, no one would know she was nearly 80 years old. Miao Qingqing had been sent to Qingluo Valley to study the teachings since she was young, regarded as Hua Xiaoxiao's direct disciple and raised like a daughter. After pondering for a moment, she said, "The letter from Master Ji mentions hoping we can resolve our conflicts with the Fire Spirit Temple and prevent war from breaking out around the swimming city. Given Master Ji's feelings, we should at least give him face, but it's difficult to explain to Uncle Du. Yes, your uncle has a life-saving grace towards me," Hua Xiaoxiao said, frowning in difficulty. Over the years, Uncle Du has often mentioned that she suffered a foundational injury while saving her master, which has hindered her cultivation of the Great Way. For many years, she has used her master's name to fend off quite a bit of trouble. Just a few years ago, she almost attracted a great enemy for her master. Indeed, but when Sister Du sent the letter to Master, she must have informed everyone that Master would come out of seclusion. If Master does not respond, others will say Master is cold-hearted, Hua Xiaoxiao said. Miao Qingqing understood her master's concerns very well. She also knew her master cared a lot about reputation. And it was precisely this point that Granny Du had taken advantage of for decades. Looking at this incident, it appeared that Granny Du's grandson, Du Dushing, had died after entering that Ma Tup slope, and no matter who went to save him, the result would have been the same. This was merely Granny Du's anger misdirected towards the fire spirit temple. Perhaps she could persuade Granny Du to let go of this matter? Miao Qingqing suggested. Hua Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, "Your uncle's character is stubborn." After she could no longer cultivate, she became more obstinate. After losing her son, she became even more deranged. Now that her only grandson has died, if she cannot vent the evil fire in her heart, how can she let it go? Very well. Let it be as it is. Hua Xiaoxiao immediately wrote a letter and handed it to her eldest disciple, Miao Qingqing, saying, "Take this letter to Master Ji and also visit the Fire Spirit Temple." Although Master Ji said that the Master of the Fire Spirit Temple has remarkable abilities in dispelling inner demons, we of Qingluo Valley are not afraid of them. Yes, Master. After Miao Qingqing accepted, she took the letter and left. In the Du family village, after Granny Du wrote a letter to her senior sister Hua Xiaoxiao, she also left the village. She went to visit those cultivators she had befriended over the years, many of whom were not well regarded in Swimming City because they often acted wickedly. Originally, she had helped others refine medicine over the years, earning a decent income that she had saved for her grandson. Now that her grandson was dead, there was no need for it. So she brought it all out and asked those people for help. These people were already unrestrained, and Granny Du mentioned that her senior sister Hua Xiaoxiao would also come. So they all agreed and set a date to gather in a hollow not far from the Fire Spirit Temple. Lu Jinsheng was still practicing swordsmanship. He has been practicing tirelessly for 3 days, seemingly becoming obsessed. To Shang Gaiyan and Deng Ding, it appears that Lu Jinsheng has become somewhat possessed. Shang Gaiyan even secretly asked the master, who merely lifted his eyelids and sighed, saying, "I have not seen a good sword technique like one who is infatuated. You need not concern yourself with him. How is your own cultivation progressing?" The last question left Shang Gaiyan speechless, and he hurriedly exited the master's room. As the saying goes, reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. Practicing swordplay has a similar essence. He first mastered the technique of wind steps in the void, allowing him to walk freely in the air and run along treetops, chasing the wind without stumbling, jumping from one tree to another without any misstep on the branches he intended to step on. After that, he began to practice swordplay. He no longer deliberately pursued speed, as he felt that no matter how fast he was, he could not surpass lightning or the thoughts of others. Although he had not encountered spells like controlling thunder, he believed they existed. As for the spells formed when one is enveloped by a magical thought, those could not be avoided no matter how much one practiced swordplay. Through continuous practice, he clarified his thoughts and felt that he should refine his sword intent, reconstructing the sword techniques formed after mastering the wind steps in the void. The sword intent, intense and pure, could also pierce consciousness. Even if the opponent's body was as solid as rock, it could still harm their spirit. Understanding this, he no longer deliberately thought about how to increase his sword's ability to cut through trees, and his sword dancing became increasingly smooth. The winds and clouds surged around him, and his sword shimmered with blue and white light, a refined fire condensed from starlight. When the sword tip trembled, it resembled small flowers blooming in the night sky, appearing and disappearing amidst the winds and clouds. As if a gust of wind blew by, the blue and white flowers would bow down, while other areas around him saw new blue and white appearances. His steps grew larger, his figure twisting and turning freely, suddenly stabbing straight down. The sword struck the ground, causing a great wind to surge up, and he flipped back up, his sword moving with his body's rotation, appearing so carefree. From left to right, a single step spanned over 10 meters, the sword in his hand drawing a long line of light, and with a whistle of the sword song. He crossed the void with one stroke, the winds and clouds surging. After the sword passed, the winds and clouds only then arose, and he had floated to another place like a leaf in the wind. He grasped the feeling from earlier, where his intent was ahead of the sword. Drawing from the void he had just cut through, pulling it towards himself, while simultaneously striking forward, hence the effect appeared. He couldn't help but think, if he could pull the void where the enemy was with his magical thought, then the enemy would naturally find it hard to move, wrapped in vital energy, and he could then charge forward with a sword to decapitate them. With this thought, he aimed at a tree over 20 steps away, raised his sword to the sky, the brilliance on the blade appearing. With a movement of his magical thought, he already sensed the void surrounding that tree. He pushed off the ground, and immediately the winds and clouds surged beneath his feet. He was not pushing against the void but against the earth, commanding the earth invisibly, propelling himself forward. With a pull and a charge, his speed was rapid, leaping over 20 steps as if sliding past, and with one sword strike, the tree was unexpectedly severed. He felt he had finally discovered some application methods. To kill someone, one must lock onto them. The two boys stared in awe at this scene, realizing that Lu Jinsheng's sword practice had undergone a qualitative change today. Previously, when he danced with the sword in the air, the winds and clouds surrounded him. But it did not have the fluidity of today, nor the swift and fierce sword light with each step he took. Suddenly, they felt the void condense, creating a suffocating sensation that rendered them unable to move, and an indescribable fear surged within them, as if some ghostly force had pressed down on them, darkening the entire world. The consciousness of ordinary people cannot be tightly bound. It scatters chaotically, making it easy to be suppressed. Lu Jinsheng's magical thought was also unbearable for them. A figure appeared, seemingly stepping into the void above them. That suffocating sensation seemed to shatter under this foot, and a person landed beside them, none other than Lu Jinsheng. Lu Jinsheng. The two boys did not care about his recent actions. Deng Ding even said, "Lu Jinsheng, have you mastered your sword techniques?" "It's just the beginning. Everything is still in its infancy," Lu Jinsheng replied. "You have already started, while we have yet to begin." Xianxia's eyes showed envy, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Lu Jinsheng pondered for a moment and said, "You should ask the master if I can share some insights from my practice with you." The two were delighted. The master had only transmitted them a single cultivation technique, and everything else they had to comprehend on their own. Seeing Lu Jinsheng, who had just recently stepped into the door of cultivation, able to dance with a sword in the air using the wind steps in such a short time, how could they not feel envy? "It's too late today. Let's ask the master tomorrow," Lu Jinsheng suggested. "All right," the two replied in unison. Lu Jinsheng felt equally happy. He was glad that his sword techniques were finally usable. Although they were still different from his imagination, and there was a gap, the practice over the past few days had allowed his heart to calm down again. Overcoming the delusions in his heart is a lifelong task for a cultivator. He discovered that sometimes, just thinking was not enough. One also needed to practice. After practicing for a while and gaining insight, then practicing again, the technique of wind steps in the void would integrate into his swordplay. He lay in bed, visualizing the bright moon, refining and condensing this joyful emotion. That day with Master Ji, he resisted the master's temptation, and he felt his spirit grow stronger, his thoughts flowing like tides back into his energy sea, which became even more robust. Chapter 14, Decapitation. What is true energy? What is magical power? What are delusions? In the morning, Xianxian and Deng Ding sat in front of Lu Jinsheng, appearing somewhat constrained yet eager and excited. Early that morning, after preparing breakfast, they had gone to the master's room to ask if Lu Jinsheng could teach them about cultivation. The master had no objections and nodded in agreement. After Lu Jinsheng inquired about what they had learned, he found that a significant portion was similar to what he had learned from the refining the sun and moon method. However, the difference was that they did not need to open their energy sea. They were refining not the essence below the navel, but the blood in their hearts. The place for storing energy was not in the energy sea, but hidden in the heart. There is primordial energy between heaven and earth, which is a collective term for various essences mixed together. When we refine essence into energy, we need to focus our consciousness on the sun and moon, concentrating on a point, imagining an invisible flame refining the essence within our bodies into energy. Therefore, this energy is also called delusional energy, which needs to be subdued. After subduing delusional energy, the energy becomes true energy. True energy is formed from the condensation of intent and the essence and blood within the body, as the saying goes. Every drop of intent forms an ocean. Each strand of true energy is composed of countless thoughts. An intention moves, so does true energy. This magical power is merely another name for true energy. When our true energy acts externally to cast spells, this force is referred to as magical power. Delusions refer to thoughts that should not exist in our minds, such as greed, desires, fears, etc. Each type of thought that arises needs to be subdued and refined until it ultimately returns to the energy sea. I also refer to this as part of the great medicine of the human body. Subduing delusions is not a matter of a moment, but a lifelong endeavor in cultivation. Remember, I call the first level of refining essence into energy borrowing the false to cultivate the true, which is my understanding of the method of refining energy. Lu Jinsheng shared his understanding of cultivation with Xianxian and Deng Ding. The guest master in the room naturally heard this, and he was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Lu Jinsheng to explain these concepts so clearly that it made his own understanding clearer. Back then, my literacy was scarce, and even when I obtained the qi refining method, it took a lot of effort just to recognize the characters. After I recognized all those characters, understanding their meanings was extremely difficult. I sought advice everywhere, and to this day, I've never met anyone who could explain it so thoroughly. Lu Jinsheng must have come from a scholarly family. Otherwise, how could he have such an insightful understanding? In the future, if there are methods I don't understand, I might ask him for advice. But as the guest master, would asking a disciple for advice make me the laughingstock? The guest master thought to himself, "Senior brother, you practice the qi refining method, and I want to practice it too," Ding Ding said with determination in his eyes. Lu Jinqing wasn't too surprised by his thoughts, but he was somewhat taken aback when Ding Ding called him senior brother. He asked, "You entered the sect earlier than I did. Why do you call me senior brother? It's only a few days earlier. A skilled person is a teacher. You're teaching us cultivation. How can we call you senior brother?" Ding Ding replied. Shanghaian, seeing how powerful Lu Jinqing had become in such a short time, nodded eagerly. "You need to ask the guest master about that," Lu Jinqing said. "Then let's go now," Shanghaian said, quickly getting up, with Ding Ding following. Seeing their impatient expressions, Lu Jinqing couldn't help but smile. He followed them into the guest master's room. The guest master looked at the two young disciples, and then at Lu Jinqing, sighing. "Do you know why the qi refining method is the most widely spread in this world, but has the fewest successful practitioners?" Lu Jinqing and the three others had no idea. The qi refining method is notoriously difficult to practice. This is widely recognized. "Are you sure you want to follow Lu Jinqing to practice this?" the guest master asked. The two young disciples felt that since Lu Jinqing could succeed, they too could succeed with his guidance. The guest master observed their expressions and finally said, "If you want to practice, then go ahead. If it doesn't work out, you can practice the diminishing evil method instead." The guest master still wanted to teach a few disciples here. After all, he had wandered around and learned skills for a long time, and it was not easy to establish a stable place like this temple, especially having taken in two young disciples who could read from a young age and seemed to have decent personalities. However, it seemed that his two potential direct disciples were about to be snatched away by the named disciples. Nevertheless, he understood that these two disciples probably wanted to follow Lu Jinqing because they saw how quickly he was improving in his cultivation. When the time comes and you are unable to subdue the delusional qi, you will understand that not everyone can practice the qi refining method. At that time, you will still have to come to me for teachings, and you will still be my disciples. The guest master allowed them to follow Lu Jinqing for practice, and all three were happy as they left. Lu Jinqing also realized that he had a bit of a desire to be a teacher. He didn't look too much into it, as he was currently teaching them meditation and visualization. They thought that Lu Jinqing's cultivation seemed extremely easy, but when they tried to practice, they couldn't even sit still. The more they tried to meditate, the more restless they became. They felt itchy or sore, or sometimes they were inexplicably agitated and even wanted to shout. Shanghaian, in particular, often thought of his mother's death and the subsequent life. A wave of sorrow surged up, making him want to cry. Meanwhile, Lu Jinqing was practicing the method of a type of spellcasting. He had learned this outside of Du's village when he was attacked by these people using projectile spellcasting from a distance. Although he dispersed their attacks with his sword, it didn't hinder his learning. The first time he saw it, he felt it resembled the Six Meridians' divine sword, with waves of light seemingly penetrating the void. Lu Jinqing wasn't hit, but he recalled that before he had cultivated any magical power, he had still managed to severely injure the weak demons of the secret food sect using his focused intent. He thought that this could completely be used like sword energy. If integrated into his swordsmanship, it could add something more to his technique. He picked up his sword and started to swing it. After a few attempts, he found that he couldn't make his metal sword, which had been with him all along, unleash sword energy. He could attach his spell to the sword, but unleashing sword energy required a connection with his body, and while he could use his hand to project, he couldn't do it with the sword because the sword and his body weren't in sync. Was it because he hadn't performed a ritual? Lu Jinqing thought. And he had roughly come to the conclusion that although he didn't know how to perform a ritual, as someone who had read many miscellaneous notes or novels, he wouldn't lack imagination, using the fire of the sun and moon to refine it, and attaching his spell to penetrate it. Does that count as a ritual? I should find an opportunity to ask the guest master. Thinking about this, he patted his head, deciding not to think too much and to focus on sword practice. He realized that sometimes he overthought things, looking too far ahead and neglecting the path beneath his feet. His current swordsmanship was still in the early stages and hadn't reached the level he aspired to. He continued practicing in the grove outside the temple, this time without deliberately lifting himself to fly among the treetops, but rather on the ground of the grove. He was practicing a specific sword move, sensing a target and pulling it toward himself, while simultaneously pushing against the earth with his feet. The moment he drew the sword, his body leaped over 10 steps. A cold light flowed through the air, and the sword hummed like the wind. Following closely was a stirring of the wind and clouds, like two tides colliding, creating a thick fog. The sword left deep gashes in the ground beneath the trees. If the sword had swept across a person's neck, that person would surely be dead. He aimed at a distant tree and applied the same technique, but this time it was a thrust rather than a sweep. The sword still hummed as it flowed. A flash of cold light, and half the sword plunged into the trunk. He withdrew the sword and struck again, leaping into the air and slicing through a branch above. This time, he was practicing basic sword forms in the woods, feeling that the foundation for wielding the sword had changed, so he returned to practicing the basic forms. In the forest, clouds rose and mist swirled, and the sword hummed as it whistled through the wind. While practicing, Lu Jinqing suddenly felt something unusual around him. The feeling was strange, as if someone were watching him. He sheathed his sword and looked around, but he saw nothing. However, the feeling of being watched intensified. Eventually, his gaze fell upon the leaves, and he felt as though those leaves were looking at him. He drew his sword and slashed down a large number of leaves. Thinking to himself, could this be a delusion? At that moment, he heard a voice, Lu Jinqing. Lu Jinqing. The voice was vague and unclear, but he felt as if something within him was trying to leave his body. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart, and he quickly tightened his thoughts. Sitting down and visualizing the bright moon shining into his mind, flowing through his eyebrows and throat, entering his 5 organs, and then into his qi. After guiding the moon in this way, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. However, the voice was still there, and it became clearer, though it seemed to have lost its enchantment. Lu Jinqing, come here. Lu Jinqing, come here. In that moment, he thought of the summoning spell. The strange sensation inside him, wanting to leave, must have been his soul. Someone was trying to summon his soul, perhaps to kill him. Lu Jinqing immediately thought of Granny Du. Could it be that she was coming to seek revenge? He suddenly stood up, drawing his sword and heading toward the direction of the voice in his heart. As he moved deeper into the forest, the calling grew stronger, the voice clearer, and the surroundings became quieter. The sounds of insects in the mountains seemed to call his name, reminiscent of the voices of the vengeful spirits he had encountered at Matup Slope. It felt as if there was another heart beating within him, trying to leap out of his body, but it was suppressed by the visualization of the bright moon. Finally, he saw a strange person standing on a rock by a mountain stream. A strange person dressed in a black robe, with a somewhat puffy face and disheveled hair that covered half of his face, looked quite odd. He was a bit surprised when he saw Lu Jinqing. He went by the name Rin Yao. Originally, he had agreed with Granny Du to gather in the hollow of the mountain ahead. But he happened to pass by the Fire Spirit Temple and saw Lu Jinqing practicing swordplay in the woods. Although he didn't know him, he decided to give it a try. If it was indeed Lu Jinqing, then bringing his soul would surely earn him gratitude from Granny Du. And he could ask for more benefits later. He thought he would summon Lu Jinqing's soul, but instead, it was Lu Jinqing's physical body that appeared. However, he was not afraid. He knew very well that the arrival of the physical body meant the opponent was suppressing their soul from leaving the body. And all of their consciousness was focused on that suppression, making it impossible to cast spells. Additionally, because the soul was in turmoil, the physical body would experience weakness and fatigue. In his mind, this version of Lu Jinqing posed no threat at all. This was also the reason he didn't leave immediately upon seeing Lu Jinqing's physical body. Suddenly, he felt a heaviness in his body, as if the void around him had suddenly solidified. A suffocating sensation emerged, accompanied by a murderous intent. He felt a powerful force pulling at him, and his heart sank. He needed to steady his mind to resist the invading killing intent, while also sensing an invisible torrent behind him trying to drag him down. Ing! He saw Lu Jinqing leap forward. Already in front of him, a flash of white light sweeping out from his hand. He heard the sound of the sword singing, followed by a rush of energy colliding and forming a howl. He felt himself flying, witnessing a headless body spraying blood as it fell into the nearby stream. This was his last thought before darkness surged up, engulfing everything. Lu Jinqing was slightly panting, for this sword strike was executed with all his might, and also because of the tension from the sudden attack. This spell was even more terrifying than a direct fight. He stood on the stone where his opponent had just been, looking at the body lying in the stream, feeling disgusted and contemplating whether to bury it. But he didn't want to touch it. Leaving it there, he feared it would rot and pollute the water source. After all, the water from this mountain might flow outside and possibly pass through the small stream in front of the temple. Suddenly, he turned his head to another direction, where a girl in a dark green dress had appeared, seemingly around 20 years old. What attracted Lu Jinqing more was her long dark green hair. The same girl he had seen in the temple, seemingly from Qingluo Valley. Are you also a person of Granny Du? Lu Jinqing directly asked the question that puzzled him. I am not, but I know Granny Du, the girl with dark green hair replied. Then what does the young lady wish to teach? Lu Jinqing sensed that she had come to find him. In such matters, if someone was watching from the shadows, they would either intervene or leave. The fact that she had not left and instead revealed herself indicated she had something to discuss. I dare not teach, but I am a student of Qingluo Valley. On my master's orders, I came to the Ji Family Academy to deliver a message and took the opportunity to visit Fire Spirit Temple. I have heard about the new temple established outside Qiushui City, with a master of extraordinary abilities and a disciple, Lu Jinqing, whose sword skills can slay ghosts and gods. What I just witnessed was indeed swift, but there is a saying that temple methods do not compare to receiving teachings. I wish to experience your sword skills firsthand. Lu Jincheng tightened his grip on the sword hilt, feeling a surge of excitement, but reason told him it was best not to agree. The other party had just seen him kill an enemy and had a certain understanding of him, while he had no knowledge of her at all. From Confucius Ji, he had only heard that Qingluo Valley was a secret food sect, but he had no idea what spells they practiced. If I win, you will persuade your temple master to apologize to my Qingluo Valley in writing, the girl with dark hair said, her expression filled with confidence. Lu Jincheng, spurred by this challenge, asked, what if I win? I can agree, but the temple master may not necessarily listen to me, Lu Jincheng replied. I believe your temple master will listen. I trust you can do it, the girl said, her eyes already glowing with a green hue, and the surrounding trees seemed to come alive at that moment. Standing in the mountains, amidst the trees, Lu Jincheng felt instantly out of place. Like a sheep walking into a pack of wolves. Surrounded by enemies, he felt uneasy. At that moment, looking at the girl standing in the midst of the forest, he felt she was like a spirit of the woods, capable of controlling the mountains and forests. Chapter 15, Wood Spirit. Lu Jincheng did not act recklessly. However, while he remained still, the forest began to move. He seemed to hear strange sounds coming from the trees and grass, like insect sounds, bird calls, and the low growls of wild beasts, as well as the more chilling sounds of ghosts and monsters. It felt as if this grove had suddenly transformed into a place of evil, forbidding for the living to tread. He could not move either. These sounds seemed to form a swamp, and within that swamp were invisible hands clinging to his consciousness and body, tightly grasping him, dragging him down little by little. The scene before his eyes changed, turning into a gray-green hue. It was as if invisible insects, wild beasts, and ghosts were gnawing at his body, tearing him apart, holding him firmly in place, making it difficult for either his physical body or consciousness to move. His consciousness was torn into pieces, yet he still clearly sensed the parts of himself that were being ripped apart. Lu Jincheng had very little experience in battling with spells. He had almost no spells of his own. In that moment, a thought surged in him. If only there were a fire to burn it all away. Even if it meant burning myself to prevent them from feasting on me. This thought brought him a moment of clarity, seemingly arising from a deep instinct within him. He immediately visualized the sun in his mind, and soon the sun's brilliance began to manifest in his thoughts, illuminating every piece of his torn consciousness, sparkling like gold. Beneath the gray-green cover, wisps of flame began to burn slowly, like sparks smoldering under wet firewood. However, Lu Jincheng had found a way to break free and resist. He focused solely on visualizing the sun. Once, during a school-organized activity, he had the chance to observe the sun with a telescope, and the image of the burning sun had lingered in his heart. When he wanted to set everything ablaze, the image of the sun that had long been buried in his heart naturally surfaced. Standing under the tree, Maya Kinking, who was manipulating everything, had her consciousness at that moment both whole and seemingly divided into countless pieces. Each fragment of her consciousness seemed to exist independently, yet they were all part of a whole. This was the ability brought to her by the secret food techniques she practiced, granting her several powers: communication with plants, feeding on wood, and the spirit of wood. Of course, the application of each ability depended entirely on concentration. As long as she was within her range, she could monitor everything in the forest through this spell. Earlier, when Lu Jincheng practiced swordplay in the woods, she had watched him through her ability to communicate with plants. She felt that Lu Jincheng's swordsmanship was indeed formidable but lacked variation. As long as she struck first, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Now, the ability she was using was the spirit of wood. Trees absorb nutrients from the earth, and many animals and humans had died in this mountain. Those who had left traces of activity in this forest were remembered by the plants, and the lingering souls were entwined in the tree roots, all awakened at this moment, ready to feast on the living. Among them, the most terrifying voice was Lu Jincheng, Lu Jincheng. This voice belonged to the wooden owl that had just been killed. As expected, just as she had thought, Lu Jincheng was instantly pulled into the illusion constructed by the spirits of the wood. Of course, she clearly felt the resilience of Lu Jincheng's consciousness. Even when torn into countless pieces, it still clung together like mist. Now, within the fragments of his consciousness, the brilliance of the sun surged forth, scorching the charmed spirit and penetrating into her original consciousness, reflecting a hidden pain in her heart. However, this hidden pain could be dispelled simply by visualizing a great tree shedding its bark in a state of tranquility after it ended. She thought again. He practices qi refining techniques, and this brilliance must have manifested from visualizing the sun. I just need to hold on a little longer. Pouring in the wood spirit charm energy of the entire forest, and it will surely extinguish. At the same time, she merged her main consciousness with that wood owl remnant spirit, allowing it to exert greater power. Just then, the searing pain transmitted from her consciousness surged fiercely. and she saw golden flames piercing through the gray-green mist formed by the wood charm, spreading rapidly. The awakened remnant spirits quickly disintegrated in this golden flame, and in an instant, all the mist was burned away. That burning sensation swept toward Miao Qingqing's soul, as if her heart were truly scorched by fire. The pain made her stifle a groan, almost crying out. She turned to leave, having seen Lu Jinsheng practice swordsmanship, understanding that under his technique, she might not even have a chance to speak. In that moment of turning, the surrounding trees parted like soldiers, making a path for her. She slipped into the woods, and the trees instantly grew wildly, concealing her. A sharp shriek erupted, and a sword light slashed toward her. The illusion of the densely growing forest was shattered by the sword light. In that fleeting moment, he attempted to sense this void first, pulling his body forward, while using the earth to propel himself, but his intention was countered by the wildly growing forest illusion, making him realize that this method of drawing and slicing was not very practical in combat. Thus, he simply used the earth manipulation method to rush forward, slicing through the illusion with the sword light. However, the sword felt as if it were slicing through water. The surface parted, and as long as it did not strike a person, those illusions would swallow everything back up like water. Lu Jinsheng did not pursue further. He knew that continuing would only waste his energy. As the sound faded, the eerie trees in the mountains seemed to suddenly exhaust their vitality, becoming wilted. Lu Jinsheng was certain that when he returned here another day, he would find a grove of withered yellow trees. Holding his sword, he stood there and let out a deep breath. In that moment, he had lost all sense of danger, only feeling the struggle and fierce resistance. Arriving by the creek, he looked at the corpse lying in the water and realized that it was his first time killing someone, yet he felt little fear. Perhaps the terror of life and death during the earlier battle had long surpassed any fear of a corpse. He jumped in, turned over the body, and felt around, retrieving several porcelain bottles of unknown contents from its embrace. He placed them on a rock and continued to search, pulling out a silk book, the words on it embroidered, indicating the owner's importance attached to it. Lu Jinsheng began to read it right there. The white silk and golden thread formed characters. However, after reading it once, he felt disappointed. The book was titled Soul Eating Secret Method, which did not consume the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but rather the souls of people. To consume human souls, one naturally had to practice a method of calling souls. The book detailed how, when he was still an ordinary person, one could cause others to lose their souls, then call the lost souls to oneself ahead of the other party, and explained how to devour the intangible lost souls into one's body. Senior brother, senior brother. Voices of Ding Ding and Shang Gaiyan echoed from the woods. Here, Lu Jinsheng responded. When Shang Gaiyan and Ding Ding saw Lu Jinsheng, they were both stunned. They saw Lu Jinsheng sitting on a rock in the creek with wet feet. Beside him a head rolling in the water, its face turned pale by the rushing water, and not far from Lu Jinsheng's feet lay a corpse. Senior brother. You killed someone, Shang Gaiyan asked, trembling slightly. But Lu Jinsheng ignored him. Ding Ding then asked, Senior brother, who is this? He seemed unfazed, as if he had seen dead people before. I don't know. It was probably that Granny Du who was invited to deal with us, calling my soul for no reason. Lu Jinsheng replied, putting away the book. Let's find a place to bury the body. We have no shovel to dig a pit, Ding Ding said. I think we have some in the temple, left over from when they built the shrine. So, the three of them took a shovel and buried the person under a tree. Upon returning to the fire spirit temple and meeting the temple master, they explained everything. The master stood up, stroking his slightly burnt yellow beard, and said, So the first realm of the spells in Qingluo Valley is wood charm. Wood charm? Lu Jinsheng asked, puzzled. Each level of the secret eating method requires a secret medicine to advance, and after each advancement, there will be a unique name. Wood charm represents everything about this realm. The master explained. Lu Jinsheng somewhat understood, and then heard the master say, It seems that Qingluo Valley intends not to conflict with us. Since that Miao Qingqing said she would persuade her master, Hua Xiaoxiao, not to bother with Granny Du's affairs, then this matter need not be overthought. If that Du Xiaojian comes here seeking revenge, let her come and go as she pleases. Hearing the master say this, Lu Jinsheng decided not to think further. Exiting the master's room, it was already evening, and the sun was setting in the west. His stomach had long been growling with hunger. He went to the kitchen and looked at the vegetable porridge on the table. Although he was hungry, he had no appetite, and said, Every day it's either this or plain rice with dried fish and pickled vegetables. Is there nothing else to eat? The two children also looked pale and shook their heads. Ding Ding and Shang Gaiyan nodded repeatedly, swallowing their saliva. Lu Jinsheng realized that he would probably have to take charge of the meals in the entire temple. The master could eat or not eat, like someone practicing fasting, while the two children had not grown up yet. They were just teenagers. And every day they could only cook some porridge and eat some salted fish with rice. After eating a bowl of vegetable porridge, Lu Jinsheng took his sword and entered the mountains. The fire spirit temple had already become his home, and improving life meant taking responsibility. Carrying his sword into the mountains to hunt was not just about hunting. He was still pondering his swordsmanship. After the actual combat, he realized the shortcomings of his sword technique. With shortcomings, change was necessary. He discovered that focusing on earth manipulation was better. For some reason, he thought of a character from a certain game, also wielding a sword, with sword energy swirling around with each step. Sword energy swirling? Trying it wouldn't hurt. Lu Jinsheng used his spiritual intent to sense the void, making it swirl around him, forming a vortex, with himself at the center, then moved forward with the vortex. He found that compared to the normal earth manipulation speed, there wasn't too much enhancement, and it even hindered his sword strikes. He felt that the flying sword technique from that day was uncontrollable, so he did not try it. He then thought of how fish swim in the sea like arrows, moving extremely fast. Why couldn't he? He decided to abandon those miscellaneous thoughts and focus directly on earth manipulation. In the mountains and forests, he practiced earth manipulation invisibly, stepping out one step at a time, trying to figure out how to make himself faster. The first thing he tried was twisting his body like a fish, which wasn't very effective, followed by zigzagging, which only made him more agile but did not increase his pure aerial speed. Just as he began to feel disheartened, he practiced a set of sword techniques under the moonlight in the forest and discovered that after a few sword forms, his aerial speed had noticeably improved qualitatively. One of the sword techniques is the advancing thrust, where he steps forward with a light footwork, but the stride is not as large as before. After quickly stepping out, he executes another consecutive slash, swiftly cutting through the void, as if breaking a barrier in the emptiness, allowing his physical body to face less resistance. Following this is an advancing thrust, which surprisingly pierces with a speed he had never achieved before. Once this thought process clicked, he immediately understood that by swiftly traversing the void opened by his sword, he could significantly increase his speed, allowing him to move with the sword. Overjoyed, he reflected on how he had previously overthought and complicated his movements. However, he didn't consider it a waste of time. He felt that the mental grasp of the void could continue to be practiced as a form of grappling technique, similar to the various grappling moves found in fantasy novels. Once the thought process was clear, he found that his light footwork had become more agile, and he could immediately apply his swordsmanship. Moreover, he realized that his other hand could also manipulate the void, making his tactics even more versatile. In the distance, a wild boar suddenly charged out. Without a second thought, Lu Jinsheng flicked his sword, and the void seemed to split open a channel of clouds. He followed the sword's path and suddenly appeared at the side front of the boar, executing 2 consecutive slashes. By this point, he had already crossed to the boar's side, and it seemed not to have reacted before Lu Jinsheng stabbed it in the head with his sword. The sword did not penetrate deeply, but the black boar fell silently, the sword intent piercing into it and reaching its soul. He hoisted the 100-plus-pound boar onto his shoulder and headed toward the fire spirit temple. After walking for a short while, he suddenly stopped and shouted into a nearby gully. "Who is there?" There was no response. Lu Jinsheng set down the boar, approached, drew his sword, and parted the dense grass, revealing a young man lying there. His eyes filled with terror. Lu Jinsheng recognized him but did not know his name. He had seen him enter the mountains to hunt with a middle-aged man. How could he be lying here, seemingly injured? "Are you hurt?" Lu Jinsheng asked. The young man, still shaken, slowly regained his composure upon seeing Lu Jinsheng and said, "Please, Master, save my uncle." "What happened to your uncle? Did he encounter a ferocious beast?" Lu Jinsheng inquired. "No, it was people. In the valley ahead. There's a group of strange people. They captured my uncle and said they want to dig out his heart to eat, and they want to eat me too. I ran here while they weren't paying attention," the young man said urgently. Lu Jinsheng pondered deeply. There was a group of people hiding in the valley near the fire spirit temple, capturing people and intending to eat their hearts. This was serious. Are they capable of sorcery? Lu Jinsheng asked again. He immediately thought of Granny Du. It was no wonder, as he had just killed one earlier that afternoon. He believed Granny Du would certainly come seeking revenge. Glancing up at the moonlit sky, the shadows in the forest were heavy, and the branches swayed. He decided to investigate. Chapter 16. The Filth of the Green Mountains. Lu Jinsheng stood up ready to leave, but then looked at the hunter lying here alone and thought that if he left now, this person might die here. Even if he saved his uncle, it would be saving one person while another perished, and Lu Jinsheng believed that the uncle was likely already dead. As he thought of this, he unexpectedly began to cry softly. Lu Jinsheng could not bear to see others weep. Just then, Lu Jinsheng sensed a wave of danger approaching. He expanded his mental grasp and tightened his focus, enveloping the surrounding void. A red, thread-like worm was floating not far from him. Immobilized in the air by his mental grasp, the person in the shadows was taken aback. He rarely encountered someone who could so thoroughly kill his iron thread worms in one blow. At that moment of his momentary daze, the person who had previously killed his child turned to look at him. He felt a piercing gaze like a sword penetrating the night's mist, settling on his face, as if a sword's edge was pressed against his eyelid. That sense of danger startled the iron thread worms hidden beneath his skin. As if they were about to lose control, they burst out from under his skin, standing upright like red hairs. It was more like a breeding ground for worms disturbed by someone poking a stick in. The startled worms were all eager to devour a person. Lu Jinsheng saw a creature with a face full of red hairs, and upon closer inspection, he realized that these were not individual hairs, but the iron thread worms he had just severed. Seeing this scene made Lu Jinsheng feel a bit uneasy, and he said, "Who are you? Hey, you asked for my name. Listen well, I am Chun Chong of the watershed, and since you see my face and frighten my children, you shall offer up your flesh and blood to feed them." "You've killed many people, haven't you?" Lu Jinsheng asked. Hey, to help my children grow. I've fed 21 people, and today I need 2 more. My children will surely have a hearty meal. This person named Chun Chong spoke in a very direct manner, even to the point of being crude. From his words, it was clear that he was utterly unrestrained, showing complete disregard for life. "Since that's the case, then you shall die." Lu Jinsheng thrust his sword forward into the void, seemingly parting all obstacles between him and Chun Chong. A strong wave of energy surged toward him, causing the branches beside him to sway and his clothes to flutter. He took a step back, sinking his hips, and firmly planted his feet on the ground. Since childhood, he had practiced a set of boxing techniques, and with his feet rooted to the ground, even 3 to 5 people could not budge him. The cloud of mist formed by the energy wave obscured his vision. A streak of serene sword light seemed to draw the moonlight into the forest, splitting the darkness. The last thing Chun Chong saw was a bright silver light that dispersed all his indifference, cruelty, and ignorance. And the only thought that crossed his mind was, such bright moonlight. Lu Jinsheng watched as Chun Chong's body, from his forehead to his abdomen, was sliced open, his brows slightly furrowed. Because within Chun Chong's corpse, many iron thread worms were frantically consuming his flesh. Lu Jinsheng's expression darkened as he looked at the numerous red thread-like worms. He recognized them as iron thread worms, which had an extremely strong life force, parasitizing humans and rapidly reproducing. If they were not exterminated, they would infest animals and, once people consumed the flesh, could enter human bodies. Ordinary temperatures would not easily kill them, especially not these specially bred evil creatures. Without further thought, he expanded his mental grasp, enveloping Chun Chong's corpse. Envisioning the scene of the sun, an intangible mental force surged forth, exuding the sun's brilliance, which enveloped Chun Chong's body. The iron thread worms twisted in the radiant light. They heard sounds that were inaudible to the human ear, but within the perception of his mental grasp. Those strange sounds were extremely piercing, concentrated into a chorus of squeaks, making Lu Jinsheng feel immensely uncomfortable, as if someone were scratching his heart with their nails. It was not exactly pain, but it was unbearable. He endured this discomfort, suppressing his restless spirit, and finally, those iron thread worms were burned to ashes in the flames. Even the corpse was charred black. After the burning, he stood still for a while. Each time he suppressed the restlessness within his heart. There was a refreshing feeling as if he had consumed a potent medicine, a wonderful sensation of mental energy returning to his energy sea. When he fell into the courtyard, there was a heavy thud, his footsteps sounding very heavy. The 2 young attendants were still in meditation, not asleep, and came out to check after hearing the noise. The master stood up again, stroking his yellowed beard in thought, and said, "It must be that Granny Do, wanting to destroy my fire spirit temple. Unfortunately, I had hoped to become friends with her, but unexpectedly ended up as enemies. Since we are enemies, we cannot show mercy. If I did not know where they were, that would be fine, but now that I know they are nearby, how can I wait for them to attack? It's better to strike first." Lu Jinsheng noticed that the master usually kept to himself, like someone with a bit of social anxiety, but when faced with a situation, he was decisive and ruthless. Back at Du's village, confronted by the furious and unreasonable Granny Du and the entire village, he was not intimidated. He directly had Granny Du help him refine the medicine. This time, upon hearing that Granny Du might have gathered many people to deal with him, he immediately decided to take the initiative. "Lu Jinsheng, you must not rest these days. Thank you for your hard work." Lu Jinsheng looked at the master, who seemed a bit embarrassed to say this. Feeling unaccustomed to such sudden concern, he thought it would be better if the master remained aloof in his seat. This concern felt too forceful. "Please instruct me if you have any tasks," Lu Jinsheng said. The master's words made Lu Jinsheng happy. It was an unexpected gain for him. The Fire Spirit Temple was now his home, and if Granny Du and her people came seeking revenge, destroying the Fire Spirit Temple would mean destroying his home. Thinking of this, Lu Jinsheng suddenly said earnestly, "Master, I am your disciple. I once said I would treat the Fire Spirit Temple as my home. If anyone is detrimental to the Fire Spirit Temple, I will naturally go eliminate them. You need not reward me for this." Lu Jincheng's words surprised the master somewhat. He turned to assess Lu Jincheng and said, "Since you are my disciple, then it is only right that I pass on the techniques to you." Saying this, he picked up the lamp that Lu Jincheng had brought to Mitupo from a nearby table and handed it to him. Lu Jincheng smiled and said, "Thank you for passing on the teachings, master." Lu Jincheng clearly felt that the exchange had brought them much closer. Although they were master and disciple, there had been a sense of employer and employee between them. One was without a place to stay, seeking a place to land, while the other was new and needed help with some tasks. The closeness or distance between people relies on communication and interaction. The idea that a glance, a few words, or a drink can make someone a good friend exists only in people's imaginations, as they fear socializing yet crave friendship. Lu Jincheng took the lamp and went out, then went to the room to check on the young hunter. He said, "You rest here for a while. I will go to the valley you mentioned. If your uncle is still alive, I will try to save him. If he is already dead, there is nothing that can be done." The young hunter nodded gratefully. Lu Jincheng noticed that he seemed exhausted and scared, his injuries mostly caused by thorns and falls in the mountains. Lu Jincheng held the lamp and sword, stepping outside the temple. As he stepped down, it felt as if smoke and clouds lifted him into the moonlight filtering through the treetops, and he then moved silently through the night air. He headed in the general direction the hunter had indicated, but he also took care to hide his presence, often moving through the shadows of the tall trees. After crossing a mountain, he saw a valley ahead, brightly lit, indicating that someone lived there. He cautiously approached and crouched on a tree crown, looking into the valley. When he clearly saw what was happening inside, his heart turned cold. Sometimes when one sees others committing minor wrongs, they may feel anger and want to stop it, but when witnessing someone committing great evils, they often feel fear and cowardice, as what they are doing exceeds what an ordinary person knows or imagines, surpassing the limits of conscience, leaving one terrified and at a loss. Lu Jincheng could guess that in a lawless world outside the city, many people must be committing evil deeds, but seeing it firsthand was still shocking. He saw a bonfire illuminating the valley, where a person was stripped and hung, while others were cutting pieces of flesh from him and frying them on an iron plate. The blood from the hung man seemed to have already been drained and was collected in a jar, with several cups filled with blood in front of those gathered around the fire. Lu Jincheng recognized that the person was the older hunter who had been captured. Besides him, there were sounds of chaos and screams in the forest. Suddenly, a disheveled woman ran out of the shadows, trying to escape, but was quickly caught and pinned down, forced into a lewd act on the spot. After the initial shock wore off, a wave of anger and pity surged within Lu Jincheng. In a chaotic world, people are like ants. This world is also one where gods and demons exist. Cultivators are like gods and demons, and ordinary people survive solely by luck and endurance. He quietly counted. In the firelight and shadows, there were more than 10 people. Among them he heard Granny Du's voice. "Tomorrow, regardless of whether Friend Xiao arrives or not, we will set off and directly attack the Fire Spirit Temple. The body of the Fire Spirit Taoist will be left to Friend He. I believe it will surely be refined into a copper-armored corpse in the future." This voice was indeed Granny Du's. In the valley's forest, a simple tree house had been built, where a few people sat. They did not go to eat the roasted meat or play with the captured women, but instead were brewing a pot of tea, sitting in a circle. This tea was Granny Du's prized possession, nourishing the soul. Among them, in the upper position, sat a person exuding a cold demeanor and an arrogant expression. This was Chao Quan, the main force that Granny Du had hired at great cost to deal with the Fire Spirit Taoist. He had come to take over the stabbing pavilion in Chao Water City. A few days ago, the pavilion master had died at Mitupo, and several disciples had not learned much, so the main pavilion sent a stabbing master down. Before coming, he had heard about the Fire Spirit Temple. He did not believe that so many people could enter and that only one disciple of the Fire Spirit Temple could come out alive. It was not that he did not believe that someone could survive, but he thought there must be some trickery involved. Perhaps others had fought to a standstill with the things in Mitupo, and the Fire Spirit Temple had reaped the benefits. He had just arrived in Chao Water City, eager to make a name for himself, and it just so happened that Granny Du approached him, offering rewards to deal with the Fire Spirit Temple. He thought to himself that this was a win-win situation. If he could take down the Fire Spirit Temple, his reputation in Chao Water City would be fully established. Of course, apart from this stabbing master Chao Quan, others had terrifying and devious spells, causing either death or injury. And those injuries were often difficult to heal over time. As for Chen Chong, she was not very familiar with him either. She had initially wanted to invite Chen Xiao at the watershed, but Chen Chong happened to be there as well. After hearing Granny Du's invitation, he immediately clamored to come. And Granny Du certainly would not refuse. On the other hand, Chen Xiao had rejected, saying that the Fire Spirit Temple had been kind to him and his disciples, and hoped she could resolve the conflict with the Fire Spirit Temple. This left Granny Du feeling quite frustrated. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Look, they're on the tree. There is a lamp. It's a person," someone in the valley confirmed. "Is there a friend here to lend a hand? Please state your name to avoid hurting feelings." Granny Du had already stood up and come out from the simple wooden house. She saw a person holding a lamp, descending gracefully from the tree crown, appearing ethereal and suave in the moonlight. At first, she thought he looked familiar, but when she recognized the visitor, her anger surged. Before she could speak, the young man holding the lamp cheerfully declared, "I am Lu Jinsheng from the Fire Spirit Temple. I have heard that there are evil and filthy beings in the Green Mountains, and I have come here to cleanse them." Chapter 17, One Sword, One Kill. The wind rustled, and the trees stood still. Luo Jinsheng's words stunned everyone present. They were not inexperienced individuals. Each of them immediately used various methods to check the situation outside the valley. They felt that Luo Jinsheng should not have come alone. No one would dare to come alone unless they were either a fool or overly arrogant. As for whether he was someone truly capable, they did not believe it. A young man like him, boasting here with just a sword, must have someone backing him. What about the Fire Spirit Sect Master? They did not think that Luo Jinsheng could make any significant progress in such a short time. Even if he could, coming alone would only be courting death. "Luo Jinsheng, you dare to come here? I will peel your skin and dig out your heart to see what color it is." Granny Du shouted angrily, leaving Luo Jinsheng momentarily stunned. He did not understand what the other party was thinking to say such things. After Granny Du finished shouting, the others also began to curse him. They accused him of harming Granny Du's grandson, of being incompetent yet trying to save others, of the Fire Spirit Sect Master forcing Granny Du to refine medicine, of promising to save people but only sending disciples to do so, wasting time, and being cowardly. They cursed him for bullying others outside Du's village and for eating and drinking freely within it, being arrogant. Some even claimed he had acted inappropriately with the girl who brought him food, engaging in lewd behavior. At first, Luo Jinsheng listened with anger. But then he found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh loudly, causing them all to fall silent, confused. In the silence, only Luo Jinsheng's laughter could be heard. "You villain, what are you laughing at?" Someone pointed at Luo Jinsheng and shouted. Luo Jinsheng stopped laughing and then pointed at the valley, saying, "No matter how you curse me, even if it were all true, it cannot compare to what you have done. Look at yourselves, eating human flesh, committing vile acts. The methods you practice are all cruel, feeding on flesh and souls. You are not human, you are demons. You distort right and wrong, fail to distinguish between good and evil, and living only makes you filth and refuse of the world. You indiscriminately blame my master for your grandson's death, wanting to kill my master to relieve your guilt and anger. If you want to go mad, find a deserted place to do it, but instead, you come to provoke my Fire Spirit Sect. Today, I will let you know that the Fire Spirit Sect is not something you can provoke." Luo Jinsheng spoke all this in one breath, and those people listened, each one filled with rage. Someone angrily said, "You, a mere junior, dare to speak to us like this, showing that you are utterly uncultured. No need to waste words with him. Let me show him what I can do," said a young man with a face full of pimples, carrying a black bag on his back. His name was Bag Bee, and his ancestors were beekeepers. By chance, he obtained a scroll of techniques for raising and controlling bees, and since then, his family had become cultivators in this region. Growing up with his father exploring caves, he had met many cultivators and understood clearly that if a swordsman got close, it would be extremely dangerous. However, if he could attack from a distance and prevent them from getting close, the danger would be significantly reduced. Moreover, if he could execute a swarm attack, his chances of victory would greatly increase. Over the years, he had gathered a bag of killer bees, waiting to make a name for himself. To him, Luo Jinsheng was the perfect stepping stone. He untied the bag on his back, and a swarm of black creatures surged out, among which were specks of crimson. The black ones were killer bees the size of a baby's fist, and the red ones were the heads of these black killer bees. Originally entirely black, he had managed to raise their heads to a crimson color. Those who understood insect manipulation knew that ordinary people would die if bitten by these killer bees, which were already capable of eating humans. Moreover, ordinary spells could not stop these killer bees at all. Even those accompanying Bag Bee changed their expressions. Luo Jinsheng felt a weight in his heart. He never underestimated his enemies. As he saw the terrifying black bees, buzzing with their wings, coming at him, his sword was already drawn, resting on a nearby rock. In the blink of an eye, he envisioned various sword styles in his mind. He had practiced the wind-piercing sword style before, where every strike pierced through yellow leaves, but he was not confident that every strike would hit the large black bees. However, another sword style floated to his mind, the Tai Chi sword style he had practiced for a while. The Tai Chi circles, especially the cloud sword style, was similar to the starting form of the flying sword he had practiced before, and there was no time for him to think further. He had heard a martial artist who had seen life and death say that the more techniques you think of using before striking, the quicker you die. His previously anxious heart, at the moment the large black bees approached, naturally thrust out his sword, meeting one of the large black bees. The bee was deflected by the force, its shell surprisingly tough. In that instant, Luo Jincheng understood that even if every sword strike hit, it might not necessarily kill. Because he knew that the power of his sword was derived from the condensed magical intent, so not every strike could achieve that. But all of this was only a fleeting thought. At the moment his sword slashed out, it had already sensed the yin and yang, summoning the moonlight into a wave of energy, pulling the more than 10 ferocious black bees into it. Initially, the black bees were able to break through the wave. But Luo Jincheng stepped back lightly and swiftly, as if stepping on lotus flowers, while the moonlight wave grew increasingly powerful. The rippling waves left marks like a sword passing through the void. Finally, when Luo Jincheng retreated 4 steps, a sound of sword chanting emerged from the moonlight wave, and the large black bees, like leaves caught in a vortex, could no longer escape and were shredded by the moonlight. Of course, the moonlight could not kill the large black bees, but the strands of moonlight were all sword light. The onlookers showed expressions of surprise, especially Bagby, who cried out in sorrow. His bag of more than 10 killer bees, which he had raised since childhood to make a name for himself, was instantly slaughtered by a single person with a sword. How could he not feel pain? However, before others could speak to challenge him, they saw the sword in Luo Jincheng's hand seem to possess some sort of magic, drawing the moonlight vortex energy towards them, surging forward. The moonlight wave, from a distance, looked beautiful and illusory. If it weren't coming toward them, it would be even more beautiful and surreal. However, when this storm-like wave approached, they immediately felt the danger. The more than 10 killer bees had fallen into this wave and were shredded by the sword. The moonlight-like wave surged towards them, and everyone vaguely saw a figure following closely behind, barely visible, with the sword in that person's hand constantly slicing, seemingly guiding the direction of the wave, preventing it from dissipating. Perhaps the moonlight wave concealed Luo Jincheng's figure, making it seem like he was advancing while swinging the sword and flashing with each step. Luo Jincheng directed the wave towards those people, and in a moment of inspiration, he followed the wave, his sword movements naturally guiding the direction of the vortex. Those following it were like fish riding the tide, agile yet prickly, the shining sword light continually drawing the moonlight into it. Playing tricks, someone cursed, unable to suppress the agitation in his heart, suddenly gagging, as if he were about to vomit his stomach out. His neck bulged with veins, and his face turned red, as if he were suffocating. Wah! A clump of something like a blood clot was vomited out, resembling an underdeveloped black baby. The moment it hit the ground, it cried out, its sound seeming to possess some kind of magic, causing heart palpitations. It crawled rapidly on the ground, but as the wave rolled over, it was struck by a sword light and split in two, its cries abruptly stopping. The man who had vomited out the black baby stared blankly, collapsing straight down. Baby's father, Granny Du called out. This person had known her since childhood, and the method he practiced was the infant in the stomach technique, which involved refining an infant with secret methods and hiding it in his stomach, living and eating together. So although they were about the same age, Granny Du had aged, while he still looked youthful. This time when she went to invite him, he came without a second thought, but unexpectedly. He was the first to die among so many people. Look at my marvelous technique. Another person raised a hand, casting a beam of light that flew towards Lu Jincheng amidst the stormy winds. Lu Jincheng felt a dazzling light approaching suddenly, without thinking much. He swung the sword in his hand reflexively. With a crisp sound, the dazzling light was shattered, and a piece of jade fell to the ground, already broken. Its light dimmed. The air surged wildly, blowing everyone apart. Lu Jincheng was overjoyed, swinging his sword, moving like a fish in the waves, driving the air currents, overwhelming everything. A person who was trying to avoid the wind and waves saw a flash of sword light and suddenly found another person beside him, with the swirling winds and clouds. He couldn't even stand firm, and a stroke of the sword had already sliced across his neck. Lu Jincheng recognized him as the one who had been chasing the fleeing woman and committing lewd acts. After beheading him with one sword stroke, he didn't stop. Amidst the wind, he moved with agility, his form shifting in a strange and unpredictable manner. After a few more turns, he killed several people with a single sword stroke. None could resist. Their hurriedly cast spells were blown away in the air currents, and even those that didn't get blown away were shattered by a single sword, claiming their lives effortlessly. Suddenly, several corpses emerged from the ground, their bodies seemingly intact without rotting, instead covered in thick, coin-like cocoons that made one think of solid bodies. Lu Jinsheng had immersed himself in his swordplay and was instead pleased to see these zombies appear. He swung his sword, gathering the moonlight, feeling the effort needed to wield the sword. But when the moonlight surged down upon the zombies, the sword pierced their foreheads, drowning them in moonlight. Infused with his intense magical intent at that moment, the zombie fell in response to the sword. The person controlling the zombies wore an incredulous expression. He knew better than anyone that the zombies were not afraid of any spells except for those of extreme rigidity and yang, and were even unafraid of blades. Yet under Lu Jinsheng's sword, they fell as if responding to it. On the zombie's body were countless fine sword marks. His body kept moving with the wind, gathering moonlight around him. To those watching, Lu Jinsheng appeared like a god of slaughter from the moon, suddenly appearing on the left, then on the right. The person on the left fell to the ground, while the one on the right let out a scream. In the distance, someone in the forest was fleeing. Granny Du's face was filled with horror, her eyes full of grief and anger. The zombie of Mr. He, whom she had relied on, fell under Lu Jinsheng's sword light in an instant, leaving only the master of the cemetery, a Yin practitioner from the capital city, under her expectant gaze. The Yin master Chao Quan tore off his upper garment, revealing dense runes tattooed all over his body, with his breasts tattooed to resemble a pair of bulging eyes, and his navel tattooed to look like a large mouth. As he tore open his garment, the eyes on his body emitted a strange light, captivating the mind, while the mouth transformed from his navel exhaled an incredibly foul mist. This mist acted as a barrier. Granny Du, standing nearby, felt dizzy upon inhaling it. She hurriedly took a pill, feeling slightly better, but still felt heavy-headed and weak. However, Chao Quan's expression was grave. He had never taken Lu Jinsheng seriously before, believing that a sword practitioner would have no resistance against his spells. Yet he didn't expect that Lu Jinsheng's swordplay could stir up such a tremendous storm, making it difficult for him to approach with his toxic mist. Lu Jinsheng sensed danger, but his ability to manipulate the air currents became increasingly adept. In the midst of the air currents, he continuously swung his sword, sending the waves towards Chao Quan, blowing the black toxic mist away to reveal Chao Quan inside. The sword in his hand slashed through the void repeatedly, and he followed the sword, reaching Chao Quan in an instant, silent and merciless, thrusting his sword straight at him. Chao Quan's heart raced. He never imagined he would die here. This was not what he had anticipated. The pair of eyes on his chest suddenly surged with mysterious light, circling as if to swallow all consciousness. This was his trump card. When someone attacked him, these eyes would have a miraculous effect. However, Lu Jinsheng's gaze was fixed on those eyes, seemingly indifferent, as his sword pierced Chao Quan's chest. How is this possible? I will die here. This was Chao Quan's last thought. Granny Du, witnessing this scene, felt her heart break. She collapsed to the ground, wanting to speak, but a sword had already sliced across her neck, her head flying high. Lu Jinsheng didn't want to hear her stubborn insults, which were just taunts that polluted the air. The valley returned to calm. Lu Jinsheng panted, looking around in the moonlight, seeing corpses strewn everywhere, blood flowing, and the stench pervasive. He stood leaning on his sword, gazing at the sky, suddenly thinking, this bright moonlight should not fall on this ground of filth, which is truly lamentable. Chapter 18, Buying a Passage. A gentle breeze blew, lifting Lu Jinsheng's thoughts as if they had flown up to the moon. Seeing the moon reminded him of home. Although he told himself that his parents need not worry about him, he understood very well that they must be suffering. He only hoped that the moon would not show them the scene of him battling against those who could hardly be considered human. One can struggle in the mud, yet does not wish for their loved ones to witness such things. Lu Jinsheng searched for any survivors among the crowd. A few women were still alive, kneeling on the ground, their clothes disheveled, some continuously expressing their gratitude. He urged them to dress properly and tidy up. While he began to search the bodies, unexpectedly finding a few spellbooks. Though they were all of dubious origin, they could still broaden his knowledge. He also untied the hunter from the tree and buried him alongside several victims. The surviving women quietly followed him, using wood to dig the ground. After considerable effort, they finally dug a large pit to bury the few of them side by side. As for the others, Lu Jinsheng didn't bother to bury them. The Green Mountains had their own purifying abilities. The beasts in the mountains would consume them, and the plants would do the same. He sheathed his sword and placed a lantern on a stone. They followed the paths that wild beasts and hunters had taken, walking along the trails washed out by the mountain waters, swaying as they went. In the dense forest, unknown eyes were watching, beasts or spirits, steep mountains, or perhaps a few types of celestial beings. Seeing Lu Jinsheng's scene of killing with a single sword would spread throughout the mountains. However, they also sensed that Lu Jinsheng was at the end of his strength, wanting to seize him or devour his soul. Yet suddenly felt a sense of terror and heart palpitations. Their gaze fell on the lantern Lu Jinsheng held. The light was hazy, covered with glass. Undeterred by the mountain winds, In the dimness, it seemed one could vaguely see someone sitting cross-legged within the lantern's light. But upon closer inspection, nothing could be seen. The light remained just light, yet no one dared to ambush him anymore. If someone could see from above, they would observe a solitary lantern traversing the quiet green mountains under the night sky, swaying amidst the night wind and darkness, appearing and disappearing, with the world silent. A crescent moon in the sky seemed to fear that the lantern's light could not illuminate his path, closely following behind. In the early morning, the sun broke through the clouds, shining upon the earth. They shouted as they knocked on the door of the master of the temple, making loud banging sounds. A sigh came from inside the room, and the door opened, revealing the master of the temple, who looked at the two boys and sighed once more in his heart. Two young disciples looked at the silent appearance of the master. Their expressions suddenly changed. They had come out of concern for Lu Jincheng's safety, and now seeing the master's demeanor, they feared that Lu Jincheng might have been harmed. Wow! Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly burst into tears. He had been suppressing the unutterable grievances since his mother's death, and he had originally taken Lu Jincheng's efforts as a model to follow. To him, Lu Jincheng was so outstanding. His family had suffered a disaster, and he had thrown himself into the fire spirit temple, quickly achieving success in his studies through hard work. But now he was dead. He thought of the possibility that he might also die like this, left to rot in the wilderness. And perhaps no one at home would remember him. Thus, sorrow welled up in his heart, and he cried mournfully. Beside him, Deng Ding noticed Xianxiaaudiobooks weeping and also looked troubled, asking, "Master, should we go find senior brother?" Sighing, the master replied, "Lu Jincheng is fine." He sighed because his two preparatory disciples cared so much for Lu Jincheng. Was this temple not built for Lu Jincheng? He had taken him as a named disciple, but it seemed he had taken away his two disciples. When Xianxiaaudiobooks heard that Lu Jincheng was fine, his crying instantly changed, becoming less sorrowful and more joyful. Behind him were three disheveled young women. "Senior brother, you are injured," Xianxiaaudiobooks asked tearfully. "No, I'm fine, really, look." After saying this, Lu Jincheng turned around twice, taking the lamp and sword from his waist. Seeing the master coming over, he immediately handed the lamp to the master. The master examined him, then looked at the wild boar on the ground and said, "Come to my room to learn the sword refining mantra after you rest well." The three young women stayed in the fire spirit temple for 2 days, recovering some spirit before leaving in tears. He then went to the city to buy some seasonal vegetable seeds, opened a piece of land by the creek near the temple, and planted the seeds, so they would have vegetables to eat in the future. Since that day when he killed the group of people with Granny Dew, everything quieted down. The fire spirit temple gained fame and established a foundation in this area. As summer turned to autumn, the daytime heat remained, but at night the temperature dropped quickly. Lu Jincheng lay on a recliner sent by a young hunter named Liang Wu. Previously, he had learned hunting from his uncle, and after his uncle's death, he had to care for his grandmother. His aunt remarried, so he was still raising his niece. As for his father, he had perished in the mountains while hunting with his uncle, and he was raised by his uncle. His grandfather had also died in the mountains. So he decided to stop hunting and learn to be a bamboo craftsman. The bamboo recliner was made by him and sent over. Lu Jincheng did not refuse his kindness, but was very happy, being able to lie on this recliner on a summer to autumn night, watching the stars and the moon. Feeling the mountain breeze and the faint bird calls from the mountains was indeed a pleasant thing. Seeing Lu Jincheng happy made Liang Wu happy too, as he felt he had done something meaningful for Lu Jincheng. He had now realized that being able to refine essence in a qi overnight was far from normal. In addition, he meditated daily to sense yin and yang, believing that as his perception of yin and yang deepened, the sword's power would naturally increase. Moreover, the sword refining technique passed down by the master mentioned that the best materials for refining swords were the energies of yin and yang. Thus, in addition to his cultivation, he refined his sword with the essence of the lunar and solar energies, which could also be seen as infusing his thoughts into it. In that case, the sword would become a part of his body, moving with his thoughts. Over the past 2 months, he felt a slight response from the alloy sword in his hand. Though very weak, it was still a cause for joy. At this moment, the sword was unsheathed and lay across the low table beside him, its blade shimmering with a lunar glow in sync with Lu Jincheng's breathing. In the temple's courtyard, a fire attracted the surrounding mosquitoes, preventing Lu Jincheng and the 2 young disciples lying there from being bitten. Of course, the 2 disciples did not have a recliner. Liang Wu had intended to make another one, but Lu Jincheng refused, knowing that Liang Wu needed to support his family, and making one recliner took him many days of effort. The 2 disciples sat under the eaves, closing their eyes in meditation. Today, Lu Jincheng asked them to think about their greatest fears. Perhaps if they contemplated the same thing day after day, night after night, they would become accustomed to it. And once accustomed, they would not care so much and could suppress that obsession. How peaceful it was. Lu Jincheng lay there watching the starry sky. His heart was tranquil. so calm that the thoughts in his chi seemed less than a reflection in a mirror. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his ear. Taoist, Taoist. Lu Jinsheng opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a person lying on the courtyard wall, their head sticking out, shaped somewhat like a triangle, resembling a female snake demon from a certain animated series in Lu Jinsheng's mind. Taoist. I am from the Bai family of the White Rock Cave by the Azurite Lake. I have come today to invite you to our gathering of immortals in the mountains. Lu Jinsheng looked at this triangular-headed woman. Although he did not see her mouth move and no obvious sound reached him, the voice seemed to enter his heart, as if conveyed through eye contact. This voice is something I sensed, and not something I heard with my ears. Lu Jinsheng realized, while the two young disciples beside him remained sitting there. Having not heard the words of this triangular-headed woman at all, his interest was piqued, not in attending some inexplicable gathering of immortals, as it seemed to him that such gatherings in the mountains could not possibly involve real immortals, but rather creatures like demons. He was interested in how this voice was transmitted. Sound is a form of wave. It travels through the air, and anyone who can hear it can hear it. So why is this voice only heard by me? What is the principle behind it? Is it like the secret sound transmission in martial arts novels? Condensing the sound into a line that reaches a designated person's ear? Lu Jinsheng felt he could not do that. Was the other party capable of doing so? He thought for a moment and felt that it might be a precise transmission of consciousness, but he could not figure out the specifics for a while. However, he did not sense any hostile intent, so he stood up and walked a short distance to the courtyard wall, saying, "What kind of spell is this that can be directly transmitted to my heart?" Lu Jinsheng had heard that those demons who transformed into humanoid forms were ashamed to show their true forms to humans. Lu Jinsheng thought about the phrase heart-thought transmission. The heart is the origin of consciousness, while thought can be seen as the line of transmission. It indeed was transmitted through thought. So how is this thought transmitted? It cannot be that the spell envelopes the other party, as he did not feel offended when his thoughts were transmitted to him. It is not external. It must be internal. To transmit sound to others, the most important thing is to determine the target. The eyes can identify a target, and thus thoughts can also determine a target. Perhaps knowing their name, birth date, or through the lingering scent of their clothing could also work. He thought of many things in an instant. Just as Lu Jinsheng finished speaking, the woman's eyes immediately showed surprise. And she said, "So the Taoist can do it too." Lu Jinsheng smiled and said, "What kind of gathering of immortals are you talking about?" In the void. Lu Jinsheng's voice was not present, but the meaning of his words seemed to be conveyed to the triangular-headed woman's heart through eye contact. The gathering of immortals is a meeting held every 5 years among the immortals of our Qianyu mountain, established to resolve disputes among each other, and also to distribute immortal tokens during the meeting. This meeting sounds interesting. What disputes do you have among yourselves, and what is the immortal token? Lu Jinsheng felt that this meeting was quite advanced, like the United Nations, established to resolve disputes. Our celestial family is supported by the incense offerings from the horsemen in the city, so there are often disputes over incense. Additionally, the horsemen may have disagreements and hold grudges, which can implicate us, so we need to resolve these issues. The celestial token is a qualification badge. Only those who can summon spirits for outings and have the protection of 2 celestial beings can receive a celestial token. Only with a celestial token can one have their own horsemen near this group of Yushan. Lu Jinsheng understood that this was a group of cultivators dividing the human city into territories. "I have no connection with you. Why do you invite me to your gathering?" Lu Jinsheng asked. The fire spirit temple remained silent, yet it blocked others' paths. Lu Jinsheng chuckled in disbelief. Chapter 19. Friends. Knowing their intention, Lu Jinsheng said, "I don't think I will attend your gathering of celestial beings. However, if you are worried about disturbing the temple master while passing by the fire spirit temple, I can speak to the master. But our fire spirit temple is not a band of highway robbers, and the notion of buying a passage is quite inappropriate. If the master hears this, I will surely be scolded, but making a friend is still possible." After Lu Jinsheng finished speaking, the triangular-headed woman showed a look of confusion in her eyes, thinking, "Is he refusing the passage fee?" While she was pondering, she heard Lu Jinsheng continue, "Since we are making friends, it is only natural to bring some gifts when we meet. I believe I can speak well on behalf of the master." Upon hearing this, the triangular-headed woman suddenly realized Lu Jinsheng's meaning and felt that his words were elegant, exuding a unique nobility of a Taoist. The fire spirit temple returned to calmness. Lu Jinsheng closed his eyes, absorbing the moonlight. However, unlike before, his spiritual sense also enveloped the sword on the low table. He practiced this sensation in harmony with his breathing, believing that after getting used to it, this sensation would become as natural as breathing. As long as he needed to breathe, he would forever be in touch with the yin and yang. As dawn broke, birds left their nests to seek food. Sometimes, he wondered whether to dig a well in the yard, but he couldn't do it himself, so he had to abandon the idea. At this time, the temple's door was surely open, yet someone knocked at the entrance instead of coming in directly, clearly not a visitor here to offer incense. After a while, he heard ding ding calling. Senior brother, the new head of the Lu family in the city has brought a few friends to visit the master. Lu Jinsheng did not stand up. He remained seated, eating porridge, while the nearby Shanghaian had already put down his bowl, wiped his mouth, and stood by. Lu Jinsheng was certainly aware of this, but he was not a native of this world, having grown up in a more relaxed environment. So he did not put down his bowl and chopsticks. He was only halfway through his delicious porridge. The Lu family from Xiushui City was known for building temples and inviting spirits into them to suppress earthly malevolence. However, having lost 2 heads in a row, it was easy to imagine that the once-renowned Lu family in Xiushui City would likely decline unless they had a good successor. The first to approach was an old man, older than the Mr. Lu heir that Lu Jinsheng had seen before, followed by several young people. Upon seeing Lu Jinsheng, they did not neglect him. After all, Lu Jinsheng's reputation was quite significant now, while the master of the Fire Spirit Temple appeared mysterious. During the waiting period, Lu Jinsheng chatted with them, not saying much, just introducing themselves to each other. They were all descendants or close relatives of those who died that day in Matupo. But Lu Jinsheng felt that this head of the Lu family was merely a transitional figure. The real leader of the Lu family would be the young man beside him, from whom he sensed a sharpness and the current head's affection. They left before lunch, but Lu Jinsheng was called in by the master, who complained slightly. They came here to inquire about the specific situation in Matupo that day. You know it in detail. Why let them come to ask the temple? Lu Jinsheng immediately understood that the master was annoyed by those people, as he was not one to welcome visitors. If they specifically requested to visit the master, the disciple should report it. If the master did not wish to meet them, he could simply refuse. Lu Jinsheng said, "What do you mean by that? This temple is situated in the Xiushui area. Although we have official approval, it is still unwise to offend the local practitioners. In the future, you should bear some of these interpersonal matters for this temple," the master replied. Lu Jinsheng once again realized that although the master did not like to deal with people, he understood these matters very well. The master preferred to stay in solitude but asked his disciple to manage these mundane affairs. The disciple had practiced swordsmanship since childhood, so he might offend people. Lu Jinsheng said, "Your offending people is your own reasoning. What does that have to do with this temple?" Lu Jinsheng smiled. The master was indeed an understanding person, and they were all practitioners on the path, so calling him a Taoist would not be wrong. The master's meaning was that if you offend someone, it must be due to your sword practice and your cultivation, and there was no need to mention it to him. Since Lu Jinsheng practiced swordsmanship from a young age, the sword is a lethal weapon, a tool for killing, which naturally requires a sheath. Lu Jinsheng's sheath consisted of the poems he learned as a child, the rules taught by his grandfather, and the virtues from his school textbooks. Although he may not be able to fulfill them all, they shaped his own worldview. The poems contained heroes, chivalry, sorrow and melancholy, and romantic passion. Those who love these things would never become petty and lowly. At the very least, they would have their own dignity in their hearts. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in a blink. The triangular-headed unknown woman still had not come. Lu Jinsheng was actually looking forward to their passage fee. He wanted to see what they could offer. On the 4th day, the triangular-headed woman finally arrived, but one of her eyes was already blind. Why? A perfectly fine triangular demon. How did she become blind? Lu Jinsheng sighed inwardly. He had quite a good impression of this triangular-headed woman. However, it seemed she had undergone a struggle and had failed. Why did they disagree? Do you have rules regarding this? Lu Jinsheng asked. Our celestial families generally treat others kindly and value harmony. In the mountains and wilderness, there are no rules. But if there is a strong person residing in a temple or cave, then when we go out, we need to take a detour, which often delays our time. Our horsemen might perish, so we buy passage from places like the Fire Spirit Temple to avoid detours, the triangular-headed woman explained. So among you, there are great immortals who think our Fire Spirit Temple is not worth it? Lu Jinsheng asked. Yes, Taoist. The Huangxian faction has many celestial beings who disagree with our proposal. The horsemen of the Lucian are not around this Xiushui city area, and the Huxian has always been aloof, merely observing from the sidelines without getting involved. The Huixian is close to the Huangxian, and this time the Huangxian faction invited a group of monkeys from outside to the mountain, effectively selling our territory to that monkey clan. However, Lu Jinsheng felt that this triangular-headed woman was a snake. What exactly are you? Lu Jinsheng asked directly. The triangular-headed woman of the Bai clan, who was perched against the wall, seemed to feel insulted and immediately shrank down from the courtyard wall. Then he heard her sobbing, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Lu Jinsheng scratched the back of his head, having learned so much in school and acquired many spells. He had never learned how to comfort a girl. Oh no, a female demon. Was she a hedgehog or a snake? Lu Jinsheng took his sword and stepped forward. The wind suddenly rose, as if the wind was blowing him onto the courtyard wall. Then he landed outside with the wind. Following the sound, he saw a hedgehog curled up under the courtyard wall. It was actually a hedgehog. What did I see? Why did it look so much like a snake's head? Lu Jincheng thought, and since he didn't know how to comfort the hedgehog, he could only ask, "Are you all right? I actually have just started my cultivation, so I don't know many of the rules. Woo-woo, I want to leave." The hedgehog looked to be about the size of 2 adult fists, with gray-black spines on its back, and Lu Jincheng could not see her face at all. "Where are you going?" Lu Jincheng casually asked. "I'm going to Qianku Mountain to find my third aunt to save my grandma," the hedgehog replied, crying. Lu Jincheng had no idea where Qianku Mountain was. He didn't want to get involved in the disputes of the mountains. He couldn't even manage the affairs between humans, let alone those in the mountains. As he watched the hedgehog running along in the night, he couldn't help but ask, "What's your name?" The hedgehog had already disappeared into the grass. And when Lu Jincheng thought she didn't want to tell him, he heard a voice say, "My name is by Xiaozi." That name was rather casual. The next day, Lu Jincheng stood at the entrance of Wielding Temple. He saw a group of people, specifically, a dozen or so people tied together with ropes. And they were being driven by more than 20 others, each holding shoes or some weapons, shouting and whipping those who walked slowly. Lu Jincheng didn't know who they were, but it certainly didn't seem like a good thing to be tying up a dozen people and taking them into the mountains early in the morning. Those people didn't look like good people either. Xianxiaaudiobooks and Ding Ding were both startled by the noise and came out of Wielding Temple to the hillside to see the group below. After carefully observing, Ding Ding suddenly said to Lu Jincheng, "Senior brother, I recognize one of them. He's a famous horseman from Xiushui City who can summon the immortals of the mountains. He has quite a reputation and once helped my father solve a serial murder case. Do you know anything about the horseman?" Lu Jincheng asked. As the son of the head of the Xiushui City constabulary and a third-generation official, Ding Ding had considered what spells to practice even before arriving at Wielding Temple. So he had naturally studied horsemen and immortals. In the area around Xiushui City, there were quite a few families of horsemen, and some entire villages were dedicated to this. In their ancestral halls, they didn't worship the spirits of their ancestors, but rather the tablets of the immortals. They themselves didn't possess much ability, but they were trained from a young age to allow the immortals to possess them and use certain spells. For these horsemen, they actually paid a significant price for their families because horsemen didn't have long lifespans. Lu Jincheng couldn't help but sigh. Now he understood that true spells were not difficult to obtain. At least these people could certainly acquire them if they wanted to practice qi methods. But few chose to do so, and it was difficult to cultivate. However, this method of quickly acquiring spells was passed down through generations. Wait a moment. Lu Jincheng suddenly shouted, surprising Xianxiaaudiobooks and Ding Ding, who looked at him in astonishment. The people walking below looked up at Lu Jincheng, but no one stopped. In fact, someone even swung a whip, making a white immortal horseman who had stopped momentarily stumble and almost fall. Although Ding Ding didn't understand why Lu Jincheng shouted that. Since Lu Jincheng had called out and no one stopped, Ding Ding felt it was a loss of face for Lu Jincheng. He then called out in his still somewhat sharp voice, "Did you not hear me telling you to stop?" Upon his shout, someone finally stopped. Specifically the one Ding Ding had pointed out to Lu Jincheng, the one who had helped Ding's father solve a case. "Young Master Ding, is there something you need?" the man asked. Ding Ding looked at Lu Jincheng. "Where are you taking them?" Lu Jincheng asked. "This is a matter among the immortals. We cannot disclose anything." The man replied, showing no respect for Ding Ding and not fearing Lu Jincheng because of Wielding Temple. "Senior brother, I heard that there can also be internal strife among the immortals. It's quite possible that a certain faction of immortals has lost power, and these horsemen are being taken to the mountains to be sacrificed to their immortals," Ding Ding whispered in Lu Jincheng's ear. This was similar to what Lu Jincheng had guessed, and he immediately said, "This road can be traversed by wind and rain, but you cannot pass." His words caused a stir among the people below, and one of them cupped his fists and said, "I have long heard that a Wielding Temple has been built here and have not had the chance to pay my respects. I hope for your understanding. But today we must escort these criminals into the mountains. If we do not arrive before dark, the immortals may become enraged, and we might have to say that we were obstructed by Wielding Temple. Feel free to say that. I have a friend who was blinded in one eye by your immortal, and I want to settle this matter with them," Lu Jincheng said. He wasn't particularly interested in the disputes in the mountains. For humans, these were like monsters and spirits, as tangled as vines in a ditch. Cleaning them up for a moment would only lead to their regrowth after a while. But since he had encountered this matter, he might as well deal with it. Especially since the hedgehog named by Xiaozi had mentioned making friends. Suddenly, a person's aura changed on the road below, becoming eerie and cold. Their pair of eyes stared coldly at Lu Jincheng, and Lu Jincheng clearly felt the chilling aura like a sinister wind connecting through their gaze, penetrating into his heart. An immortal is descending. This gaze intends to seize my body. Lu Jincheng realized the other party's intention in an instant. Chapter 20. The Yellow Immortal Rushing to the Mountain. In the morning light, the wind was gentle and the light was faint. Lu Jinqing felt an awareness like a cold wind rushing towards his heart. At that moment, he thought of the technique of transmitting thoughts. He had originally speculated that this technique was not just for communication. Transmitting thoughts was merely the most basic application. It should be a method of spellcasting. In his view, casting spells on others required first determining their physical form. Sword techniques not only required speed and power, but also accuracy. Otherwise, what would be the meaning of thrusting a sword forcefully and quickly into thin air? The same applied to spellcasting, as it often involved distant strikes. Lu Jinqing could imagine that some spells could even be cast without seeing the person. Some curses could be invoked with just a name, birth date, and a few pieces of clothing, allowing one to cast spells on others from thousands of miles away. These certainly had special methods of spellcasting. At that moment, as their eyes met, Lu Jinqing perceived that each person's gaze contained their own consciousness, radiating outward. Their eyes were like doors emitting light, wide open to allow anyone to enter. However, once inside, the situation was not something those outside could comprehend. The unknown yellow immortal quickly locked onto Lu Jinqing's body through his gaze, intruding as if breaking down the door. In his excitement, he saw only a field of morning light, feeling the universe, visualizing the sun and moon in time. At this moment, it was just before sunrise, with the morning light illuminating the world. In that beam of morning light, an invisible and intangible cold wind manifested, like a shadow emerging from darkness. It was a yellow weasel. It raised its head to look at the sky, a look of confusion in its eyes, as it felt that it had entered this person's body. Yet when it looked up, it still seemed to see the original world. Could this Huling temple be a place for refining qi inheritance? This thought suddenly flashed through its mind. The phrase refining qi methods draws on the sun and moon. Visualizing in accordance with the changing celestial phenomena aligned perfectly with the sun and moon's variations. As this thought crossed its mind, it immediately sought to leave. There was actually someone practicing the refining qi method, and it felt a surge of fear. Its body, like a wisp of black smoke, aimed to rise straight up to the heavens, believing that the brightest spot in the sky was where Lu Jinqing's eyes were. It intended to enter from there and exit from the same place. However, it found itself burning. Panicking, it shouted, "I am the seventh son of the Yellow Immortal clan leader. If you dare to kill me, the Yellow Immortal family will never let you go." Lu Jinqing directly refined the Yellow Immortal's intent that had entered his body using the method of refining essence into qi. The firelight around the Yellow Immortal grew brighter and brighter, eventually turning into a brilliant light. The black smoke dissipated, and a fragmented memory spread like an illusion in Lu Jinqing's mind, colliding with his spirit, akin to the delusions experienced during a night of refining essence into qi. At this moment, he felt as if he had become a weasel, foraging in the mountains, encountering various dangers, and eating all sorts of mountain food, which tasted exceptionally fragrant. This feeling of transforming into a different being made him momentarily believe he was a weasel, living and growing in the mountains. He did not know how much time had passed when the weasel looked up at the sky and saw the east gradually brightening, the morning light shining down. Its eyes instantly ignited with flames. "No, the Huang family will not let you go." The desperate words of Lu Jinqing echoed in his heart. It was then that Lu Jinqing truly understood that the Huang immortal had not really died before. If he had been careless, he might have already lost his body. However, he could not afford to be careless. The scene of transforming into a weasel was like a delusion born of refining essence into energy. If he had not practiced the qi method and had experience in subduing delusions, he might have truly fallen into that trap. Down the road, a person fell with a thud, straight down, and a group rushed over, shouting his name, but he was already dead. It was not Lu Jinqing's intention to kill him, but the refining and burning of the Huang immortal inevitably affected him. But it was also his own fault for inviting the Huang immortal to possess him. Had he not done so, his life would certainly have been safe. All of this happened in a very short time, and Lu Jinqing was not particularly prepared. This was the first time encountering such a spell. However, after the Huang immortal's intent invaded his mind, he naturally refined it through the method of gathering the sun and moon, visualizing at the right time, and using his will to subdue delusions. When he looked up at the sky, he found the root of its intent through the gaze used by the Huang immortal, successfully refining and burning it. The coachman, seeing that a great immortal had died in an instant, immediately understood they had encountered a strong person and dared not move. They even found that their secret invitation to the immortal had been rejected. Even those who needed to relieve themselves did not attempt to flee, as if they were all waiting for something. It seemed I was not mistaken. They were waiting for nightfall, for their true immortal to arrive, Lu Jinqing said. And Ding Ding and Shanggaian were worried about this. When Lu Jinqing voiced it, a trace of panic appeared on their faces. "You are afraid?" Lu Jinqing asked. Shanggaian said worriedly. I heard that the Huang immortal is narrow-minded and holds grudges. If someone has offended them and wishes to seek forgiveness, they must offer 3 sacrificial animals to be forgiven. Even if the Huang immortal forgives, someone in the family must serve the Huang immortal as a coachman to ensure the family's safety. Xianxiagan, as the son of a wealthy merchant in Qiushui City, though not as knowledgeable as Ding Ding, still understood some stories about the Huang immortal, showing how deeply ingrained the Huang immortal's temperament was in people's minds. Well, today we will meet this group of yellow weasels who are called immortals in the mountains. Tonight, you two will accompany me to meet them, just as a way to refine your hearts. If it doesn't work, then switch to the Dianxin transformation method of the observer, and we won't waste any more time. After Lu Jinsheng finished speaking, both of them were stunned, and Xianxiagan's face showed a trace of bitterness. I can see that the qi refining method requires great insight. If you can do it tonight, then you can. If not, then you cannot, Lu Jinsheng said. If anyone else had heard this, they would have thought he was boasting. But the 2 boys felt it was true. Their senior brother had refined essence into energy all night, while they had barely entered a meditative state in all this time. He did not say it required great willpower because he felt the 2 boys' willpower was sufficient. Lu Jinsheng still believed that a trace of insight was crucial because people's temperament, after experiencing something special, would become resolute and tenacious, working hard. However, some things simply do not exist, which is not like climbing a mountain, where each step forward is a step. Cultivation cannot grasp that feeling, and it becomes a dead end. He arrived in the observer's room, and the flame on the lamp beside the observer was flickering violently. After hearing Lu Jinsheng's words, the observer couldn't help but sigh in his heart and said, "The Huang immortal is in the mountains, with many immortals and significant power. Why must you intervene?" Lu Jinsheng replied seriously, "That by immortal respected my fire spirit temple when she came to ask for a way through. I said it was not appropriate to buy a passage. So I treated it as making a friend, and she happily left. I don't know what she was thinking, but I was somewhat serious when I said I wanted to make a friend. Since I opened my mouth, even though I didn't truly understand her. She was injured and fled to our fire spirit temple without asking for my help, so I felt she was a decent hedgehog. Today, seeing so many coachmen being implicated in the so-called disputes among immortals in the mountains and being taken away for sacrifices made me uncomfortable. If I didn't intervene, I estimate I would not be able to sleep well for several days." Lu Jinsheng expressed his thoughts. The coachmen and immortals were originally one. It was quite normal for disputes in the mountains to affect the city, such as the way of the world. However, if you want to intervene, you must consider that there are 2 junior brothers. Do not ruin the fire spirit temple that was hard to establish, the observer said. Lu Jinsheng smiled and said, "Rest assured, observer. Today I have gained some insight and am preparing to use tonight's events to lay a foundation for the cultivation of my 2 junior brothers. If it doesn't succeed, the 2 of them will no longer learn the qi refining method." The observer fell silent, feeling that Lu Jinsheng's insights were rather abundant, and he could even help others lay a foundation. He certainly could not miss this opportunity. Time passed swiftly like the wind. That afternoon, Xianxiagan and Ding Ding prepared dinner early, and even the observer had a small bowl. Afterwards, the 2 bathed and changed, their expressions serious and their gazes focused. A ray of sunlight in the sky was buried by the mountains, but at that moment, the mountains seemed to come alive, with winds rising from deep within the Qianyu mountain and sounds shaking the valleys. "Children, humans have killed our kin. We must take revenge and let humans know that the Huang immortal family is not to be trifled with. Revenge, revenge. Eat all humans, one by one." Yellow weasels ran on the treetops, carrying smoke and clouds, rushing toward the fire spirit temple like a tide. The birds that had already returned to their nests were startled into flight, and hunters who had yet to exit the mountains were filled with dread, going out to check the sky and entering the mountains to assess the situation. Experienced hunters had their own skills for observing mountains and weather. "A group of immortals is coming down the mountain. Quickly hide." An old hunter pulled a young hunter into a cave. "Uncle, why are the immortals coming down the mountain?" The young hunter asked. "It's either for revenge or to compete for hunting grounds. Be quiet." The old hunter finished speaking and fell silent, scattering a powder at the cave entrance. That wave was certainly not a real wave, but the accumulated vitality from the mountains, containing the spirit of wood, toxic gases, and wandering water spirits, all of which had accumulated over the years from their offerings. A multitude of Huang immortals rushed down the mountain together. Lu Jinsheng felt an unprecedented seriousness wash over him. He understood that he had ultimately underestimated these great immortals in the mountains. The mountain's vitality surged into the sky, forming a massive, wave-like dark cloud. The wind had arrived, initially gentle, but soon became wild. Lu Jinsheng found himself in the air, surrounded by clouds being blown away. Realizing that it was difficult to stabilize himself in the air, his eyes shimmered with the light of the moon, gazing at the energy waves in the mountains, which were difficult to penetrate. He could only vaguely see countless yellow weasels jumping and gliding in the tumultuous winds, though far from soaring through the clouds. There was a hint of climbing the clouds' momentum. In his ears, he heard a series of strange cries, filled with meanings of hatred, arrogance, skinning, and hard excavation, which made one understand their intent and feel terrified. He knew that when Xianxian and Deng Ding entered meditation, they could not fully concentrate their thoughts, making it impossible to refine essence into energy and to visualize the essence fire of the sun and moon refining their own essence into energy. If they could not completely refine it in one go, then they could not open up the sea of energy. The delusional energy refined would have nowhere to return after being subdued into true energy. This is because their will is not strong enough, but for them, they have already tried their best, and the things of the mind cannot simply be exerted through effort. Therefore, Lu Jinsheng wanted to let them have a mental confrontation with the Huangxian. If they win, their spiritual will naturally strengthen, but if they lose, it will be troublesome. Now, with so many Huangxian coming out together, Lu Jinsheng felt a strong pressure himself. He then said to the two disciples below, "The Huangxian are powerful and dangerous. You might die. You should go to the master's room to avoid this. Let's call it off this time." Xianxian hesitated a bit, and Deng Ding was also silent in thought. For them, it seemed that cultivation did not need to be so urgent, and they still had the master Xianxiaaudiobooks as a fallback, so their hesitation was quite normal. At this moment, they also felt the oppressive atmosphere in the void and looked up at the sky, which was filled with gray clouds like waves. All right, listen well. Fighting the Huangxian tests your spiritual cultivation the most. If you have the heart of the sun and moon, you can refine and kill them, not fearing their invasion of heart and body. If you can't withstand it, even the master will find it difficult to save you in time. Lu Jinsheng's words made them hesitate once again. They were willing to try, thinking that the master could save them. However, now that Lu Jinsheng said the master might not be able to save them, they hesitated again. Deng Ding gritted his teeth and said, "Senior brother, I am willing." Xianxian hesitated for a while longer and said, "Senior brother, I am also willing. If I die, you can bury me in the grove behind the master's place where you often practice sword. All right, as long as you firmly guard your own hearts. You will not be easily taken over." After Lu Jinsheng finished speaking, he looked at the seemingly surging green mountains and knew very well that whether the two of them could survive depended on him. Just then, he heard the mountains calling out a name. Lu Jinsheng, Lu Jinsheng. The grass was calling, the trees were calling, the stones were calling, the clouds and mist were calling. The entire mountain was calling. In that moment, Lu Jinsheng felt as if he had turned into a piece of iron, and the mountain had become a huge magnet, trying to draw his soul away. In that instant, he recalled the words, "Sword rises from the heart's sea, cutting down all demons and gods, seeing green mountains." He stood on the open ground in front of the temple, closed his eyes, and drew his sword. The moment the sword was unsheathed, its chant was drowned out by those calls. However, his hand did not hesitate at all, slicing into the void. He was not cutting at anything physical, but at the resonating call within his heart that shook the mountains and rivers. Chapter 21. The Master Takes Disciples. Once a person has a name, as long as they are a normal person, when their name is called, whether they respond or not, their inner self will respond. This response is not subject to human will. Now it was the mountains calling. Lu Jinsheng knew that this was the Huangxian trying to call his soul out of his body, but the stirring within him was still like a restless thought. Like a command, like a student standing up when the teacher calls their name. Lu Jinsheng envisioned the moonlight shining down, calming the restless thoughts. Yet he followed the call and struck out with his sword. He felt he had struck something, but amidst the mountain's calls, he could not be sure. The sound was like layers of waves. Once he cut through one layer, another remained. Therefore, he struck again and again, which was different from when he was at Matoy Slope. At that time, he could clearly feel the eyes watching him, with a clear target. This time, he could only follow the sound of the call in his sword strikes, just as he had followed that feeling when he was called in the forest. Now, he was following that feeling to strike with his sword. Through these different encounters with enemies, he also felt a clear difference in himself. He did not know if he had struck the Huangxian, but each time he struck out, he felt a little lighter, so he did not stop. He stood in front of the Wielding temple, the light of his sword shattering the incoming mountain energy. He did not open his eyes, relying only on his feelings to wield his sword, for he feared that the Huangxian would invade his heart with their soul thoughts through eye contact. One-on-one would be fine, but with so many, he had to be cautious. The mountain energy subtly took shape, like weasels pouncing at Lu Jinsheng, attacking with the combined soul thoughts of the Huangxian. In the distance, someone was floating in the void, watching the Wielding temple, and when they saw this scene, they were extremely surprised. Such a commotion in Chuanyu Mountain could not go unnoticed, and they discovered that Lu Jinsheng was actually holding on under this impact. His body, along with the sword, moved under the layers of mountain energy attacks like a swimming fish, navigating through the weak gaps in the waves, moving with the sword followed the arc. And his body spun like a top, while all around him, swords continuously slashed out, breaking the Huangxian soul thoughts that merged with the mountain energy. In that overwhelming tidal wave of mountain energy, he was like a small boat, on the verge of sinking, yet still not submerged. On the peak of the mountain closest to the Wielding temple, there stood a creature resembling a short old man, no taller than half an adult man, with a full head of white hair, surprisingly wearing a well-fitted yellow robe. Upon closer inspection, his face was still mouse-like, just mimicking human shape and attire. From his small eyes, one could see cunning and malice, and beside him were several similar Huangxian, all standing upright in their tailored yellow robes, watching Lu Jinsheng in front of the Wielding temple like a large stone, submerged yet continuously re-emerging. They pointed at the Wielding temple with their absurd fingers, seemingly saying something. Not long after, a weasel-shaped mountain energy rushed into the Wielding temple. The lanterns beside the master began to flicker violently, like flames of a monkey tethered by invisible ropes. He sighed, and the flame from the lantern jumped out as a red line, slipping through the door crack and appearing in the courtyard. The Huangxian soul thoughts that merged with the mountain energy wanted to pounce on the two disciples, but suddenly felt a strong danger, and with a flash of fire in their eyes, their consciousness vanished. A small figure made of flame appeared on the roof of the Wielding temple, looking towards the mountaintop. He then looked at Lu Jinsheng in front of the temple and ultimately did nothing, only extinguishing the Huangxian soul thoughts that had rushed into the temple. If someone were present, they would see a ball of fire dispersing the gusts of wind. Shanxian and Ding Ding looked at the howling gray winds above their heads, then at the flickering flames in the temple, momentarily unsure of what to do, as this was greatly different from what their senior brother had instructed and anticipated. The senior brother said that these Huangxian would come in and seize people's bodies, and they should visualize the sun and moon, firmly guard their hearts, and fight against them. Winning would mean success in refining the heart, while losing would mean losing their bodies. They chose to fight against these Huangxian, but it seemed that the Huangxian that had entered were all killed by the master. A gray shadow rushed towards Ding Ding, and a flash of fire passed by. He clearly saw that the formless gray weasel about to pounce on his face was pierced by a streak of fire, and the formless gray wind instantly ignited, like fireworks, scattering in an instant before him, the firelight darting away elsewhere. Yet they vaguely heard the master's voice. These people have little knowledge, boasting recklessly, almost making this temple believe them. The master sat in his room, annoyed with himself for having believed that Lu Jinsheng truly had any insights or plans. Those who practice sword often make grand vows, the master thought to himself. In the courtyard, one of the two disciples, Shanxian, suddenly said, "Did you hear any sounds?" It seems like the master's voice. The master scolded the senior brother. The observer took a deep breath, tightly restraining his thoughts. He was momentarily irritated, to the extent that his inner voice actually transmitted to others through the actions of the heart-slaying ghost, causing his face to flush slightly. At that moment, he heard Lu Jinsheng's loud voice from outside the temple. "Communicate with me. All beings can be called spirits, and there is an inherent connection and perception between spirits." After obtaining several spell books from that valley, one of them was a spirit communication technique. This spell is not a method of combat, and many people probably disdain to practice it. However, after reading it, Lu Jinsheng felt that it was a way to understand nature. Thus, he thought of this method, allowing the two to communicate with themselves and perceive their battle with the yellow immortals, to see if it would be helpful. The two young disciples immediately sat down, calming their minds and visualizing Lu Jinsheng's appearance while chanting his name. However, this time was very different from the afternoon's attempt. They felt that the radiance on Lu Jinsheng was intense, almost piercing their hearts, and they couldn't contain him in their inner visualization. During the afternoon's attempt, when they closed their eyes to communicate with Lu Jinsheng beside them, they felt his radiance was gentle and inviting. Suddenly, Ding Ding and Shanxian heard a sigh, as if illuminated by a burst of firelight, awakening from a dream, and Lu Jinsheng's image vanished from their minds. How can you heed his words to communicate with Lu Jinsheng? Your spirits are weak, and he is currently brimming with sword intent and magical essence. Communicating with him is like swallowing fire and iron needles. It's tantamount to courting death. The two young disciples were so frightened they didn't dare to speak. Outside, Lu Jinsheng wielded his sword with increasing ease and freedom, yet each strike resonated with the moonlight. As time passed, the mountain's aura gradually weakened. On the mountaintop, several clothed yellow immortals emitted strange cries, seemingly filled with anger, hatred, and a hint of fear. In the forest, many yellow immortals lay beneath tree roots or in the cracks of grass and stones. They had died without visible wounds, yet their consciousness had faded. This was a result of Lu Jinsheng's sword, unleashed from his heart, cutting down through an obscure connection. The yellow immortals had not called Lu Jincheng's name again, or else more would have perished. At that moment, Lu Jincheng heard a strange cry and saw a gigantic yellow weasel appear in the sky. Its eyes radiated a strange light, making Lu Jincheng feel as if he were looking at the sun with closed eyes. The light penetrating through his eyelids and into his heart. Without further thought, he struck out with a sword towards the sensed yellow weasel. The sword hummed sharply, swirling through the void as if it spread throughout the mountain, reaching the heart and ears of a yellow immortal on the mountaintop. Suddenly, a yellow weasel dressed in human clothing let out a terrible cry and collapsed to the ground. The leading old yellow weasel immediately emitted a series of strange cries, prompting the other yellow immortals to carry away the bodies of their fallen comrades. The surviving yellow immortals retreated like a tide, leaving behind many corpses and some severely injured. The mountain fell silent, the moon hanging high, casting a quiet light over the still landscape. This sword technique could be said to have undergone a true transformation, now qualifying as a practitioner's swordsmanship. Back in the temple, Lu Jincheng saw the two young disciples and asked about their feelings. They merely pursed their lips in silence. At that moment, the observer's voice resounded, "Come to my room." The three entered the observer's chamber, and after a scolding, Lu Jincheng realized how close he had come to causing a disaster. Of course, when he previously mentioned that the observer might not be able to save them, allowing them to choose was still a form of tempering their will. He knew the observer would definitely be able to save them, but this tempering might have been his own wishful thinking. However, he clearly lacked understanding regarding the dangers of spirit communication. He hadn't anticipated how perilous it would be to have the two communicate with themselves. He sincerely apologized to them, saying, "I almost caused a great disaster for you two due to my ignorance. I am truly ashamed and grateful for the master's rescue. If either of you had died today because of me or could not continue your cultivation because of this, I would regret it for a lifetime and would have no face to meet your elders." He was indeed drenched in cold sweat, and the excitement of his small achievement in swordsmanship was immediately replaced by fear. "Senior brother, we don't blame you. Your time of cultivation is short, and you are unclear about some matters regarding practice. How could we hold it against you?" Ding Ding said. Shang Guyan nodded beside him, his eyes indicating agreement. Seeing Lu Jincheng's remorseful expression, the observer felt secretly pleased, thinking, "Young people are ultimately too impulsive. My disciples are not so easily taken away. However, he did call me master just now, which shows sincerity. I will teach him a few more spells, and he will surely be able to focus his mind." After the incident with the yellow immortals, Lu Jincheng realized his lack of understanding of common cultivation knowledge and sought advice from the observer. The observer was not stingy and took out more than 10 books from his gray bag, saying, "These are the records I have copied over the years while seeking methods. Take a look." The earliest was about qi refining methods, including the techniques of harnessing the sun and moon, which are widespread and not difficult to obtain if one seeks them earnestly. After that, due to the difficulty of qi refining, a sect called the Feather Transformation School emerged, which pursues the ultimate abandonment of the physical body to ascend as an immortal. The Ji family school, led by Confucius, belongs to the Confucian sect but is also a significant lineage of the Feather Transformation School. Following that was the realm of Yama, described in the book with mystery. And then the Spirit Domestication School, Secret Food School, God Worship, and Incense God Tao, which are all considered righteous methods in the world, having produced great cultivators at the level of transformation. Of course, there are many miscellaneous schools and branches derived from these righteous methods, referred to as heterodox schools. Among them, the 5 organs divine method practiced by the observer belongs to the heterodox school, while the great immortals in the mountains previously practiced a combination of feather transformation and incense god Tao, cultivating the transformation of yin souls into yang, while also coveting the conveniences of the incense god methods. The person with the snake cultivating poison they encountered in Dujiazwang belonged to the Spirit Domestication School, which is also one of the righteous methods. However, the book clearly states that there are distinctions within the Spirit Domestication School. The superior spirits are the essence spirits of heaven and earth, rare to find, while the inferior ones are merely insects and poisons, difficult to achieve the great way. As for the Secret Food School, Lu Jincheng had seen it. Qingluo Valley belongs to the Secret Food School, and the first realm is Wood Charm, and he had even killed a transformed individual from the Secret Food School. The God Worship School has no fixed form. The book states that while it is powerful, it often self-destructs in its rituals. Other miscellaneous methods are referred to as miscellaneous schools, which Lu Jincheng encountered the most. However, even these miscellaneous schools have shadows of righteous methods. They are just modified in many key aspects, leading to terrifying and harmful outcomes. The great immortals in the mountains can actually be classified within the miscellaneous schools, and Lu Jincheng realized he had previously overestimated them. Time passed quickly. One day, early in the morning, someone knocked on the door of the temple. it was a constable, who had come to ask the fire spirit observer for help. The fire spirit temple had received official approval to be built near the swimming city. So when the government encountered issues, they would come to ask for assistance. The observer was unwilling to go and sent Lu Jinsheng instead. Seeing Ding Ding's hesitant expression, he felt he could not refuse. Similarly, out of curiosity, he wanted to see what kind of issue the government could not resolve. Chapter 22. Unseen. Lu Jinsheng left the temple, not alone, but with 3 people. Ding Ding also wanted to go. Lu Jinsheng thought that experiencing some events might help them grow in their resolve and be beneficial for their cultivation, so he took him along. And the observer did not oppose it. So much time has passed since he last heard that his father had gone to another county to handle matters. And he didn't know if it was resolved, as there had been no news from home for a long time. Meanwhile, the Deng family would frequently send things over, not just for Ding Ding, but also for others in Guangzhou, which made Shang Gui feel uneasy and envious. Recently, he had lost a lot of weight. Although his face was still round, there wasn't much flesh on his body. To be honest, Lu Jinsheng was quite worried about him. The 3 of them left the Huoling temple and headed down the hillside towards the water city. The constable was quite young, possibly only 17 or 18, wearing a brand new constable's uniform with a dagger at his waist. He appeared sturdy, with a slight hunch, moving like a monkey. His eyes sparkling with intelligence and taking large strides. Brother He, what case have you encountered that your father sent you to the Huoling temple to invite the master? Ding Ding, who had been a constable for many years, was familiar with constables. Do you remember the escort master who came out from Matupa? He Fong asked. What happened to that escort master? Ding Ding asked in surprise. All the people from his village have disappeared, He Fong said. A village? How could they all disappear? As a descendant of a constable family, Ding Ding knew this was a major case. The constable suspects it is related to that escort master, He Fong said. Lu Jinsheng had long harbored doubts. So many people had entered and died. Why was that escort master able to escape? At the time, it was said that he was saved by Master Lu. As everyone was unclear about the situation in Matupa and believed that Master Lu had once sealed off that village. So it was normal for him to be able to send someone out. However, having been there, Lu Jinsheng knew that those people could not withstand the growth of the eyes within their bodies. Escaping was futile, and perhaps those who escaped carried the eyes with them. Has anyone seen that person after he came out of Matupa? Lu Jinsheng asked. The constable had also instructed that if the master of Huoling temple could not come, they must invite this Lu Daozhang. Lu Jinsheng wore a black warrior robe, tightly cinched at the cuffs and collar. His hair, unable to be fully tied up, yet always blocking his eyes, made him contemplate whether to let it grow or cut it short, as he preferred a crew cut. He was tall, and the sword he carried was custom-made. Longer than an average sword, looking thin yet tough and heavy. He rested it on his shoulder, walking against the morning wind and sunlight, exuding a sense of freedom. Although he had practiced swordsmanship for many years, he still had a scholarly demeanor, having studied and recited poetry for years. However, after several brushes with death, his spirit had transformed and elevated. The qualities formed by his sword practice and scholarly pursuits had coalesced, polished by worldly affairs, and he had become vibrant and radiant. But has anyone explored that village? Ding Ding asked. Yes, they all say the village is empty, but many places, like the doors and windows of each household, still have strange eyes drawn on them, He Fong said. Ding Ding asked for more details, such as how many people had gone to investigate the village, whether his father, Constable Deng, was also there, and who else besides his senior brother had been invited. These inquiries were both to demonstrate his familiarity with the investigation process and to help Lu Jinsheng understand the situation better. The constable was still organizing a team for the investigation, so the 3 of them went directly to the Deng residence, while He Fong went to the government office. Upon returning to the Deng residence, Deng Ding naturally had a warm reunion with his mother, but Mrs. Deng, being a virtuous and polite person, would not neglect Lu Jinsheng. Knowing that Lu Jinsheng had been recognized as a senior brother, she further reminded Deng Ding to respect him. After having lunch at the Deng residence, He Fong returned and brought word that Constable Deng had gone to Su Kung village first. The village's name included Kong, naturally referring to its pit-like terrain, and all the residents there had the surname Su. Deng Ding insisted on going, but Mrs. Deng would not allow it, and in the end, under her gentle gaze, he could only stay at home. Lu Jinsheng followed He Fong, each riding a horse and bringing along provisions prepared by the Deng family, and they headed towards Su Kung village. What was the name of that escort master? Lu Jinsheng suddenly realized he didn't know his name. His name is Su Xian, and he is said to be in a relationship with Du Desheng from Du Jiazhuang, He Fong said. A relationship? Is Su Xian a woman? Lu Jinsheng asked in surprise. Yes, they are both children of the Jianghu and do not care about titles. Moreover, women from Su Kung do not marry outside. So they have not gotten married, He Fong explained. Lu Jinsheng didn't want to know about the private affairs of Du Desheng, who had caused a major disaster. But xianxian seemed to have a significant connection to Suking village. Why don't the women of Suking marry outside? Lu Jincheng asked. It is said to be due to the deities they worship. Suking village has always been isolated, rarely communicating with outsiders. And no one can clearly explain which deities they worship. It is said to be a great secret of Sukung village, Hifang said. Lu Jincheng recalled that he had read in a book that the worshippers often die from the deities they worship. This remote Sukung village, who discovered that the people had disappeared. Was there anyone who reported it? Lu Jincheng asked. It was a merchant who went to Sukung village at a set time each month, and upon finding no one there, he reported it to the county office. Yifang replied, sitting on his horse. The horse was not moving quickly, and they were chatting without rushing. The county magistrate has ordered an investigation into whether Sukung village has a contagious, strange deity plague. If so, it should be driven out. If that is difficult, it should be quarantined and warning signs erected to keep people away. Yifang did not hide anything from Lu Jincheng, as this was something that needed to be disclosed. In Yifang's mind, Wielding Temple was already a major sect in the Water City region. Though only a few people were involved, they were highly skilled. Not to mention the master of Wielding Temple, who was said to be a person sought after by the officials, and he chose the tranquility of Water City. Lu Jincheng was even called the Sword Master of Slaying Immortals, a title derived from his previous victory over the Yellow Immortal in the mountains. Listening to Yifang, Lu Jincheng instantly grasped the key point and asked, what is the strange deity plague? The strange deity plague refers to places where deities have descended, leading to the emergence of strange phenomena that are difficult to eradicate, which can spread like a plague, Yifang said seriously. This is a new term mentioned by the national teacher in the official report, and the Taoist priest naturally has not heard of it. It was the first time Lu Jincheng had heard this, but he found the description very accurate. And it was also the first time he had heard the name of the national teacher. Of course, this name felt too distant from him, and he feared it might raise suspicions, so he did not ask further. In a world where even so-called deities could descend, revealing that he was not from this world would likely lead to a bad outcome. It seemed that it was enough to clarify the situation. Lu Jincheng said, yes. I hope everything goes smoothly, Yifang replied. Are such things common? Lu Jincheng asked again. Not very often. Otherwise, we constables would probably have been wiped out long ago. And I wouldn't have been able to inherit this constable position from my father, Yifang said. Lu Jincheng then realized that not only was the position of constable in the Deng family hereditary, but constable roles could also be passed down through families. However, upon reflection, it was understandable, as being a constable is a profession with strong specialization. Just like Yifang, he must possess excellent martial skills and many techniques to face the strange and supernatural, all of which are skills passed down from male to male in families. Let's hurry, so we don't keep Constable Deng waiting, Lu Jincheng said. At that moment, the two of them urged their horses to start running. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, they reached a main road that was flat and wide, but soon turned onto a side road. A dirt path only wide enough for ox carts, filled with ruts and occasional puddles. Looking closely at the crops in the fields, some resembled rice. But the leaves and stalks of these rice plants were golden. Noticing Lu Jincheng's scrutiny, Yifang smiled and said, our specialty in Swimming City is the Qianjin millet, which can be used to refine the fasting elixir. Every year, the tax revenue comes from these fasting elixirs, and those high-ranking officials in the court consume the fasting elixirs produced here annually. From his words, it was clear he took great pride in this matter. Lu Jincheng was quite surprised. Many people might think the fasting elixir is dispensable, but undoubtedly some would regard it as an excellent thing because consuming it means one doesn't need to eat, and not eating means one doesn't need to defecate, making a person feel transcendent, especially for some girls who are like little fairies, looking beautiful. However, thinking about them possibly sweating profusely in a non-air-conditioned restroom on a hot day diminished that transcendent image. Of course, all of this was in the past. Lu Jincheng felt this was very suitable for the observer. After about 2 incense sticks time, the two turned onto a fork in the road, which immediately narrowed, with half the path overtaken by weeds. There were no farmlands on either side, only desolate mountains. Lu Jincheng carefully examined the traces on the ground and noticed footprints, likely belonging to Captain Deng and his men. After another incense sticks time, Lu Jincheng knew they had arrived because he saw a newly established camp. It seemed Captain Deng had prepared in advance. After all, they had set off after lunch and traveled quite a distance, so they would definitely need to spend the night here. Lu Jincheng looked towards the front of the camp, where there was a village. The village clearly wasn't actually in a pit. It was just that compared to the surrounding mountains, it looked like a pit. Sukung village stood there quietly, eerily so, as if the camp had also been infected by the silence. Slow down, let's not get too close yet, Lu Jincheng said. Yifang immediately pulled the reins. Appearing to be a cautious person, perhaps his upbringing made him aware that danger lurks everywhere. The camp was too quiet, even if they had arrived first. It was impossible for everyone to suddenly enter Su Kung village without leaving someone to guard outside, yet now there wasn't a single person. Lu Jincheng remarked. After pondering for a moment, Hifang took out a whistle from his pocket and said, "This is a family heirloom bone whistle made from the leg bone of a night owl. Its sound is sharp and has some magical properties. It might be worth a try." In such an eerily quiet place, making a loud noise recklessly was dangerous. So Hifang explained to Lu Jincheng while also seeking his opinion. As Lu Jincheng had already gained some reputation in this area and would naturally be relied upon by others. "Let's give it a try," Lu Jincheng said. Hifang blew the bone whistle, and a sharp sound pierced through the silence like a sword, causing ripples in the stillness. Lu Jincheng felt as if he had been pricked, and he became much more alert. He believed that if Captain Deng and his men had entered the village, they would surely be able to hear it. The village was silent, and there wasn't a single bird in the surrounding mountains. Lu Jincheng didn't even hear the chirping of insects. After a long while, no one appeared from the village, nor did anyone emerge from the camp. Lu Jincheng glanced at Hifang and saw a look of fear on his face. Clearly, he was having second thoughts. "We need to check the camp. Captain Deng and his group can't have disappeared without a trace," Lu Jincheng said. Hifang ultimately didn't dare to abandon his superior and followed Lu Jincheng, who led the way towards the camp. As they got closer, he saw that the camp was obviously newly built. The wooden stakes were all new, as if everyone had suddenly vanished. Even the livestock was missing. Just then, he looked up at the sun, then closed his eyes. The bright red sun shone through his eyelids, seeming to imprint directly into his heart. He visualized the blazing sun burning in his eyes, and when he opened them again, everything before him seemed to ignite like a painting, the burning light spreading high into the sky, merging with the sun's brilliance. The world that appeared to be a still picture now burned with holes in his eyes, and sounds emerged in his ears. It was a bustling camp. Some people were carving wood to make stakes, others were unloading things from horses, and some were gazing at the village. Captain Deng was among them. Hifang beside Lu Jincheng was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, it seemed he had seen the void burning, a hole opening up to reveal another world beneath the void. And he didn't know what was real anymore. Of course, he had no idea that Lu Jincheng visualized the sun in his eyes to break the illusion. Earlier, at Ma Tuo, he visualized the moon in his eyes, which also broke the illusion, but it was somewhat different from now. At that time, he could prevent himself from being confused by the illusion, while now he had directly shattered this illusion. Chapter 23, The Escape Technique. Is this real? Hifang hesitated to enter, asking Lu Jincheng. Lu Jincheng looked up at the sky. The sun was scorching, and he felt it was very hot. As for Hifang's question, he could be certain because the gazes of these people made him feel the reality. For someone with keen perception like him, these gazes felt heavy, and he could clearly sense them when they fell on him. Lu Jincheng heard someone among them say, "Why didn't we see them approach? They just appeared suddenly." "Yeah, could it be some sort of concealment technique?" Someone else said. As Lu Jincheng approached, they stopped talking, and someone called out Hifang's name. Hifang's face turned bright red. He didn't know whether to respond. In his family teachings, in eerie places, one must never respond when an unknown person calls their name. He didn't know if these people were still his familiar colleagues. Lu Jincheng observed this scene, but said nothing. He felt displeased because Hifang had shown hesitation right away. He walked over to Captain Deng, who also noticed him. Lu Jincheng thought that Captain Deng might still be unaware of his earlier disappearance. He immediately informed him of what had just happened. Captain Deng had a few people beside him, all cultivators from Swimming City. After hearing Lu Jincheng's account, they displayed looks of suspicion. They didn't quite believe Lu Jincheng's words because they felt nothing unusual. "We came here without any discomfort and did not see anything strange," said a middle-aged cultivator nearby. Lu Jincheng glanced at the others and found that they also seemed skeptical, so he stopped saying anything. Captain Deng furrowed his brows. He wasn't disbelieving, but he felt they might have truly encountered some eerie phenomenon. If that were the case, then they might have already been infected. "What could be the reason we can't see them?" Captain Deng asked. Lu Jincheng shook his head, pondering in his heart. After all, in his view, there are too many things that the naked eye cannot see. The simplest example is when something covers oneself, then others cannot see them. That's hiding. Of course, others can guess that someone is beneath the covering and lift it. Another scenario is when one clearly sees something but doesn't realize they have seen it. This is neglect and also a form of hiding. Lu Jincheng recalled a book he received from the Observer, which mentioned, "I once encountered a person practicing a technique, who collected bird feathers to make garments. Wearing them, he appeared and disappeared among the mountains and forests, gliding between hunters and herbalists. I asked why this was so. He said he only wished to have them spread the word that there was a mountain person resembling a large bird who could fly in the sky, and thus he could truly soar in the heavens." Lu Jincheng had never seen such a technique, so he inquired about the method. At first, the person didn't speak, but after I expressed my willingness to spread the word for him, he finally revealed that the method he practiced was a divine transformation technique, a combination of secret food and divine rituals. Lu Jinqing thought of this and speculated whether someone here was practicing some kind of spell. Because in that book Travelogue and Observations, the author commented, "I just realized that the method obtained by the sacrificial deity faction is like a reflection of flowers in a mirror or the moon on the water, needing to be cultivated in the mortal world to emerge, but once achieved, the origin of the spell is unknown, and the technique is untraceable." This Zhujiaking is originally a village for worshipping deities, and with Su Xinxian from Matapopo involved, Lu Jinqing wondered if it was Su Xian practicing magic. If so, then by breaking her spell, would that create enmity? Lu Jinqing looked around at the surrounding green mountains, unable to determine if someone was watching from somewhere. The others did not believe they had vanished, only saying that if there was anything, it was due to Lu Jinqing planting an illusion. Lu Jinqing did not argue, as this matter was not easy to clarify. Even he himself did not fully understand it. The village was not large, with rows of houses that varied in height, some new and some old, not as aesthetically pleasing as Dujiazwang, and it was evident that it was not very wealthy, as some of the houses had mud walls. Some were wooden, and only a few were made of brick and stone. This was a poor village. Lu Jinqing felt this way when looking at the fields outside the village. The crops in the fields looked sparse and poorly grown, as if the people here were disinterested in farming. Among the companions, besides Captain Deng and Lu Jinqing, there were 3 others, whose sex Lu Jinqing did not know. Moreover, he felt that in this world, the cultivation sex could actually intermix, as long as one could grasp it, freely grafting and merging. Among them, the person who was most suspicious of Lu Jinqing held a yellow talisman in his hand, on which vermilion was painted a sun-like symbol. When he held the talisman, its brilliance seemed to harmonize with the sun's rays, almost indistinguishable from each other. Lu Jinqing referred to him as a talisman master. Another was an elderly man, taciturn, dressed in a thick black robe, radiating coldness even under the sun. Every time Lu Jinqing looked at him, he felt a vaguely uncomfortable sensation, knowing it was the other's intention condensing, just like when Shang Gaian and Deng Ding almost got their souls harmed by their own sword intent during their spiritual communication. This elder's cultivation was completely unidentifiable to Lu Jinqing. The third person wore only a vest-like garment, with well-defined muscles exposed. His body looked like iron, and Lu Jinqing could tell he was a master of fist techniques, referring to him as a fist master. As the 5 entered Zhujiaking village, they saw strange eyes drawn everywhere. On the walls, doors, tables, stoves, bedheads, and beams, there were eyes of various sizes, some dark and some bright, some joyful and some sorrowful, with some eyes horizontal, some vertical, and some slanted, and the pupils varied in color, with very few pairs of eyes. Jinqing, I heard that there are also eye-possessing illusions in Matapopo. Are they similar to here? Captain Deng asked after seeing so many eyes. Su Xian, from Sufang village, after entering Matapopo with Du Dushing, used some method, whether a sacrifice or something else, to make the deity worshipped in Zhujiaking descend and occupy the land deity statue in Matapopo for suppression, which is why that statue was covered with lumps. And inside those lumps were eyes. Moreover, during that sacrifice, Su Xian obtained the divine method of the eye spirit. And to truly manifest the divine method obtained from the spirit in the mortal world, it needed to be cultivated, just like replanting a seed of magic in the human realm. There was also a shrine in Zhujiaking village, but it did not enshrine ancestral spirits. Instead, it housed a huge piece of white wood, on which various eyes were painted with colors. The shrine had a courtyard with water, and sunlight from the sky shone into the water, revealing a clear bottom with a long stone that also seemed to be carved with eyes. The entire shrine, except for the courtyard illuminated by the sun, appeared dim due to the lack of light, creating overlapping shadows that obscured visibility. Especially when Lu Jinqing entered, he felt a layer of indescribable magical aura pervading the entire shrine. He followed behind, watching everyone spread out, inspecting the shrine where visibility was limited. While he stood in the courtyard looking at the sky, the light shone on him, making the sunlight feel less hot. Glancing at the others, his heart suddenly tightened as he noticed that their figures seemed to be disappearing into the shadows. Their bodies appeared to be covered by the shadow, and their conversations were blocked by the darkness. He counted and found that some had already vanished. Captain Deng stood not far away, his figure also becoming dim in the shadows, as if everything was like a table that had gathered dust over time, covering it up. And Captain Deng seemed to feel nothing. Lu Jinqing did not act rashly. He looked at the others, and those who had not completely disappeared were now gone. Were the people in the village disappearing like this? Lu Jinqing merely suspected this. He did not know whether those who disappeared in this shrine would die. Suddenly, a faint sense of alertness arose deep within him, an extremely subtle feeling of danger, like a breeze passing over the surface of an autumn pond. creating a ripple. It was this ripple that made Lu Jincheng feel the danger. Suddenly thinking, am I also disappearing in the eyes of others? He realized he seemed to be merging with this light, as if he were about to dissolve into this light, becoming a part of it. His thoughts seemed to drift away, just like the feeling he had when his chaotic energy wanted to escape during his breathing practice that night. He felt as if his entire consciousness was about to fly up into the sky along with this light. This desire was so strong and natural. He immediately tightened his thoughts, visualizing the sun burning within his body, the sun plunging into the sea of qi, and in an instant, the sea of qi boiled, transforming into a fire dragon, emerging from the sea of qi, starting to travel through his meridians. Wherever it passed, the imagined sunlight followed, searching for the discordant spots within his body, seeking traces of invasion. Centered on his eyes, the void burned, like a black paper being burned with a hole in the middle, spreading in all directions. The darkness in the shrine was suddenly burned away, yet the figures of those few remained unseen. Lu Jincheng reached out and grabbed in the sunlight, concentrating his consciousness in his palm, visualizing the sun caught in his hand, then suddenly throwing it out. As his palm opened and through, a blaze of white light burst forth. Holding the sun, opening his palm, the sun naturally shone out. This natural imagination made his magical thoughts soar, as if transformed into beams of light, penetrating the shadows and darkness, filling the entire shrine with the scent of something burned by the sun, a strange fragrance, illuminating the entire shrine. The few people felt as if they had just awakened from a dream, like fish startled in the water, alert to danger yet powerless, instantly collapsing to the ground. While Captain Deng was somewhat better, as a jade pendant around his neck emitted a glow. Lu Jincheng did not move, still standing there, but this time, his gaze was directed at the water in the courtyard. The courtyard water was not deep, shallow and rectangular, the bottom engraved with eyes. And sunlight shining on it made the water appear clear, causing the eyes to seem to glimmer. Lu Jincheng suddenly drew his sword, pointing it at the void where the courtyard was, and the sword tip quickly condensed a ray of brilliant sunlight. Without saying a word, he swung the sword down into the courtyard. Splash! A shadow of light sprang forth from the clear and empty courtyard water. The shadow was as thin as an illusion. But Lu Jincheng could see clearly that it was a woman, with her hair flowing and dressed in white. Following the sunlight, she glided through the air like a sword cutting through a person's body, instantly darting out of the rooftop courtyard. You break my spell, and I will never let you go. A cold voice came from the sunlight. Lu Jincheng stomped his foot and rushed up, simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy to grasp the void above, hoping to intercept her. However, that illusion truly resembled a mirage. Lu Jincheng's spiritual energy could not bind her, as if she were not a person but merely a shadow. The sword light slashed through the void but fell empty, only severing a beam of sunlight that fell into the ancestral hall, dispelling a patch of darkness. Lu Jincheng was already hovering above the ancestral hall, his gaze tracking the direction in which the white shadow had departed, but in just an instant, her trace vanished. Captain Deng had also climbed onto the roof, gazing out in the same manner, but of course, he saw nothing. Is it xianxian? Captain Deng asked. If the captain does not know her. I know her even better, Lu Jincheng replied. After Captain Deng said this, he blew a whistle, calling people from outside to come in. Lu Jincheng was pondering the spell that xianxian had practiced. She could truly act like a phantom, unafraid of the sword in his hand. He was well aware of what his sword had slain. Is this the art of evasion? If I cannot catch her aura, I cannot harm her. Her evasion hidden in the water is something I could learn from. If she had not harbored murderous intent, I would have been utterly unaware. Truly, it is an excellent evasion technique, Lu Jincheng thought. He also considered, just now, when I was under the spell, I felt as if I were completely merging into the light. If I could control it myself, could I then evade into the sunlight? Chapter 24. The world is like the wind. Spells are a form of understanding and applying the phenomena of the rules of heaven and earth, merging oneself with it and mastering it through thought. There are moments of inspiration and also deep contemplation. A series of hurried footsteps approached, and a group of constables entered the ancestral hall, carrying away the three limp and powerless individuals lying on the ground. He could see the unwillingness in the eyes of the three, and the talisman master looked as if his face was flushed. He must have felt extreme embarrassment. The other two shared this sentiment. Lu Jincheng thought that all three of them were quite powerful, even if he were to confront them directly. He would not dare to say he could easily win. However, under xianxian's ambush, they had no ability to resist, which illustrated the profound nature of spells. For those who do not understand, it truly is impossible to guard against. He did not stay there overnight, but took advantage of the sunset to head toward the city. This time, he did not need anyone to guide him. He rode his horse along the narrow path, moving from desolate fields to flourishing ones. Where the previously weedy land was now planted with crops. Upon reaching a fork in the road, he saw a large tree resembling an umbrella, its canopy shining brilliantly in the sunlight, with a hint of silver gleaming within. From a distance, it appeared as if a forest had formed from a single tree, standing out prominently. Lu Jinsheng was certain he had not passed this way before. He could not possibly forget such a large tree, since he had taken a wrong turn. He did not immediately turn back, but walked over to the wooden house beneath the tree. This stretch of wilderness was bordered by wide roads, and not far away was a dry area. Under the tree were a few chairs and a small table, with a teapot on the table, providing a resting place for passers-by. Lu Jinsheng rode closer and saw a little girl squatting on the ground drawing something with stones. As Lu Jinsheng approached for a closer look, he discovered a book in front of her. She was practicing writing on the ground, copying the characters from the book. The little girl, looking somewhat dirty, heard the sound of hooves and looked up at Lu Jinsheng, calling out, "Grandpa, someone is riding a horse." After shouting, she continued to focus on her writing. Lu Jinsheng dismounted, allowing his horse to graze on the grass by the roadside. He picked up his sword and walked over to the little girl, observing her seriously writing the character for heaven. Looking at the book in front of her, he saw it contained characters for heaven, earth, human, and the vast universe, with notes on the changing of seasons and the harvesting and storing of crops. Noticing that his presence seemed to make her a bit shy, she looked up at him a third time and cheerfully said, "The tea is over there. You can drink it." Lu Jinsheng suddenly realized that the tea was likely prepared for travelers passing by. At that moment, a sturdy, tall old man emerged from the wooden house and said to Lu Jinsheng, "Young man, if you are thirsty, please help yourself." Taking the old man's kindness into account, Lu Jinsheng did not say he was not thirsty but lifted the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. The tea was a light green color with a fragrant aroma. After finishing a sip, he asked, "Good tea. How does the old man come to live here?" "I live here to serve the three lords, so I have taken up residence here," the old man replied. "Three lords?" Lu Jinsheng asked in confusion. But the old man turned around, pulled a stick of incense from a shelf, lit it, and handed it to Lu Jinsheng. This reminded Lu Jinsheng of those who sold various amulets for money in the world he was born into. "I prepare some tea for travelers here." Hoping that passers-by can pause for a moment, drink tea made from the leaves of the three lords, light a stick of incense, and say a word of blessing. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinsheng realized that the tea he had drunk was made from the leaves of this tree. He then saw a small groove at the base of the tree, where a small tablet was placed, inscribed with the words "Longevity to the Three Lords." Lu Jinsheng felt a flicker of inspiration, and in an instant, he sensed a brilliant spiritual light surge in his eyes. This was a spiritual tree. Lu Jinsheng had no taboos, so drinking a cup of tea and lighting a stick of incense for it was nothing. After receiving it, he walked up to the tree and offered the incense at the tablet, then asked, "What is the name of the three lords?" "The three lords' main body is the camphor tree, and it has a lifespan of over 300 years, the old man replied without much hesitation. After Lu Jinsheng asked the question, he feared that the old man would be displeased or offended. Looking up again at the camphor tree, Lu Jinsheng pondered for a moment and recited softly, "The camphor tree stands tall like an umbrella, enduring the autumn for countless years. All who come and go respect the three lords. A leaf of green tea dispels the cold and heat." The old man was first taken aback, then joyfully said, "Young master, could you please write down that poem?" Lu Jinsheng smiled and, having read and recited so many poems, thought to leave one of his own, regardless of its quality. Taking the carving knife, he engraved the poem onto a bamboo slip. Although he hadn't practiced writing in a long time, his foundation was still there, and for the first time using this carving knife, he managed to write with some sharpness and precision. After finishing, he handed it to the old man and said, "It's been a while since I wrote, so my hand is a bit unsteady." He then asked, "Do you know which way leads to Choshui City from here?" "Young master, just follow this road, and at the first fork, turn left to join the main road. Continue west on the main road, and you will reach Choshui City," the old man instructed. After hearing this, Lu Jinsheng said, "Thank you, old man. I take my leave." After saying this, he turned to leave and mounted his horse. The old man did not expect Lu Jinsheng to leave so hastily and called out, "Young master, may I ask your name?" He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, and the horse sprang forward, galloping into the impending nightfall. "Grandpa, where is the Hualing Temple?" the little girl asked curiously. The old man shook his head. "It must be a good place." "Grandpa, I also want to ride a horse and carry a sword in the future," the little girl said. "All right, my soft one is the most formidable," the old man said with a smile. "I also want to be able to write poetry," the little girl continued. All right, the old man responded. The old man went into the house and took out a piece of hemp rope, passed it through a small hole in the bamboo slip, and then tied it to the camphor tree. The camphor tree rustled in the wind, seemingly pleased. When entering the city, he unexpectedly saw someone he recognized. The gatekeeper was the same man he had encountered in the mountain temple. At that moment, he was dressed in the uniform of a city guard, with a knife still hanging at his waist. Lu Jinsheng recognized him, and he clearly recognized Lu Jinsheng as well. He merely nodded at Lu Jinsheng without saying anything. Lu Jinsheng could see that he had lost quite a bit of weight, and his eyes were somewhat dark. This reminded Lu Jinsheng of the woman who had left with him, possessed by a ghost. Were they still together? Lu Jinsheng didn't know, but he could offer the other party a way out and an opportunity. I'm at the Fire Spirit Temple. If you need anything, you can come find me. So at that time, when the woman said she wanted to stay in this swimming city to live, he happily agreed. After wandering the Jianghu for so many years, he was already tired of the hardships of life on the road and wanted to have a home. Therefore, he bought a house like this. And he also found several jobs. At first, he worked at the dock, but he couldn't earn much and was exploited. Later, he simply joined the gang at the dock. However, even though he had skills, he was treated as a thug after joining the gang, called to do dangerous tasks, and eventually had to quit. He then spent money to take this job. Although the pay wasn't much, he made quite a few acquaintances and prepared to look for connections to see if he could become a shopkeeper. He believed that with his years of experience, he could still make a difference, even if it was just investigating some strange matters. He was confident he could discern things, especially those possessed by strange beings. He believed his eyes could definitely see through them. In the room, a girl was sitting there writing, while a woman sat quietly beside her, watching. After the man entered the room, she smiled, a very standard and gentle smile. When the man saw this scene, the slight fear he had felt instantly vanished, and he said, "Guess who I saw today?" "Who?" The woman asked. "Do you remember the person we met at that mountain temple?" The man unsheathed his knife and tapped his outer garment. The woman remained seated, her eyes moving slightly, and said, "The young man who wielded a sword against the demons." "Yes, he came in from the east gate when it was dark, recognized me, and I nodded to him. He even spoke to me," the man said. "What did he say?" The woman pressed, recalling the look of the young man as he pretended to sleep and secretly watched her that night. "He said he lives at the Fire Spirit Temple and that if I need anything, I can find him. What could I possibly need?" "Haha." The man laughed as he sat down at the small table with the dishes, took a bottle of wine from the altar, poured a glass, and drank it down. Feeling that life was stable and secure now, he had a wife, a daughter, and it was wonderful. The girl on the bed was still writing, her head down. But her writing speed had increased significantly, as if she were carefully listening. Yes, he really is a strange person. People who deal with the supernatural are all quite odd. "It's better for us to keep our distance," the woman said. Right. It's best to keep our distance, as you say," the man grinned, taking small sips of wine, feeling the alcohol flow through him, transforming into an unknown destiny. That night, Lu Jinsheng stayed at Deng Ding's house, where he told Madame Deng the results of his trip. Ultimately, Lu Jinsheng decided to speak honestly. This matter couldn't be hidden for long. Seeing Xianxia's sorrowful eyes made Deng Ding feel sad too. Lu Jinsheng felt helpless. Some things had to be faced alone, and when he couldn't bear it anymore, he could only continue to endure. 3 days later, Xianxian decided to practice some heart-transforming techniques and asked his senior brother Lu Jinsheng to explain them thoroughly. Lu Jinsheng didn't say anything. He knew that Xianxian couldn't hold on much longer and needed the results of his cultivation to arm himself. This heart-transforming technique did not require a steady heart. Rather, it needed a restless heart, strong emotions, and the feeling of the heart bursting forth from the chest. That night, Xianxian's heart demon emerged, taking on a human-like form, weak yet agile. Lu Jinsheng was happy for him, but also melancholy, as he carefully observed and confirmed that this was indeed not the correct method unless it could be continuously improved. The growth of this heart demon had 3 methods. One was to enjoy incense offerings, and the other was to feed on the fire essence of heaven and earth. However, there was another hidden danger. This heart demon would always have a faint feeling of wanting to become independent. After cultivating the heart demon, Xianxian went to the master's room, where the master taught him some taboos that were not recorded in the scripture. Lu Jinsheng focused on his own cultivation, refining the essence of the sun and moon, transforming qi, and practicing swordsmanship day and night. He also brought out paper and pen to write down his cultivation insights. While writing, he thought about how he would show it to others in the future, so he wrote meticulously. This meticulousness also helped him organize his cultivation, giving him a sense of reviewing and gaining new insights. He annotated the overarching content of the qi refining method, and after some thought, he wrote the title reflections on Lu Jinsheng's qi refining method and added the 3 characters Lu Guandao afterward. As for swordsmanship, after reorganizing it similarly, he gained a clearer understanding of his own sword skills. In his heart, he felt that his swordsmanship had transcended the mundane. While the fundamental principles were still useful, there were also fundamental changes. The so-called sword technique must embody the law. If the sword does not embody the law, then it is merely a mundane and clumsy sword. Incapable of harming strange beings or killing ghosts and gods. Lu Jinsheng summarized his sword techniques. The law thought is attached to the sword. Drawing in the essence of the sun and moon, concentrating the fire on the sword body, capable of killing strange beings. But this was not enough. For this was merely theoretical. To actually kill, one still needed to be able to lock onto a target. His gaze was no longer sufficient for locking on. Just like that night when he encountered Su Xian, whose figure appeared as a shadow. The sword, shining with the sun's brilliance, swung but missed. He reflected on himself. Previously, when battling with that great immortal in the mountains, he could form a connection through the immortal's name and draw upon their soul to kill enemies. He could eliminate those eyes that bred within him like a viral illusion at the Moutu slope, yet he could not harm Su Xian. He realized he had underestimated her in combat, not truly placing her in his heart. He concluded that those invisible strange beings he had killed were first contained within his heart. The sword came from the heart, allowing him to slay those intangible yet distant existences. Only by placing them in his heart could he transmit the law with his thoughts. In winter, the sword would be stored in the heart, cutting down ghosts and gods, and seeing the green mountains. This sword technique could be named Heart-Eye Sword Technique. In the future, the eyes and heart would be united, and whatever the eyes saw must be imprinted in the heart before drawing the sword. The stronger the sword intent, the more powerful it would be. Thus, he reorganized his thoughts and believed he still needed to practice sword intent. Of course, the term sword intent was merely a more detailed designation for the law thought. If a person practiced fire techniques, their law thought could be called fire intent. If they practiced thunder techniques, it could be called thunder intent. The intent and thought are originally one. He meticulously wrote all of this down. First, one must correct the heart to properly direct the intent, and only then can one properly direct the law. Chapter 25. The thought moves and acts. In the early morning, after refining the essence of the sun, Lu Jinsheng fetched water, chopped wood, and then began to practice swordsmanship. For Lu Jinsheng now, practicing swordsmanship was equivalent to practicing the law, which included both spells and magical power. He sought a target for his sword practice, feeling that the sword in his hand needed to be aimed at a target. Otherwise, practicing an empty sword would always feel empty. After confirming the theory of the heart sword, he understood that drawing the sword required incorporating the target into his heart, employing the method of transmitting the law through thought. Suddenly, Lu Jinsheng thought of the 72 transformations in Journey to the West, which could evade disasters and tribulations. Could this transformation technique actually be a spell formed to evade the transmission of others' thoughts? He looked up at the sun and suddenly thought of a character from a martial arts novel, whose father made him practice swordsmanship in a valley facing a mountain. Striking at it every day, his father believed that the mountain would provide him with pressure, enabling him to cultivate a sword intent that would fear nothing, capable of splitting the mountain and tearing through the sky. However, every day as he practiced facing the mountain, he felt it was so towering that he could never possibly cleave through it. This thought grew stronger, and ultimately, the swordsmanship he developed was narrow-minded, with the blade veering off course, always avoiding the direct pressure of the mountain because he felt he couldn't split it and could only slip through the gaps between mountains. He suddenly thought it might be better to practice swordsmanship with the sun and moon. With the sun and moon in his heart, every sword would have direction and purpose. The sun and moon high in the sky represent both a tangible form and an illusory concept. To cut the sun and moon is like cutting through illusions. If one can sever illusions, then naturally, other methods can also be broken. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that practicing swordsmanship with the sun and moon was excellent. Thus, starting from that day, he began to draw his sword towards the sun and moon, executing basic sword forms like slashing, lifting, wiping, and thrusting, putting in his utmost effort each time. Shanggaian and Ding Ding watched him practice swordsmanship with furrowed brows, hesitant to say he was wrong. After all, he was so formidable, but to say he was right? Who would practice swordsmanship with the sun and moon? 3 months passed. Shanggaian said, "Senior brother, I think you still need to spar with someone. Otherwise, you won't know if this kind of practice is useful." Lu Jinsheng felt he was right. But looking around, the only ones in the Fire Spirit Temple were the Temple Master and 2 junior brothers who couldn't withstand his sword. So he asked Ding Ding where there were strong opponents. Ding Ding paused for a moment and said, "There are a group of strong people at Blackwind Stronghold, also known as Blackwind Canyon, which is a vent for the malevolent energy of the earth. The environment is harsh, but a batch of evil cultivators gathers there, often descending the mountain in groups to commit wrongdoing. For instance, 2 years ago, they attacked Qinghefang, which is 130 miles to the north, a place established by several families for practitioners to trade. Last year, I heard that some of them were wandering around this area looking for children born on Yin years. Yin months, days, and hours to capture their souls and refine a set of soul swords. Such wicked people and deeds cannot be allowed to linger in this world, Lu Jincheng said. But, senior brother, many people want to eliminate them, yet they return empty-handed. And many do not return at all. Senior brother, let's wait until I thoroughly enter the qi refining stage and develop spells to go with you, Ding Ding said. Senior brother is already cultivating the seed of thought, Ding Ding added. Then it won't be long, Lu Jincheng casually replied. The seed of thought Ding Ding mentioned was his breakdown of the step of refining essence into qi. First, calm the mind, stabilize it to enter a meditative state. Next is to strengthen the will, making one's consciousness pure, strong, and condensed. Finally, it is to plant the thought, gathering this thought at the lower dantian, and then completely refining the essence into qi. Lu Jincheng had thought of two methods for strengthening the will, one active and one passive. The active method was practicing with a knife, while the passive method involved making one's consciousness wander within the body's meridians, which required a high degree of concentration to avoid scattering. The so-called form scattered, intent not scattered is actually quite difficult to achieve. Most are not scattered in form, but have already scattered in intent. Therefore, to achieve intent flowing through the meridians around the body is not easy. And if he could do it, he could begin to plant the thought. However, this is my cultivation. I will go alone, Lu Jincheng said, and then went to report to the temple master. The temple master said nothing. Lu Jincheng packed a bundle with a change of clothes, 2 rice balls, and a flask of water, then mounted his horse, hung his sword, and left. Senior brother, it's getting late. Why not wait until tomorrow to leave? Xianxiayan shouted as he hurried after him. Since I have made up my mind, why wait any longer? Often, we cannot accomplish something because we have too many concerns. Now, with my sword in hand, my methods at my side, and righteousness in my heart, what reason do I have not to go? The weather is good. The stars and moon are about to rise. It's a perfect time, Lu Jincheng said before spurring his horse onward. Xianxiayan watched Lu Jincheng's figure disappear around the bend with the sound of hooves, and couldn't help but think, senior brother, so carefree. When will I be able to live like him? Ding Ding stood beside him, watching this scene, and said, senior brother is truly a swordsman. His eyes were also filled with longing. Lu Jincheng rode southward, over 100 miles towards Black Wind Stronghold. Ding Ding could only point in one direction. He decided to ask along the way since he wasn't in a hurry. Silent cultivation and active practice must be combined. Xiaoshui City is a relatively important city in this area because boats can travel downstream from here, merging into a large river. So some nearby merchants bring goods to Xiaoshui City, usually selling some there while loading a portion onto boats to drift downstream. Hence, the trade routes here are quite broad. Lu Jincheng traveled south, encountering some merchants along the way, most in groups. When they saw Lu Jincheng, they observed him curiously but did not provoke him. Looking up at the stars and moon, he found a wind-sheltered spot, picked up a pile of dry twigs from the ground, then grabbed a handful of dry leaves. Focusing his energy in his hand, he visualized the sun in his palm, and the leaves began to smoke, soon igniting. He placed them under the wood, and quickly a fire blazed. Then he listened carefully, suddenly darting into the woods, and when he came out, he had caught a snake. He skillfully skinned the snake and roasted its meat over the fire. A person, a horse, a sword, seeking a hillside, lighting a fire, roasting a string of snake meat. Lying by the fire, gazing at the stars blinking in the sky, listening to the insects singing in the grass. This kind of comfort was what Lu Jincheng had always longed for. A life to aspire to. However, all dangers are always hidden beneath comfort and joy. The temple master once said that evil spirits and strange phenomena are like weeds in a gutter. Once cleared, they will reappear after a while. In this wilderness, Lu Jincheng heard the eerie sounds of a funeral procession. In the woods, a funeral band was approaching, all dressed in white, appearing indistinctly among the trees, their forms flickering as if blown by the night wind, yet always moving against the wind. Though not in a straight line, but rather in a winding path. This strangeness made Lu Jincheng see the ethereal quality of riding the wind. The moonlight reflected in Lu Jincheng's eyes, and he saw clearly that these were not humans, but paper figures, their eyes and mouths painted bright red, freshly drawn with blood. They approached Lu Jincheng, standing in a row, motionless, staring at him with an eerie, sinister aura. Naturally, Lu Jincheng had already stood up, gripping the sword hilt, resting the sword on the ground, watching the palanquin carried by the paper figures, where he vaguely saw a black paper figure seated inside. This paper figure was dressed in luxurious black attire, no longer stiff but resembling a scholar. Neither spoke, and Lu Jincheng sensed the sinister aura emanating from the row of paper figures. If they all charged at him, would he be able to block them? In this world, at least he could not determine the cultivation level of others, but he could judge through external auras, though this judgment was highly inaccurate. If he encountered someone hiding their aura, he would feel nothing. Suddenly, He smelled a burnt odor and glanced over to confirm that his snake meat was slightly charred. He then said, "You stand here, neither fighting nor leaving. What is your purpose?" As soon as he spoke, the paper figures fell silent for a moment, then began to move, drifting away against the wind, carried off by the eerie, mournful music in the light of the stars and moon. After this, nothing else disturbed him, and he began to practice swordsmanship under the moonlight on the hillside. The tip of the sword glimmered in the night, tracing a series of twisted and changing solitary lines. His own body was filled with a surge of spiritual light. Apart from the hand wielding the sword, the other hand moved in synchronization, creating a whirlwind around him. Many techniques in sword practice require the body to twist and contort, forming various points of power for different sword styles. He was merely extending this outward. He knew he needed to cultivate a body movement as agile and swift as a swimming fish in the emptiness of heaven and earth. But this process was actually more difficult than his swordsmanship, despite now possessing the ability to move with the sword as it cut through the air. His ability to launch surprise attacks had greatly increased, and he could stir up the wind and clouds with his sword, yet he was still not very satisfied. Thus, he needed to continually practice, feeling the yin and yang forces in the void. Originally, he wanted to comprehend a certain escape technique, but had not been able to grasp it, believing he might be missing something crucial. Yet he could not figure out what it was. This was a significant reason for his venture out. He wanted to witness others' magical techniques. The paper figures drifting against the wind had piqued his curiosity. After practicing sword techniques for a while, he began to experiment. For him, these were like seeing different swimming styles while swimming. Seeing them naturally made him want to learn and practice. He stood poised in the void, feeling the wind around him, but soon realized that his physical body would be the one to stir the wind unless it underwent a transformation. He thought of how an airplane needs an extremely powerful thrust to fly fast, and in his imagination, like those mythological stories, turning into a streak of golden light and flying thousands of miles away would require special secret methods of cultivation. However, the postures of those paper figures flying against the wind still inspired him, allowing him to find some tricks to make his cloud surfing easier after some practice. Waving his hands like fish fins, he balanced his body and continuously used the power of the wind to protect himself in the air. Although his speed did not increase, he did find a sense of controlling the wind. After finishing his practice, he discovered that the roasted snake meat had already turned to charcoal. He had been so absorbed in his training that he completely forgot about it. Not wanting to hunt beasts anymore, he took out a rice ball, ate it, drank some water, then lay down with his sword, resting in tranquility. The wind whispered in his ears, the leaves rustled as company, the fire pit slowly extinguished, and the stars in the sky blinked with eternal curiosity. A small snake slithered past his feet and disappeared into the grass. After circulating his energy, the sky brightened. He found a horse that had been grazing in the mountains overnight and once again rode off. Lu Jinsheng did not know the exact location of the Black Wind Gorge, but he could observe the terrain and the weather. However, before he could begin his search, he spotted a small town. This town was situated on both sides of the road, effectively bisecting it, as if the road had divided the town in two. Yet, in the middle of the road were placed horse-blocking stakes. It was midday, and he was just thirsty enough. At the entrance of the town, there were tea shops, taverns, and meat shops. When he rode in alone, no one paid him any mind. The people in the shops were still sprawled out asleep. Lu Jinsheng dismounted, drew his sword, and entered the tavern. He knocked on the table, waking a young man who was dozing off. With bleary eyes, the young man grumbled at Lu Jinsheng, saying, "What are you knocking for? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" After saying this, he turned to fetch a wine jar and brought over a bowl, pouring a bowl of murky wine that splashed onto the dusty table. After pouring the wine, he attempted to take back the jar, but his wrist was pressed down by the scabbard of a sword. "You can just put the wine down," Lu Jinsheng said, feeling dry and parched. And after waking the tavern keeper, he felt a surge of anger but decided to observe the situation. "Oh, it seems like you can drink a lot. But in our Shuangji town, no one can afford a jar of this wine," the tavern keeper sneered, raising his hand to try and shake off the sword, only to find it immovable. How can a jar of wine be unaffordable? Lu Jinsheng pushed his hand aside, almost spinning him around and making him stumble. Lu Jinsheng then poured the wine from the bowl onto the ground. Noticing dust in the bowl, he refilled it and took a sip. Although the wine was murky, it still had some flavor, somewhat like beer. The tavern keeper, who had just been nudged by the sword, began to shout loudly, "There's a strongman trying to bully our town. Quick, someone come." The tavern keeper stood beside Lu Jinsheng, shouting brazenly. Clang! The sound of a sword being drawn rang out. A flash of bright sword light passed, and the tavern keeper felt his hair get cut off, revealing a patch of scalp. Terrified, he felt his legs go weak and collapsed onto the nearby table. In that fleeting moment, as the sword light flashed, He truly thought he had encountered a ruthless strongman who would kill him with a single sword strike. Enough. Lu Jincheng performed a sword flourish and returned the sword to its sheath before pouring another bowl of wine and downing it in one gulp. The tavern keeper, realizing he was unharmed, touched his hair and found half of it missing. A surge of shame and anger rose within him, and he jumped up, shouting, "You scoundrel! How dare you act so fiercely in Xuanji town?" At this moment, the people in the nearby shops were stirred awake, and those who had been resting gathered around. All armed and with fierce expressions. Lu Jincheng had heard of black shops, but he felt that perhaps the entire town was filled with robbers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have placed horse-blocking stakes in the middle of the road, and everyone looked like they had seen blood, their eyes resembling those of wolves that had tasted flesh. "Are you planning to kill someone?" Lu Jincheng asked, tilting his head and holding the wine, looking at them sideways. "Kid, you drank the wine and cut someone's hair. What do you think we should do about it?" Someone asked. "This is your territory, your wine. You decide," Lu Jincheng replied, tilting his head back to drink, exposing his neck, and some in the crowd began to stir. Just then, a voice from outside the crowd said, "To dare draw blades and act ferociously in Xuanji town, you must have quite a bit of guts. Just leave your guts as the wine fund, and for cutting someone's hair, you should repay it with a head. How about that? Fair." He sensed the aura of the speaker, which emanated a thick, evil energy, as if it were glowing. This feeling reminded him of a person, Xianxian. Although he had only briefly interacted with Xianxian, that person gave him a very similar impression. He was someone who worshipped deities. Thus, the techniques he wielded must have been derived from divine transformations. Chapter 26. The Gaze of the Deities. The sun blazed fiercely, with no wind, and the enemies surveyed their surroundings, each exuding fierce intent. The weight of their gazes pressed upon his heart, as if they were sharp blades slicing through his spirit. The wine flowed down his throat. Lu Jincheng felt no hint of intoxication, his eyes shining even brighter, like stars in the night sky. He looked at a pale-faced youth with a cold gaze, whose face was clean-shaven, hair meticulously combed, as if he had just washed his face. His attire was also pristine, completely different from those around him, who smelled of sweat and grime. Standing among them, he exuded an air of superiority. What a fine Xuanji town! Yet this beautiful land is crowded with thieves and bandits. Lu Jincheng laughed heartily, saying, "With guts in my chest and my head on my neck, come and take it." The pale-faced youth's lips curled into a cruel smile. He had seen many who initially boasted bravado only to end up weeping. The others surrounding him seemed to take this as a cue, their killing intent surging as they charged at Lu Jincheng. Weapons raised as if ready to chop up a large piece of meat. Whoosh! The sword was drawn. In that instant, Lu Jincheng's sword transformed into a myriad of cold lights, like snowflakes suddenly appearing in the tavern, causing the previously sweltering atmosphere to drop sharply in temperature. The sword light spun around Lu Jincheng's head, making a full circle, like a white whip swirling above his head to drive away flies. Lu Jincheng's body leaned back and tilted sideways with the movement of the sword, but his buttocks did not leave the stool. The sword circled around him, but it was in a stabbing manner. Once the sword pierced through leaves, now it pierced through flies, each fly with its black and fierce eyes. The sword light flickered, the points of light blooming like plum blossoms, resembling a rain of light splashing down. Amidst the cries of agony, another series of clattering sounds of weapons falling to the ground echoed, bang, 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 as one person after another collapsed, knocking over several tables in the process. They screamed while covering their eyes, blood flowing from their fingers. With pure swordsmanship, Lu Jincheng had actually blinded the attackers. Clang! The sword was sheathed. As he poured another bowl of turbid wine, not spilling a drop, lifted it, and drank it all in one go. My courage, my head, is probably not easy to take. Lu Jincheng tilted his head and glanced at the young man. The young man's face was expressionless, but when Lu Jincheng looked at him, he found that his face seemed to blur. Lu Jincheng saw his face change, transforming into a scaly visage, and his cold eyes seemed to break open, revealing what looked like a night sky filled with dense stars. Upon closer inspection, those stars were not stars at all, but countless eyes. The darkness resembled the scales of a giant monster, with those eyes staring at distant places like stars. When Lu Jincheng saw it, one of the eyes seemed to sense him and turned to look, its gaze piercing through endless voids. At that moment, as Lu Jincheng was being watched by that eye, he felt as if all his organs had come to life, his features wanting to escape his face, his internal organs seeming to want to detach from his chest, becoming living entities. His eyes felt like they were about to leap from their sockets, and his hair seemed to grow wildly, giving rise to a desire to root into the ground like tree roots, drawing energy from the earth. A surge of extreme danger welled up in Lu Jincheng's heart, but it quickly dissipated, for his heart was on the verge of leaving his chest. However, that fleeting feeling of danger awakened Lu Jincheng, prompting him to tighten his thoughts. This tightening restrained the alienation of his organs that were about to come alive, granting him a moment of respite. He envisioned the bright moon. The full moon in his heart represented tranquility, reunion, and beauty. In his heart, if this moon could shine upon his parents back home, it would carry his emotions and longing. At the same time, in his heart, the bright moon shining upon him was also his parents watching over him. Thus, when he envisioned the bright moon shining on him, all those organs that had seemed madly alive calmed down at that moment. Yet, the feeling of those organs wanting to escape did not dissipate, as if a volcano was about to erupt. The monster covered in eyes, looking at Lu Jincheng with one of its eyes, seemed to show a hint of interest. But at that moment, Lu Jincheng seized the opportunity and swung his sword out. He genuinely felt the madness behind that lethal danger, that horror, that indescribable terror from a higher existence, a single glance capable of driving one mad. Thus, this sword was his heartfelt, full-powered strike, slicing through the air with brilliant light, as the void was cleaved apart like waves. He moved with the sword, surged forth from the ground, as if there were no resistance at all, crossing the 20 steps in a single stride. In that moment when Lu Jincheng's sword slashed through the void, the young man seemed to see a beam of light appear in his heart, threatening to completely annihilate his consciousness. His heart sank in horror, and he immediately tightened all his will to resist this sword that directly pierced into his spirit. However, he saw Lu Jincheng charging towards him amidst the rising winds and clouds. This sword, in silence, pierced into the soul, breaking through the air like splitting waves. He wanted to evade, but his body felt heavy and sluggish, and the sword had already pierced his brow. He clearly felt the cold tip of the sword breaking through his skull. How painful! His last consciousness began to dissolve, and Lu Jincheng also clearly sensed that the terrifying starlight watching him disappeared from the young man's eyes. He couldn't help but gasp, his heart still racing. He felt this was the closest he had ever been to death, never having imagined that this seemingly frail person could almost take his life here. He reached out to touch his features, feeling that his features had probably skewed in that moment and had not yet returned to normal. After touching, he felt relieved that everything was still in its original position. He raised his eyes to look at the sides of the road. When he first arrived here, he had entered this tavern without paying much attention to the town style. Looking up, he noticed that the houses in this town resembled stilt houses, one after another, with people secretly peering from the second floor facing the road. Lu Jincheng ignored them, sitting there, still envisioning the bright moon, calming his heart and consciousness. Although he had killed, it seemed a trace of starlight remained in his heart. He visualized the bright moon shining in, entering his energy sea, which seemed like a dark ocean. The moonlight illuminated it, creating shimmering waves, breaking the moonlight into pieces. Beneath each wave, there seemed to be star-like eyes peering up, looking from the seabed, corresponding to the imagery he had seen before, coming from far beyond layers of misty space, as if wanting to take root in his energy sea. Like lotus seeds, eager to sprout. Lu Jincheng opened his eyes, his gaze cautious. He looked at the wine in front of him, but felt that the wine was swirling with starlight, transforming into star-like eyes. He closed his eyes again. At that moment, a window was raised upstairs beside him, and a hazy figure looked at Lu Jincheng. If Lu Jincheng saw her, he would certainly recognize her as Xianxian, who had escaped in the Su pit. In her room, there was indeed a person lying there, covered by the shadows of the room, disappearing. This person was none other than the old man from the three who had entered the Su pit with Lu Jincheng earlier. She realized that Lu Jincheng was at a vulnerable moment because she knew that the sacrifice god was from another faction, the sacrificial faction, whose sacrifice was not of others, but of themselves, allowing them to communicate directly with the divine. Her faction, on the other hand, regarded the divine merely as a visualization practice. The moment she saw Lu Jincheng, her body became clearer, the turbulent killing intent making it hard for her to maintain inner calm. As long as those people did not discover her that day, her spell would have succeeded, and she would no longer be visible to people, forever disappearing from sight. However, Lu Jincheng's discovery left her spell one step short. She wanted to kill. Using her gaze to conceal her spell, when a person is unseen by everyone, it equates to death, which is the essence of her spell. Just as she was about to cast her spell, the curtain behind the second-floor window across the street stirred slightly, revealing a woman standing there, her green hair shimmering, with a faint green glow in her eyes. Xianxian immediately recognized the person behind the curtain as someone from Qingluo Valley, in the state of having cultivated into a wood spirit. Among the younger generation of Qingluo Valley, only one person had succeeded in becoming a wood spirit, Miao Qingqing. She noticed Miao Qingqing looking at her and dared not act rashly, as wood spirits in the mountains were quite troublesome. Just then, a shadow swiftly leaped towards Lu Jincheng from the dark corner. It did not appear in the sunlight, but jumped along the shadows between the buildings, seemingly holding a sharp knife. When it appeared in the tavern, Miao Qingqing immediately recognized it as a resentful ghost that had been raised. She had previously caught Su Xian's attention, and just as she wanted to remind him, she immediately felt a sense of danger. She noticed that the person opposite her, who seemed to be hidden in a void, had vanished, and then she felt the shadows and the surrounding emptiness beginning to envelop her. Her heart tightened, and she took a step back. With a thought, something seemed to awaken from the void, a shadowy figure breaking free. The shadows appeared unable to wrap around her any longer, being quickly torn apart by the figure, which then stood beside her like a guard. At that moment, she looked at Lu Jinsheng and found that a vengeful spirit was being pinned to the ground by Lu Jinsheng's sword, while Lu Jinsheng remained seated, unmoving. The vengeful spirit was struggling frantically. Despite being a shadow without a physical form, it could not break free from the sword's grasp. Chapter 27. The Rigidity of the Law. Xuanji Town. It is a town not under the jurisdiction of the government. Its origins are hard to trace. But a commonly accepted tale in the town is that a pair of brothers fled here to escape danger and, seeing the excellent terrain with dense forests in the front and back, which allowed for hunting, decided to settle down. Later, they continuously received other refugees, which led to the formation of a village. After several government crackdowns and attacks from various sects, the village experienced destruction and rebuilding, as when it was burned down. The people fled into the mountains and did not all perish. To this day, the government does not recognize this place, and some strong individuals, when in dire straits, come here, pledging allegiance to reside in the town. On a hillside in Xuanji Town, there is a six-cornered pavilion. As long as one has good eyesight, they can clearly see the entrance to the town from here. Inside the house, the atmosphere was oppressive, with 3 people sitting there. A basin of 5 poisonous insects placed in the middle. The 5 poisonous insects were, of course, not just one kind, but 5 different types, and naturally, they would fight when placed together. However, one of the individuals kept reaching in to catch one poisonous insect after another and eat them. After taking a bite, he wiped his mouth with cotton, then caught a few more to stuff into his mouth. A centipede wriggled at the corner of his mouth, biting his chin, but was blocked by the cocoon-like scales on his lips, rendering it unable to bite through. It would taste even better with some salt and chili powder, said the burly man with scaly patches on his face. The other 2 did not touch the insects, and one of them, sporting a goat-like beard, said, "Our village chief's sincerity, Elder Shun must have seen it." The chief said that it's not for anything else, but because he believes Elder Shun is a person of great reputation and wisdom. Therefore, our chief, along with the other leaders, wishes to invite Elder Shun to the village to discuss important matters. Important matters? But I'm old, and I tend to forget things. Elder Shun joked, tapping his temple lightly. You are too modest. Our chief has said that even if he were to die, you would still be around, said the thin, middle-aged man with the goat-like beard. Ha! Elder Shun laughed heartily, sounding quite vigorous. Is your chief insulting me for not dying? How dare I? The chief said that this time, if you are willing to act with us, it will surely fulfill your wishes, said the middle-aged man with the goat-like beard. Oh, fulfill my wishes? Then tell me, what wishes do I have? Elder Shun asked leisurely. Surely you haven't forgotten your grudge against Master Ji from the Water City? The middle-aged man with the goat-like beard pressed on, knowing well that although Elder Shun appeared elegant and kind, if one were to learn of his past deeds, they would see a trail of blood and vengeful souls. His first steps were paved in blood. Elder Shun raised his eyelids, and with a mere flicker of his eyes, he projected immense pressure onto the man with the goat beard. You have capable people who know about some of my past, Elder Shun said, lowering his eyelids and half closing his eyes. No one dared to inquire into Elder Shun's past, but his reputation was so great that eventually, people would have heard something. Ji Mingqing has already reached the realm of the soul of the dead, and you dare to provoke him? Elder Shun said. To eat a transformed cultivator of the soul of the dead is a great tonic. It's a risk worth taking, the middle-aged man with the goat-like beard said. Why don't you go to the Black Wind village to recruit someone? There are plenty of capable people there, Elder Shun suggested. We have someone in contact. But we must be cautious with the transformed cultivator of the soul of the dead. This time, he returned from Jiangzhou City with over 10 students. And those students are merely his burdens, the middle-aged man with the goat-like beard explained. Who did you invite? Elder Shun asked. The soul, Sword Zhaoji. The middle-aged man with the goat-like beard replied. Elder Shun closed his eyes, seemingly pondering, and after a while, he opened his eyes and said, Not enough. Not enough? The middle-aged man with the goat-like beard furrowed his brow, thinking it should be sufficient, but since Elder Shun said it wasn't enough, and the village needed Elder Shun to accompany them, he felt he should listen carefully. You underestimate me, my classmate. The soul of the dead can drive objects. He is quite adept at it. For him, folding paper into cranes, cutting paper into people, and making swords from leaves are all commonplace. I'm not sure what spells he has acquired now, Elder Shun stated. So what do you think, Elder Shun? I will bring a few from my town along. That should suffice, Elder Shen said. The middle-aged man with the goat-like beard immediately thought that if Elder Shen brought more people, then the profits would need to be shared more. But if Elder Shen took more, how would he explain it to his chief? Just then, the man eating the 5 poisonous insects suddenly stood up and looked out the window towards the town entrance, saying, "A swordsman is coming. He has blinded the eyes of those in a few shops." The burly man's voice was calm, with little emotion, as if he did not care about this outcome. "He is going to kill Xiao Fang." The man's voice suddenly rose, but as soon as he finished speaking, he anxiously added, "Xiao Fang is dead." Elder Shen abruptly stood up. He was just preparing to include Xiao Fang in the selection of people to ambush Ji Mingqing, as Xiao Fang was a major force. "Who killed him?" Elder Shen pressed against the window. "That one." The man pointed at Lu Jincheng sitting in the tavern. The little ghost made his move. The man gestured towards the shadow. The middle-aged man with the goat-like beard also approached the window, carefully assessing the strength of Xuanji Town. He had heard that Xuanji Town had 3 major experts: the god, the ghost, and the corpse, plus Elder Shen, a profound and unfathomable transformed cultivator, making this place one that no one dared to provoke lightly. Just moments ago, he had heard that Xiao Fang, who was dead, was known to be a member of the god worship sect, and no cultivator from that sect was simple. He had just seen a mass of shadows rushing towards the young man seated there, and at the same time, he saw someone lying there, presumably Xiao Fang. The shadowy ghost leaped out from the shadows and lunged fiercely at the young man sitting motionless in the tavern. Clang! They saw a flash of sword light, and the shadowy ghost was pinned to the ground. "Good courage," Elder Shen fumed. The burly man beside him dashed out of the building without a second thought, moving like a giant ape through the forest, leaping from branch to branch, quickly descending the mountain, fearing that Lu Jincheng would escape. He raced through the forest, startling birds and sending wild beasts scurrying. The middle-aged man with the goat-like beard glanced at Elder Shen and noticed the dark clouds gathering in his eyes. He understood Elder Shen's anger. This sudden incident, an unexpected swordsman sitting in the tavern, had led to the death and serious injury of 2 of his top generals. The one running through the woods, he knew, was indeed the corpse among the god, ghost, and corpse. This was a practitioner of the secret food sect. His real name was unknown, but he had a nickname, Big Corpse. The corpse's body had almost no fatal weaknesses. Its flesh was hard, incredibly strong, and most spells had no effect on it. The great corpse rushed down from the mountains and forests, like a ferocious beast descending from the mountain. The 2 people in the corner tower halfway up the mountain clearly saw the movement in the forest and knew where it had arrived. Who was this birdsword master daring to kill in Xuanji Town? The great corpse had not yet emerged from the forest, but the questioning had already come out. No one paid attention to him. At this moment, Lu Jincheng was trying hard to capture the flicker of starlight that was trying to take root in his qi. He envisioned the bright moon shining into his qi, but could not capture it. He immediately speculated that perhaps it was because those star-like eyes had taken root in his memory, and every strand of true energy in his qi was condensed from thought, thus appearing in the qi. He heard the questioning from the forest, but had no mind to argue back. "Die!" A big man rushed out. Under the watchful gaze of many eyes hidden in the dark, Lu Jincheng, who sat still, drew his sword, and the sword hummed as it flowed in the wind. At the same time, he moved. Lu Jincheng flicked his sword, and it seemed as if a wave of wind surged towards the big man. Amidst the wind, flames flickered. The flames came from the essence fire of the sun. After the sword stirred up the wave, another sword followed closely, piercing through the void at such speed that the big man was caught off guard. As he was blown by the wave, he felt a scorching heat cutting into his skin. However, he did not care about this slight wave of heat. Yet the sword that followed had already pierced through. He raised his hand to block it, and as he slashed, he intended to deflect the sword. He believed himself to be invulnerable to knives and swords, and using his arms to intercept the opponent's weapons was his most common tactic. Grasping the sword, he intended to pull it over. Then he could penetrate the opponent's chest and seize their heart. But as he reached for the incoming sword, it suddenly trembled, turning into an illusion. Like a cold plum swayed by the wind, brushing past the edge of his hand. The corpse felt a pain in his heart. A strong sword intent surged into his heart's sea of consciousness. His consciousness was hidden within the various organs of his body and would not be killed immediately. But he understood that his heart had been killed by this sword. The sharp blade cut through his skin, and he felt that part of his skin had died. Immediately afterward, he felt a pain in his chest as the sword light sliced from his chest to his belly, although it did not fully open his belly. It made him feel the threat of death. He turned around in pain, wanting to escape the sword surrounding him, but upon turning, he found that Lu Jincheng had vanished. "Quick, get away!" He heard a loud shout. It was the voice of Shun Lao. Just then, he realized he could not move, as an immense, invisible force pressed down on him, and the void seemed to solidify. He struggled to lift his head, and saw a dazzling light of fire descending from the sky. That light seemed to have weight, landing on him, making him feel as if he had been struck by a brick. Along with the intense heat came a strong pain, and he discovered that his body had been split open. Flames surrounded his corpse, burning, and his hands struggled to bring his split body together. But he was utterly unable to do so. His body continued to tremble violently. Lu Jinsheng no longer looked at him, but directed his gaze to the mountainside, where an old man flew over like a large black bird, with clouds swirling around him, his hands waving like the wings of a great bird. The man resembled a hawk, rapidly approaching with boundless killing intent. Lu Jinsheng watched him approach, gazing at his face, locking his eyes on him, imprinting him in his heart, and then raised his hand for a strike. However, Shun Lao waved his body as if shedding an outer layer of clothing, and Lu Jinsheng clearly felt that his heart's sword had fallen into empty space. His heart tightened, and he swung another sword. But the opponent was like a person in water, layers of ripples obscuring him, making it impossible for the heart's sword to capture the target. He stared at the opponent and found that the old man became blurry in his eyes, eluding his perception. The sword light sliced through the void, and the invisible sword intent transformed into an invisible light wave, striking towards Shun Lao. More than 3 months had passed, and the sword in his hand finally underwent a slight transformation, allowing him to unleash his thoughts through the sword. Lu Jinsheng referred to this as sword energy. The sword energy swept like silk, condensing silver brilliance. Shun Lao flicked his fingers. An array of law light collided with the sword energy like an arrow. Bang! Lu Jinsheng actually heard a loud explosion, the sound akin to a muffled thunder, and he felt a fierce magical power dispersing his sword energy. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Previously, in Du Family Village, his sword could easily pierce through the opponent's magical thoughts. But now his sword energy was shattered by the opponent's magical thoughts. The magical thoughts carried boundless magical rhythm, resembling a small sun descending towards Lu Jinsheng. Lu Jinsheng's sword drew upon a ray of sunlight, stabbing at the small sun falling towards him. However, at the moment of contact between the sword and the magical thought, he felt the opponent's magical thought was solidified, rigid, and domineering. He floated up like a falling leaf, and as he thrust his sword into the void, he became like a fish in water, suddenly reaching a distance. He did not stop, but continued to thrust out another sword, breaking through the void, moving quickly away. In that fleeting moment of contact, he realized he was not the opponent's match. Shun Lao stepped into the void, striding forward, chasing after Lu Jinsheng. Daring to kill in Xuanji town, you will die today. Shun Lao regretted not acting sooner and deeply lamented that this person was so reckless, showing no regard for Xuanji town or for him, being so ruthless. Every time he swung his sword, the void surged with energy tides, and his body rushed through the gaps in the tides. Chapter 28, Refining the Law into Gang. I must kill you, I must kill you. Amidst a roar of fury, Lu Jinsheng's figure disappeared into the swirling clouds and mist. Lu Jinsheng thrust his sword step by step, targeting the farthest point perceived by the magical thoughts. With each thrust, he executed over 100 steps, the sword style continuous, one sword following another. From below, his body broke through the void, creating endless sword sounds. However, as the ghost approached Lu Jinsheng, it suddenly became immobile and then ignited without warning. The ghost writhed and twisted in the void like a snake, flames clinging to it as it burned, and the flames twisted in the void before eventually dissipating like smoke. There was a mountain spring pool nearby, and after scooping 2 handfuls of water to wash his face, he found that his clothes had actually been scorched, just from a brief contact. He had already used the impact force to fly away on his sword, yet still felt a lingering fear. The previous battle with that Shirshan sect cultivator had been the most dangerous in his view, but facing this old man felt like an insurmountable challenge. The opponent's magical thoughts were unmatched in ferocity, feeling as if the essence fire was like the sun falling to the ground. If human strength has the concept of blending rigidity and softness, then does magical power also have a similar realm of rigidity and softness? If he had not thought of this before, it would be one thing, but now that he had encountered a person's magical thought that was so fierce, he could not help but associate it in this direction, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was indeed so. For untrained martial artists, their physical strength is referred to as innate power. Some people are born with great innate power, but if they do not know how to mobilize their entire body, it is merely clumsy strength. However, after practicing the correct method of exerting force, one can mobilize the entire body's strength when throwing punches or kicking. This is called whole strength, refining the whole body. When the fist moves, the body and feet also move in tandem, and strength becomes a holistic power. On top of whole strength, there is also bright strength, dark strength, transforming strength, and even vague and mysterious concepts of Dan strength. Bright strength is also known as rigid strength, and the books state, Strength reaches the limbs, and energy flows to the extremities, with the heart focused in one place. Without dual thoughts, he repeatedly recited this line in his heart, applying it to the magical power he was cultivating now. And he felt it made sense in the same way. He felt a sudden clarity as he practiced this set. Originally, having mastered martial arts allowed him to achieve a sense of unity and power extending to his fingertips. He immediately got up and sought a relatively flat area to practice his sword techniques. After cultivating his magical power, the sword techniques he practiced focused more on the application of magical power externally, neglecting the process from within to the outside. In the beginning, this practice felt quite awkward. But after going through all the sword techniques he knew, he found that sword light began to emanate from his sword. The wind-chasing moon-stabbing sword, the Taiji sword. The 8-trigram sword, the Taiji light-dividing sword, the circular step sword, and the newly compiled basic sword forms flowed through his mind and blossomed with the sword in his hand. He did not move around in the forest, but practiced right where he stood, in a space the size of a resting cow, moving with clean and swift actions, while the winds and clouds surged around him. His heart felt exceptionally clear at this moment. Originally, the experiments and practice of sword techniques had now been given a theoretical foundation, which proved effective, filling him with immense joy. He understood the direction of his practice, and he also truly felt the blockages in his body. After opening the qi through false cultivation, it was time to refine the body through the circulation of qi in the 100 meridians. Lu Jinqing knew that although he could use magical power to achieve a strong state, it was due to his past experience. However, in terms of his actual physical state, he could not even achieve unity, and the unity after cultivating should correspond to the transformation of his blood essence into true qi throughout his body. He understood that he had only opened the qi, while other aspects of his body remained in darkness for him. The essence hidden in his flesh, bones, and organs had not yet transformed into magical power, and he needed to refine and unblock them. Based on my understanding of the realm of refining essence into qi, the first level is opening the qi through false cultivation. The second level is refining the body through the circulation of qi in the 100 meridians, and the third level is refining the technique into a solid form. Although I can achieve the effects of the third level, I have not yet completed the second level. The sword sliced through a branch as thick as an arm. The sword edge brushed against it, but did not fully land, yet the branch was already severed. The sharpness of the sword's edge confirmed his direction was correct. He sheathed the sword, tied an old vine around his waist, sheathed the sword within it, and went to hunt a wild rabbit. After cleaning and roasting it, he found some sour wild fruits to eat with it, which had a unique flavor. While he pondered where he was and how to determine his direction, he saw a man standing under a tree, looking gloomy and fierce. Before Lu Jinqing could say anything, the man spoke. Truly, heaven takes pity. I thought you had escaped far away, but to think you are still in this mountain, truly unaware of your own demise. Lu Jinqing recognized him as the black-clad elder who had just pursued him. If he hadn't understood the key to cultivation beforehand, he would have turned to flee. However, now he felt a surge of eagerness to try. Hearing the elder's words, he raised a hand, made a slight bow, and said, I do not know the name of the senior. Anyone who enters my Xuanji town, whether human or ghost, must bow down. You come with a sword. Your aura fierce, and my son dealt with you, which aligns with the rules of Xuanji town. Wang Shun, unexpectedly, wanted to reason with Lu Jinqing. He had joined the Yuhua sect since childhood, practicing Confucian law, and despite his fierce temperament, he loved to use his reasoning to persuade others. It seems that the death of your adopted son is not my doing but your rules. Without your rules, how would they have met such a tragic end? You, as an adoptive father, are the one responsible for their deaths, not me. Lu Jinqing stood there, a slanting ray of sunlight filtering through the leaves and lighting him up, making him stand out starkly against the dark forest. Wang Shun was furious, his eyes filled with a murderous intent that seemed about to overflow. He shouted, You little brat. I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Let us see if you can still be so sharp-tongued at that time. Lu Jinqing raised his hands, crossed them over his chest, and said, Fire Spirit View. Qi Refining Master Lu Jinqing, please teach me, Senior Wang Shun. Wang Shun grinned in anger, his laughter resembling that of a ghost or a mad monkey. He did not speak further, but raised a hand, pointing into the void, and a beam of blazing white light shot out from his fingertip. The moment Wang Shun raised his hand, Lu Jinqing had already stepped back and drawn his sword. With a clang, the sword light carved an arc in the air, striking that blazing white light. Lu Jinqing felt a jolt in his hand, causing him to slide back 3 steps. The opponent's magical intent remained fierce, but Lu Jinqing felt joy in his heart. Previously, he clearly sensed he could not withstand it. And now, although still pushed back by this magical power, he managed to block the opponent's magical intent. Seeing that Lu Jinqing had actually blocked his attack, Wang Shun pointed again, and a faint shriek emerged from the void. Lu Jinsheng thrust his sword out, the sword light flickering. The magical intent in the void trembled, and the primordial energy surged, causing mist to rise in the forest. Wang Shun's expression darkened. How could he not see that Lu Jinsheng's swordsmanship had significantly improved? Which made him even more eager to kill. His fingertips flicked, and streams of magical intent surged towards Lu Jinsheng, the shrieking sound forming waves of sound, sweeping the mountain winds and primordial energy towards Lu Jinsheng like tidal waves. Lu Jinsheng could no longer see Wang Shun's figure. He could even be said to be unable to distinguish every beam of light formed by the magical intent before him, facing a wave that seemed both real and illusory. He could only rely on his instincts, swinging his sword to disperse the waves of primordial energy time and again, his figure darting and weaving, moving with the sword as if he were a swimming fish, executing the 8 trigram sword as if he were a fish, twisting and turning, incredibly agile. The sword flashed around him, the sword tip sparkling, always dispersing Wang Shun's magical intent at crucial moments. However, in less than half a stick of incense, he began to feel overwhelmed. Each time he dispersed Wang Shun's magical intent, it caused his own magical intent to tremble. That force seemed to transmit into his body like an electric shock. It turned out that once the magical power solidified, it had such penetrating force. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his sword through the forest, his body following the sword, and with several sword strikes, he was already a considerable distance away. Wang Shun, in a hurry behind him, could not avoid seeing Lu Jinsheng lost within the winds and clouds stirred up by the sword. His magical intent was powerful and heavy, but when flying with chi, it was not like Lu Jinsheng's sword breaking through the void. No matter how much anger he felt, it did not make him faster. The more he exerted himself, the more he sensed the resistance from the void. However, he did not stop there. Still pursuing Lu Jinsheng by following the traces left behind by his sword, Lu Jinsheng landed in another mountain area. By this time, the sun had set, and the afterglow painted the sky a bloody red. Once again, as he moved through the forest, he inadvertently stumbled into a lynx's territory. The lynx pounced at Lu Jinsheng from the shadows, but he nimbly evaded with a circular step, and with a stroke of his sword, he cut open the lynx's throat, blood splattering onto the leaves like a torrential downpour. Afterward, he began to skin it and search for a water source to start a fire and roast the meat. He felt the changes in his body. Facing Wang Shun had given his flesh a feeling of being massaged and unblocked. The previous blockages in his meridians seemed to have cleared. It seemed that after a few more confrontations with him, he would see if he would still pursue him. As Lu Jinsheng roasted the meat, he pondered. After the sky completely darkened, a cluster of flames in the clearing of the forest appeared particularly bright, visible from a distance. Lu Jinsheng sat cross-legged, gazing at the bright moon, his chi glowing as if filled with starlight. He did not consciously try to expel it because he found that the more he attempted to drive it away, the clearer and more resilient that trace of starlight became. He felt that unless he sealed that memory, it would be difficult to truly expel it. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he held it horizontally across his knees with both hands. He breathed in and out, with moonlight swirling between his mouth and nose, and also flowing along the blade of his sword. The rhythm of this light flow rose and fell, harmonizing with his breath. At night, the dense forest was particularly noisy, with various fox-like beasts reveling, plants growing, snakes and mice foraging, and insects singing while birds chirped. Suddenly, it seemed as if the wind had risen, for the flames that were about to extinguish before Lu Jinsheng surged suddenly, wildly intertwining like a fire python rushing towards him. In the place where Lu Jinsheng stood, the grass beside him drooped or pressed tightly to the ground, as if an invisible force pressed them down. The fire python pounced down. At that moment, Lu Jinsheng felt his body pressed and bound by a tremendous force, reminiscent of the thought he once used to capture the void. Unbeknownst to him, a figure stood on the crown of an old tree, dressed in black, almost merging with the night and tree crown. But the sinister gleam in his eyes seemed to shine. Lu Jinsheng's body could not move, his hands could not move. Yet the fire python was about to coil around him. The only thing he could move was his internal magical power. As he focused, the true chi in his dantian surged like a dragon flowing through a river, raising an endless tide that reached his fingertips, as if breaking free from shackles to ascend into the void. This was not Lu Jinsheng's true chi losing control. The so-called true chi was composed of thoughts. Lu Jinsheng merely drew upon the intent of soaring to break free from the constraints. At that moment, when his previously immobile hand broke through the void of magical thought, it grasped the sword tightly, and the blade shone with sword radiance in an instant. He swung the sword, taking the intent of soaring from earlier, thrusting it upwards, and his body defied logic as it shot up like a snake darting toward the 9 heavens. The sword pierced the void, creating a crack in the air, and he twisted his body, slipping through that crack. Just as the fire python was about to pounce and entangle him, he narrowly escaped, suddenly appearing in midair, with wind and clouds swirling around him. He called out to the figure on the tree crown. "Senior Wang Shun, you have indeed come, which is quite delightful. I have gained some insights, and I ask for your guidance, Senior." Wang Shun's face was dark. How could he not sense the changes in Lu Jincheng's aura just moments ago? He had arrived long ago but feared Lu Jincheng would escape again. So he waited for a long time until he believed Lu Jincheng had let down his guard before launching an attack. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Jincheng managed to break free, and it seemed he had gained some understanding. This reminded him of a classmate from years ago. They both had an understanding of spells that was beyond ordinary comprehension. While others could not grasp the incantations, they could understand them at once, and with a little pondering, they could practice the spells. In a daze, Wang Shun spoke. "You acknowledge me as your adoptive father, and I will pass on to you the cultivation methods I obtained from the Feathered Immortal sect. How about that?" Lu Jincheng smiled and replied, "Senior Wang, please teach me." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword, and a beam of sword light pierced the void, creating a small passage with swirling winds and waves. Lu Jincheng's sword intent changed, and with a thrust, he passed through that passage of clouds and winds, arriving before Wang Shun in the blink of an eye. Wang Shun felt a mix of shame and anger, his face flushed. The words he had just uttered seemed to have been spoken by some unseen force, yet he was ignored by the other party, making him feel utterly humiliated. This sword had come from such a distance, yet in one step, it pierced right in front of him. He clearly saw the sword tip condensing with sword energy, quivering as it aimed at his forehead, throat, and chest, 3 fatal points. The person he had easily defeated by overwhelming force during the day dared to take the initiative to strike at him at night. Bold, seeking death, Wang Shun roared in his heart, as if he wanted to shout out all the shame and anger within him. He needed Lu Jincheng's blood to wash away his humiliation. Chapter 29, Among the Fish Mountains. The sky was filled with twinkling stars, casting a mist-like glow over the earth. A sea of trees swayed in the night wind like rolling waves. Lu Jincheng thrust his sword out, the tip trembling, aiming at the 3 fatal points of the forehead, throat, and chest. The sword's light shimmered, piercing the void and emitting a hissing sound. Wang Shun already knew of Lu Jincheng's agile swordsmanship and did not want to compete in skills. In the process of pursuing Lu Jincheng, he had also thought about how to win, comparing his strengths and weaknesses with Lu Jincheng's. Lu Jincheng's swordsmanship was sharp and agile, slippery and elusive. The moment he showed signs of being at a disadvantage, he would fly away on his sword. The other party's weakness was also evident. His magical power was relatively weak. Thus, he settled on a strategy of overpowering his opponent. He pressed his hand against his chest, ignoring the 3 points of sword energy aimed at him, and just grasped and pressed his hand in front of his chest, causing the sword energy to vanish, halting the sword. In the void, the space where Lu Jincheng stood suddenly radiated light, and Lu Jincheng felt his body sink, as if the once fluid void had turned into a sea of sand, pressing and binding him. In that instant, Lu Jincheng found it hard to move. When a person's body is bound from the outside, it becomes difficult to exert strength. Fortunately, magical power originates from within. He stared at Wang Shun, their eyes locking. In that instant, it seemed as if an invisible sword light pierced towards Wang Shun. Wang Shun's internal magical thoughts tightened, blocking Lu Jincheng's heart sword, yet there was a slight loosening externally. Lu Jincheng's sword flicked up, breaking through the solidified void, creating a crack, and Lu Jincheng did not retreat at all but stepped forward, forcing his way to Wang Shun's front. The upward thrusting sword followed the momentum and slashed down, aiming at a line from Wang Shun's forehead to his abdomen. The sword light hovered above the blade. If it struck, Wang Shun would surely be disemboweled, with his organs spilling out, and he would not survive. Wang Shun did not expect Lu Jincheng's sword technique to suddenly change style, becoming an aggressive assault, thrusting, sweeping, and slashing, advancing step by step, each move aimed at taking a life. Being relentlessly pressured by such a junior filled Wang Shun with deeper shame and anger. He thrust both hands forward, generating an invisible wave of energy that surged towards Lu Jincheng. Lu Jincheng's sword fell, slicing through the heavy waves of energy. However, Wang Shun pushed out continuously with both palms, and the waves of energy piled up heavily. Lu Jincheng had to retreat despite continuously swinging his sword, but he found himself unable to stop retreating. Wang Shun had made up his mind not to let Lu Jincheng close in, for the sense of danger when Lu Jincheng got close made him feel anxious. In Lu Jincheng's eyes, those layers of waves of energy transformed into a large hand of refined light, fiercely grabbing down towards him. "The universe is in my grasp." Wang Shun silently chanted this phrase in his heart. After so many years of cultivation, he naturally had something that resonated with his own will, which formed his magical formula. This phrase came from a Confucian classic. Observe the phenomena of the world, with a mind that embraces the world, and the universe is in your hands. The level of a spell often depends significantly on how much will is reflected within it. Lu Jincheng felt that a powerful will was manifested within this vital energy, and that will seemed to command it. If it obeyed, all was well. If it disobeyed, it would be mercilessly killed. However, Lu Jincheng had never been someone willing to be manipulated. His sword once again harmonized with the soaring intent of true qi in his heart. Seizing the moment before the grasp was fully secured, he pierced through from a thin weakness. The sword tip's energy burst forth, slicing through the gaps in the vital energy hand, and then he moved like a swimming fish, akin to a snake darting in the air, swiftly escaping through the crack in the vital energy. Lu Jincheng thrust his sword upwards, following the sword's path, soaring into the sky. He realized that Wang Shun's magic was heavy and forceful but lacked agility, while his own advantage lay in agility. After clarifying the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, he further solidified his combat strategy. The sword in his hand was raised above his head, pointing towards the starry sky, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, drawing circles of various sizes. In the void, the essence gathered around the sword, engulfing his body. At that moment, he recalled a spell from a certain novel and couldn't help but shout, "Nine heavens' mysterious abode, transform into divine thunder, mighty heavenly might, guided by the sword." As the words fell, he swung the sword downward, his body following the sword, piercing downwards amidst the winds and waves of energy. Luo Jincheng's voice was loud, and Wang Shun was shocked to hear it. This divine thunder was no joke, it belonged to a profound spell. Having lived to this age, he had only seen someone cast a thunder spell once. Could he actually use a thunder spell? Wang Shun's heart raced, tightening his focus as he summoned his energy, his fists alternating to form giant palms that surged like waves. Luo Jincheng, with the vortex of energy, charged downwards. In the midst of the vortex, the sword's light pierced into the giant palm, creating a crack. Under the impact of the tidal wave of energy, layer upon layer pressed down, causing Wang Shun to be knocked over along with the tree branches he stood on, tumbling towards the ground. Crack, crack. The sound of the tree breaking echoed. However, the battle-hardened Wang Shun quickly adjusted his mindset. He swiped at the tidal wave of energy, tearing it apart as it rolled to either side. But a flash of sword light shot down from the dispersing energy waves. The brilliant sword light aimed straight for Wang Shun's brow. As he fell, seemingly lacking the power to counterattack, just as the sword was about to strike him, Wang Shun's hand suddenly moved like a dream, swift and decisive. Flicking his finger against the sword body, Luo Jincheng felt a powerful force strike the sword, instantly creating an opening, as he watched Wang Shun point out, his fingertip glowing, sending forth a beam of magical light. In this critical moment, Luo Jincheng had no choice but to use his left hand, forming it into a sword, to stab at the magical arrow of light. Boom! He felt a shock through his body, yet he still controlled himself to soar like a falling leaf. Wang Shun would not let this good opportunity slip by. Just as he was falling to the ground, he quickly devised a strategy to lure the enemy in deeper, aiming for a strike that could kill Luo Jincheng. Though Luo Jincheng excelled in close combat, his sword was slippery and did not engage directly. So at the moment the sword was nearly upon him, Wang Shun employed the spell technique he had painstakingly learned years ago to deflect Luo Jincheng's sword, creating an opening. When Luo Jincheng's opening was wide open, Wang Shun could not miss this hard-earned chance. He defied logic, leaping into the air, pursuing Luo Jincheng and firing beams of magical arrows that whistled as they shot towards him. This hard clash caused a thunderous resonance within Luo Jincheng, as true energy surged chaotically in his energy sea, uncontrollably rampaging through his meridians. Reminiscent of the night when his refined essence turned into chaotic energy ready to go out of control, Luo Jincheng maintained a sliver of clarity, visualizing the bright moon rapidly concentrating his magical intent. Using the only bit of control he had to direct the sword in his hand to stab at Wang Shun's magical arrow while once again leveraging his body to flip backward, during which he thrust the sword out, piercing the void and quickly fleeing like a fish. Looking down, the valley was silent. The original sounds of insects and beasts had long disappeared, leaving behind a scene of ruin. This time, as Luo Jincheng flew with his sword, he was also directionless. After flying for a while, he saw a lake in the mountains, resembling an eye among the peaks. Luo Jincheng noticed that he had encountered too many things that looked like eyes lately. Landing by the lake, the turbulent true energy within him had been organized during his sword flight. Gazing at the deep lake, the surface reflected the starlight of the sky. Turning blue and appearing incredibly mysterious, it reminded him of the true energy in his own energy sea. He sheathed his sword at his waist, placed his hands behind his back, feeling the night breeze as he walked along the lake's edge, his feet sinking into the sand. In the mountains, by a lake, alone, he felt the wind blowing from the lake and watched the starlight reflected on the water, mysterious and picturesque, as if someone was strolling with a sword in a painting. He found a piece of blue stone, sat down, looked at the sky, looked at the lake surface, then lay back down, holding the sword to his chest. Slowly closing his eyes, starlight and dew fell upon him. The night breeze caressed him, and cicadas sang, accompanying him into slumber. Not far away, a cluster of flowers released a faint fragrance, drifting away with the wind. "Auntie, I saw someone fall from the sky. Wait for me to show you." A small voice came from the bushes, as a little hedgehog cautiously emerged, sniffing the air before quickly scurrying under a rock. Behind it followed a slightly larger hedgehog, who hurriedly said, "Little Spike, slow down. Be careful not to encounter a strong person who might catch you as a pet." The larger hedgehog also crawled out from the bushes into the shadow of the rock, patting the smaller hedgehog's head and saying, "Little Spike, you're still young. Even though you're a fairy, you should be most careful of humans." All right, I know. White Little Spike headed towards another path, surprisingly running quite fast on its short legs. "Come quickly, Auntie. I remember the scent. It's just ahead." The little hedgehog ran to a large rock and then hesitated, seeing a person sleeping on the stone, not daring to approach. "Hurry, Auntie, it's him. The Taoist I know." The little hedgehog stood on its hind legs, gesturing with its short legs. That Auntie hid in the darkness, not daring to come closer. She didn't believe the little hedgehog's words. However, she eventually approached, having come from Qianxiaaudiobooks Mountain, only to find that the yellow immortals had declined, hearing that many had died attacking the fire spirit temple outside the mountain. "The fire spirit temple?" Auntie whispered. The little hedgehog quickly nodded, saying, "Yes, that's right. He even said he wanted to be friends with me." Auntie cautiously looked at the person sleeping on the large rock, remaining silent. "I want to ask him to save Grandma," the little hedgehog said excitedly. "Little Spike, what do you plan to offer him?" Auntie asked. White Little Spike thought for a moment, and then replied, "I have an idea." After saying that, it quickly ran away, and Auntie looked around before chasing after White Little Spike. Luo Jinsheng woke up at dawn and first turned to urinate towards the lake. Just as he hadn't finished urinating, he had to turn around and saw two large hedgehogs covering their faces under the bushes. "Hedgehogs, white immortal." A thought flashed through Luo Jinsheng's mind, but he didn't speak, as the top priority was to finish urinating. He looked at the two hedgehogs covering their eyes, puzzled about why they were doing so. "Are you scared?" "I am by xianxia. I have met the Taoist." The larger of the two hedgehogs spoke up. "By xianxia? Oh, that name sounds familiar. By the way, do you know a white immortal named White Little Spike?" Luo Jinsheng asked. The little hedgehog beside him had reddened eyes, suddenly feeling an urge not to speak. "The Taoist still remembers Little Spike. This is Little Spike's honor. Let me introduce you. This is the White Little Spike you mentioned," Annie by xianxia said. Luo Jinsheng looked at the little hedgehog beside him, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "It's just that you white immortals look quite similar, so I didn't recognize you right away. Sorry." Wah. Upon hearing this, White Little Spike was overwhelmed with sadness. A sense of grievance surged within, and it couldn't help but cry. "Yes, this cry indeed matches the one I know. There's no mistake," Luo Jinsheng said happily, thinking that he might never encounter that interesting hedgehog again in this life. Unexpectedly, after chasing and fleeing with Wang Shun, he ended up in the Fish Mountain. However, upon hearing this, the little hedgehog cried even harder. She felt extremely wronged in her heart, but she couldn't help but argue while crying. "I have a red mole here on my face, which is completely different from other white fairies." Chapter 30, The Old Monkey in the Mountains. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice. Let me take a look." Lu Jinqing quickly apologized and comforted her, then squatted down and said, "Let me see." Perhaps because she was in the familiar mountains, next to her home, the little hedgehog wasn't so scared. She raised her head, really wanting others to recognize her, not wanting to hear that she looked the same as everyone else. "Yes, there is a red mole. Quite pretty," Lu Jinqing casually said. A little red spot grew on the little hedgehog's face, but as for whether it was pretty or not, Lu Jinqing couldn't really tell. After hearing this, the little hedgehog's original grievance instantly dissipated, turning into a warm current that nourished her spirit. Looking at Lu Jinqing's squatting body and that face, she couldn't help but think, his face is so big, and he has thorns on his lips and chin too. Lu Jinqing was actually looking at her eyes. He remembered that this little hedgehog had one injured eye, and naturally, he wanted to ask about it first. "I remember one of your eyes seemed to be hurt, right?" Lu Jinqing asked. The white little hedgehog, after hearing this, felt her heart, which had already stopped being wronged, instantly become happy, thinking, "He really remembers me." She quickly replied, "It was my third aunt who cured me. My third aunt's medical skills are the best in Qianku Mountain and Kunyu Mountain." "So, your third aunt is a doctor," Lu Jinqing said. "I dare not claim to be, just know a thing or two," White Third Thorn modestly replied. Lu Jincheng stood up, feeling happy. It was a sunny day, and he had unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance in Kunyu Mountain, which was worth celebrating. Do you have anything to eat? Lu Jincheng asked naturally, as if he had come to an old friend's house. The White Little Hedgehog and White Third Thorn were both very happy because they had prepared food all night. The White Little Hedgehog quickly said, I picked a lot of fruits for you, come quickly. As she spoke, she ran to a big tree, where there were several flat stones and a stream of water flowing nearby. Look, these fruits are all picked by me, and my third aunt also picked some. You can eat them now. The White Little Hedgehog stood in front of a pile of various colored fruits, some as big as fists and others as small as fingernails, all still covered in dew. Lu Jincheng didn't hold back and immediately placed his sword aside and started eating. The green fruits were slightly sour, but very crunchy. The red fruits were soft and sweet, melting in the mouth. The yellow fruits had a fragrant taste, almost like eating the flesh of the fruit. The black fruits surprisingly had a hint of saltiness, which was a bit hard for Lu Jincheng to accept, but he still forced himself to eat a few. This leaf is also delicious, the White Little Hedgehog recommended. Lu Jincheng, being open-minded and willing to try anything, ate a piece of the leaf. And a strong fishy odor surged out, causing him to quickly spit it out and say, What is this? The little hedgehog looked a bit dejected and said, Many fairies also don't like it. I thought you would like it, but I didn't expect you wouldn't either. Do you like eating this? Lu Jincheng asked. The little hedgehog nodded repeatedly. Eating this will make your breath stink, right? Lu Jincheng said. Will it become stinky? The little hedgehog asked worriedly. At this point, White Third Thorn interjected. This leaf is a kind of herb that can treat abdominal pain. If you eat something bad and have a stomachache, you can eat this to detoxify. Oh, then it seems it is useful, but I won't eat it. Lu Jincheng quickly ate a few more crunchy green fruits to recover. He then noticed a small porcelain bottle nearby and asked, What is this? This is honey. I stole it when it was almost dawn while those silly yellow bees were out collecting nectar. You should try it. It's really delicious. As she spoke, she even stuck out her little pink tongue and licked her lips. Lu Jincheng picked up the not-so-big porcelain bottle and took a sip, and indeed it was very sweet. Sweet enough to hurt his throat. Lu Jincheng wasn't very fond of it, but seeing the little hedgehog's greedy expression, he squatted down and handed the bottle to her, saying, It's very sweet, you drink it. He then began to survey the surroundings and asked, Where is your cave? So the two hedgehogs led Lu Jincheng to their white rock cave. What Lu Jincheng saw was a cave he couldn't enter at all. The white rock cave was located under a huge white rock, which was under a big tree, with a clean surrounding, and he could see a few white fairies, who all hid and secretly watched him when they saw Lu Jincheng. Lu Jincheng couldn't enter the white rock cave, so he could only look around. White Third Thorn explained to him that because the white fairies were attacked by the yellow fairies, most of their territory had been occupied by a tribe of monkeys invited by the yellow fairies, and the remaining white fairies had retreated to live nearby. I heard that your grandmother was captured by the yellow fairies. Has she not been rescued yet? Lu Jincheng asked. White Third Thorn shook her head sadly and said, No. We also invited people from the Lu Fairy clan to negotiate, but the leader of the yellow fairies still refuses to release our clan elder. What reason? Lu Jincheng asked. White Third Thorn hesitated, and Lu Jincheng suddenly understood. They must be blaming you for the casualties of the yellow fairies in the Fire Spirit Temple, right? White Third Thorn answered worriedly. Yes, that's exactly it. Where does that group of yellow fairies live? Take me there, Lu Jincheng said directly. I happen to have some scores to settle with them. This was also why, even though the yellow fairies suffered heavy losses, no one dared to trouble them. Taoist, the yellow fairies may not mean much to you, but they have the monkey tribe by their side, and it may not end well, White Third Thorn said seriously. I intend to meet them, Lu Jincheng said, slapping the sword at his waist, speaking boldly. White Third Thorn glanced back at the white little hedgehog who was a bit dazed and eating honey, and finally said, Then I'll have the clan members send a message to the yellow tribe. Lu Jincheng hadn't expected that there were these formalities in the mountains, but he also went along with it and didn't insist on going immediately. You all arrange it. Just right. The scenery here is good. I'll go take a look at the lakeside, Lu Jincheng said, and then headed towards the Baiyan Lake, strolling leisurely. The White Rock cave wasn't far from this Baiyan Lake. During the day, under the sunlight, looking at the lake, he saw the lake's surface was emerald green. The surrounding peaks were equally green, and the shadows of the mountains and trees were reflected in the lake. It was hard to tell whether the lake's emerald color dyed the mountains, or if the mountains infused the lake with green. A gust of wind blew, and his messy hair flew, but Lu Jincheng felt refreshed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that there was such a cool and green lake in the world, like a cold, indifferent eye, staring at the sky, wanting to reflect all the stars and the sun in the sky into its eyes, burying them in the endless deep lake. Between the lake and the mountains, streams and mountain channels were connected, and the woods were deep. From a distance, It seemed that someone was sitting in the shade of a tree fishing. Could there really be someone fishing here? They must be extraordinary. With the thought of getting to know another person and making a friend, Lu Jincheng walked over. As he got closer, he realized it wasn't a person at all, but an old monkey wearing a gray robe. He suddenly realized that this should be the black monkey tribe that had newly migrated to Kunyu Mountain. Lu Jincheng was somewhat surprised that the other party could fish. Catching fish was normal, but fishing, in Lu Jincheng's view, was no longer just for filling the stomach, but had risen to a certain spiritual pursuit. This indicated that the black monkey's intelligence had reached a certain height. Lu Jincheng walked over, and the other party turned his head. The deep-set eye sockets, dark face, and protruding jaw made Lu Jincheng feel a fierce aura coming at him. However, Lu Jincheng saw a layered contemplation in his eyes. Luo Jincheng did not stop his pace. Despite the fact that intelligent life forms were of a different kind, he did not harbor excessive disdain or contempt for them. However, his vigilance had reached its peak. After all, they were truly not of his kind. Luo Jincheng walked to the edge of the shade, clasped his hands together, and bowed as if to an elder, saying, "Fire Spirit View, Luo Jincheng pays his respects to Mr. Yuan." He did not step into the shade, as he regarded it as the other party's territory at that moment, which was merely a mental acknowledgement. In human culture, Mr. is always a respectful title, and it is never wrong to show courtesy first, if all else fails. There is always the sword at his waist. The old monkey, who appeared to be aged and wise, stood up after hearing Luo Jincheng's introduction and said, "So, Taoist Luo has entered the mountains. I am Yuan Song, just an old monkey in the mountains. How dare I claim to be a mister?" Upon hearing him speak, Luo Jincheng realized that there was a profound human-like quality to his responses. He thought to himself that this old monkey must have lived among humans for many years. Even if he hadn't, he had certainly had long-term contact with educated individuals. In this world, knowledge often indicates cultivation. "I have heard that Mr. Yuan has moved here from elsewhere. May I ask where Mr. Yuan originally hails from?" Luo Jincheng inquired. This was a casual question, as even if the other party answered, Luo Jincheng would not know that place. However, when the other party was unwilling to answer, Luo Jincheng's curiosity was piqued, and he said, "The Fire Spirit View has received the decree from the Lord of the Mansion and the support of the County Lord. Although the temple is small, it has the responsibility to patrol the mountains and rivers. Recently, there has been a disturbance in the realm of the immortals on Chuanyu Mountain, disrupting the local peace. I have come to seek clarification. The responsibility of patrolling the mountains and rivers that Luo Jincheng mentioned was indeed valid, as his temple was built by the county lord's decree and received monthly provisions from the county office. Therefore, when issues arose in the county that could not be resolved, they would often be called upon for assistance." Luo Jincheng did not care much for this power, but since he was already there and the conversation had reached this point, it was only natural to assert his identity. The old monkey's eyes flickered as he looked at Luo Jincheng. Luo Jincheng's hands, which had originally hung by his sides with the sword at his waist, now inadvertently drew closer to the hilt, and he could not help but feel tense. Thinking, could this old monkey really have some unclean background? I was just asking casually, does it want to kill to silence me? The gazes of both sides met, their consciousnesses clashing. Luo Jincheng did not show any signs of fear, while the old monkey's aggressive intent was also kept at bay by Luo Jincheng. "I have forgotten my birthplace. Since I can remember, I have been at the Qiochan Academy, and after gaining some spiritual wisdom, I was ordered to guard the alchemy room. It was thanks to the kindness of the masters within the palace that I was allowed to return to the mountains to find my kin. Unfortunately, my kin's dwelling was destroyed by a fire, which is why I moved here, and it was not my intention to seize the residence of the White Immortal." Clearly, he also knew that the Yellow Immortal had rushed out of the mountain but returned in defeat, and the one who had defeated him was the young swordsman before him. "Oh, I see. I believe Mr. Yuan is merely caught in the middle. However, I have heard that the leader of the Yellow Immortals is still holding the elder of the White Immortals. I wonder if Mr. Yuan would be willing to mediate," Luo Jincheng said. If this matter could be resolved smoothly, Luo Jincheng did not wish to create more trouble. The old monkey pondered for a moment and said, "We black monkeys wish to be friends with our neighbors and live in harmony. We do not wish for everyone to kill each other. However, our clan is new here, and we are weak in words, so we will not involve ourselves in the grievances between the various immortals. Farewell." After saying this, the old monkey turned to leave. Luo Jincheng frowned slightly and called out, "Mr. Yuan is already involved in the situation. I fear he cannot remain an outsider." Luo Jincheng watched him disappear into the forest. The sound of the leaves like waves, a tumultuous sound that seemed to harbor boundless thoughts. The news of Luo Jincheng arriving at Bayan Lake spread amidst the sounds of the forest. He sat in the spot where the old monkey had just been, quietly fishing with the rod left behind by the old monkey, watching the reed-made bobber remain still. This was indeed an excellent sheltered bend of the lake. The wind stirred the trees, and the surface of the lake rippled elsewhere. But this spot was remarkably quiet, the bobber motionless, with some yellow leaves resting on the surface of the lake. The weather had already entered autumn, heading towards winter. Luo Jinsheng sat there motionless, and his originally somewhat restless heart gradually calmed down, like this corner of the lake, while the outside forest roared and the lake's surface surged. Here it remained a bastion of tranquility. Two hedgehogs approached from behind Luo Jinsheng. Seeing this scene, they did not speak. They dared not disturb him. In their eyes, at that moment, Luo Jinsheng had merged into this mountain and lake. It was not until Luo Jinsheng stood up, stretched lazily, and said, so comfortable, even more so than a long sleep, that the two hedgehogs did not understand why he had such a sentiment, thinking, weren't you just sitting there sleeping? Soon after, they conveyed the results of the message sent to the yellow immortals to Luo Jinsheng. Matters in the mountains still need to be resolved with swords, Luo Jinsheng sighed. Chapter 31. Conducting rituals. In a dark cave, a group of yellow immortals squatted or stood on the scattered rocks, looking deeper into the cave. Just moments ago, two hedgehogs had come to deliver a message, saying that Luo Jinsheng from the Fire Spirit View was coming to take away the hedgehog grandmother. Once this news spread, it was like water boiling in a hot pot. A few months ago, their elders or themselves had rushed out of the mountain, only to return in defeat. The name Luo Jinsheng from the Fire Spirit View was a name everyone could not forget, yet was unwilling to mention. They had hoped that in a few years, everyone would forget this matter, but now he had actually entered the mountain. But why was that necessary? A few months ago, so many immortals had rushed out, yet they had been unable to do anything to him. Now they were going to compete with him fairly in magic? Once this news spread, the yellow immortals still in the mountains gathered in front of their leader's residence. However, the leader was currently speaking with that black monkey inside, and no one had yet seen him. Inside the cool cave, where the leader of the yellow immortals resided, a child-sized, clothed old weasel was speaking to a tall, gray-robed old monkey. You want me to represent you in a contest with Luo Jinsheng? The old monkey repeated the words of the old weasel. You must understand that the black monkey clan is not your yellow immortal's servant, the old monkey said, his tone growing angry. The weasel turned around, its pair of withered yellow eyes filled with cunning and scrutiny. I think your black monkey clan does not want to wander anymore. Nor do you want to be seen by those in the mountains as ungrateful, right? The old weasel continued. The old monkey took a couple of steps forward, standing before the weasel and looking down at him. The weasel's eyes narrowed, and its mouth opened to reveal sharp teeth. What if I refuse? The old monkey asked in a low voice. Then your act of stealing medicine from the alchemy room of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Academy to become an person will surely be reported back to the Xianxiaaudiobooks Academy. As soon as the weasel's words left its mouth, the temperature in the dark, cool cave seemed to drop suddenly. The weasel felt that the old monkey had developed a murderous intent towards him, but he was not afraid, as he had once accidentally learned of the old monkey's secret through a spirit tablet established by a distant traveling servant. The old monkey had been speaking with another yellow monkey guarding the alchemy room in the Xianxiaaudiobooks Academy at that time. The old monkey had tricked the yellow monkey into taking him inside, while the masters of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Academy were away on a field trip with their students. To consume a whole yellow monkey in a day was not something an ordinary stomach could accomplish. Based on the yellow immortal's guess, the old monkey had clearly practiced martial arts, his muscles and stomach extremely strong. Therefore, he had taken the opportunity to bring him into the Qianyu mountain, knowing the old monkey's secret and that he could control him. The old monkey's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and with a quick motion, he had already grasped the weasel in his hand, lifting it by its throat. The weasel struggled desperately, but could not break free. As its thoughts moved, a soul was about to leave its body to escape. But the soul was tightly locked in place. He wanted to leave his body, but he discovered that the old ape's hand was shrouded in a layer of dark light, locking him in place, making it impossible for him to leave his body. The weasel struggled to make a sound. If you kill me, news will reach the Xianxiaaudiobooks Academy by tomorrow. Just as the weasel chief thought he might die here, the old ape let him go and said, you better keep your word. The weasel laughed and said, the reputation of the Huang family has always been the best. We repay enmity with enmity and kindness with kindness. The old ape couldn't be sure if killing this cunning weasel would be useful, so he decided to endure for a while, send his kin away, and then kill him from a distance. Since he had made up his mind, the competition with Luo Jinsheng today was inevitable. He had always scoffed at open competitions. He could see that Luo Jinsheng's swordsmanship must be very high. It wouldn't be easy to win under normal circumstances. Since it was said that the competition would be at night, and it was only noon now, Luo Jinsheng must be unprepared. It would be better to launch a surprise attack and kill him, eliminating the need for any competition. It would also gain the trust of these filthy weasels and buy time for his kin to escape. By then, he could wipe out their clan alone. The old ape thought to himself and said, all the trouble comes from this Luo Jinsheng. Why wait until night? Let me go kill him now. All right. I wish you victory, Lord Yuan. The weasel seemed unconcerned about the old ape taking action against him and joyfully wished him well. The old ape did not go for the sneak attack as agreed upon, and he had no objections. In his eyes, a shadow seemed to emerge around the old ape's body, as if a door had formed. He stepped into it, his figure fading like entering water, from clarity to obscurity, until he disappeared. Huang Xian was equally shocked at this scene. He felt regret and couldn't help but think, this Yuan Song has already mastered the art of walking in the shadows. It seems I must be cautious of him. However, as long as he still fears the Qiuquan Academy, he can't do anything to me. He also recalled the scene of his kin being killed by Lu Jinqing outside the Fire Spirit Temple, feeling both fear and anger in his heart. Even after such a long time, he often found it hard to sleep. At this moment, thinking that Lu Jinqing might die under the old ape's surprise attack, he felt excited. He then ordered the Huang Xian to monitor Bai Xian's movements. Just at that moment, he changed his mind again, thinking, now is the perfect time to attack and kill Lu Jinqing, coinciding with my kin's departure from Qianyu Mountain. If I kill Lu Jinqing, the head of the Fire Spirit Temple behind him will surely not let it go. Staying here is not a good idea, since we are all leaving. Why kill Lu Jinqing and then that filthy Huang Xian? He didn't share his thoughts with this junior of his, but instructed him to quietly lead the clan away from Qianyu Mountain. Fortunately, everyone often gathered in the mountains, and those in the entire Qianyu Mountain knew about it. The junior, seeing his respected leader so furious, didn't ask much and quickly gathered the already few kin, not bringing any gifts, finding a reason, and climbing toward a certain peak in the forest, their howls echoing as usual. The old ape watched his child leave, and the nameless anger in his heart became increasingly difficult to suppress. I just want to find a place for my family to live, yet you all come to pressure me. He even began to hate Lu Jinqing. If it weren't for Lu Jinqing meddling in the affairs of the mountain, this Huang Xian wouldn't force him to duel, and that filthy weasel, knowing his secret, had to be killed. Lu Jinqing's appearance reminded him of some past events. Humans just love to meddle, managing city affairs, and even mountain matters. Today, let you die in this mountain. Shadows appeared around the old ape as he stepped into them. The world in his eyes rapidly changed. The world divides into yin and yang. Where there is yang, there must be yin. The colorful world in the old ape's eyes quickly turned black and white, but the environment underwent significant changes. Despite having practiced many times, every time he walked in the shadows, the old ape still felt an unreal sensation. Everything in the underworld seemed fake, like writing or painting where the ink penetrates the paper, creating another piece of writing or painting on the back. Walking in this black and white world, he could clearly feel the various terrifying presences in the underworld, those who had left imprints in the yang world but had already died. Their imprints could still be seen in the underworld. However, the flow of time in the yang world had washed away countless people and events, while the underworld retained layers of imprints. Even the old ape, who could walk in the underworld due to his cultivation, still held a cautious heart, fearing that a rapid heartbeat would disturb those souls. Fortunately, he currently had no living aura on him, resembling a dead person. He followed the path in his memory to find the White Rock Cave. In the underworld, he couldn't see those Bai Xian. He knew this was because these Bai Xian found it difficult to leave traces in the underworld. It wasn't easy to find Lu Jinqing either. Peering from the underworld into the yang world was not impossible, but his ability to walk in the shadows was stolen, and being able to cultivate it was partly luck. Walking in the underworld still required his own understanding. However, fortunately, after mastering it, he gained a clear understanding of the technique and had developed some uses. Lu Jinqing. As he called out, Lu Jinqing's figure gradually became clearer. It seemed he wanted to summon Lu Jinqing's soul into the underworld. However, even though he could see Lu Jinqing's figure as if stamped on the back of the paper, no matter how much the old ape called, he couldn't make any progress. Nevertheless, the method of pulling other souls into the underworld was just a trial. His true killing weapon was the martial arts he had practiced for many years. Therefore, he began to gather strength, preparing to strike from the underworld into the yang world to kill Lu Jinqing. However, at that moment, it seemed Lu Jinqing had foreseen something. He suddenly drew his sword and swung it toward the void. The old ape seemed to see a flash of silver light piercing into his soul. He quickly focused his mind to defend, only to feel a sharp pain in the back of his head, as if he had been pricked by a needle, causing the strength he had gathered for his punch to dissipate instantly. After a brief pause, he gathered strength again, still aiming to kill Lu Jinqing. For he was not a half-hearted ape. Yet Lu Jinqing swung his sword again, and a streak of sword light appeared deep in his soul from the void. He once again tightened his will to defend, but his heart suddenly ached violently. He crouched down, holding his chest and gasping for breath. He couldn't understand what kind of sword technique this was, able to injure him through the barrier of yin and yang. After a while, the pain that had struck at his soul subsided, and he once more focused on the imprint left by Lu Jinsheng, gathering strength to prepare for a killing blow. However, Lu Jinsheng swung his sword toward the void again, and a streak of sword light struck deep into his heart, cutting through the void. The bright silver seemed to slice through the chaos of his soul, making him feel death in that instant. He stiffened and fell. This time, he lay on the ground for a long time before getting up, then turned to leave. He had already confirmed that when he called Lu Jinsheng's name and plotted to kill him, Lu Jinsheng had swung a sword that struck him. Fear had already taken root in his heart, and he headed toward the clear, cool cave where the Xian clan leader was. Then called out the name of the clan leader. The figure of the Xian clan leader appeared in his eyes, quickly becoming clear. And then he saw the illusory shadow of the weasel's soul appearing in front of him through the mist. The Xian clan leader's eyes were filled with confusion. But when he clearly saw the old ape before him, horror instantly appeared in his eyes as he said, "Yuan Song, what do you want?" The old ape, however, ignored him, grabbing his soul and stuffing it into his mouth. The soul struggled desperately at the edge of his mouth, but was still swallowed, continuing to shout loudly. Initially threatening, then pleading for mercy, and eventually, there was no more sound. Luo Jinsheng sat there practicing, swinging his sword 3 times in a row, each time feeling a deep discomfort, a sense of danger permeating his heart, yet there was nothing around him. So he could only follow that faint feeling of danger to swing the sword. He didn't know the outcome himself, but after swinging the sword, that feeling of danger disappeared. After 3 swings, everything calmed down, even feeling like an illusion. "Taoist Luo, what's wrong?" Xianxia asked, seeing Luo Jinsheng suddenly swing his sword at the void and look around. "It seems someone is casting spells on me," Luo Jinsheng said. Chapter 32, Luck. Luo Jinsheng sat cross-legged at the top of Baiyin Cave, feeling that the view here was more open, making it easier to detect any attacks. He closed his eyes to absorb the yang essence, holding the unsheathed long sword, which shimmered with a layer of incandescent light. One cultivates together with the sword. Luo Jinsheng discovered that he could include the sword in the range of his qi circulation through the meridians, with qi flowing from his right hand into the sword handle and through the sword body, flowing to the sword tip, then entering the left hand's meridians and returning to the qi si within his body. The forest grew increasingly quiet, so quiet that even the sound of insects in the soil eating grass roots could be heard. Suddenly, a commotion reached his ears. He opened his eyes and saw a group of Baixian gathering in front of Baiyin Cave. Among them, Baisanci nervously and excitedly said, "Huang Li is dead." "Who is Huang Li?" Luo Jinsheng asked. "The leader of the Huang clan." Bai Xiaozi quickly replied. "How did he die? Who killed him?" Luo Jinsheng asked in surprise. "I heard Huang Li's brother crying, saying that Yuan Song killed his brother," Baisanci said. "Why?" Luo Jinsheng asked again. "It is said that Huang Li had some secret of his, threatening Yuan Song to kill you, Taoist. Yuan Song couldn't stand it and killed Huang Li, and has already taken his clan outside Chuanyu Mountain," Baisanci explained. Luo Jinsheng immediately understood that it was this Yuan Song who had come to kill him before, but had failed. Then she revealed Yuan Song's secret identity, and Luo Jinsheng realized that Yuan Song had such a side to him. "Huang Li deserved to die. I heard that Huang Li wanted Yuan Song to kill you, Taoist, and when the Lord of Fire Spirit Temple came to ask, they would push Yuan Song out and blame him to appease the Lord's anger," Luo Jinsheng thought. "These mountain demons, one by one, learn to act like humans. But most only learn the dark side of humanity, with narrow natures, grudges, and various cunning little tricks, yet without true wisdom." Luo Jinsheng then agreed with Bai Xiaozi that it could come to play in the temple, and thus walk through the forest under the light of the stars and moon, floating like an immortal. This time out, he originally intended to go to Haifeng's High, but was stopped in Xuanji town. He gained some insights and returned with joy. He clarified his path of cultivation and was ready to practice. Within his meridians, a ray of sunlight moved inch by inch, refining the essence and blood within the flesh as it passed through into true qi. Shanghaian and Deng Ding had settled down. Upon seeing Luo Jinsheng, they exclaimed in surprise, "Senior brother." They then went to pay respects to the temple master, who was indifferent, continuing to sit in meditation, not stepping out, like a young lady in a yellow flower. Everything in the Fire Spirit Temple seemed to be at a standstill. Although the 2 young disciples had made some progress in their cultivation, that day, the 2 disciples pestered them to share their experiences from the past few days. Luo Jinsheng did not hide anything, and the 2 disciples listened with rapt attention, eager to achieve their own cultivation. Luo Jinsheng did not leave again, but began to meditate here. It seemed that the year-end was approaching, and every day he would read books brought from the temple master, which included travel writings and some applications of spells. Luo Jinsheng did not know where the temple master obtained these materials, but seeing that the master kept them close, it was evident they were hard to come by. Luo Jinsheng obviously didn't mind, but since the temple master didn't go, and Shanghaian also didn't go, he didn't go either. This made Luo Jinsheng very happy. The more he cultivated, the more he understood this world, and he felt increasingly unfamiliar with it. Realizing there were still many things he did not understand, the temple master always stayed in his room and was unwilling to talk much. Ji Fuji practiced one of the righteous laws of the world, the feather transformation method, and surely had his own knowledge he wanted to understand. So he went into the mountains and hunted a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds, bringing half of the meat to visit Ji Fuji. Master, who exactly attacked you? Luo Jinsheng asked. Ji Fuji was silent for a long time before speaking. Since the establishment of the Qian kingdom, it has been over 700 years. When the founding ancestor established the country, he set down the principle of co-governing the world with the scholars, referring to us cultivators, but also excluding some cultivators. This was the first time Luo Jinsheng had heard of this and immediately asked, which cultivators were excluded? Ji Fuji glanced at Luo Jinsheng and said, "Your master is truly not serious. He teaches you nothing." The temple master does indeed speak little," Luo Jinsheng said somewhat embarrassedly. "Do you know the difference between righteous laws, heterodox methods, and left paths in the world?" Ji Fuji asked. The disciple has some knowledge. Righteous laws include qi refining, feather transformation, yama, secret food, martial arts, spirit taming, deity worship, and incense offerings. As for the number of heterodox methods and left paths, I don't understand, Luo Jinsheng replied. You are not wrong, but the so-called righteous laws are only called that because there have been transformation gods among the cultivators. And this transformation god comes from the refining essence into qi in the qi refining method, and the transformation god in the qi transformation method. One can say that all schools of cultivation in the world are derived from the qi refining method. Among them, the branches that emerged from the righteous laws are called heterodox methods. Those cultivation schools that have no one reaching the transformation god realm are left paths. In the past, the founding ancestors set the principle of not co-governing the country with cultivators, referring to those cultivators who harm the physical bodies and souls of others to cultivate. More precisely, those who cultivate by refining other souls and essence are mostly left path cultivators. Among those who ambushed me this time, there was one who refined a ghost banner. If I am not mistaken, this person wants to capture my own soul into it, taking the ghost banner a step further. As Ji Fuji spoke, a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. Master, do you know who they are? Luo Jinsheng asked. They hide among the mountains and rivers, concealing their identities, acting together when there is a matter, and cultivating separately when there is none. Even if one recognizes one or two of them, it is impossible to catch them all. These people include ghosts, left path cultivators, and possibly even people I know, or righteous law cultivators from the state government. Luo Jinsheng left Ji's academy and went to Deng Ding's home. The Deng family offered a meal. So Luo Jinsheng had dinner there and packed 2 boxes of pastries to take with him, intending to bring them to the temple master and junior brother Shangaian. He headed toward the west city gate, and there were hardly any pedestrians on the street. What remained were only clusters of darkness dispersed from the doors and windows of the houses on both sides, forming patches of withered yellow earth. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, a dog barked in the alley, followed by the sound of footsteps running past. He stood at the mouth of the alley and saw a girl running quickly by. Some families cook too much rice and can't finish it, so they dry it out, though more often it is used to feed livestock. To escape from a dog, she had lost one of her shoes and hid in a pigsty, which housed 3 pigs, with straw spread inside. She dared not go out and curled up beside a pig to keep warm. A year ago, she never imagined she would one day be hiding in a pigsty warming herself with pigs, but now she was doing just that and felt a sense of peace. At least it wasn't so cold here, and with 3 pigs nearby, there seemed to be a bit more sense of security. She was originally a young lady, pampered by her parents at home, taken care of by servants, carried in a sedan chair when going out, eating fine rice and drinking expensive tea. When she was bored, someone would tell her jokes, and someone would play with her like a pet dog. But overnight, her home was destroyed, attacked by a group of unknown strongmen. In the chaos, she was protected by guards as she fled her home, with only her mother by her side. Then, when the guards attempted to assault her mother, they were killed by a swordsman, and she and her mother became captives of that swordsman. She thought their fate had hit rock bottom, but slowly realized that her mother had changed. At first, she thought her mother was just struggling to adapt to the change in status. But she soon discovered she was wrong. Her mother was no longer her mother. One night, she witnessed her mother stealthily eating blood food in the kitchen. The next day, she heard about someone nearby who had died, with their heart ripped out by something. She immediately thought of the piece of blood meat her mother had eaten. Officials came to investigate, and even some constables showed up, but there were no results. Later, she heard the constables had gone to Shuking village, but after that, she never saw her mother eat blood meat again, nor heard of any neighbors dying. However, in recent days, she noticed her mother's gaze toward her becoming increasingly terrifying. Sometimes at night, she would wake up to find her mother standing by her bed. sometimes sitting, sometimes standing, and when she woke up startled, she saw her mother's figure in the darkness, filling her with fear. She didn't even know what she was afraid of, but that fear was like a thick ink wrapping around her. She felt her world had turned dark, as if eyes were watching her at all times. Fortunately, she found an excuse to hide away and began to hide everywhere. Just then, that familiar fear suddenly surged in her heart. She was here. The girl felt this sensation. She no longer called this woman mother. At the alley entrance, a woman walked silently, her hair styled like a noble lady, dressed impeccably, contrasting sharply with the filthy surroundings. She stood at the alley entrance, looking inside. The girl hid in a pigsty, trembling, feeling a wave of darkness rushing toward her, threatening to engulf her. The woman's footsteps had already reached outside the pigsty. The alley was quiet. Only the woman's voice heard. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence of the darkness. "Madam, what are you looking for?" The voice was like a ray of light piercing through the darkness. As the voice fell, a figure stepped into the alley. The newcomer was tall and thin, with hair tied back like a ponytail, slightly raised eyebrows, bright peach blossom eyes, a hint of stubble on his lips, and a few loose strands of hair on his forehead swaying in the wind. "It's you." The woman recognized Lu Jincheng. "It's me. I never expected to see you again," Lu Jincheng said. "That day, you harmed someone and entered the human realm. This has always weighed on my mind. Although I don't believe I have the ability to help the world, I occasionally have such thoughts. That day, you took someone's body, while I was being watched by a demon. When I killed the demon and returned, you had already left. Meeting again today is my fortune." "Fortune?" The woman seemed to not understand such a word, or perhaps she did not comprehend why Lu Jincheng mentioned fortune. The reason he didn't act to save people in the temple was largely because there was simply no time. He felt the demon was already outside the temple. The second time he encountered the swordsman, he only told him to come find him if there was a problem. Partly because he felt the swordsman was not a good person and forgot that a girl was following them. "I believe meeting me again is your misfortune." As the woman finished speaking, blackness oozed from her 7 orifices, merging into the boundless night. Clang! Lu Jincheng's sword was already unsheathed, stepping forward to slash. Moving with the sword, a streak of sword light cut through the darkness, leaving a glimmer in the dark. Following that, he stepped forward to thrust, stirring up an invisible storm in the darkness. In the span of those 2 steps, he was already close to the woman. Yet, countless invisible threads rushed toward him from the darkness. He waved the sword above his head, cutting through numerous black threads, then thrusting into the void above, piercing through the darkness, revealing the starry sky outside, connecting with heaven and earth. The sword glowed, drawing in the vital energy from the void, falling along with the sword. The sword light, like a pillar, breaking through the darkness. The woman hurriedly retreated to escape, but Lu Jincheng lunged with his sword, stepping out over 20 steps. The cold light tracing a line in the void, the sword tip piercing directly into the woman's back heart. As the sword entered her body, he felt a weightlessness beneath the sword. Following the momentum, he sliced downward, and the woman's body was instantly split open, a mass of blackness rushing into the darkness, leaving only a withered corpse on the ground, which quickly disintegrated into dust. Lu Jincheng held his sword upside down and chased after it. But the darkness had already vanished into the night. In this city, with so many alleys, so many houses, and so many people, it was very difficult to find the opponent who was intent on hiding. The girl reached out, grasping Lu Jincheng's hand, and was lifted by a great force. Feeling as if the universe was supporting her, lifting her into the sky. Looking down, the darkness she thought she could never escape from, the alley that had trapped her for 3 days, was now beneath her feet. She saw the lights of various households in the city, trying to find the house she had previously lived in, but only saw darkness. However, looking up, the stars filled the sky. In the distance, green mountains appeared like mist, the night wind carrying her away. Below in the city, 3 pigs in the pigsty rested their front feet on the fence, their eyes shining with human-like glimmers. Watching the person disappearing into the sky, 2 elders walked out of a house, with the elderly woman holding a lantern in one hand and shielding the wind with the other, approaching the pigsty, saying, "You must be obedient. After 2 years, once your sins are atoned for, you will naturally be released. If you don't behave, I'll sell you to the butcher in the west of the city." Chapter 33, The Master Teaches the Law. Under the starry sky, the continuous mountains looked like deep ink from a painter's brush. With a point of light piercing through the darkness, that was the location of the Fire Spirit Temple. Lu Jincheng brought the girl into the Fire Spirit Temple, waking Shangaian. He was astonished to see the filthy girl, while Lu Jincheng asked him to boil water, then began explaining the girl's situation. Of course, he was not clear about the girl's origins, only sharing what he knew. The girl sat on the threshold of the kitchen, hugging her knees and remaining motionless. Afterward, he took the girl to the bathing room, helping her into the wooden tub for a bath. He was about to leave to find her clothes when the girl suddenly grabbed the hem of his shirt as he turned around, not saying a word. Seeing the lingering fear in her eyes, Lu Jincheng sighed and said, "I'm going to find some clothes for you to change into." The girl seemed not to have heard, gripping his clothes tightly. With no other choice, Lu Jincheng called out, "Shang Guyan, go to Deng Ding's room and find a set of clothes." Shang Guyan knew the girl wanted to bathe and had already left. Upon hearing Lu Jincheng's words, he went to Deng Ding's room to find a set of clothes and brought them back, leaving without needing further instructions. "All right, the clothes are here. You can wash up by yourself. I'll stand guard at the door, so you don't need to be afraid," Lu Jincheng said. The girl shook her head. Lu Jincheng tried to peel her hands away, but tears welled up in her eyes. "Sai, let us do it this way. You're still young, so it's actually fine. I want to leave the room. You just wash." After Lu Jincheng's promise, she finally took off her clothes, but still held on to Lu Jincheng with one hand, unwilling to let go even when entering the wooden tub. "Wash properly. Even your hair," Lu Jincheng said, unable to resist commenting on the dirt on her head. Ultimately, after changing the water twice, she was finally clean. Perhaps after her bath, the hot water dispelled the coldness in her heart. Her body was flushed red, and her face, under the light, was even more radiant. That night, Lu Jincheng let her sleep in his room while he sat in meditation beside her. The next day, she looked much better, but still did not speak. Lu Jincheng only knew her name was Nan Nan and took her to meet the master. The master examined Nan Nan and said, "A person with a hard life. She enjoyed wealth and glory for the first 10 years, but will have to face darkness ahead. Walking in darkness requires spells for protection. Our school has 2 methods. One is the Qi refinement method, and the other is our school's Dianxing transformation method. Both can provide protection. Which one do you want to learn?" The girl suddenly reminded him of another woman he had encountered before, who also experienced hardships, but, once she entered cultivation, shone brightly in a short time. As for Lu Jincheng, he had already regarded her as a genius in his heart. He was somewhat surprised that the master wanted to take her as a disciple upon their first meeting. Nanan looked at Lu Jincheng, who nodded. He thought it was good for her to apprentice under the master, and if she wanted to learn from him, she could do so. He had no possessive thoughts about it. Thus, Nanan stayed at the Holing Temple. The master watched Lu Jincheng and Nanan leave the room and thought, "Although my talent is ordinary, if I have the chance to meet an old acquaintance again, my disciple will surely not be inferior to others." Time flew, and it was already mid-month. Lu Jincheng arrived at the Ji family's academy. The academy was quiet, with no students present. The middle-aged man leading the way told him that the students were resting today. "Is the master going to teach just for me?" Lu Jincheng pondered this thought and finally asked. "The master usually rests today, but he is here specifically to teach you," the middle-aged man replied, and then fell silent, leading Lu Jincheng to the pavilion where he had sat on his first visit. Looking at the pavilion from outside, he noticed something he hadn't paid attention to last time. There was a name carved on it, Wind and Rain Pavilion, on the columns on both sides. It was engraved, "The wind blows a courtyard of spring, the rain sings a garden of tranquility." He silently recited it several times, imagining Master Ji sitting here, watching the trees in the courtyard sprout new buds and bloom red flowers, just as it started to rain. With the sounds of students reciting their lessons faintly coming from the house behind him, footsteps approached. In the still somewhat cold weather at the end of winter, Master Ji appeared, dressed in a linen robe with his hair flowing freely, looking casual and relaxed. Compared to their last meeting, the weariness on him was gone, and sadness was nowhere to be seen. "You came early today," Master Ji said as he entered the pavilion, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the ray of sunlight shining into the courtyard. "The master did not specify a time in mid-month, so I was afraid of being late and missing out. So I came early," Lu Jincheng replied. "It seems you are quite eager for knowledge of spells," Master Ji remarked, perhaps because he was dressed casually. His tone was much more relaxed than before. Lu Jincheng smiled slightly and said, "Yes, I hope to see this world clearly, so I want to learn more about spells." Lu Jincheng wanted to ask who the 3 people were, but thought that if he asked, Master Ji would go on, and there would be no time left for the lesson, so he refrained from asking. At that moment, the middle-aged man who had brought Lu Jincheng to the academy served a pot of tea, followed by porridge and side dishes. Master Ji invited Lu Jincheng to eat together. Since Lu Jincheng had not eaten yet, he sat down to eat. The 2 of them ate quietly without speaking. After finishing, they drank tea, and Lu Jincheng poured tea for Master Ji and placed it in front of him. Master Ji did not refuse and said, "You serve me tea? Then you can consider yourself my disciple." In fact, Lu Jincheng didn't mind having another master, but he was concerned about the idea of being called the sole disciple. Although this would bring him many benefits, he couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. He knew very well that all the good things he had now came from past experiences, and one should not forget gratitude. "I understand that being born between heaven and earth, respecting teachers, and valuing the way is fundamental," Lu Jinqing said. All right, from today on. You are a disciple of the Ji family's academy. You don't have to call me master. Just call me teacher, Master Ji continued. Confucian spells should not be taught to treacherous and unfilial people, nor to wicked criminals. If you have this thought, it is very good. I observe your actions. And you have a heroic spirit. You will need to be careful not to be deceived. Master Ji said. Why does the teacher say this? Lu Jinqing asked. I remembered a friend of mine, who was trustworthy and bold, acted straightforwardly, but was deceived and mistakenly killed a good person, then was ostracized, ultimately committing suicide in atonement. Later, I found out it was all a trap set by others. What could Lu Jinqing say? Master Ji was not someone who needed his comfort, and besides, he didn't know how long ago this had happened. Lu Jinqing secretly reminded himself to be cautious. Master Ji used this example to make him understand the dangers of the world. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about spells, Master Ji said. There are many sects in the world of cultivation, orthodox, heterodoxy, and left-hand paths, but regardless of which, the cultivation method is fundamental. Take the qi refinement method you practice as an example. Refining the sun and moon is the fundamental technique, and all spells will derive from it. The cultivation method is the fundamental law, but the application methods are numerous and intricately clever, which we refer to as techniques. If we find the common points of various cultivation methods, we can learn from each other. Hence the saying, different paths lead to the same destination. What do you think we cultivate in our practice? Very good. Your understanding indicates you are truly cultivating. Unlike some others who just follow the steps of their cultivation methods. These people are like climbing a pre-laid path, step by step, without knowing why the path is made this way or where it leads. The physical body, soul, and consciousness are our fundamentals. All cultivation methods revolve around strengthening these three, but various methods emphasize different aspects. For example, the method of transcending focuses on soul cultivation, using consciousness and visualization to strengthen the soul. The physical body is like a boat that cannot exist in the world without the soul, and it can never abandon the physical body, regardless of the sect. One thing is essential, one's own consciousness. Consciousness generates thoughts, achieving true magical power. Lu Jinqing listened carefully. There were things he had already understood, and there were things he had not yet grasped. A certain Huang, a deluded person, once said that all laws in the world arise from delusion and do not perish from delusion. The delusion here, as you should know, refers to the various thoughts that arise in life. Although he exaggerated the delusive thoughts, all our cultivation results indeed start from intention, acting upon the physical body or soul, causing transformation and change, which then feeds back into consciousness, strengthening it. Do you still remember the spell of folding paper into a crane? Master Ji asked. Lu Jinqing nodded repeatedly. This spell is actually very simple. As long as your magical thought is strong enough and you have enough understanding of the white crane, you can achieve transformation with a single thought. That paper crane is formed by my soul's thought attached to it. Then why did I say to go to Qingluo Valley to find Huaxiaxio? Because what is attached is my auxiliary thought, not the main thought. What is auxiliary thought? Lu Jinqing asked. He could understand the distinction between main and auxiliary in terms of spell, but could thoughts also have a main and auxiliary distinction? Once a lamp is lit, one can see the flame and the light. Here, which is the main and which is the auxiliary? The Master Ji said. With this metaphor, Lu Jinqing understood that his thoughts could sense some dangers from afar, just like the light, but they were not his main thoughts, like the light illuminating distant people. It could not make them burn. He then thought of his heart sword and couldn't help but ask, Master, I have a method called the heart sword, which senses the enemy's location and penetrates their heart, allowing me to strike and kill them. Can this method be explained? Your heart sword should come from the method of heart imprint. The so-called heart imprint, also known as heart response, thought response, and in simpler terms, is called perception and response. Therefore, sensing and having a response is the law, and that's the principle. However, being able to capture that thin thread of auxiliary thought and make it carry some of the main thoughts is already quite good, the master said. After the Master Ji explained clearly, Lu Jinqing felt he had gained some new insights. Master Ji attached his thoughts to a paper crane, transforming it into a crane that flew far away. Even if it was a main thought at that moment, it would become an auxiliary thought. Only a thin thread of thought clung to the human meaning of the master's instruction, searching for the destination. So, to fold paper into a crane, one needs to have a certain understanding of cranes? Lu Jinqing said. Yes, not only understanding, but when casting the spell, you need to use your mind in two ways. Making another part of your consciousness imagine that you are a crane. The more you understand cranes, the more real the transformation can be, Master Ji said. Then, can the 5 elements transform into one another? Lu Jinqing asked, as he thought of the spell that turns stone into gold. Of course, but the art of transforming the 5 elements is a very complex and profound spell. It is not as simple as mere transformation. Master Ji's words opened a new door for Lu Jincheng. Master, should I practice drawing? Lu Jincheng asked. If you have time, you can certainly practice. The Confucian school has 6 arts: ritual, music, writing, charioteering, mathematics, and swordsmanship. Among them, writing refers not only to reading and writing, but also to writing symbols and painting. Master Ji explained. Lu Jincheng felt that this Confucian 6 arts were not much different from what he knew, but he thought there must be differences in the explanation. Unknowingly, it was already noon. Someone had prepared meals, and this time they weren't served in the Windy Rain Pavilion but were called to the main hall to eat. Lu Jincheng bowed and thanked the master. Chapter 34, The Painting Tower. The Fire Spirit Temple was calm, but the cold mountainside temple had a few strands of smoke and fire. Lu Jincheng bought 20 chicks and a hen, all from the same nest. The owner originally did not want to sell them, but after Lu Jincheng offered silver, they agreed. His silver came from a few corpse-digging ventures. Lu Jincheng recalled that when he mentioned this, his family was still in the swimming city, but after his father left with his second mother, they did not say a word to him. Lu Jincheng could feel his heart demon growing within his emotions. Guan, you need a lamp to assist your cultivation, right? Because Lu Jincheng had read Dianxin Huaxia Fa, he knew that this technique of manifesting the heart demon required an external anchor. Otherwise, the heart demon would form delusions that could lead the person into confusion, since this technique did not include the step of subduing delusions, but instead utilized emotions to strengthen the heart demon. The heart demon, existing outside, needed a place to anchor, and that place was the lamp. The temple master had a lamp on the altar beside him, which often flickered restlessly, and he also saw the lantern he had brought, hanging there without a flame. However, Lu Jincheng could be sure that the light in the lamp held by the statue in the main hall was also the temple master's heart demon. The temple master could maintain daily meditation in a calm manner, which had a great deal to do with this heart demon outside, as Lu Jincheng felt that the temple master had a sense of not being bogged down by material things. Moreover, the temple master could also focus on 2 things at once, which must be his unique skill. I will go ask the temple master for the method to refine the lamp, Shangguan said, knowing full well that his heart demon was still very weak. If it grew stronger while still residing within him, it would affect him and lead him into confusion, becoming a practitioner who had gone mad with their cultivation. Yes, go ahead. In everything, look forward. No matter what, you have already embarked on the path of cultivation, and the past must be let go, Lu Jincheng comforted. Shangguan nodded vigorously, as if he was convincing himself with that nod. Nan Nan was there feeding the chickens, and Ding Ding had already tried practicing qi formally in the last couple of days. Lu Jincheng went to the woods outside the temple to practice his sword. One cannot neglect sword practice for a day. Recently, he focused on thrusting techniques, stabbing as far as possible, which served as both an offensive sword technique for taking the enemy's life and a defensive sword technique for escape. This sword was drawn from the sea of qi, a thought reaching the sword tip, the person and sword being one. The sword thrust out over 100 steps, the sound of the sword humming like mist, lingering in the void, not dispersing for a long time. He was continuously searching for the perfect way to exert force in a thrust. The vital energy before the sword tip surged like waves, formed by the sword breaking through the void. His body twisted in the void like an arrow fish. In fact, Lu Jincheng was thinking of the dragon from mythology, twisting its body and soaring into the sky, accompanied by clouds and mist. As his body twisted, the clouds also surged. Sometimes he would think, the so-called clouds following the dragon must be like this. In mythology, when a dragon passes, there are winds and rains following it. He now felt that if he continued to practice like this, he too would be like that. He had integrated his theory of controlling oneself with sword techniques into the Yu Shun Zong Jianshu. The sword technique was very simple, just basic sword forms. Yet it conveyed a sense of grand openness as if, whenever he needed, he could stab out 100 miles away. After practicing the basic sword forms, he began to practice other sword techniques, wanting to incorporate those into his own, as ordinary sword techniques were merely lacking in power levels. But that did not mean their theories were ineffective. Of course, he still needed to practice the heart sword, and this heart sword, he also needed to practice drawing. He tried to transform the folded paper crane into a white crane, attempting many times, but failing each time. It was not due to insufficient magical power, but rather that what he conjured was not a white crane, but merely a mass of light resembling a white crane. He clearly remembered how the Master's conjured white crane was lifelike, and even among a flock of cranes, it would be hard to distinguish which was real. It was not that the spell of folding paper into a crane was so powerful, rather, he regarded it as the gateway to transformation spells. If he learned this, then he would have a foundational understanding for all transformation spells. One morning, as rain pattered down softly, misty and drizzling like fog, Lu Jincheng opened his door, and Ding Ding appeared at the front, looking as if he had been waiting there for a long time, with a joyful expression. Lu Jincheng understood. He had entered the path of qi cultivation and opened his qi sea. Did you succeed? Yes. Ding Ding happily replied, saying, thank you, senior brother, for passing on the teachings. Knowledge of spells is just a form of knowledge. The meaning of knowledge lies in its dissemination. Besides, you are my junior brother. Lu Jincheng said, senior brother, I will definitely work hard in my cultivation, and in the future, I will travel the world with you, slaying demons and eliminating evil. Ding Ding said. Lu Jincheng patted his shoulder, looking up at the misty rain in the sky, and said, all right, once the rain stops, we will plant those seeds. Meanwhile, Nan Nin had also gotten up. The room she was now in was a newly arranged one. Lu Jincheng placed 2 wooden buckets under the eaves, then reached out into the void, gathering the misty rain and quickly condensing it into water, directing it into the buckets with his gestures. Senior brother, what spell is this? Ding Ding asked. This is merely a basic application of the related to the interaction of yin and yang, said Lu Jincheng. Time flies, and over 10 days have passed again. In a valley over 100 miles north of the swimming city, there once lived a hunter tribe that resided in the mountains year-round. For reasons unknown, they all perished, leaving only their graves as a testament to their former existence. About 3 months ago, a building suddenly appeared here, named the Painting Tower. The Painting Tower accommodates guests who walk the path of yin and yang, and it also sells yin-yang items. Amidst the stormy winds and rains in the mountains, the tower is lively. On the upper floor, there are singing and dancing performances, while on the lower floor, tables are occupied by various people and non-human entities. Some tables are occupied by paper figures. One table has a cat sitting at it. Another table is taken by a group of fierce-looking men, and there is also a sinister old ghost at another table, along with 2 delicate women. Various foods are laid out on the tables. Some people are eating, and some non-humans are consuming their own kind of food. They all watch the performers on the second floor. The performers are also a pair of paper figures, but their singing captivates the people and non-humans below. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a gust of wind and rain rushed in, yet several paper figures remained motionless in the wind. A person dressed in a raincoat and wearing a bamboo hat walked in. He scanned the scene in the tower with his eyes, taking in the paper figures, black cat, old ghost, fierce men, and delicate women, all of whom turned to look at him. Their pairs of eyes were chilling, as if they were about to devour him. He placed his hat behind the door and removed his raincoat. Looking at the malicious people and non-humans in the tower, who seemed ready to consume him, he said nothing but directed his gaze upstairs. The 2 colorful clothed paper figures who were initially performing stared at him with eyes that seemed to drip with blood. As he encountered wind and rain on his way, passing by the painting tower, he entered to sit for a while, with everyone looking at him like this. Could it be that he was unwelcome here? Lu Jincheng spoke without courtesy. One fierce man, however, spoke up. The path of life has wind and rain. But if you open the door to death, a person who seeks death cannot blame the heavens. Is there anything to eat? Bring me something edible. Lu Jincheng shouted towards the tower, wanting to see if there were any other people. Living beings in the hall, do not make noise. A sharp voice rang out. And then he saw a black and white inked paper figure resembling a scholar walking out from a room on the second floor. This person was the same paper figure he had seen sitting in a palanquin on his way to the Black Wind stronghold, where they had a brief standoff. Seeing this scholar-like paper figure, Lu Jincheng stood up and asked, are you the owner of this tower? No, I am the steward of the tower. Today is the day my young lady sells painted skins. If you wish to sell, please sit down and make an offer. This tower does not accept ordinary currency from the world. You can use gold or silver or barter. Lu Jincheng then realized that this painting tower also engaged in this business. It truly had a unique skill and could open a shop anywhere. He certainly did not come here to buy painted skins, but rather to learn painting. A few days ago, some people visited the temple to see the abbot, but since the abbot ignored them, it was Lu Jincheng who received them and asked who had painting skills nearby, among which someone informed him that there were skilled painters in the painting tower, although no one knew if they would teach others. Lu Jincheng was still waiting for the main person, but the steward paper figure went in and came out again, bringing out a scroll of paintings. Upon opening it, it depicted a vividly lifelike image of a woman, or more precisely, though it was unclear whether it was human skin or something else, affixed to the paper. This painted skin was made by our tower master over 3 months. It is not afraid of sun exposure, nor rain. It can maintain its vitality as long as our tower master sprays it with a special perfume daily. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the 2 women sitting there spoke up. I have 100 taels of gold and a coin from the 5 emperors. I am willing to exchange for this painted skin. Chapter 35, Startling half a table of tea. Lu Jincheng looked at the 2 women, staring intently. He wanted to visualize the moon in their eyes and observe them closely to see if they were real people or something else, but he felt it would be impolite. So he simply regarded them normally. Even so, It attracted an angry glare from one of the delicate women. Lu Jinqing ignored it, listening to their bidding and pondering whether there were really such things as the 5 emperors in this world. Which 5 emperors were they? As for the 100 taels of gold, it should refer to gold. All along, he felt that in a world with such supernatural backgrounds, the financial system was the easiest to collapse. However, it seemed that transactions in the mysterious realm adhered to the most primitive methods. He was unclear what this gold meant for a cultivator. Was it for refining tools or something else? No one contested with her. And Lu Jinqing certainly wouldn't, because he didn't even know what these painted skins were useful for. Then, another scroll of painting was lowered from the 2nd floor, and the painted skin affixed to it appeared to be about 1.9 meters tall in Lu Jinqing's eyes, looking strong and masculine. The Tower Master has stated that if the bids do not reach the price in the Tower Master's heart, it will not be sold. The paper figure scholar on the 2nd floor said sharply. Upon hearing this, it did not deter the people or non-humans below. Among them, 3 fierce men at one table and the old ghost at another table began to show intense fluctuations in their emotions, forming ripples in the void, which were eerie and ugly in nature. Could the Tower Master guarantee the duration of use of this painting? One fierce man asked loudly. With that question, Lu Jinqing knew his speculation was correct. After the words fell, a paper figure holding a delicate porcelain bottle came down from the 2nd floor. This paper figure was female, but the features on her face were extremely simplified, akin to a sketch. She walked gracefully, yet was capable of carrying a porcelain bottle the size of a human face. This made Lu Jinqing very curious about how this painted skin was made. He could already affirm that these people were all non-humans. These fierce-looking men were likely also made of painted skin, just lacking in aesthetics. One by one, they took out pens from their pockets, wrote down their prices on a piece of paper, and placed them into the porcelain bottle. He then heard one of the men say, "The outer skin I bought previously in Qingafang is truly hideous compared to this painted skin." This was the 2nd time Lu Jinqing heard about Qingafang. The last time was when Deng Ding mentioned that the Black Wind Stronghold had once raided Qingafang. He thought it might be worth a visit to see what it was like. Afterward, the paper figures began to chant their bids, and in the end, it was surprisingly exchanged for the heartwood of a 1,000-year-old locust tree by another delicate woman. Lu Jinqing looked at her, clearly a girl. Perhaps she is not. Lu Jinqing quickly realized that one could not judge these people merely by appearances. Everything here felt fresh to Lu Jinqing, and the items being priced even more so. 5-element fine iron, 5-element primordial pearls, or some kind of supreme blood, earth lung toxic fire, refined insects, 1,000-year-old locust tree heartwood, etc. Though these items were in small quantities, they broadened Lu Jinqing's horizons. In total, 5 paintings were quickly sold, but not everyone managed to buy one. After it ended, for a moment, everyone sat there without leaving. The paper figure at the same table as Lu Jinqing had eyes that looked like 2 drops of dark mud. Expressionless yet eerie, and it kept staring at Lu Jinqing. He looked back at it, and it did not change its gaze, having only offered a price once throughout the entire time. The time for selling paintings has ended. Everyone may leave at their discretion. The paper scholar on the 2nd floor said. At this moment, the paper figure sitting next to Lu Jinqing suddenly spoke. When a living person enters, what does the Tower Master say? A human among a group of ghosts is like a drop of oil falling into fire, instantly igniting. The blood and energy of humans are a great temptation for these dark spirits. In the world of humans, they live among people by wearing human skin, following human rules. However, once they leave human settlements, they shed these constraints and become even more frenzied. The host said, since a living person has intruded, it is like an old saying among humans. A person rests under a tree, a rabbit hits the tree and faints. A gift from heaven. An old ghost hidden in a cloud of black mist said. Even that strange black cat let out a sound, licking its lips. Lu Jinqing looked around. Listening to this human banquet, a campfire party organized by some travelers. When one becomes the food at such a banquet, everything is no longer beautiful. Since everyone seems so interested, could you tell me what this human banquet is? Lu Jinqing asked, looking around. The human banquet is to capture a living person. Place them on a table, mix their blood with wine, and drink it, which is very delicious. Peel their skin, cut it into slices, skewer them, and roast over a fire for 9 moments. Then eat it for the best taste. Also, take the meat from their ribs, fry it on a griddle. And after the oil bursts, it is the most fragrant and tender. My brother is good at opening chests, cutting out your 5 organs to make soup. Which is the freshest? One villain said with a grin. Lu Jinqing narrowed his eyes, feeling that what this person said must have been done before. I have a method to capture their soul and mix it with spices, then make incense from the spices for burning, and smelling it strengthens the soul. The old ghost said. Wow. The black cat cried out, sounding more like a human than a beast. Lu Jinqing looked at the people present and said, I do not know what kind of beings you are, but I have a word to share with you. You may come from the human world or go to the human world, But you must understand that once you enter the human realm, it is a stunning banquet. Thus, when bathing, purifying your heart, and being sincere, keeping away from demons and monsters, you can shed the form of demons and monsters. So, why do you choose to act contrary to this crucial moment, covering yourselves in filth and filling your hearts with sin? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire building fell silent. Even the paper figures on the second floor seemed to be lost in thought. Everyone appeared to be contemplating Lu Jincheng's words. After a while, the delicate woman who had bought the painting skin of a 1.9 meter tall figure suddenly stood up and asked, "May I ask, what is the demon and monster ring?" The demon and monster ring is to, if you have the heart, observe your own nature, seek the differences between you and humans, follow the good, and avoid the evil. Lu Jincheng replied. The delicate girl stood there reciting Lu Jincheng's words, as if she understood something, and immediately said, "Thank you for your teachings, Taoist. I take my leave." After saying this, she pulled the girl next to her and turned to leave, opening the door. Outside, the wind and rain were still raging, and the two women quickly disappeared into the storm. The choice of these two women to leave surprised those present. The wind and rain blew into the building, and one of the villains shouted, "This person has a sharp tongue. Let us cut off his lips and fry them to eat. I want to eat his heart and see how he can say so much. I want to open his brain, pour oil on it, and see if he can still speak so well." Lu Jincheng listened without moving, stood up, and looked toward the second floor, asking, "May I ask, what is your painting skin made of?" Since entering, he had seen those pieces of painting skin and raised doubts. If they were made of human skin, then today he would have to clear the building. Moreover, the people sitting here had already ignited a fire in his heart. The scholar paper figure on the second floor said, "The host said, what she uses to make the painting skin is none of your business." As soon as he finished speaking, a villain rushed over. At the moment he bent down, a yellow light surged from his body, resembling a tiger pouncing or a wild boar charging. It seemed like he sent out a signal, and the others immediately moved. They moved, and Lu Jincheng moved too. The sword light burst forth. The sword's song was ear-piercing. People moved with the sword, stepping out diagonally. The sword swept across the villain's body, and the sword light instantly broke through the skin of the opponent, revealing a wild boar covered in sores that charged out from the human skin, letting out a low growl. Lu Jincheng didn't even glance at it. A whirlwind had already risen before him, and the sword in his hand waved like a tool chasing the wind, causing a storm to surge. One big man charged at Lu Jincheng with a big knife, but immediately avoided it. However, Lu Jincheng had already, without warning, thrust his sword toward the old ghost still in the distance. The sword entered the shadowy mist, but he clearly felt it pierce into hard wood. Within the mist was a decaying human body, which had no skin, only a black flesh body, oozing a thick black liquid. The old ghost let out a groan, feeling a piercing pain as the sword had already stabbed into his heart. But his vital point was not in the heart. Lu Jincheng withdrew the sword, turned his body, dodging a blade light from behind, dancing like a performer, passing by the opponent, and then turning to slice across the opponent's neck. A cloud of black smoke surged up, letting out a furious roar, but it turned into a mass of black sand-like evil energy that enveloped Lu Jincheng. Lu Jincheng did not stop. One sword slashed out, stepping over 10 paces, appearing next to the wild boar covered in sores, whose body was directly cut in two by one sword. The sword in his hand waved, pulling out a silver long line, weaving through the building, instantly arriving beside the old ghost. The sword light swept past, and it wildly retreated to avoid. But the sword light nimbly pursued and turned, causing a black head to fly up. The black sand-like evil energy above surged down in fury, and Lu Jincheng drew circles of light with his sword, and those black sand-like evil energies were swallowed into the circles, followed by a scream. One paper figure that had been watching from the side, previously restless, turned around after seeing this scene, swayed, and had already reached the entrance of the building, about to dive into the wind and rain. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, the sword light flashed, and Lu Jincheng, following the sword, pierced the back of the paper figure. The back of the paper figure rippled with waves of magical thoughts, but it was still pierced through. The sword tip was visible in the front chest of the paper figure, and with a swipe, the paper figure was split in half, its magical light instantly dissipating. A shadow sprang out from the paper figure and quickly dove into the storm, while the paper figure fell to the ground, quickly soaked by the rain. This turned out to be a wandering ghost. The sword light blossomed, piercing and flashing, and after a flurry of sword light, only one villain remained, staring blankly. Filled with fear, he not try to attack. It was because he couldn't keep up with the speed of the sword light piercing toward Lu Jincheng. He fell to his knees with a thud, constantly banging his head, saying, "I beg the Taoist for mercy. I will never go to the human realm again. And from now on, I will do good deeds." Lu Jincheng walked over with the sword but did not look at him. Instead, he looked at the second floor. His fierce, murderous sword intent permeating the entire painting building. The kneeling one felt delighted in his heart, rushing outside, but suddenly felt his body lighten. Hearing the sound of the sword singing, and then the world spun. He saw that terrifying person holding the sword, drawing out a flurry of sword flowers before holding it inverted. And then he saw his own body fall to the ground, blood spraying everywhere. He was not a demon, but a true human. However, a person who could mingle with these demons had a heart already turned into a demon, so Lu Jincheng did not let go of his intention. At this time, the scholar paper figure on the second floor spoke, saying, "The host said that the skins she uses to make painting skins are all from fish skins. If the Taoist does not believe it, you can enter the building to check, and there are receipts for these fish skins." Lu Jincheng twirled the sword like white frost, and with a clang, it returned to its sheath. The murderous sword intent in the building completely retracted. And he said, "I am Lu Jincheng from Huoling Temple, having heard that there is a good painter in the painting building, especially coming to seek art." In the inner room on the second floor, there was a woman sitting there, her jade-like hands tightly wringing a handkerchief. On the table beside her, tea had been spilled, soaking half the table. After hearing Lu Jincheng's words, her tightly furrowed brows relaxed somewhat, and she let out a deep breath, continuously smoothing her braided hair with her hands, as if trying to calm her frightened heart. A trace of anger arose within her. The fear had not yet dissipated, and she thought to herself, "This person is so fierce, clearly here to learn from me, yet he ruins my business. How infuriating." Chapter 36. The Person in the Mirror. In the hall downstairs, blood mixed with foul filth underfoot, bodies lay scattered, and mucus stuck to the soles of shoes. Lu Jincheng lifted his foot, feeling uncomfortable, and stomped it down. The woman sitting at the mirror table on the second floor trembled. Her hands wringing the handkerchief against her chest grew even paler. "I was just thinking in my heart, this villain can't possibly sense it, can he?" The woman thought in a panic. Lu Jincheng climbed straight up to the second floor, each step echoing like a stamp on her. Several paper figures of various styles retreated hurriedly as Lu Jincheng entered the room. A strong fragrance rushed into his nose. What kind of fragrance is this, so intense? Lu Jincheng looked around. The decor was mostly pink, with curtains hanging by the doors and windows. In the corner, there was a tall flower stand with 3 tiers, each adorned with vividly colored flowers, purple, red, and black. The first tier had large purple flowers, with no leaves in sight. The second tier was black, resembling a pitch-black night, and the third tier was bright red, with even the leaves and stems glowing red. Such gaudy color combinations flashed through Lu Jincheng's mind. Clang! A sharp sound of a cup and saucer shattering on the floor followed by a startled scream that abruptly stopped, as if someone had been scared into silence by a terrifying presence. Lu Jincheng turned towards the source of the sound and saw a woman sitting behind a pale pink curtain, partially obscured. He walked over and used the scabbard of his sword to part the curtains. The woman inside seemed as if her clothes had been pulled apart, her hands tightly clasped against her chest. Are you the owner?" Lu Jincheng asked, a strange thought flashing through his mind, for the title of owner held a special significance for him. The woman responded. Lu Jincheng scrutinized her carefully. She had long black braids draped over her chest, one hand gripping tightly, with a white handkerchief twisted around her fingers. She had an oval face, large eyes, dark red lips, and a delicate nose. But one of her eyebrows was only half drawn. On the table were some cosmetics, including brushes and rouge. What? Is it or isn't it?" Lu Jincheng pressed, pondering whether this woman's appearance was genuine or painted. "It is," the woman replied weakly, her eyes filled with fear. "What is your name?" Lu Jincheng asked. "Lu Jilling." She blinked, cautiously observing Lu Jincheng's expression. "Really?" Lu Jincheng was somewhat surprised and asked again, "Which Lu?" "Lu from the rice family," Lu Jilling said. "Oh, I thought I had encountered a relative." "My name is Lu Jincheng, with the Lu on the wood radical," Lu Jincheng said. "You just said your painted skin is made from fish skin? Is that true?" "It is true. There are invoices for transactions," Lu Jilling said, taking out a stack of papers from the vanity and handing them to Lu Jincheng. He had already believed her, but since she offered, he accepted and casually flipped through the pages. Indeed, they were invoices for purchasing fish skin, with sellers from Baiyan Lake, whose surname was Hu. He remembered that Baiyan Lake was in Kunyu Mountain, and the person with the surname Hu there was a fox spirit. He was somewhat surprised that they were engaged in this business. There was also a shipment from a person named Zhao Zhongqiang, clearly stating various types of fish skins from both the sea and rivers, suggesting that Zhao Zhongqiang was also a smuggler. Lu Jilling felt a huge sense of relief in her heart, thinking, "He doesn't seem to want to kill me. He's here to learn painting. But will he offer a payment? I've heard that when humans become apprentices, they usually pay. From his appearance, it seems he doesn't plan to pay. Will he just teach me for free? I want to firmly refuse him, He has already killed my customers. But I don't know how to teach. Lu Jiling's mind raced with thoughts, but the words of refusal stumbled on her lips. It's okay, we can work together, overcome challenges together, and strive together. Lu Jinsheng said with a smile. Lu Jiling's face stiffened, her heart in disarray, feeling at a loss. Is that all right? Lu Jinsheng scratched his ear with the sword hilt. Feeling a bit itchy. Then let's start. The sooner you teach, the sooner I'll learn. Lu Jinsheng surveyed the room, searching for a good spot to teach painting. He realized it seemed inconvenient here. It would be better to teach at the table downstairs, but there was still a mess of corpses and filth there. Lu Jinsheng said, "Why not have your people clean up downstairs?" "Oh, all right," Lu Jiling replied, her thoughts swirling, but the words that came out were just a few short ones. Several dozen miles away from this mountain, a shadow slipped through the crack of a door into a room, merging into the body of a person sitting cross-legged on a bed. That person seemed to wake suddenly from a nightmare, gasping for breath. He wanted to stand up, but stumbled, nearly falling. He approached the door, opened it, and shouted outside, "Come here." Soon, a servant hurried over. The man quickly wrote a letter at his desk, handing it to the servant, saying, "Take this to the deputy captain in Xianxiaaudiobooks City, and be quick." After receiving the letter, the servant rushed out, mounted a horse, and rode under the moonlight all the way to Xianxiaaudiobooks City. He then shouted to the guards at the city gate, identified himself, and ascended the city gate in a basket. After taking out some money to reward the squad leader on duty, he quickly descended the city tower and headed towards Bai's house. The night watch captain at the gate said to the newly assigned night guards, "See, I told you there would be benefits at night. Those who need to enter must have urgent matters, so they will definitely reward you. Don't be disheartened. Your wife and daughter have been missing for over 30 days. Once you save up some money, you can marry again." The swordsman guard looked bitter. His wife and daughter had been missing for over a month, and he felt physically better, but increasingly lonely. After sitting for a while, he decided to make contact, both to report and to discuss. He picked up the lamp in his hand and went into a small room inside, where there was a table with a small box covered with black cloth. The box was inlaid with 7-star gems, arranged in a mysterious pattern. He set the lamp down, opened the box, and inside was something still wrapped in black cloth. He uncovered it to reveal a mirror, which had a stand. When set up in front of the lamp, the mirror surface appeared deep, like a pool of water, and the light could not reflect in it. He placed the lamp in front of the mirror and adjusted the wick, making the light shine brighter. Then he took a silver small knife from the box and gently drew it across the pad of his right index finger, a red line appearing instantly. He began to write characters on the surface of the mirror. "Please see the supervisor." As these 4 blood-red characters seeped into the mirror, the surface began to ripple invisibly. After a while, light emerged from the depths of the mirror, resembling the flickering flames reflecting in the mirror, beckoning an existence from deep within. Bai, the deputy captain, looked on with reverence as a figure in the mirror drew closer, eventually merging with the reflection of the lamplight, appearing as a figure of fire, yet also as nothing at all. However, Bai clearly sensed the gaze emanating from the mirror. "What brings you to call me?" A voice came from the mirror, as if the light in his hand was speaking. Du Dishing sent someone to report that between the hours of Su and Hai, Lu Jinsheng broke into the painting building in Hualing Temple, killed several people who came to buy painted skins, injured Du Dishing, and kidnapped Lu Jiling. Bai, the deputy captain, said, "Du Dishing, Lu Jinsheng." The person in the mirror seems to be thinking about these 2 names and says, "This Du Dishing and Lu Jinsheng. I seem to recall you reporting about them before, right?" "Yes, supervisor." Granny Du from Du family village once vented her anger on the head of the fire spirit temple and Lu Jinsheng due to her grandson's death. Ultimately, both were killed by the fire spirit temple. There was quite a commotion in front of Du family village over this matter. At that time, Du Dishing also reported it to his subordinates, who ordered him not to act rashly. After the previous supervisor of the painting tower was transferred, it was replaced by Du Dishing. "Yes, I understand," said the deputy captain Bai. "However, Lu Jinsheng is one thing. But he has Ji Mingcheng and the head of the fire spirit temple behind him. Could it be that they sent Lu Jinsheng here? This needs to be investigated thoroughly," the master of the mirror said. "But be very careful not to expose anything. The last time we sent someone to assassinate Ji Mingcheng, it failed and may have already raised his vigilance." The deputy captain Bai said, "I will take people to the painting tower right away." After he finished speaking, the darkness in the mirror began to ripple again, swallowing the reflected flames. Bai captured the mirror again, wrapped it up, closed the wooden box, covered it with the black cloth, took a lantern, emerged from the dark room, blew out the lantern in his hand, and was engulfed by darkness. The door suddenly opened and then quietly closed again, but no one could be seen. Chapter 37. The battle. The deputy captain Bai silently climbed to the city wall, leaped down from the wall, and headed straight for the chaotic rocky mountains in the north of the city, where he found a cave near a mountain spring. He quietly entered the dark cave and heard a voice. "Why did you come here so late at night?" In the darkness, a figure stepped forward, and Bai's silhouette was outlined like a light pen. Xian, come with me to the painting tower. Lu Jinsheng killed our guest there, the deputy captain Bai said. The person in the darkness turned out to be Xian, the only survivor from Su Pit. Lu Jinsheng, what does his killing have to do with me? Xian asked. This person has disturbed your cultivation. I'm giving you a chance to vent your anger by calling you to go with me. The deputy captain Bai frowned and said. He didn't particularly like Xian because every time he spoke to her, her tone was always unpleasant. He only disturbed my cultivation. But you all killed my family and clan, Xian said. The deputy captain Bai suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Xian, you must understand. It was not us who harmed your clan, but we used your clan to assist you in your cultivation. This was a pain that would forever linger in Xian's heart. At first, she thought she could not care, just like Du Dushing followed her to Matupo back then. But in the end, Du Dushing died there, and her heart felt a bit of pain, which she surprisingly had not forgotten until now. The past is the past. Why must you dwell on it? We should face the future together. Think about it. You have already learned the spells you wanted and have the opportunity to shed your mortal body. Why must you be so calculative about that little matter? In the future, as long as we sacrifice once more, we can shed our mortal bodies, Xian said after taking a deep breath. In her heart, she ultimately felt that she had already paid so much. How could she give up halfway? Very well, we are indeed those who pursue the traces of longevity. Xian said slowly. The deputy captain Bai smiled and said, this is the right reasoning. Let's go. The two turned around and once again merged into the darkness. Xian's spells had actually been successfully cultivated. The first stage of the Qing Luo Valley cultivation method is the wood charm. What do you think? The deputy captain Bai asked. It's quite tricky in the mountains and forests, Xian said. Then we need not worry about them. The Qing Luo Valley's methods are limited to the mountains and forests. The deputy captain Bai thought about the major matters that would basically occur in the city, where many people are needed for sacrifices. The thick clouds in the sky obscured the starlight, and rainwater seeped through the forest. The spells they had cultivated allowed them to be unseen, but did not make their physical bodies truly formless. Apart from being unseen, there were no other differences. Deputy Captain Bai, could you tell me about the characteristics of that secret spirit? Xian asked. The deputy captain Bai, however, was somewhat annoyed and said, did I not say that you must not call my name outside? In the wilderness, there may be unknown ears listening to our conversation. After hearing this, Xian fell silent, but her heart became vigilant. She thought of the one who had entangled herself for a long time, Miao Qingqing. If she were nearby, she would definitely have heard what she just said. She suddenly stopped, quietly sensing. The deputy captain Bai, who originally just wanted to remind her, did not expect Xian to take it seriously. He then also carefully sensed the surroundings. The two closed their eyes, and when they opened them again, their eyes became deep and eerie, a power they obtained from that eerie secret spirit, but they saw nothing at all, and they both began to be cautious. After they had walked for quite a while, atop a large tree's crown, a figure sat up among the thick leaves, and it was Miao Qingqing. Inside the painting tower, it had already been cleaned up. Lu Jinsheng was earnestly listening to Lu Jilin talk about the key points of painting. But whether it was due to his lack of talent for painting or Lu Jiling's too casual teaching method, Lu Jinsheng felt confused. Moreover, her explanations were completely disorganized, jumping from one point to another, sometimes talking about pure painting methods, and suddenly moving on to spirit painting techniques, even extending to the application of materials. In the end, the two stared at each other in bewilderment. This villain has such poor talent. What should I do? I don't know when he will learn, Lu Jiling thought. Lu Jinsheng, however, was not discouraged. He understood that learning to paint required many years, starting from basic lines, yet Lu Jiling seemed to not teach any of that. As if she didn't need these at all in her painting. Don't you think we should start learning by drawing lines? Lu Jinsheng asked. Why? Lu Jiling inquired. Lu Jinsheng couldn't articulate it clearly. He had only glanced at and heard a bit here and there, and then pointed at those paintings, saying, don't you think these are all effects formed by overlapping light and shadow made of fine, thin lines? Lu Jiling seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Exclaiming, yes, it seems so. Lu Jinsheng could only watch Lu Jiling, who had already fixed her left eyebrow at some point. And he did not know what to say to express his feelings at that moment. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Jiling said. What you just said was great. In the darkness outside the painting tower, the deputy captain Bai and Xian had arrived. They did not go inside, but beside them, there was an additional paper figure resembling a scholar. Learning to paint? The deputy captain Bai pondered. They built this painting tower to sell painting skins to prepare for cultivation materials. It had not been open long, and few people knew about it. How did Lu Jinsheng know and come looking for them? He wondered if this could be an excuse. The approval from the Fire Spirit Temple was obtained from the governor. Could it be that he came with some mission? Just then, they noticed that Lu Jinsheng, who was originally inside learning to paint with Lu Jilling, suddenly raised his head, looking somewhat puzzled, then picked up the sword on the table and walked towards the door, scanning the darkness. The deputy captain Bai and Su Xian did not hide. Their bodies would not be seen anyway, but their gazes could be perceived by others, especially those with keen spiritual senses. Their gazes were like lights, even if very faint. They could still be sensed. Lu Jinqing's spiritual sense is surprisingly keen. The deputy captain Bai quickly closed his eyes. While Su Xian had not looked at Lu Jinqing from the beginning because she clearly remembered that in the ancestral hall of Su Pit village, she had been noticed just by glancing at him. Who was sneaking around there? Suddenly, he noticed that the surrounding vines were quietly wrapping around him. He was startled and wondered, what is this? After Su Xian discovered this scene, she immediately spoke up. Mumi, the deputy captain Bai, who was beside her, reacted as soon as he heard the words Mumi. Their two lives were likely already being monitored. His expression changed, and he drew his knife in an instant. As the blade came out, it cut through the surrounding vines and branches like a storm of snow. When Lu Jinqing saw the vines suddenly wrapping toward a dark area, he knew someone was there, but he wasn't sure who was making a move. He was aware that Mumi had this ability, but he wasn't certain it was Miao Qingqing. And it seemed Miao Qingqing had no reason to act. Nonetheless, he didn't need much reason to deal with this lurking figure. Just the fact that they were spying on him was enough. With a flick of his sword, he stepped forward, and a wave of energy surged with his sword's momentum. He followed the wave and lunged toward the area filled with dazzling sword light. The sword light was like silver threads, and he moved like a fish, twisting his body while the tip of the sword swayed left and right, entangling two clusters of silver sword flowers. As he broke through the empty airwaves, he was about to enter the area shrouded in sword light. Suddenly, he sensed a strong danger. A cold light pierced from the void, heading straight for his throat. Ding! The swords clashed. Despite this, the collar of his shirt beneath his neck was still grazed by a flash of sword light. There were actually two people in the darkness. Earlier, he had only felt the gaze of one person. Before he could land, the sword light suddenly reached his other side with an eerie speed, transforming into a cold flash that struck down. It was a slender and sharp sword, thin and shimmering with a faint icy blue luster. Lu Jinqing twisted his wrist, and at the critical moment, he blocked that sword with his own, sparing himself from being cleaved in two. After the impact, he fell toward the ground, and the opponent's thin sword bent, dissipating the magical energy on Lu Jinqing's sword and striking upward at a strange angle. The figure hidden in the darkness was a master of swordsmanship, attacking relentlessly and aiming for his life. Lu Jinqing couldn't see the opponent and could only see the sword, making it difficult to counterattack. At that moment, a blade of light slashed down from behind him, aiming directly for his neck. The two were perfectly coordinated, intending to kill Lu Jinqing. At this moment, Lu Jinqing had completely forgotten everything outside, focusing only on the impending blade and sword. With one sword rising from below to strike at his waist, and the other descending from above to decapitate him, he was still in a position that had him tumbling to the ground to evade the sneak attack and the pursuing strike. Danger was imminent. He felt like a fish about to be caught in a net, and with a sudden struggle, his vital energy surged from the void. Though he had not yet landed, he used the force from the void to leap into the air, swinging his sword and creating boundless energy waves, instantly pushing the blade and sword away. At the same time, they sensed that the whole space seemed to be locked by a force. They understood that this was Lu Jinqing's magical intention sensing the void and imprisoning it. Through this magical intention, Lu Jinqing immediately sensed the person being confined within, and he swung his sword mercilessly at the one holding the knife. The sword shone brightly, accompanied by a gust of energy. However, just as the sword was about to fall, the person he had confined seemed to suddenly dissipate like a tightly held bundle of water, flowing away from his fingers. Lu Jinqing's sword attempted to chase that feeling, slicing through the void, but it was empty, hitting nothing. He immediately thought of Su Xian from Su Kung village. At that time, she had also hidden in the sunlight, and though he clearly saw her, his sword had pierced only air. At that moment, countless invisible shadowy figures emerged from the forest, pouncing toward the darkness, as if they could see. The entire forest seemed to come alive, transforming into an intangible swamp. Chapter 38, Testing. In the dark forest, Lu Jinqing's eyes glimmered with moonlight as he stared at the two figures surrounded by shadows. But he could not see the people in that darkness clearly. He could hear the sound waves of the shadows, but he didn't know how they found them. Lu Jinqing did not rashly pursue them. Fighting in reality was not a game. In a game, casting skills distinguishes friend from foe, but in reality, there is no such distinction. Rushing in recklessly might provoke the shadows' attack, and similarly, his sword strikes could injure the shadows. Therefore, he remained on the sidelines. The shadows were constantly being killed by the blades and swords in the darkness, But more shadows kept emerging from the depths of the forest to join the battle. These shadows took various forms: tigers, leopards, snakes, common animal shapes, as well as some unfamiliar monstrous silhouettes. They leaped into that mass of darkness as if trying to tear apart the cover of darkness hiding them. Lu Jinqing stood about 20 steps away, a distance he could reach with a single sword strike, providing a sense of deterrence without provoking the shadows. The deputy captain, felt a prickling sensation on his back, needing to keep some awareness on Lu Jinqing. However, the endless shadows in the mountains and the vortex of invisible with spirit energy made it difficult for him to escape easily. Having just used his evasion technique once, he felt it would be strenuous to use it again in a short time. The evasion technique caused significant harm to the physical body, and each time he used it, he felt as if he were on the verge of collapse. Thus, he could not perform the evasion technique again to escape in a short time. He could only rely on the knife in his hand. However, before he had acquired the divine technique, he had also practiced knife techniques diligently. A well-forged knife could also cut through invisible and strange entities, but with Lu Jinqing holding a sword at his side, he could not fully concentrate on fighting. Unable to unleash his full power, he understood that Xianxian had gained more divine techniques from that eerie-eyed spirit than he had. At that moment, Xianxian's eyes flickered with a strange gray hue, and the blue glowing shadows around them rapidly dimmed, as if covered with invisible ash, losing their spirituality and vitality, turning to dust and scattering in the darkness. Immediately after, she turned to look at Lu Jinqing. In that moment, he saw a pair of dead gray eyes emerging from the darkness, and he instantly felt as if the world in his eyes turned gray. This grayness invaded his heart through his eyes. Having nearly been buried by someone's gaze in Su Kung village, he could not forget the terror of that fleeting experience. However, as long as Lu Jinqing had encountered a spell, even if he had broken free or resisted it, he would analyze the reasons in his heart. At that time, under Xianxian's divine technique, he had stood in the sunlight, suddenly feeling as if his body was merging into the light. Now, he felt as if both his body and mind were to be buried under the invading ashes. Not only was his vision quickly darkening, but the brilliance in his spiritual world was also rapidly fading. Darkness descended from above, like the true night sky, indifferent to human will. He had no time to think. It was just a fleeting moment, like a flash that wished to become an eternal illusion. He envisioned the bright moon in his embrace, shining in the mid-sky, piercing the darkness. When the moonlight touched the dark, Lu Jinqing distinctly felt resistance. What was originally formless dark imagery suddenly became heavy. He felt that the darkness seemed to be connected to the outer world's darkness, endless and boundless. Lu Jinqing transformed his magical intention into moonlight. But having practiced swordsmanship for so long, he naturally reshaped the moonlight into an invisible sword. He thrust upward with a beam of moonlight, and in an instant, a gap opened in the boundless darkness. The moonlight surged in his eyes, and his magical intention pierced out like sword light, seeking the connection in the void, landing in Xianxian's eyes. In an instant, Xianxian's figure emerged, her body seemingly infused with moonlight. Her eyes quickly shut, as if sand had entered them, and she turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, she intended to blend back into the darkness. But perhaps due to the moonlight spell cast by Lu Jinqing still lingering in her eyes, the eyelids of her eyes glimmered with a moonlit hue, making her still visible to others. Lu Jinqing did not strike with his sword, inspired by the recent revelation. He realized that his spell was not entirely dissipated and could manifest if he directed it at her. Thus, he sent forth a spell, which, like moonlight, pierced into the darkness where the two figures stood. The moonlight burst apart, as if sprinkling a layer of moonlit frost over that area, instantly revealing the outlines of two people, though their faces remained indistinct. Lu Jinqing felt a surge of joy. During his previous battle with these two, he had faced numerous dangers, one of which was not being able to see them. He flicked his sword, creating a beautiful flourish, the blade tearing through the void, producing a soft hum in the wind. He wanted to engage these two properly. The unknown excitement of battling both sword and magic thrilled him. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly halted, for he saw the other party touch their left wrist. This action sent a chill rushing to the back of his head, as if a great terror was about to befall him. He had always followed his instincts. Even before his cultivation, he could sense intense danger, and after cultivating, this sense had become increasingly precise. Since you wish to see me, now that you have, you must die. I never intended to kill, but you have forced my hand. Vice Captain Bai truly did not want to kill Lu Jinqing at that moment, for he was concerned that Lu had come here on someone else's orders. There was a place in the entire Qiushui city territory that he feared, which was the Ji family academy. Now, there was an additional place of concern, the Holing Temple. Shortly after its establishment, Holing Temple gained a rapid reputation, and upon investigation, Vice Captain Bai found that it had obtained authorization from the capital city, making both him and the people behind him wary. This year, he had heard that the governor intended to reorganize the various sects in Jiangzhou, causing the secret spirit sect to be on high alert, prompting the leaders in various regions to act cautiously. When the painting building was suddenly attacked, he immediately contacted the overseer, who indeed advised him not to act recklessly. For safety, he called Su Xian, who could also conceal her presence, to check things out secretly. However, things often take unexpected turns. In a moment of distraction, his gaze fell upon Lu Jincheng, alerting him. He then noticed that a disciple from Qingluo Valley had been following him, and it was likely that she had overheard his words. At that moment, he felt the urge to kill, but ultimately hesitated. Now, he found himself cornered and had no choice but to kill. He could not afford to think too much. If matters are not kept secret, one risks losing their life. But as long as he acted quickly enough, he could still maintain some secrets. He reached out to untie a gray rope from his left hand. At the Ji Family Academy, Ji Mingxing folded a letter he had written into a paper crane and tossed it into the air, transforming it into a white crane. Go find the Daorin of Wielding Temple. With a command from Ji Fuzi, the white crane flew out of the window, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the darkness. Ji Fuzi stood by the window, watching the white crane disappear into the darkness, and could not help but murmur, Wielding Temple Master, Yin Chuan. Could you be a member of the secret spirit sect? On the table nearby, an eerie black cat jumped onto the windowsill and let out a loud meow. Ji Fuzi recalled when he met the governor during his visit to Jiangzhou, where the governor mentioned, in recent years, the evil rituals and debauched sacrifices in the state have spread like wild grass and need to be cleaned up, otherwise, it will surely lead to great problems in the future. Over the years, he had sensed the activities of the secret spirit sect. Their actions were always covert. If they had already left traces, then what was hidden must be thriving. Ji Fuzi suddenly asked, Governor, what is the background of Yin Chuan, the person you personally authorized to establish a temple anywhere in Jiangzhou? The governor pondered and replied, I remember this person. He practices the 5 organs divine method. After mastering the 5 organs divine method, some will establish temples in the city for human sacrifices, while others will set up temples outside the city. The National Master's office has been wanting to intervene in recent years. He must know some people and came to our office with a letter from the National Master's office. However, you still need to confirm whether he might be a member of the secret spirit sect. The members of the secret spirit sect are cold and indifferent, hiding among the crowd, making them difficult to distinguish. Even those from the National Master's office cannot be entirely ruled out as potential members of the secret spirit sect. The white crane flew all the way to Wielding Temple, circling in the courtyard. The temple master sat in his room, opening his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in them. He rose and came to the courtyard, extending his hand to summon the white crane, which transformed back into a paper crane amidst a swirl of red light, landing in his hand. He unfolded it and read the ink on it. There is a painting building in the north of the city, a stronghold of the secret spirit sect, engaged in the trade of skin paintings to gather resources for cultivation. Lu Jincheng entered the building today during the hours of Su and Hai, killing several guests inside. He is unaware of the building's true nature, and if he doesn't leave soon, he may fall into an ambush by the secret spirit sect. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot go. Please investigate carefully, Master. However, as far as he knew, most people in this process either went mad or died, and some even turned into demons. Remembering the incident at Matupo and Su Kong, he had previously suspected that there might be members of the secret spirit sect involved, but he was reluctant to intervene. The members of the secret spirit sect do not distinguish between right and wrong. They only seek to communicate with the spirits through sacrifices to gain attention, thereby continuously altering their own life characteristics. This was not something the temple master favored, but he would never stop these people from doing anything, as long as they did not provoke him. Just then, he looked outside the temple. With his mortal eyes, he could not see, but through the lamp held by the deity statue, he saw a figure in red robes approaching. With each step, the person appeared to be a ball of flame. In just a few steps, they had moved from the path through the mountains to the front of Wielding Temple. The temple master's lips pressed together, and his heart sank. He sensed danger. Chapter 39, Collecting Ghosts. Cultivating the heart can transform the evil spirits, allowing them to manifest as heart ghosts. Heart ghosts are like flames, residing outside the body in the lamp, as a second self. If one's thoughts do not scatter, the heart ghost does not perish. However, no cultivation is ever immutable. The temple master clearly sensed a different aura of heart ghosts emanating from the figure in red robes. When this figure stood before the temple gate, the temple master, through the gaze of the heart ghost, peered through the door crack and saw that the figure held a lamp, which resembled a lantern. From a distance, the light emanating from it blended with the figure's radiance, making it indistinct. The temple master's thoughts stirred. The flame on the lamp held by the deity in the front hall flickered violently, and then the flame transformed into a hazy silhouette, resembling the temple master himself. Following that, it leaped upward, and the lamp was lifted, transforming into a beam of light that landed in the temple master's hand. This lamp was the same size from top to bottom, like a cylinder, entirely black, as if stained with oil and soot. He had spent a considerable amount of his savings to buy 2 of these from a large temple, which were said to have once been inhabited by a deity. Regarding this, the temple master felt that the seller was talking nonsense. If a deity had ever resided in this lamp, it would undoubtedly have been collected and refined into a treasure by the higher-ups of that temple. It should be noted that anything a deity has touched, including humans, would exhibit abnormalities. Human transformations could be very dangerous, while artifacts could often serve as excellent materials for refining. This lamp is merely tainted by the will of the deity from the statue. Each year, a batch of such lamps is produced in the temple and sold, serving as a source of income for the temple. The master of the temple, having separated his heart ghost and placed it in this lamp, feels quite comfortable, reducing the initial pain of his split to a minimum. The lamp rests in his hand, illuminating his face with a serious expression. Once the front hall lost its light, it immediately fell into darkness, but a firelight shone through the crack of the door as a person entered the temple, filling the room with brightness. He merely glanced at the statue before walking toward the back of the hall. The master stood at the end of the corridor and saw a flame emerge from the hall, with a person in a red robe striding confidently toward him. This person appeared to be about 20 years old, extraordinarily handsome, with his hair tied up, wearing a large robe with wide sleeves, and holding a lantern. He approached the master. "You are Yin Chuan," the young man asked directly, calling him by name. The master felt a weight in his heart. The ability of the other party to blend into the firelight was not something a mere practitioner of the 5 organs divine method could possess. Suppressing this doubt, he thought about how few in the entire swimming city knew his name, and since this person wore a fire robe and held a lantern, it was clear that his method was also the heart transformation method, and knowing his name indicated he must be from the 5 organs sect. The master didn't mind being called by his name. After wandering for half a lifetime seeking methods, how could he care about such trivial matters of honor and disgrace? "That's good," the young man in the fire robe said. "Come with me now. There is a task at the sect." There was an aura of authority about him, as if what he said was self-evident, and the master had to obey. "Who are you? May I ask what position you hold in the sect?" the master inquired. "The inspector has no authority to summon and question the various temples," the master stated. Xiao Tong's expression changed slightly. The master was correct. The inspector could only report what he saw and heard regarding the violations of the sect's rules by various masters, and then the sect would send someone to investigate. However, many masters feared trouble or had indeed violated the rules, so they were often unwilling to accept an investigation and would bribe the inspector. This also gave the inspector a sort of increased power. Xiao Tong smiled as he entered the courtyard, surveying its layout. Though the temple is small, it is quite complete in its 5 organs. Situated at the foot of this mountain, it is quiet and comfortable, recruiting a few disciples. It indeed has a touch of human warmth. But your disciples, how could they know that you, the master, are actually a person from the secret spirit sect? This inspector has already found out that you have long been involved with the secret spirit sect, acting as a spy within our sect, to prevent your escape. I can only take your heart ghost first and wait for further action." Hearing his words, the master frowned. Throughout his years of seeking methods, he had interacted with people from the secret spirit sect, but ultimately rejected them. Now, the inspector was using this reason, which he couldn't explain clearly at the moment, and it was useless to explain to him. The other party was clearly trying to frame him. For someone who practiced the heart transformation method, if their heart ghost was truly taken, they would become an ordinary person, and even leaving the swimming city would be difficult, let alone filing a complaint. Of course, Ji Fu represented the court, and the Fire Spirit Temple was officially established with documents and had the responsibility of guarding the city, so he couldn't claim to be implicated. He looked at Xiao Tong before him, thinking, could he be from the secret spirit sect? Xiao Tong scanned the dark rooms, and the 3 people lying behind the window felt a jolt. In an instant, the firelight burst through the darkness, illuminating the small courtyard. The master, having traveled the rivers and lakes for many years, would not be distracted at such a moment, nor would he be unaware of the other party's ambush. The flame in his hand leaped from the lamp. Instead of surging into a wave of fire, it elongated and condensed into a line of fire, piercing through the other's heart ghost like a sword light. In that moment of penetration, Xiao Tong felt a sharp pain in his consciousness, and his heart ghost contracted. That flicker of firelight, however, spiraled and pierced into his heart ghost, passing through again. Both beings were heart ghosts. He found his heart ghost powerful, yet it could not withstand the charge of the other's heart ghost, feeling as sharp as a thread of a sword at the moment of impact. He felt humiliated and angry since his cultivation began. His heart ghost had grown so strong in a short time that many of the older generation within the sect had fallen to him, allowing him to become the inspector at such a young age. He had never looked down upon an old master like this. Just a master of a small temple in a remote area, what ability could he have with a mere stroke of luck in the heart transformation method? Yet he discovered that the fire formed from the other's heart ghost was agile and resilient. Nevertheless, he decided to ignore it and directly commanded his heart ghost to charge at the master, while the master similarly commanded his heart ghost, transforming it into a red thread, piercing toward Xiaotong. Just as both were about to be harmed by each other as heart ghosts, a streak of fire suddenly flew out from the master's room, roaring, and collided with Xiaotong's heart ghost. In an instant, the fire surged, rolling like waves, shooting into the sky. The master, multitasking, sent the red thread formed from his heart ghost toward Xiaotong's brow. Although he disliked socializing and meddling, once he acted, he was ruthless. Xiaotong narrowed his eyes, raising his left hand, revealing a red, jade-like gourd in his palm, and softly murmured, "Capture." The master's heart ghost was unable to resist and was drawn into it. Immediately, the master's expression changed drastically as he attempted to draw his half of the heart ghost back into his body. However, an invisible pulling force came, and his heart ghost was pulled into a red ribbon, and despite his utmost effort, it was still being pulled away inch by inch. Suddenly, Xiaotong's heart ghost lunged down, causing the master to become flustered, and his heart ghost was absorbed into it. In an instant, he was engulfed by the flames of the heart ghost and fell to the ground, burning. He sneered, "Wait for the sect's inquiry." Saying this, the flame in the lantern surged, and he soared into the sky with the firelight, tracing an arc before vanishing into the distance. Xiaotong did not kill the master because he understood that while he had forcibly taken Yan Xuan's heart ghost, killing him would complicate matters. Killing within the same sect was a grave taboo. Though it seemed there was no one here, there were surely eyes in the darkness watching. Perhaps not human, but even a bird or a bug in the mountains could be someone else's eyes. Moreover, he was entrusted with this task. If he killed someone, he would be dragged down with others, which was not what he wanted. Lu Jinsheng's sword was already raised, striking a pose reminiscent of a pine welcoming guests. The gray rope on the left wrist of the deputy captain had been untied, and he spoke. "Hanging rope, heed my command. I offer my life. Hang it from the beam." As he finished his incantation, he threw the gray rope into the air, and it seemed to come alive, emitting a strange gray light. An eerie aura spread from the rope, transforming it into a gray poisonous snake that twisted through the air toward Lu Jinsheng. Initially slow, it quickly sped up as it slithered toward Lu Jinsheng. Lu Jinsheng gazed at the gray rope, but an illusion surged from his eyes into his heart. He saw a village where both adults and children seemed enchanted, extending their heads into the ropes, then being suspended, struggling in the air and twisting, forming lifeless bodies that quickly withered. Their flesh and blood were drained by the hanging ropes, which seemed to connect to a terrifying spirit in the underworld, carrying the power of that spirit and devouring life. This place is Matupo, Lu Jinsheng suddenly realized, but then a suffocating sensation surged over him. He found his neck tightly bound, and his whole body was hanging in the air, feeling like one of the countless people hanged in that village. His eyes saw only the beams and the roof, and he could not breathe. A frantic warning of danger rose deep within him, prompting him to immediately focus his mind and visualize the sun. Not the sun he usually saw with his naked eyes, but the one he had seen through a telescope. In an instant, flames surged in his energy center, transforming into a dragon that rushed along his meridians, breaking through the illusions. When he finally saw everything around him clearly, he realized he was hanging from a tree. With a thought, he activated his magic, and the rope binding him began to burn. The seductive illusion brought by the rope was dispelled, and as it started to burn, Lu Jinsheng felt as if the rope was moaning. The resentment intertwined with a trace of spirituality born from the descent of a deity struggling in fear within the flames. Dare to ruin my treasure. Since Bai Fujutu refined this life-threatening rope, it had been used for killing, and few could escape its grasp, let alone destroy it. It sensed the terror of the flames, while Lu Jinsheng felt the rope quickly unraveling and fleeing towards Bai Fuju. Without hesitation, he stepped into the void, his energy surging like waves, and he slashed out with his sword. A streak of golden sword light split the darkness, embodying the will of a blazing sun, hence its golden color. This sword light contained the essence of sword energy and the intent to burn. The sword hummed coldly and reached Bai Fujutu in an instant. He had just taken hold of the life-threatening rope and hadn't had time to examine it before the sword light was upon him, forcing him to block with his knife. Clang! Shocked and panicked, he heard the intense humming of the sword, and when he looked up, he saw a mass of sword light, like golden flames, descending upon him. He hurriedly retreated, using his knife to weave a protective barrier, changing his steps. And in the dark forest, he moved like a whirlwind, the knife light enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated 73 steps into the woods. Ding 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 ding. Amidst the sounds of swords and knives clashing, he felt several new pains on his body and, no longer wanting to fight, attempted to escape using his evasion technique. Suddenly, he felt all his strength drain away, gasping for breath. Looking down, he realized he had been struck by a sword in the chest. Blood gushed from his body, and though he wanted to hold on, he had no strength left and collapsed to the ground. The gray rope on the ground twisted like a snake, trying to escape, but he stepped on it, preventing its escape. Lu Jincheng picked it up. It wriggled in an attempt to break free. He tore a piece of cloth from the person on the ground and wrapped it around the rope, which then quieted down. He turned the person over and, seeing their face clearly, realized he still did not recognize them. Searching the person's body, he found nothing of particular interest. Standing with his sword, he looked into the darkness of the forest, and a woman radiating green light emerged. She had not caught up with Su Xian. It was Miao Qingqing, whom Lu Jincheng had seen before. This was their second meeting, but for Miao Qingqing, it was the third time seeing him. Who is this person? Do you know him? Lu Jincheng asked. He did not question Miao Qingqing about why she was there. In his view, a cultivator, especially one who practiced the first realm of Mumei, would likely spend years in the mountains and forests. Miao Qingqing examined the person on the ground for a moment and said, "He seems to be by Fujitu from Chushui City." Lu Jincheng frowned and said, "How could the deputy captain of Chushui City be here and possess the same divine technique as Su Xian?" Although he had not seen the other person's face, he was certain it was Su Xian. "This matter needs to be reported to Chushui City as soon as possible," Miao Qingqing said. Recalling what she had heard earlier and sensing that this by Fujitu had a great secret, he realized he might have accidentally poked a hornet's nest. Chapter 40, Master, Disciple. Quickly crush this medicine, and also, bring fresh cold spring water to clean the observer. In the Holing Temple, a large hedgehog was directing a slightly smaller hedgehog, and 3 young boys bustling around. "First, give this to the observer to drink," Bai Sanji said. Ding Ding grabbed the bowl, crushed a pill, and mixed it with water, then used a spoon to feed it to the observer. The observer lay there motionless, with patches of hair completely burned away, revealing raw, red skin. "Master, drink the medicine," Ding Ding said softly, and the observer silently drank the medicine. Many parts of his body were burned, and under Bai Sanji's direction, the 3 were applying medicine to the burns. After a flurry of activity, dawn broke, and the sky was about to lighten. The 3 young boys and the 2 hedgehogs quieted down, and no one spoke. No one knew how to comfort the observer. At this moment, they were still filled with deep fear and confusion. Meanwhile, Lu Jincheng was with Ji Fuzi. He told Ji Fuzi about what he had encountered. Ji Fuzi looked at him and spoke about the secret spirit sect, saying, "The secret spirit sect has been active in the Chushui City area for a long time. The incident at Matupo over 10 years ago must have been orchestrated by Bai Pixing. He used the sacrifices from a village in Matupo to refine this life-threatening artifact." Ji Fuzi returned the gray rope to Lu Jincheng, saying, "Unfortunately, his choice of materials for this artifact is not very good, and the subsequent refinement was improper." At this point, he looked at Lu Jincheng and said, "You managed to break free from this thing. It seems your visualization method is indeed different from other chi refiners." Lu Jincheng smiled and said, "The same thing. Different people have different thoughts. The same sun naturally has different imaginations. Indeed, the same method can yield very different results depending on the person practicing it," Ji Fuzi said. Lu Jincheng was taken aback, turned, and left the Ji family academy. He did not ask why his master did not stop him, because his master had mentioned that he was the inspector of the 5 Organs Divine sect. Although he did not know what this identity represented, he understood that it was an internal matter of the 5 Organs Divine sect. Ji Fuzi was an outsider and naturally could not intervene. As Ji Fuzi watched Lu Jincheng leave, he thought, "The people of the secret spirit sect can actually summon someone from the 5 Organs Divine sect, although I don't know how they did it. The 5 Organs Divine sect has always disliked outsiders meddling in their affairs, which has unfortunately implicated Observer Yen." As he pondered this, he turned and entered the room, where a box sat on the table. He opened the box, revealing something wrapped in black cloth, and he carefully unwrapped it to find a mirror. The mirror's surface resembled a pool of black water, reflecting nothing. Ji Fuzi cautiously examined it and placed it on the table, realizing it was likely a spirit communication mirror, though he had yet to figure out how to use it. Lu Jincheng did not walk along the road, but flew through the air, striding through the void like a wild goose, landing in the courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, he smelled the lingering scent of burning flames that had not yet dissipated. Arriving in the observer's room, he immediately saw 3 silent disciples sitting there. When they saw Lu Jincheng enter, they instantly stood up. He then noticed the 2 hedgehogs waving their feet at him, but he did not stop, quickly approaching the bedside to see the observer's disheveled appearance. With barely any hair or beard left and burns all over his body, a surge of intense anger suddenly welled up in his heart. Suppressing his anger, he thanked Bai Sanxia, as the wounds had been treated with medicine, undoubtedly due to Bai Sanxi's medical skills. And he asked Bai Sanxia how the Guanju's injuries were. I believe the Guanju's injuries shouldn't be too serious, he said. But he had already guessed what Bai Sanxia would say next, as he learned from Ji Fuzi that the Guanju's heart demon had been captured. Hearing a hint of helplessness in the Guanju's voice, Lu Jinshan suddenly realized that the usually taciturn Guanju, who had a somewhat aloof demeanor, was actually a lonely and helpless old man. Have them all leave, the Guanju said. His voice was not loud, but everyone still heard him. Before Lu Jinshan could speak, they had already turned to leave and gently closed the door. Lu Jinshan, my heart demon has been captured, the Guanju said with a touch of sorrow. Lu Jinshan had never seen the Guanju like this. His heart was deeply moved. I was just a woodcutter under the Xianxiaaudiobooks mountain. At 27, I stumbled upon a method to refine my qi, not understanding the characters or their meanings. I cut wood while using the money from chopping wood to hire someone to teach me to read. By 33, my old mother passed away, and I had achieved nothing. I had neither married nor accumulated wealth. My mother left with worries. I am an unfilial son. After that, I wandered around, seeking methods. Wherever I heard someone was teaching methods, I would go to listen, but I failed to refine my qi and could not subdue my delusions. My mother's gaze at her death remained imprinted in my heart, causing me not only to fail in subduing my delusions, but also to scatter the essence I had painstakingly cultivated into the heavens and earth. Until by chance, after helping a significant figure from the five-organ god sect, he taught me a method to transform and suppress evil, which allowed me to achieve some success. I then returned to my hometown and built this fire spirit temple at the lumber camp that year, hoping to practice in peace, but I could not find tranquility. Lu Jinshan, you tell me. I was quietly sitting and meditating when suddenly someone barged in, accusing me of colluding with the secret spirit sect and taking away the spells I had painstakingly cultivated. Is there any justice left in the world? The usually taciturn Guanju spoke so much this time, even shedding tears and crying. If others had seen this scene, they might have laughed, but Lu Jinshan did not. He suddenly felt like crying too. Too many people in the world work diligently their entire lives, yet end up with nothing in their old age. The Guanju was truly sad. This was the sorrow of being wronged without recourse. Lu Jinshan knew that if it weren't for him, the Guanju would have been quietly cultivating alone, and perhaps nothing would have happened. This incident was likely due to him poking the nest of the secret spirit sect at the painting tower. He understood that the Guanju was actually a strong person, otherwise he wouldn't have used the little money he had during his impoverished times to learn to read, just to understand the knowledge in the qi refining method. Wandering around to learn. A person in their 20s actually managed to refine a magical artifact and take my heart demon away. If he has the ability, he should duel with me using fire, not with a magical artifact. Lu Jinshan understood that the Guanju was upset about having his heart demon taken by someone using a magical artifact. He couldn't help but think that on the other side, there might be someone who worked hard their entire life and had many things, but what they earned in a lifetime could be what others had from birth. The Guanju had devoted his life to cultivation without a single magical artifact, while the other person was merely in their 20s and already had one by their side. Guanju, what is his magical artifact? Lu Jinshan asked. His magical artifact is called the heart-capturing gourd, and the method of refining it is taught only to those who have made significant contributions to the sect. Once this treasure is refined, it can capture all formless vital energy, which is particularly suppressive for those practicing the five-organ god methods. So, it doesn't have much effect on the physical body, does it? Lu Jinshan inquired. Yes, the Guanju replied, seemingly thinking of something, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. Guanju, others have magical treasures at a young age, but you also have something that others do not. Lu Jinshan said. What is it? The Guanju asked. You have disciples. When the master is in trouble, the disciples bear the burden. Lu Jinshan stated. What do you want to do? The Guanju asked nervously. I will go find him. He has taken the heart demon that you worked hard to cultivate. I want to see what his heart looks like, Lu Jinshan declared. He is the inspector of the five-organ god sect. If something happens to him, the sect will send someone to investigate. The Guanju initially felt hopeful, but then became worried upon recalling the other person's identity. Guanju, rest assured, if I'm not mistaken, this person must have colluded with the secret spirit sect. He can use this excuse to capture your heart demon. Why can't I? Lu Jinshan said confidently. After finishing, Lu Jinshan stood up. Since the Guanju's life was not in danger, he felt relieved. He walked to the door and asked Ding Ding, Shangguan, and Nan Nan to take good care of the Guanju, and requested the two hedgehogs to stay. After all, Bai Sanxia was known as the best medic in Xianxiaaudiobooks Mountain. He took up his sword and headed towards the water-swimming city to find Ji Fuzi. Although he had a vague plan in mind, he still wanted to consult Ji Fuzi, since he might know more than he did. Upon arriving at the Ji family's academy again, he found that Miao Qingqing was also there, accompanied by a woman in splendid clothing. Seeing Lu Jinshan enter, Ji Fuzi asked, "Is Yin Guanzhu all right?" The Guanzhu is not in serious danger, but he has been wrongfully accused of colluding with the secret spirit sect and has had his spell stripped away. Such a great humiliation and enmity cannot go unavenged. Lu Jinshan said, "Master, I suspect this person is definitely in collusion with the secret spirit sect. Do you know where he is?" His voice was filled with a murderous intent. Chapter 41, The Art of Invisibility. Inside Ji Fuzi's academy, sunlight poured in. It had been a stormy night, but now it was bright and sunny. Everyone looked at Lu Jinshan, among them an older woman in splendid clothing, who looked him up and down and said, "This must be Lu Jinshan. Indeed, quite spirited." "And you are?" Lu Jinshan asked. "This is my master, Elder Hua from Qingluo Valley," Miao Qingqing introduced. Lu Jinshan immediately understood. She was Hua Xiao, the backing behind Granny Du. Now that he thought about it, she must have been tired of Granny Du using her name for various matters, but had never found the right moment to say anything. Otherwise, with Granny Du's alchemy skills, she probably could not have gathered so many people. "Junior greets Elder Hua," Lu Jinshan said respectfully. "No need for excessive courtesy. You and Qingqing are about the same age. Just call me Shu," Elder Hua Xiao said with a smile. Shu. Lu Jinshan had no qualms about this title. It was just a form of respect, similar to calling someone uncle or aunt, which was very normal. However, upon hearing Lu Jinshan's address, Hua Xiao was delighted and said, "Good. I already know about your battle with Qingqing in the forest last night. I was just analyzing this matter with Master." Lu Jinshan smiled slightly, but in his heart, he thought, "A battle? That's a bit misleading." He couldn't help but glance at Miao Qingqing, who also happened to turn her head to look at him. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of charm, and the faint smile on her lips made Lu Jinshan wonder if she had caught the ambiguity in her master's words. In his heart, Miao Qingqing had always been like a spirit hidden within the misty depths of the mountains, green-haired and blue-eyed, mysterious and aloof. Seeing her in the sunlight today brought a different feeling, less mystery and more brightness. However, he had no time to dwell on that. All he wanted was to kill. Just now, Captain Deng also came by. He has already mobilized the city guards to search every street. The secret spirit sect is a major representative in the practice of deity rituals. Their actions do not distinguish between good and evil, only seeking sacrifices suitable for their cultivation. Thus, their actions are always directed towards sacrificial practices. Of course, it is also possible that after successfully testing the waters, they will go elsewhere for a grand ritual. Confucius Ji said, "Since the establishment of the secret spirit sect, it has never been eradicated. And one major reason for this is that many of its members have legitimate identities, hidden among various sects or within the ranks of court officials. From what I know, if they discover a new type of secret spirit and obtain a certain spell after a sacrificial offering, they will secretly relay this information to some cultivators they have previously contacted. These cultivators are not members of the secret spirit sect, but they are often tempted by that spell and will provide places for the grand sacrifice or offer protection, which is why many times the sacrificial sites are only discovered after the grand offerings." Confucius Ji stood by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, sunlight shining on him, creating a white mist around him. Lu Jinshan looked at him and seemed to see a double shadow, which was his shadow spirit emerging from his body, basking in the sunlight. Although various spells abound, and the strange techniques can be dazzling, in terms of pure magical power intensity, no one surpasses the realm of refining the law into a solid form. Even someone like Confucius Ji, who roams in the spirit realm, feels that the other party has not yet transcended the realm of refining the law into a solid form. Confucius Ji is also in this realm, which allows him to withstand direct sunlight. That Xiao Tong from the Five Organs sect has likely also undergone sacrifices provided by the secret spirit sect. Confucius Ji said, "Do you know if he possesses any special spells that do not belong to the Five Organs sect?" This disciple has not inquired about it. Lu Jinshan replied. Confucius Ji said again, "If you want to take revenge on him, you will need evidence of his collusion with the secret spirit sect. I fear I cannot help you, as it would provoke the Five Organs sect's intervention. Do you understand the reasoning behind this?" Lu Jinshan certainly understood. As a disciple of the observant master, seeking revenge could be seen as internal matters of the Five Organs sect. However, if Confucius Ji were to help Lu Jinshan in an official capacity, the Five Organs sect would perceive it as an attack from another force. The disciple understands. But he has no evidence regarding the heart demon of my master. He seeks him out for this reason, and others would have no grounds to speak. Lu Jinshan said seriously. Previously, he had never referred to the observant master as his master, but now he spoke of him as such constantly. Confucius Ji couldn't help but feel emotional. On ordinary days, he seemed indifferent to external emotions, yet in times of hardship, his true feelings are revealed. If you truly wish to go, it must be a swift resolution. He resides in Jiangzhou City, yet he can reach the outskirts of Chaoshui City by midnight, indicating his proficiency in flying techniques. If you entangle him without a swift resolution, if he wishes to escape, you may not be able to catch up. Confucius Ji said, "Your sword technique excels at close combat. Most people cannot react when you strike from below the ribs, regardless of what spells or treasures he possesses. They are difficult to employ." Lu Jinsheng immediately understood Confucius Ji's intention. This was about whether or not to engage in direct combat, keeping the sword close. It relies on speed and secrecy. Although your sword control is swift, it is not enough to prevent others from reacting. But there is a method of concealment you can use. Confucius Ji said. Not only Lu Jinsheng was listening attentively, but even Hua Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing were serious. The method of concealment, the true method of invisibility, requires hiding within the light. Even when looked at, one cannot be seen. One must conceal their own aura, which includes not only murderous intent, but also hidden sights, smells, breathing, footsteps, heartbeats, etc. One must pay attention to the ground beneath their feet to avoid making noise. Only then can it be called true invisibility, and once close, one can execute a lethal strike. After hearing this, Lu Jinsheng thought that Confucius Ji might not have been an assassin in the past. Seeing the look in Lu Jinsheng's eyes, Confucius Ji felt he had caused a misunderstanding and laughed. "This is something I heard from a friend before. I am not skilled in the ways of assassination myself." After Confucius Ji said this, Lu Jinsheng reflected carefully and realized that for him, the key lies in concealing his form. Everything else could be managed. "May I ask, Master, how can one hide their form within the light?" Lu Jinsheng asked. "The light we speak of comes from the sky, known as sunlight during the day. This is the simplest for a qi refining practitioner. You just need to let your true qi cover your entire body, preventing it from absorbing the essence of the void. If you absorb the essence, you will be surrounded by clouds and mist, drawing attention." Lu Jinsheng listened to this, and, as he thought, exhaled a breath to make his true qi envelop his body. You just need to let the true qi emerge from the pores of your body, floating evenly on top, and then focus your mind to gradually become invisible. Confucius Ji said. Lu Jinsheng stood there, and his figure suddenly became dim, resembling a chameleon, slowly disappearing into the void. Others could not see him, yet he became more sensitive to the gazes directed at him. "Please tell me the whereabouts of Xiao Tong, Master," Lu Jinsheng said. Yet, only his voice could be heard, and his figure was nowhere to be seen. Hua Xiaoxiao was somewhat stunned beside him. He had never thought someone could learn spells so quickly. He did not know that last night, Lu Jinsheng had practiced drawing and spent half the night in confusion. He also did not know that he had struggled with math every night and once wrote the character for solution on a math test paper, then copied the questions to gain a little sympathy. In Jiangzhou City, he had two regular places of residence. One was at the Baiwa Tower, and the other was at his own residence, a small courtyard at number 17, south bank of the Willow Causeway. "This brat, he doesn't even say a word when he leaves," Confucius Ji scolded. Lu Jinsheng walked out of the school, following the experience Confucius Ji had mentioned, moving lightly and stealthily, trying to avoid raising dust or stepping on branches. He opened the door and exited the school, where a young man was waiting outside. "Hey, isn't this the carriage driver from the Baixian family whom I saved? What is he doing here?" The young driver saw the door open, but no one coming out, anxiously wanting to call out, but hesitating. "What are you doing here?" Lu Daozhong, the third lady, sent a message saying that the person from last night could escape into the flames. The driver obviously did not know who this referred to and could only relay the message as it was. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinsheng realized that the observant master had sent by San to remind him through this driver. "You go tell your third lady that I understand." After Lu Jinsheng finished speaking, he turned and left, but in the driver's eyes, he quickly sank into the light of the void. He felt as if Lu Jinsheng's body attracted the light, ultimately merging with it. If he stared closely, he could still see faint traces of a human shape. But in the blink of an eye, it was no longer visible, like the ripples on the water calming down as the fish sank to the bottom. "Brothers, I'm back again. Surprised? Happy?" Chapter 42. The Mortal Path, thanks to the Alliance leader, Little Pig. Spells come from the application of magical power, which also has a name, the law of thought. The strength of this thought manifests as magical power. This thought can be strong, gentle, or subtle, and each application creates different spell effects. Lu Jinsheng maintained the coverage of his law of thought, but when his emotions fluctuated, mist would rise around his body. "It seems that I must maintain a calm mind at all times. What appears to be a simple application of spells is, in fact, not simple. When a qi refining practitioner refines essence into qi, subduing distracting thoughts lays the foundation for spells. Many other sex cultivation methods often avoid this step of subduing distracting thoughts. Effectively opening a different path, there are gains and losses. So they cannot directly attach their law of thought to their bodies because it is difficult for them to maintain a tranquil mind for long periods. Wang Yangming once said, "Keep the heart still, like calm water. I can achieve this briefly, but upon seeing certain things, my mind inevitably produces thoughts. It seems my cultivation of the heart is still insufficient." For qi refining practitioners, subduing distracting thoughts is indeed a lifelong pursuit. However, the world is a place for cultivation, and the hardships of life are all tempering experiences. I need to endure loneliness, for only then can I achieve success. Lu Jinsheng walked down the street, where pedestrians were bustling about. Upon seeing a stall selling soy milk and fried dough sticks, the fragrant aroma filled his nostrils, immediately stirring hunger in his belly. He wasn't sure if it was because he had emptied his mind of other thoughts, but as this hunger arose, it felt like there were worms wriggling in his stomach, and he could clearly hear the sounds from his intestines. Then he noticed a mist enveloping him, revealing his outline beneath the fog. He stood not far from the stall, and as he appeared from his hidden state, people nearby immediately noticed him and stepped back. Magic was not unfamiliar to ordinary people, but they did not want to provoke anyone practicing spells unnecessarily, so they moved away from Lu Jinsheng but did not leave entirely, forming a circle around him. Lu Jinsheng felt dozens of gazes upon him. These gazes imprinted on his magical thoughts, allowing him to see that they belonged to different pairs of eyes. The emotions conveyed through those gazes seemed infectious, sticking to his magical thoughts, making him acutely aware of them: confusion, surprise, fear, doubt. He even sensed that some wanted to report him to the authorities, and some suspected he was a monster. He immediately understood that even the emotional gazes of ordinary people could influence others' moods. He just hadn't noticed it before. The gaze of deities could drive people mad and transform them, which he could now comprehend. Lu Jinsheng did not leave. He stood among the crowd, striving to suppress his emotions, cultivating amidst the world. If he could disappear once more under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it would greatly enhance his confidence in his invisibility technique, serving as a significant tempering of his spirit. The various gazes felt like needles piercing into his magical thoughts. Initially, the surroundings were silent, but as Lu Jinsheng stood there with his eyes closed and unmoving, murmurs began to arise, focusing on him. He listened to these voices, feeling as if they had a spell-like effect. The circle of pointing and comments made him feel as if he were being roasted by an invisible flame. He felt his gaze bound, surrounded by the crowd like a furnace, with their words like flames. The affairs of the world were akin to a melting pot. Everything felt like a spell, yet these people were merely ordinary folk. At that moment, he once again experienced the situation of subduing his delusions from that night. He strained to suppress his urge to leave, suppressing his desire to explain, keeping silent and closing his eyes, suppressing all thoughts. He had summarized that this process of enduring could be called desensitization. Only with a sufficiently resilient heart could one withstand it. He felt like he was burning, sweating as if the fat from roasted meat was flowing out. Holding back this fear, he felt himself turning into a dry corpse, into a skeleton, repressing this inexplicable terror, yet gradually getting accustomed to it. The pointing and murmuring no longer held the same power as before, transforming into wind, stirring ripples on the lake's surface, while the depths of the water grew increasingly calm. Thus, in the gaze of all the people, he slowly disappeared once more. Disappeared. Vanished. Where are the patrolling officers? Could it be a monster? The old man selling soy milk and fried dough sticks at the roadside suddenly heard a faint voice. "Old man, please give me a bowl of soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks. Thank you." Startled, the old man quickly prepared a bowl of soy milk and wrapped 2 fried dough sticks, only to find a piece of silver on the table. Before he could reach for it, the bowl of soy milk and the fried dough sticks had already disappeared. Holding the silver, he looked around, wanting to know if the young man had left. "Monsters, step aside, step aside." A group of officers, led by Hifeng, rushed over, with one of them carrying a specially designed demon-catching net. Upon arrival, they saw nothing and asked people nearby, ultimately questioning the old man at the stall. The old man said, "I only heard him ask for soy milk and fried dough sticks, so I gave it to him. This is the silver he gave. I don't know if it's real or fake." Hifeng took the silver, and upon touching it, he knew it was real. Seeing the gazes of those around him, who seemed to already know he intended to confiscate it, he returned the silver to the old man, saying, "This is real silver. Retreat, there's no monster." "Someone is practicing magic," Hifeng announced loudly. Having caught nothing, he didn't want the crowd to remain in suspicion. Otherwise, someone would report this matter to the authorities, and then he would be called back to investigate, which would be troublesome. Since nothing was found, there was no need to investigate further. They could deal with it if something happened later. Lu Jinsheng held a bowl of soy milk in his left hand and fried dough sticks in his right. with a heavy sword inserted at his waist. Sometimes he wondered if he should buy a special belt to hang his sword. While thinking about these things, he did not break his state of invisibility. After disappearing under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had become quite adept at being invisible, and a slight distraction to think of other matters no longer revealed him. To him, that breakthrough was equivalent to a further advancement in his control over magical thoughts and a deeper cultivation of his spirit. If this invisibility technique were to be classified into levels, it had progressed from novice to proficient. He moved with the crowd towards the outskirts of the city. What scent is that? Someone nearby was sniffing the air, asking about the aroma of the fried dough sticks. Lu Jinsheng recalled what his teacher had said about other key points of invisibility, not only hiding his shape in the light, but also concealing his scent, heartbeat, footsteps, breathing, and more. If an ordinary person could smell it, a cultivator would likely detect even the scents he had overlooked. He carefully avoided collisions with others, weaving through the crowd like a swimming fish, yet no one knew he was there. Once outside the city, he discerned the direction and leaped to the treetops. At the moment he took off, his figure became visible in the sunlight. The surge of magical thoughts made it impossible for him to maintain a state of complete tranquility. As he stepped into the void, heading towards the direction of the capital city, moving in the wind, he utilized the body technique of swimming through the air with his sword, soaring through the void. Wherever he passed, the winds and clouds surged, rolling behind him like waves. He felt the resistance of the wind in the air, like water, and constantly sliced through it with his fingers, creating gusts that made his figure seem like he was surfing, slipping through the gaps in the wind. Passing over a mountain peak, he saw a courtyard below where someone was practicing martial arts. When Lu Jinsheng flew over their head, they stopped and looked up. He then landed on a high mountain peak, where the rocks and sparse grass under his feet resembled the thinning hair on a giant's head. In the valley across, a large python coiled itself in the crown of a tree, feeding on the flowers. Upon seeing Lu Jinsheng, it froze for a moment before quickly retreating under the tree crown, clearly frightened. Lu Jinsheng paid it no mind, and after resting a bit, he stepped into the void once more. The higher he went, the slower his speed became. The closer he was to the ground, the more he could draw upon the power of the earth. As for what state he would be in when going even higher, he had yet to verify and did not know. After practicing the body technique of swimming through the air over long distances, he felt a significant improvement in his movement. As the sun was about to set, he finally saw a large city. He certainly did not swagger down to the city gate. Instead, he landed far away, concealed his form, and walked in with the ordinary crowd. Zhangzhou Prefecture City was much larger than Chuanshui City. As night fell, the evening glow darkened, and it seemed it might rain tonight. He had never been to such a big city before and had no idea where the south bank of Yanglu Dike was. But luckily he could ask someone, "Hey, how do I get to the south bank of Yanglu Dike?" Lu Jinsheng asked a young man who was unloading goods for a restaurant. The young man was startled, looked Lu Jinsheng up and down, then glanced at the sword at his waist, waved his hand, and said, "Go away, I don't know. Don't disturb me while I work." After saying that, he turned to move the goods again, but was tapped on the shoulder, instantly becoming furious. "Do you know you can't just tap someone on the shoulder?" Before he finished speaking, he stopped, as he saw a hand holding a piece of silver being offered to him. After a moment of surprise, he wiped his hands on his clothes and reached out to take the small piece of silver from Lu Jinsheng's palm, saying, "To get to the south bank of Yanglu Dike, go straight down this street, past 2 intersections, turn left, and walk to the end of the road where you will see a river. Whether you go upstream or downstream, you can find a bridge, and crossing the bridge will take you to the south bank." "Thank you, young man," Lu Jinsheng said as he turned to leave. The young man watched Lu Jinsheng's departing figure, then looked down at the silver in his hand, still somewhat incredulous. When he looked up again, the person who asked for directions had already disappeared. Some stalls had already closed, and the shopkeepers with goods displayed under the eaves were moving them inside. The whole Zhangzhou Prefecture seemed bustling and peaceful on the surface. He had no intention of killing anyone in the Baiwa building. After all, there were too many people, and it didn't fit his plan to sneak in at night, take a head with one sword strike, without alarming anyone. He deftly dodged a pedestrian who bumped into him, his mind occupied with his plan to kill. First update of the day. Please support with tickets. Chapter 43, The Light Sound of Swords in the Ring. As dusk thickened, looking down the long street towards the distant sky, it was overcast, as if it were about to rain. On the long street, the shops on both sides lit their lamps, and some homes were already wafting the smell of food. The sounds of children's laughter and chatter floated out with the light, lingering in the ears, and then carried away by the wind. On the second floor of a shop on the left side, a young boy was diligently practicing calligraphy by the window. On the right side, a girl was sitting sideways practicing the piano. In front of the window, a woman leaned out, carrying 3 pots of begonia flowers from the shelf outside back into the room. She had just bathed, her hair still damp, and she was wearing only her undergarments. Her snowy white arms barely visible. Lu Jinqing once again avoided a pedestrian who was about to collide with him. Suddenly, a strong bolt of lightning fell from the sky without warning, seemingly right above this street. The flash of lightning was dazzling, illuminating the hidden figure of Lu Jinqing on the street. The woman, seeing Lu Jinqing's revealed form, was taken aback and hurriedly closed the window, hiding behind it to look at the street, but saw nothing. Lu Jinqing continued walking forward. Go past 2 intersections, turn left, and walk to the end of the road to see a river. The river was not wide, and the water flowed with a splashing sound. It was getting dark, and he could still see people washing clothes by the riverbank. Both banks of the river were lined with willow trees, which had grown quite large, their branches hanging over the water. Walking along the river, he found an old white arch bridge, overgrown with grass on top, with a cluster of white flowers swaying in the wind. Lu Jinqing crossed the bridge. The bricks were cracked and broken, but the entire structure was still quite sturdy. After crossing the bridge, he saw a courtyard opposite with wooden signs hanging by their doors, engraved with numbers in red paint. Number 13. He glanced at the adjacent courtyard, which was number 14, and then followed in that direction to find courtyard number 17, which was completely dark. He walked around the courtyard but heard no sounds inside. However, there was light coming from next door. He entered the alley between the 2 courtyards and was about to climb over when he saw a young scholar sneak into the alley and then let out 3 catcalls towards the lighted courtyard. A moment later, the side door of the courtyard opened, revealing a charming young woman, her face full of tension and excitement. The scholar quickly slipped through the gap in the door, and it was quickly shut behind him. Lu Jinqing watched this scene and could only say that the way scholars in the city met with women in secluded chambers was quite peculiar. Not wanting to get involved in other matters, he took advantage of the absence of people to climb over the courtyard wall into courtyard number 17. This courtyard was very tidy, without any complicated flowers or decorations, appearing simple and unadorned. He carefully entered several rooms and found that no one was living there. Then he came to the master bedroom and examined it closely. He found that although someone had lived there, it was very simple. There wasn't even a quilt on the bed, resembling a place for cultivation. He reached out to touch the table and found it was dusty. Could this person be living a debauched life without ever being home? Thinking this, he came to the bedside, his eyes glowing with fiery light, scrutinizing the bed carefully. He noticed distinct impressions of someone sitting cross-legged on the bed. When he reached out to touch it, there was no dust. He also looked around the bed and found a pair of shoes that had been changed, still dirty with mud, as if they had just been taken off. He began searching for a hiding place in the room. Because he thought of something. Those who cultivate to transform their hearts into spirits can manifest their spirits and attach them to lamps, which are items they would never part with. Having been with the master for so long, he certainly knew that under the light of the heart spirit, the escaping technique might be exposed. He wasn't sure, but he knew his own invisibility would likely be discovered. The light from the heart spirit was the eye of the heart spirit. His invisibility deceived the human eye, but at the moment the heart spirit's light was obstructed. The other party would definitely be aware. Moreover, the sudden flash of electricity on the street had also revealed his figure. He understood that light appearing suddenly in the dark would make his form visible, and this invisibility technique required time to adapt to the light. This room was quite empty with no good hiding places. Finally, he looked up and saw a layer of wooden boards above, and from below, he couldn't see the tiles. In the end, he thought, since there was nowhere to hide, he would hide behind the door, as long as he avoided being illuminated by the light from a distance. It would be fine even if he was illuminated up close when he made his move. So, he began to stand behind the door. Xiao Tong did not consider himself a lecherous person. He simply believed he had a pursuit for beauty. Whether it was beautiful people or beautiful scenery, he enjoyed looking at them. If he could immerse himself in it, feeling joy in body and mind afterward, he thought it would greatly aid in the growth of his own heart spirit. In the Baiwa building, he held a cup of wine, wrapped in the embrace of a beauty. The beauty in his arms tilted her head back, pouting her lips, her long, fair neck, watery clear eyes, slender willow leaf brows, and full red lips, resembling a ripe peach, making one want to take a bite. Young Master Tong, did you suddenly leave last night to find another woman? The woman in Xiao Tong's arms teased him, her fingers scratching at his chest. Xiao Tong smiled slightly, exuding charm, and said, last night. I want to tidy up my place. Tidying up? I don't understand. Then tonight, you must stay? All right, I'll stay, Xiao Tong said, reaching out to tease the girl's nose. At that moment, a girl with her head down was walking in small steps, carrying a tray of wine. The tray obscured her face as she held it high. She came over, knelt beside a low table, and filled Xiao Tong's cup with wine. Suddenly, he smiled and said, lift your head. The beauty in his arms thought Xiao Tong was interested in this girl, and, feeling a bit jealous, playfully rubbed his chest. But Xiao Tong only smiled and said, lift your head, let me see. The woman raised her head at Xiao Tong's words, and indeed, it was a charming face, exuding an indescribable allure. However, the light from the lamp on the table beside Xiao Tong suddenly flickered, and her charming face suddenly ignited, becoming illusory in the flames, revealing another face beneath with shining scales. Ah! The woman in Xiao Tong's arms screamed, but Xiao Tong pushed her away, causing her to fall to the ground. Xiao Tong coldly said, "As soon as you entered, I smelled a fishy odor. Your merfolk clan really is relentless, haunting me like a ghost. Can't I even drink in peace?" The mermaid woman tried to move, but found the flames shifting instantly onto her, feeling a tremendous pressure pinning her down, rendering her unable to move. "You deceived my sister, causing her to take her own life. I have an irreconcilable grudge against you," the mermaid said angrily. "You don't know that I have already opened my nasal passages. As long as I've smelled it, no scent can escape my nose. You think you can sneak up on me? Also, let me tell you, under my lamp, no illusion can deceive me." After Xiao Tong finished speaking, he moved his thoughts, and the heart fire ignited instantly. The mermaid woman was engulfed in flames, screaming as her voice gradually weakened, turning into a charred corpse. Xiao Tong picked up the lamp on the table and stood up, saying, "I'm tired, come back tomorrow." He walked out the door, and it started to rain in the sky. He didn't linger and casually took an umbrella prepared for guests at the entrance of the Baiwa Tower, opened it, and walked along the street towards home with a lantern in hand. As soon as the rain fell, it was like beans, urgent, pattering on the tiles. In a short while, it formed a tide of rain, and the entire Jiangzhou city was immersed in the sound of rain. Holding the umbrella, Xiao Tong walked on the street, and the light from the lantern in his hand formed a mist of light in the rain. From a distance, it looked hazy and dreamlike, like an immortal wandering in the rain. However, the water under his feet soaked his shoes, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He saw his house in the distance, with no one on the street. As he passed by his neighbor's house, he heard someone shouting inside, "Hit me! Hit me hard! I provide for your food and drink, and pay your debts. How dare you betray me?" Ah! There were screams from men and women, and the noise penetrated through the rain into his ears. He didn't stop and headed towards his yard, where there was a door. The door had tiles, forming a water trough that flowed with rushing water. He approached. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, he heard a clang, like a sword's hum. The sound of the sword's hum was somewhat erratic in the rain. He suddenly looked up, tilting the umbrella, and saw a brilliant light. The fire in the lantern in his hand surged violently, but then weakly flickered and fell to the ground. Bang! A pair of bare feet landed on the ground, the sword's tip pointing diagonally at the ground. While on the ground lay a person with a shocked expression, a line rapidly spreading from his forehead to his chin. This person was Xiao Tong, who just a moment ago seemed to be an immortal wandering in the rain. The person bent down and searched his arms, pulling out a gourd. From the firelight of the lantern on the ground, it could be seen that he was naked. However, after pulling out the red jade gourd, he went to the edge of the stream, picked up the wet clothes laid there, and put them on. During the process of dressing, he disappeared into the rain. The screams and curses still echoed from the yard next door, and the street was already flowing with red. My classmate didn't even get to drink. Chapter 44. Heart Demon Sword Art. The rain came at night like an army seizing a city. The sound of rain was deafening. People hid at home, listening, watching, waiting. However, no matter what, there would always be someone who liked the rain, even some who ran naked in the rain. Lu Jinxing barely wrapped his outer garment around his body in the rain to prevent himself from feeling too ashamed. Earlier, he had thought about hiding behind the door of Xiao Tong's bedroom, but then suddenly thought that if this Xiao Tong was someone with a keen sense of smell, then having lingered in that yard for so long, he must have left a scent. He sniffed himself. After a day's journey, it was inevitable that he would smell a bit stronger, so he felt somewhat uneasy. After having this thought, he climbed out of the yard from the side and went to the stream in front, not caring much, and stripped off his clothes to bathe in the river. However, just as he began, the rain started to fall, so he got out of the river, taking advantage of the rain to wash himself. Fortunately, the visibility was dim, and the rain curtain blocked the view of the surrounding people, plus he was hidden, so he managed to wash up comfortably. After killing Xiao Tong, he only took the red jade gourd and didn't touch anything else. Not long after he left, something crawled up from the river. It resembled a black giant salamander, but was different. Its face looked very much like a human's, and its 4 limbs were more like claws. Following the blood, it crawled to Xiao Tong's side, biting into his neck, actually severing his head, then dragging his head quickly into the water, startling a splash. But it didn't travel far in the sound of the rain. After a while, a person holding a black umbrella approached. The person under the umbrella wore a black official robe, with a white inner collar that revealed a kind of neck wrap and a long knife hanging at the waist. When he squatted down, he had already taken out a white handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth and nose. After looking for a while, he stood up again to examine the river water nearby. clearly seeing the remaining slime even after the rain. Turning back, he reached to pick up the lantern that had remained dry in the rain for so long. He knew that the most troublesome thing was this item. The evil spirit born from the five-organ sect, after its body dies, the evil spirit could very well become a true monster. They would gain autonomy. And when he bent down to pick it up, there was no abnormality. The ghost seemed to still be in a daze. But just as his hand touched the lantern, the evil spirit inside suddenly surged violently, a mass of red flames bursting forth, like countless tentacles reaching for his face. He was already prepared. The white handkerchief in his hand unfurled, seemingly appearing as an illusion, expanding to the size of a basin, wrapping tightly around the fire with many tentacles, and holding it firmly. The heartfire evil spirit struggled within the handkerchief, trying to burn it, but the silver sheen on the handkerchief resisted the flames. At this moment, another young person appeared in the rain, similarly holding an umbrella, wearing the same clothes as this person, except for the lack of a white imprint on the chest. "Capture head," the young man shouted. "Notify the five-organ sect. Their inspector is dead." Lu Jincheng did not linger in the city too long. He arrived at the Guanju's room, where the Guanju was sleeping soundly. Lu Jincheng had never seen the Guanju sleeping before. He always saw him meditating in quiet cultivation. Lu Jincheng bent down, examining the burn marks on his face that had already scabbed over. He did not wake the Guanju but placed the palm-sized red jade gourd by the Guanju's pillow and then left the room. Lu Jincheng knew that although the Guanju was not severely injured, his heart demon had been taken, and his spirit was greatly hindered, which was still quite serious. Then he began the daily process of gathering yang essence. Gathering yang essence was both a process of gathering qi and a way to cultivate the heart. Cultivating the heart not only required tempering, but also pure stillness, focusing on one thing, which was also a kind of tranquility. In this process, one could unknowingly restore their mood. He remembered someone saying that personal mood could induce some diseases in the body and would further affect one's actions. In the cultivation world, mood should be even more valued. In the past few days, Lu Jincheng has experienced many things, and his emotions have been stirred. During the repeated absorption of vital energy, those rising emotions seemed to merge with the vital energy, being incorporated into the sea of qi, becoming one of countless waves, part of the Dharma thought. His heart felt lighter, memories vivid, yet no longer heavy. He discovered that he seemed to have found a way to erase the influence of divine beings from his memories without intentionally forgetting. All memories and emotions would become nourishment for his magical power. However, recently, he was not only absorbing solar essence, but also circulating qi through his meridians. Visualizing the sun refining his body, yet he always felt a kind of hunger, not from his stomach, but rather from his muscles and various parts of his body. He needed to ask someone about this, Lu Jincheng thought to himself. Opening his eyes, he saw Ding Ding and Shangaian already practicing. However, Nan Nan still hadn't made any progress. Her mind seemed to have some kind of barrier, unable to enter meditation. And far more severely than before with Shangaian and Ding Ding. She clearly needed guidance, but she rarely spoke, making it difficult to provide that guidance. While cooking breakfast, the master had still not gotten up. Lu Jincheng brought a bowl of meat porridge to the master's room and found that the master was already awake, holding a red jade gourd as if deep in thought. "Master, are you feeling better?" Lu Jincheng asked, placing the bowl on the nearby table. "Much better. Bai Xian's medicine is very effective," the master replied, then added, "I heard that the best material for refining the yuan gourd is jade. This is a superb treasure. I fear that people within the sect will seek its whereabouts. Master, do you wish to keep it?" Lu Jincheng asked. He smiled, knowing the master wanted to keep it, but feared that someone from the five-organ sect would come to claim it. "This yuan gourd belongs to Xiao Tong. Now that we have it, who else could come to take it?" Lu Jincheng said. "Although there are sufficient reasons to kill Xiao Tong, the world is not just about killing," the master said. Lu Jincheng certainly knew that mere killing wouldn't suffice. There is a saying, "The Jianghu, rivers and lakes, is about human relationships and incidents." The mountains were quiet, and everyone in the temple practiced in an orderly manner. Ding Ding practiced swordsmanship when he wasn't absorbing the sun and moon, and Lu Jincheng compiled his sword practice experiences into a booklet for him to read. Shangaian followed the master to learn the fire manipulation technique, known as the heart ghost sword technique. Lu Jincheng listened from the side and found it very enlightening. This was the master's unique skill, where fire acts like a sword. Lu Jincheng recalled the scene in Matupo when the master's heart ghost transformed into a flame, entangled with the black hair emerging from the statue. At that moment, he felt that the flames, expanding, swallowing and leaping, with their tongues varying in weight and lightness, shifting between reality and illusion, resembled superb swordsmanship. Moreover, this set of sword techniques was actually created by the master, and one particular practice method opened Lu Jincheng's mind significantly. This practice method involved manipulating threads, first, controlling them straight, then controlling their speed and accuracy and manipulating the threads in the wind. Breaking the wind without disturbing the sword style, from small winds to strong winds. Only then could it be considered a small achievement. Lu Jinxing also tried to practice it, but he found it quite difficult. Wrapping a long thread with Dharma thought was not hard. The challenge was to keep it straight and execute stabbing movements, which was truly difficult. The entire fire spirit temple was immersed in a practicing atmosphere. The master seemed to have developed a sense of recognition for several disciples and no longer isolated himself in his room for meditation, occasionally coming out to check on everyone. After pondering for a moment, the master said, "The Qi refining method is about the dual cultivation of spirit and flesh. And the difficulty lies in subduing delusions at the time of entry. This subjugation of delusions is something one must cultivate throughout their life. If delusions arise one day, they may cause Qi to disperse and thoughts to fly away, leading to the loss of cultivation and magical powers. Therefore, although the Qi refining method is the most easily attainable righteous method in the world and the source of all cultivation methods, not many people practice it. The reasons are not only that one needs good aptitude, but also that a practitioner must be cautious and diligent throughout their life. Few can achieve this in the world. You must be careful while cultivating with such vigor and diligence." Lu Jinxing nodded, feeling that the master's words were very insightful. "I have heard that within the sect of Qi refiners, there is a specific term called nourishing essence worm. It is said that this essence worm has the wonderful ability to nourish the physical body and soul. But I do not know what this essence worm specifically is," the master said. Since waking up, he had stopped referring to himself as this temple. And Lu Jinxing felt that the master's mindset had undergone a significant change, though he still spoke little unless necessary. In Lu Jinxing's heart, although the master had not perfected the Qi refining method, he was diligent in his practice. While his application could not be described as broad, he delved deeply into certain aspects. He even felt that a corner of the master's heart still harbored a sense of pride, just like his heart ghost sword technique. Being able to master it is not something ordinary people can achieve. Moreover, he believed that the master's method of practicing the manipulation of threads was profoundly mysterious and could be used in many areas. If he could integrate it into his own swordsmanship, it would surely elevate his sword techniques to a new level. Chapter 45, Essence Worm, by Xiaozi. What is your visualization method? Lu Jinxing lay on a recliner in the room. On the table beside him, a hedgehog was peeling and eating peanuts, a treat that she had asked her groom to bring, one of her favorite foods. She had brought them to share when coming to the fire spirit temple. But most of the shells on the table were from the peanuts she had eaten herself. After hearing Lu Jinxing's question, she froze, her thoughts swirling. Because her grandmother had told her when teaching her the visualization method that she could not reveal the secrets of her cultivation to other immortals, let alone to humans. But Lu Jinxing is Bai Xian's benefactor. Bai Xiaozi reasoned with herself in her heart. What's the matter, can't you say? Lu Jinxing was sitting there drawing, sketching a hedgehog. Its spine standing upright, not at all like the smooth spines of the hedgehog on the table. Is Bai Nyang a triangle-headed? Lu Jinxing asked, confused. He asked this because he thought back to when he first saw her, lying on the courtyard wall. And what he saw should have been the illusion she presented through her visualization method, which could also be referred to as a Dharma image, albeit the most basic kind. Bai Nyang is so amazing. I heard she is already transformed into an immortal, Bai Xiaozi said proudly. Is Bai Nyang's head triangular? Lu Jinxing asked. Yes. Bai Nyang's triangular head is the prettiest, Bai Xiaozi said seriously. Lu Jinxing stopped his movements and looked seriously at the hedgehog holding a peanut, saying, Do all you Bai Xian think so? Yes, what's wrong? Bai Xiaozi asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Is Bai Nyang a hedgehog? Lu Jinxing added another spike to the hedgehog on the drawing. All right, do you think my drawing looks like you? Lu Jinxing pointed at the drawing. Hearing his words, the hedgehog looked at the drawing and then froze, asking, What does it look like? It looks like you, doesn't it? Lu Jinxing said. The peanut in the hedgehog's hand fell to the table with a thud. She looked seriously at the drawing and suddenly burst into tears. What's wrong? Is it not good looking? Lu Jinxing asked. The hedgehog cried even more sadly, tears falling and peanut bits spilling from her mouth, and she stopped speaking, sliding off the table to the ground, saying, I won't come to play with you anymore. The hedgehog dashed out the door, her cries quickly fading away. A while later, Nan Nan peeked in at the door, but didn't dare to come in and speak, while Shanghai arrived, asking, Senior brother, why is Xiaoxi crying? I don't know. I just asked her if the drawing looked like her, and she suddenly cried, Lu Jinxing said. Shanghai closely examined the drawing, and then said, Senior brother, isn't this a porcupine? Lu Jinxing was taken aback, saying, What porcupine? Is this a porcupine? Nan Nan beside him slowly nodded. Lu Jinxing couldn't help but scratch his scalp. Suddenly feeling a bit awkward, he tugged at his hair and said, Have you all done your homework today? The next day, it was still drizzling. But it happened to be the middle of the month. Lu Jinxing came to listen to the teachings of Master Ji. He took the opportunity to ask him about Jingqiong. Jingqiong is born in the depths of rich vital energy, mainly divided into 5 types corresponding to the 5 elements. Each born in places where the energy of the 5 elements is abundant. Wherever there is the birth of Jingqiong, there must be people or sects residing there. Master Ji said, the initial state of Jingqiong is formless, yet it often attaches itself to fish, insects, flowers, and grass, merging with them to become various spiritual fish, spiritual grass, and spiritual flowers. Collecting them can be used in conjunction with other herbs to refine elixirs, which are greatly beneficial when consumed. What if there are no Jingqiong to assist in cultivation? Lu Jincheng asked. Other cultivation sects may be fine, but for qi refiners, without Jingqiong, it would take an extremely long time to fill their bodies with energy, Master Ji replied. Are there places in the qi shui realm where Jingqiong can be born? Lu Jincheng asked, wanting to know how difficult it was to obtain Jingqiong and whether such a fertile ground existed in the vast qi shui realm. Do you know where the name qi shui comes from? Master Ji asked. I don't know, Lu Jincheng replied, of course unaware. Qi shui, refers to the essence of water, Master Ji said. In the county office, there is a deep well that can nourish more than a dozen Jingqiong, and every year, half of these Jingqiong must be offered to the imperial court. Of course, in the Azuri Lake in the Chuanyu Mountain, Jingqiong are also born. But those Jingqiong are quickly eaten by fish, and the fish that consume Jingqiong becomes spiritual fish, also known as fish essence, which can be caught by skilled anglers. Naturally, in the wilderness, under the accumulation of vital energy, there are occasional births of Jingqiong as well. This made Lu Jincheng understand that Jingqiong could actually be cultivated, though the methods of cultivation were likely secrets of various sections. Just then, Master Ji continued, yesterday, I received news from the provincial government that 3 people from the 5 organs sect have come from the capital. Because I once wrote to the governor stating that Xiao Tong might be colluding with the secret spirit sect, the governor also reported it to the National Masteress office. Thus, the 5 organs sect and the main altar sent 3 people to investigate this matter. Someone may come soon, so you and Yan Guan should be prepared. Lu Jincheng did not know who would come. Until the last moment, he never considered fleeing with the sect leader, who preferred a stable life. Although he was already thinking about leaving someday, he could not drag the stability-loving leader along with him. A few days ago, Captain Deng had conducted a large-scale investigation in the city's districts, but faced significant resistance. In impoverished areas, there was a mix of people, resulting in casualties among several constables and soldiers, yet they only managed to catch some ordinary people, all of whom had been possessed by strange entities. Meanwhile, in the wealthy streets, they couldn't even enter the gates of the various mansions. Those people kept advising the county lord that Deng's actions were causing public outrage and disrupting the streets. When the county lord inquired about Master Ji, it ultimately led to no resolution. Lu Jincheng smelled the aroma from the street vendors and heard the sounds of market hawking. Sir, why have you only just arrived? Xiaoyu has been waiting for you for 2 days. No one is allowed to touch her. This familiar call immediately caught Lu Jincheng's attention. Unknowingly, he had walked to a place called Chungong Lu, and the voice came from within the building. Looking inside from the entrance, he saw bright red lanterns hanging high, lavishly decorated, with a woman leaning on the railing, showing a hint of sorrow, making him feel a sense of pity. Young master, is this your first time here? Come in, sit down, and have a cup of our new tea. A sharp-eyed woman from a street-side establishment noticed Lu Jincheng's hesitation and immediately spoke up. However, at that moment, a strong sense of danger surged in Lu Jincheng's heart, and from the corner of his eye, he saw a light, flickering like a firefly, descending toward his neck. Without thinking, he used his swordplay to dart sideways and drew his sword, executing a head-wrapping sword style that precisely blocked that fleeting sword tip. Chapter 46, Sword Duel. The supervisor paced in the room, all plans like arrows on the bowstring. However, this plan had been discovered. Deputy Captain Bai was already dead without implicating more people, but his identity nearly triggered a large-scale search, though it was ultimately deflected. Having already made so many preparations, he could not afford to stop. He even felt that even if he ordered a halt, others below would continue. Moreover, he himself did not want to stop. Many people from other places had already arrived for this grand ritual, and how could he say stop? Once the event began, everything would move toward the finale. Everything was a trade. All gains required risks. The secret spirits loved life, so he would send them a large number of lives in exchange for attention. Someone reported seeing Lu Jincheng. Lu Jincheng's name had been heard frequently lately. Originally just a refugee, after entering the Fire Spirit Temple, he unexpectedly cultivated the qi refining method and had quickly become a threat in a short time. Even Deputy Captain Bai had died at his hands. He had also interfered in events at Sukung Village, where he was initially chosen to ambush Ji Mingcheng, but because of him, 3 were absent, ultimately leading to a failure. He deeply despised people like Lu Jincheng, who grasped any opportunity to try to soar to the heavens. Relying on a bit of talent and cultivation, he meddled in everything. Such people should spend their lives wallowing in the lower class. What chivalry, what justice, what fairness. Those who think like this deserve only to be fodder, only to become food for the secret spirits. The supervisor cursed in the room. He was waiting for a result. Someone had just informed him that Lu Jinsheng had come to Qi Shui City again. Originally, he planned to wait until after the grand ritual when everything settled before killing him, but since he had come, others also wanted to kill him to liven things up. Then let it be. Let him die on the street, blood flowing everywhere, guts spilled on the ground, his head rolling as he watched the city turn black and white. He thought of the two brothers from Lingnan who would strike today. Both were assassins with skills in stealth and strange sword techniques. Many renowned figures had died at their hands, known as the twin swords of Lingnan. Within 5 steps, almost no one could block them. With them involved, that Lu Jinsheng, who was also said to have sword skills, would surely not survive. Lu Jinsheng did not see the person. The individual was not completely concealed but had slipped out of his line of sight. At the moment he blocked the opponent's sword. He did not feel the power on the opponent's blade because the opponent's sword had already shifted direction, gliding past his sword body, executing a sliding cut. Lu Jinsheng did not see the person, but the direction of the sword technique was clearly presented in his mind, as all sword techniques are composed of basic movements. A highly skilled swordsman quickly adjusts and changes according to the opponent's sword technique. The power of this sliding cut lay in the fact that when passing by, the sword edge would scrape, with the most lethal target being the throat. Naturally, there were many ways to unlock this sword technique. But because he could not see the opponent's posture, the best method was to stick to the opponent's blade. After all, at that moment, in a certain sense, the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Therefore, sticking to the opponent's sword and not allowing them any further changes was the best choice. This posed the greatest challenge to his application and control of his own sword techniques. In an instant, he transformed from a powerful counterattack to a soft, sticky force. Fortunately, he practiced swordsmanship diligently without ceasing. At the moment his body passed by the opponent, he quickly stepped in a vertical direction, twisting his body and guiding the sword, which unexpectedly slid horizontally along the opponent's blade. At that moment, he finally saw the opponent clearly. It was a relatively shorter and thinner person, whose eyes were a dead gray. When the opponent aligned with him at a right angle, and he slid down along the opponent's sword, the opponent did not retreat or dodge. At this moment, he only needed to take a step back to exit the limit range of Lu Jinsheng's sword. But he did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward, sidestepping towards Lu Jinsheng's sword. As he closely pursued, the sword in his hand remained pressed against Lu Jinsheng's sword, using not a horizontal force but a pushing force. He only needed to deflect Lu Jinsheng's strength while sidestepping the sword that had shifted, and his sword naturally pointed down towards Lu Jinsheng. His eyes were cold, a coldness that regarded the lives of others as insignificant while also disregarding his own. Everything changed in the blink of an eye, with each move aimed at taking a life. The two men's sword styles were similar, but Lu Jinsheng's sword had already been evaded. He saw the tip of the sword rushing towards his chest and abdomen like a cold star. Without a doubt, if this sword landed, it would surely gut him. Meanwhile, Lu Jinsheng's sword continued to point towards the empty space. At this moment, he felt the cold edge almost touching his flesh. The danger surged to its peak in an instant. He turned his wrist, transferring power from the sword tip to the sword hilt, instantly trapping the opponent's sword. This was the effect of the sword hilt. At the same time, he pushed forward. The sword hilt trapped the opponent's blade, but the sword tip was already adjusted, aimed at the opponent, pushing against their sword, but equally lethal. The focal point of the opponent's sword's strength was different, clearly unable to hold back, and he immediately retreated, moving with great agility, drawing a half circle to the left, still intending to appear at Lu Jinsheng's side, pressing down on Lu Jinsheng's sword, and then slashing at his throat. The transition from offense to defense was merely a thought away. As he retreated, he withdrew his sword, but the opponent seemed momentarily stunned, because Lu Jinsheng could have continued to pursue. If it were him, he would have stuck to the opponent, not giving them a chance to breathe. In his view, victory was accumulated through repeated pursuits, transforming into an advantage. Lu Jinsheng sheathed his sword, adopting a posture like drawing a bow, right foot forward, sword to the left. Hidden at his side, the people on the street had already screamed and scattered at the moment the two clashed swords, yet they did not run far. Still watching from a distance, with people in the buildings on either side peering out from the windows, everyone witnessed the change in Lu Jinsheng's aura at this moment. The sword techniques he practiced were not merely ordinary swordplay, but rather the sword techniques of a cultivator. A wind arose around him, not just pure wind, but his spiritual intent gathered the yin and yang, forming waves of vital energy that swirled around him like a vortex. Now, He no longer needed to swing his sword to draw this vital energy wave. The thin, short swordsman had a serious expression on his face. However, Lu Jincheng did not give him much time to think, and with a flash, Lu Jincheng drew his sword. Clang! A crisp sound of the sword ringing out. With a flick, it was as if a commander waved a flag, and the vortex of vital energy suddenly accelerated, leaving his body and transforming into a wave of energy rushing towards the opponent. This large-scale attack seemed to catch the opponent off guard. From their brief exchanges, it was evident that the opponent's main sword technique leaned towards agility and danger, excelling in close combat. But Lu Jincheng's swordsmanship was far richer. The wave of energy surged rapidly. The opponent did not dodge. As the wave covered the full width of the street, there was no good way to evade. Even if he barely managed to avoid it, he would be caught off guard. He realized he had been careless, not inquiring about Lu Jincheng's swordsmanship style. From their brief contact, he noticed that Lu Jincheng's sword skills were exquisite, with a high sensitivity to danger. However, after breaking away from the contact between their swords, the opponent suddenly transitioned from an intricate sword style to a powerful sword momentum in an instant. He took a step back and slashed out with his sword, drawing a streak of light in the air, cutting through the wind and waves, feeling the strength of the wave, and then retreated again, still slashing with his sword, intending to break the opponent's vital energy wave. He had practiced swordsmanship in wind tunnels for 3 years, swinging his sword against the wind, and was not afraid of this wind and waves. However, as he swung his sword, Lu Jincheng also moved with the sword, and at an incredible speed. As if riding the waves like a fish, his sword pierced the void, instantly aiming at the center of his brow. He was caught off guard. Lu Jincheng's speed was so fast that it delayed his reaction. Clang! Ultimately, he managed to block it, but in that moment of contact, he felt the cold and crisp strength on the opponent's sword, retracting with a touch, yet there was a force that caused his sword to bounce away. Following this, he was greatly alarmed, his soul nearly fleeing, as he saw a flash of sword light descending upon him, points of white light resembling falling snow. Yet each seemed alive and deadly. Between the real and the illusory, he dared not take it head-on, just as he had blocked the previous strike. The cold and crisp force on Lu Jincheng's sword had already sent his sword flying. He feared that at the moment his sword was deflected, his throat would be pierced. Lu Jincheng had practiced many sword techniques, among which the Taoist split light sword had recently been refined to transcend ordinary sword moves. "Brother, save me." This person was stepping back rapidly while performing a flurry of movements, creating a spectacle of light. The moment he uttered this, a ray of sword light shot from the shadows nearby. However, Lu Jincheng appeared not to notice, as he leaped into the air and thrust his sword, the sword light splitting, carrying the surge of vital energy downwards. Clang, clang, clang. After the opponent blocked 3 consecutive strikes, he realized his sword had been pushed to the periphery. He distinctly felt the sword momentum of Lu Jincheng, which not only had a thrust, but also a force pushing outward. If it were just one strike, he would not fear. But the series of rapid strikes ultimately caused his sword to be deflected. By the time the 4th strike fell, he had no time to block. And although he sensed the danger in his heart, it was all too late. He could neither retreat nor dodge. A cold gleam pierced down. He only felt a cold and hard sensation stabbing into his brow, and in an instant, the world shattered, darkness from beyond engulfing everything. Meanwhile, Lu Jincheng did not land. He appeared like a swallow dancing in the wind, his sword slicing through the void, swirling the incoming sword light into it. This was the Tai Chi cloud sword technique, based on drawing circles as the foundation, which had become an excellent defensive sword technique in his hands. The wind and clouds quickly formed a vortex, not only wrapping the sword, but also enclosing the swordsman within. Lu Jincheng then clearly saw that this person bore an 8-point resemblance to the one he had just killed. Even their clothing was the same. However, Lu Jincheng distinctly felt a strong, frenzied intent in the opponent's sword. The opponent did not retreat, but instead moved with the vortex, thrusting a sword towards Lu Jincheng. The opponent and the sword were within the swirling wind and waves, and they thrust their sword out following the vortex. The sword momentum formed a circle, with countless sword lights piercing out along the wind and waves. At this moment, Lu Jincheng had no other thoughts, only the mass of sword light. Chapter 47. The grand ceremony begins. A long vortex of cloud energy extended from Lu Jincheng's arm, resembling a gray-white funnel, swallowing the vital energy of the sky. Near Lu Jincheng's arm, points of sword light emerged, intersecting with Lu Jincheng's sword, producing a series of ringing sounds. Lu Jincheng was retreating, and at this moment, he had 2 choices. One was to visualize the blazing sun to ignite this vital energy vortex. The other was to rely on his application of sword techniques to defeat the opponent with pure swordsmanship. He felt the former was easier, more straightforward. But he chose the latter. Since the opponent was a swordsman, let them die under his sword. He waved the sword in his hand in front of the crowd, and the vortex changed direction, heading towards the sky. The person caught in the wind tried to break free, but found no place to exert force, making it difficult to escape for a moment. Then he noticed that Lu Jincheng appeared on one side of the stormy vortex. Lu Jincheng struck with his sword, and a beam of sword light plunged into the vortex, following the patterns of the wind and clouds toward his back. He sensed danger and attempted to turn in the vortex to block it, but only managed to raise the sword behind him in time. With a clang, the two swords collided, but he felt a sharp pain in his back, realizing that his back had been cut open. At this moment, he had already turned around, but found that Lu Jincheng had disappeared. A surge of danger welled up in his heart, and he then saw a shadow flickering. Another beam of sword light sliced through his chest along the vortex. The sword didn't penetrate deeply, but he felt a strong, killing intent seep into his bones. A life-threatening sensation that made him somewhat flustered. He wanted to swing the sword in his hand to disrupt the wind and clouds. But Lu Jincheng's sword was already sweeping towards him again. Lu Jincheng was like a fish swimming in the wind, appearing in and out of the vortex, as if he could control the storm, making the person in the wind feel like a falling leaf. The person struggled desperately, yet could not break free from the storm. He was like an insect caught in a spider's web. Those below looked up at the sky and saw a swirling mass of wind enveloping a person, with one figure swinging a sword around, seemingly performing for everyone on how to wield a sword to control the storm. It was somewhat akin to children playing with a top, constantly whipping it, causing the top to spin wildly. Only this time, it was the storm that was spinning, and the sword that was driving the winds. Amid the howling wind, a loud thud echoed as a corpse fell, followed by a gust of wind scattering across the street, stirring up dust. When everyone focused their eyes, they saw a body torn apart in the middle of the street. If someone looked closely, they would see that the places where the body was torn apart had all been sliced by a sword. Lu Jincheng stood in midair, looking down at Xiaoxia City. Seeing so many eyes gazing at him, yet feeling no pressure, his gaze flowed over him like water. Lu Jincheng's magnificent swordsmanship had, at this moment, penetrated the hearts of the people of Xiaoxia City. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly shouted from the entire city. "Please, Lord of the Mysterious Eye, lower your gaze and look here." Lu Jincheng's previously elated mood turned to astonishment in an instant, even showing a hint of panic. "Please, Lord of the Mysterious Eye, lower your gaze and look here." Lu Jincheng tried to see who was shouting, but felt as though the entire city was shouting. The houses, streets, bricks, and tiles were all echoing this voice. Soon after, a figure shot up from the Ji family academy, that of Confucius Ji. Confucius Ji was not his true form, but rather a ghostly presence. However, his ghost was not a dull gray, but a radiant white light, his face faintly visible. "Minghua, is that really you?" Confucius Ji's voice was filled with sorrow and regret. "Why did you do this?" His voice questioned again. The urgency in his tone grew. And in many hidden corners of the city, eyes from beams, tiles, stoves, portraits, water jars, and under beds began to glow with a strange light, coming to life from their previous stillness. Confucius Ji's ghostly form flashed and arrived at one of the most prominent places in Xiaoxia City, the county office. Many knew that the county lord's name was Ji Minghua, the brother of Ji Mingqing. Confucius Ji entered the county office and found that everyone had fallen to the ground, blood covering the floor, walls, tables, and beams. This blood surrounded numerous carved green eyes, while at the same time, the blood formed a larger blood eye, overlapping with the green eyes to create a vision of dual pupils. At this moment, these eyes exuded a strange light, as if a gigantic and terrifying demon was about to cross the endless void. The county lord, Ji Minghua, stood with disheveled hair and bare upper body behind his usual office desk, where an incense burner stood with a stick of incense lit. Behind him on the wall was a giant eye, its pupil stained red with blood. On his exposed body were tattoos of numerous green eyes. "Here stands the county lord of Xiaoxia, knowing the name of the lord of the mysterious eye, requesting your gaze to lower and observe." This document bore the seal of his county lord office, and the text and seal shone brilliantly. "Minghua, why did you do this?" Confucius Ji asked in pain. "Huh? Do you not know why I did this, brother?" Ji Minghua sneered. "I know that when the family gave the admission quota to the Chochan Academy to me, you harbored resentment. But all these years, I have tried to compensate you, even making you the county lord of Xiaoxia City, doing my utmost to help you find a way to practice magic." Confucius Ji said, "Do you think that is enough? Everything you did was out of pity, your charity. I do not want to be a pitiful person. My mother wanted to see me succeed. I performed so well in my studies. She wanted to see me enter the Chochan Academy. It was you took everything from me. You shattered my mother's hopes." Ji Minghua shouted almost in rage. "Do you hate me so much?" Confucius Ji said, "How can I not hate? You took everything from me, yet pretended to compensate me. How can I not hate?" Ji Minghua shouted loudly. Confucius Ji remained silent, and Ji Minghua pressed on. What's wrong? No words to say. All of this is caused by you. You let the people of this city die in your mistakes. I should have been the one to enter the Qiuquan Academy. Confucius Ji stood there, a shadow of radiant white, yet a voice emerged. Father once said you are impulsive, easily angered, like your mother, stubborn. That is why he chose me. Before his death, he surely told me to guide you more, to compensate you. I did not do enough, leading you to create this calamity. You have brought shame to our family. So I must kill you. If father knows in the afterlife, please tell him of my unfiliality. Ha! Do you really think you can kill me? I am the high priest of the mysterious eye. His gaze has already favored me. County Lord Ji Minghua laughed loudly. At this moment, the entire city erupted. Wild laughter erupted from every corner, like the joy before a grand feast, an extremely joyful sound. Lu Jincheng, in the air, could see the people in the streets had become like ants startled from their nest. Under such a sudden and immense upheaval, ordinary people were nothing more than lambs waiting for slaughter. He saw that the city gates had been closed by someone, and people wanted to escape but found it impossible. Of course, some could leap over the city walls, but that was a minority, and it couldn't be done in a short time. The places of cultivation in the city were surprisingly calm. Did the high priest of the mysterious spirit have so many people participating? Lu Jincheng wondered. Even if they did not participate, these people were all from the side factions, likely eager to enjoy the magic gained after the grand ceremony. He did not see head Constable Deng, but saw chaos in the Deng family courtyard, where Madame Deng stood in the courtyard looking up at the sky. She saw Lu Jincheng, perhaps having watched him battle in the sky earlier. On some rooftops stood strange figures, and Lu Jincheng could not tell whether they were friend or foe. Just then, he heard Confucius Ji's voice. Lu Jincheng, come here. Lu Jincheng initially intended to go to the Deng residence, but immediately headed towards Confucius Ji. The county office was easy to find. He could see Confucius Ji's ghostly form standing in front of the county office from the air. As the tower approached dusk, Master Ji said, Luo Jincheng, go to the back of the county office and find a well. See how it is. What about here? Luo Jincheng looked at the increasingly dark county office, worried as he saw a terrifying, strange light in the darkness. Master Ji's calm words eased Luo Jincheng's mind a little. He didn't say much more and went around to the back of the county office. To his surprise, he found a quiet area where many people had died. Their eye sockets hollow, as if their eyes had been dug out, yet their eyeballs were nowhere to be found. Luo Jincheng did not linger. He needed to find that well, already understanding that it must be the one Master Ji mentioned that could nurture the essence. At the same time, he was still thinking about where Deng Ding's father, Captain Deng, had gone. He was not at the Deng residence, which likely meant he was in the county office. It would be best if he didn't die there. The deeper he went, the quieter it became. He arrived at a small courtyard, which was filled with greenery, with flowers already blooming. Pushing open the courtyard door, he saw all kinds of beautiful flowers and plants, and then he spotted a square well. As he was about to step into the courtyard, a sense of danger surged in his heart, causing him to stop. The danger felt like a needle hovering at his brow, not yet falling but warning him nonetheless. Luo Jincheng's eyes glimmered with a moonlit hue. With the moonlight in his gaze, he had the power to break illusions. With just one glance, he discovered that the green plants seemed to have come to life, becoming extraordinarily eerie. It's coming. Just 2 more watches, he thought. Chapter 48, The Well. Standing in this small courtyard, Luo Jincheng felt a chill all over, as if he had already entered the well. In front of him, on the petals of an unknown flower, various human faces with different expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness had grown. Beneath a leaf resembling a banana leaf, a green-skinned frog's eyes radiated a human-like brilliance. Looking up, a green vine was slowly reaching towards his head, and when he noticed it, it immediately stopped. He saw some wooden signs standing at the roots of the flowers and plants, inscribed with words, 7 emotions flower, screaming grass, little Zhu fruit. Was this still a medicinal garden? Luo Jincheng thought, if it was a medicinal garden, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, there could be a stronger essence gathering or emanating near this special well. Nourishing these herbs was perfectly normal. However, as Luo Jincheng stood there for a moment, trying to understand the source of this danger, the entire courtyard seemed to be disturbed and reacted defensively. Mist surged from the well and beneath the leaves of the flowers and plants. As the mist rose, it obscured his vision. Even with the moon-white light in his eyes transformed into a golden hue, he still couldn't see through it. He immediately understood this was not an illusion. So he extended a finger in front of him, the fingertip pointing downwards, gathering his energy at the tip, quickly drawing circles. A vortex of energy rapidly appeared beneath his finger. Initially, the vortex was only the size of a fist, but as Luo Jincheng raised his hand, the vortex stretched to his height. He then pulled it forward and waved, causing the vortex to quickly rotate forward, sucking the mist within the courtyard into it. In the blink of an eye, the mist was completely swept away, and the courtyard reappeared clearly before his eyes. The sense of danger in Luo Jinsheng's heart still lingered, but he couldn't find where the danger was coming from. After all, it was just a small courtyard. So he stepped inside, feeling the grass vines snagging his clothes. But they came free with a gentle tug. He didn't notice any significant danger, yet the feeling of danger was indeed present. And he had avoided death countless times because of this innate ability. He walked step by step to the edge of the well, not looking directly into it, but inspecting the tree by the well. The tree was not large and seemed to be regularly pruned, with some fruits developing on it. Luo Jinsheng glanced at the sign hanging there, which read yellow plum. He then looked at the inscription at the well's mouth. Deqian, year of Dinghua, 3rd year, November. Luo Jinsheng felt continuous mist rising from the well, and behind him, the courtyard was once again enveloped in thick fog. He couldn't see the sky above or the houses in the distance. In such an environment, there was considerable pressure on the human spirit, but he couldn't find the source of the danger. He closed his eyes and meditated, attaching his energy to himself, concealing his form. At this moment, his perception of sight was extremely sharp. He could sense anything that passed through his line of sight. He believed that if he concealed himself and something was lurking in the darkness watching him, it would surely focus on his hidden position, making it easy for him to detect it. Once he concealed himself, the feeling sharpened. In the mist, he sensed countless eyes staring at him, more than the people on the street, and the coldness of those gazes sent chills down his spine. The small courtyard already felt eerie, and now it made Luo Jinsheng feel as if he were freezing all over. Despite sensing so many gazes, he still couldn't find where the danger was coming from, as those eyes belonged to the plants and flowers. A person looking into a well in a strange, eerie place fears nothing more than someone suddenly pushing them from behind. This thought crossed Luo Jinsheng's mind, but he still looked into the well. He saw only darkness in the well, and his eyes glimmered with a pale moonlight as he focused on the water below, finally seeing clearly. The water in the well was calm and smooth like a mirror, and in the water's reflection, he saw someone bending over, peering into the well. No, someone in the well was peering out. The figure looked exactly like Luo Jinsheng, yet he felt so unfamiliar. There was no emotion in the other's eyes, as if they had been buried in the well for countless years, their gaze already cold and lifeless. Suddenly, the figure smiled. The reflection in the well smiled, while Luo Jinsheng did not. A chill surged from his spine to the back of his head, and he felt frozen all over, as if his body had stiffened at that moment. Suddenly, a powerful force pushed him from behind. While peering into the well, he had thought about whether something might push him in, and he had been on guard. But when that moment came, it was still terrifying, filling him with a sense of helplessness. He felt the world spinning, turning upside down, and everything around him went dark. Bang! A wave of ice cold enveloped his body, and he felt as if he had fallen into the well. An inexplicable panic surged within him, and he wanted to rise, only to find he had lost his magical power. His whole being felt like it had turned into an ordinary person, and the space beneath him was vast. He couldn't support himself even with outstretched arms. He hurriedly looked up and saw someone peering into the well, a face marked by stiffness and confusion. Looking closer, he realized that person was himself. Boom! His heart trembled. After a while, he noticed that the expression on the face peering into the well began to change, turning to joy and excitement, a smile emerging that was so strange and satisfying. As Luo Jinsheng felt the chilling encirclement, the darkness around him deepened, and the turmoil deep within him surged like an undercurrent, difficult to suppress. Have I switched bodies with something strange? This thought arose in his mind as he saw the smile on his own face growing even wider. What am I now? Is my soul out of my body? Luo Jinsheng thought. I don't cultivate spirits. It's impossible for my soul to fully leave my body. If it did, it would be scattered and disunited, and I wouldn't still be here. Thinking of this, he suppressed the fear in his heart, not thinking about the possible things that could appear in the well's darkness, nor about the possibility of his physical body being taken over. Instead, he began to visualize the bright moon in his embrace. However, in his consciousness, he felt that this was not his true physical body. The moonlight could not converge, scattering all around, which was equivalent to his own consciousness being scattered. After a brief pause, he concentrated his thoughts again and realized he was starting to feel a bit tired, to the point where even focusing was becoming strenuous. He knew he had to act quickly. This time, he visualized not only the bright moon in his embrace, but also the outline of his physical body, envisioning the moon within himself. At first, maintaining this was difficult, but slowly he discovered that the body he imagined began to solidify. Then, he seemed to feel the meridians and once again sensed the sea of qi, which was deep and dark, like a well. Thus, he changed his visualization method, picturing the sun, opening his mouth to swallow a beam of sunlight, which traveled down his throat, through the 5 organs, and into the sea of qi. In an instant, the sea of qi ignited. The originally dark sea of qi began to boil, as if countless strange fish were thrashing about in the depths, trying to extinguish the flames. However, the flames continued to descend from above, intensifying time and again. Eventually, the oddities within the sea of qi were completely burned away, and he regained control over the sea of qi, where each thought was pure, and he also became aware of the changes in his body. It turned out he hadn't fallen into a well. Rather, something had used a slight distraction in his mind as a lure, creating the illusion of falling into the well, thereby seizing control of the sea of qi. The sea of qi was formed by the aggregation of thoughts, so naturally, the erroneous thoughts took root within it. After this burning, the true qi within the sea of qi became even purer, and his thoughts seemed to shine brightly, becoming more acute. He discovered a method to refine the true qi, visualizing the sun's essence burning the sea of qi. He had felt this before, but never so distinctly. He named this method burning sea in his heart. He looked into the well again, where mist was rising. He still used a vortex to draw it out. Focusing his mind to avoid any distractions, peering into the well, he saw two small koi swimming restlessly on the water's surface. Upon closer inspection, he noticed many tendrils growing on the well's walls, seemingly trying to capture the koi, although the koi still had space to evade. He believed that when these tendrils occupied the entire bottom of the well, the two koi would surely be captured, and perhaps many others had already been consumed. These koi represented another form of essence parasites. He remembered the observer mentioning that essence parasites could attach themselves to flowers, birds, fish, and insects, without harming their miraculous uses. After seeing the tendrils, Lu Jincheng once again looked up at the yellow li tree by the well, scrutinizing it. He found the tree's leaves sparse, and it bore only a single fruit. His hand rested on the sword hilt, slowly drawing it out, the sword humming as it moved through the air, its tip pointing at the peculiar fruit. At that moment, the fruit seemed to sense danger, emitting mysterious ripples. An illusion immediately formed in Lu Jincheng's eyes. But compared to before, he was already on guard, and it couldn't be compared to the first time he was pushed into the well. "Are you up to something?" Lu Jincheng said as the sword tip grazed the fruit's skin, releasing a fragrant aroma. Upon smelling it, he felt a jolt of energy. The hunger he had felt in his body dissipated like a long-awaited sweet rain after a drought. He couldn't help but feel delighted, secretly thinking, could this be some spirit fruit? This yellow li tree, growing by the well and absorbing spiritual energy from it, must be extraordinary. He first dipped his hand to taste a bit of the fruit's juice, which was slightly sour, yet a pure essence surged in his mouth, which he swallowed, feeling it disperse coolly throughout his 5 organs. After a while, having digested it without any adverse reactions, he plucked the fruit, biting half of it. The juice was sour, but the essence exploded in his mouth. He swallowed it down, feeling the essence rapidly spread through his 5 organs and into his blood, flowing through his entire body. He took 2 more bites of the yellow li, not even sparing the seed, biting and swallowing it whole. Then he stood still for a moment, feeling incredibly comfortable inside and out, like a very hungry person finally having a bowl of rice. Chapter 49, Spirit Serpent. Lu Jincheng looked up and stretched. He felt refreshed, clearly sensing the qi in the sea of qi becoming stronger, more vigorous, more abundant, and more agile, while his physical body no longer felt shriveled. Ever since he began refining his body, he had always felt hungry, but it was much better now. However, he also had another distinct feeling. As long as he could thoroughly refine his physical body, it would truly transition from a mundane form to an extraordinary one. Even before, he had vaguely felt that his body's pores seemed to be able to breathe, not breathing in oxygen, but rather the essence of yin and yang, as if he were becoming a plant. Yet this feeling remained extremely weak. Now he felt every cell in his body was nourished, and the sensation of his body being able to breathe was even more pronounced. That feeling of danger is still there? Lu Jincheng suddenly realized. The illusion he had when he picked the yellow leaf fruit made him think the fruit was up to something, but while eating it, he didn't feel any conscious intent from the fruit, yet he could still sense being watched. Thus, he tightened his focus again, his eyes turning a moonlit white as he gazed into the well. This time, he concentrated on the bottom of the well and was astonished to see a snake. Entirely dark blue, with pale golden eyes, coiled at the bottom of the well, looking up toward the well's opening. When he locked eyes with that pair of eyes, it felt as if something was drilling into his own eyes. The eyes were the windows to the soul, and such a gaze was the most likely to intrude upon his mind. His own eyes sparkled with golden light, pushing all external thoughts away. He had suffered such losses several times before. Although he had ultimately resisted or suppressed them and refined them, he still felt a lingering fear afterward. Because if anyone had attacked him in that moment of distraction, he would have been dead. This, spirit snake? Spirit dragon? Lu Jincheng thought. recalling a description of a certain cultivation method from the book he received from the observer. The Huanling method, which fundamentally involved finding a spirit seed, with innate spirit seeds being the rarest, truly a case of hard to find. What level of spirit being was in this well? Lu Jincheng did not know, but he was certain it was definitely stronger than those spirit seeds refined from goo. This spirit snake was a prime spirit seed for the Huanling method. Lu Jincheng thought to himself, unsure whether it was naturally born here or had been raised by someone. Suddenly, he noticed a ring under the skin at the snake's 7-inch mark, and it seemed there was a metal thread loosely binding it. This was a spirit snake's spirit seed that had been locked up here by someone. Lu Jincheng suddenly realized, but he was unclear whether this was normal raising or if Ji Minghua had been keeping it privately. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from the mist behind him, as if a child were crying. He immediately turned around, drawing a circle of wind with his fingers in the air, sweeping away the mist, but saw nothing. He squinted, his eyes shimmering with silver light as he looked at the bottom of the well, only to find the metal thread that had originally bound the spirit snake still there. But the spirit snake was gone, seemingly cut by a sharp weapon. Someone. This was the first thought that crossed Lu Jincheng's mind. As far as he knew, there were only two people who could hide right under his nose. One was Su Xian, and the other was Deputy Captain Bai, who was already dead. Leaving only Su Xian, he didn't think too much, flicking his finger, causing a bit of moonlight to explode at his fingertip, enveloping the well's opening in an area of emptiness. The moonlight was like frost. This was his purest thought application, without gathering any of the world's vital energy. His thought like fine dust, transforming into moon frost, falling upon the world. In the moonlight, a figure shot towards the sky like a silver streak, soaring quietly. Although not particularly fast, it was silent enough not to stir a single ripple in the air. Lu Jincheng did not make a sound. With a clang, his sword was drawn, and he moved with it, thrusting forward. The sword pierced the void, its tip gleaming with golden light as it aimed for Su Xian's armpit. Ding! A stroke of a mysterious white blade met Lu Jincheng's sword tip. Su Xian had suddenly produced a short sword in her hand, and as the two blades clashed, they created a flurry of sword flowers, radiating the vitality of sunlight and the sparks of metal striking metal. Using the recoil from the clash, Su Xian's speed increased, her body twisting like a mermaid, gracefully ascending diagonally. Lu Jincheng leaped up, employing his swordplay technique, and thrust his sword again. This strike cut through the air, his body twisting as well, pushing off the ground, and a wave of clouds surged behind him. The air resonated with the sound of a vibrating sword chant, and from a distance, the sword light shot towards Su Xian like a flowing beam. Su Xian's expression changed. At such speed, she was certain she could not evade it. Moreover, having witnessed Lu Jincheng's swordsmanship several times, she knew that once touched by it, escaping would be nearly impossible. At the moment the sword was about to reach her, her body suddenly became ethereal, attempting to evade the strike with a dodging technique. The brilliance of Lu Jincheng's sword emanated a strong sense of danger in Su Xian's heart. While she had previously evaded many deadly threats with this technique, including various spells, she felt a fatal sensation with this sword. She tried to ignore her instincts, believing that if she could just dodge this strike, she could dispel the lingering thoughts haunting her like moonlight frost and hide from Lu Jincheng's sight once more. However, at this moment, her instincts told her that she had to block it. If she didn't, she would be struck, and being struck might lead to her death. But if she blocked the sword, she would lose her ethereal state. In the end, she heeded her instincts and swung her sword to block. A tremendous force surged from the sword, a rigid sensation that felt electrifying, as a sword intent seemed to penetrate her heart, causing her to involuntarily moan in pain. Without hesitation, she threw the snake's spirit she was holding in her left hand, believing that Lu Jincheng would never abandon this precious spirit to pursue her, as they had no deep-seated enmity. Indeed, Lu Jincheng paused briefly before chasing after the snake spirit. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of dread. The first time she encountered Lu Jincheng, his sword had posed no threat to her. The second time, he had killed 3 dangerous individuals in Shuangji town, and ultimately, he survived in Wang Shen's hands. Lu Jincheng soared through the air, his sword light flickering. The snake's spirit, having regained its freedom from captivity, was desperately fleeing toward the water-rich area, aiming for the river beside the swimming city. However, the void suddenly hardened, and as it struggled to break free, a flash of sword light appeared, and a person emerged, capturing it in one hand. It opened its mouth to bite, but its head was already seized, leaving it unable to bite anything. From beneath the eaves, a person sprang out, their hands dark and seemingly surrounded by potent toxins. One hand reached for Lu Jincheng's heart, while the other grasped at the snake's spirit in his hand. Lu Jincheng twisted his body, leaping over the ambush like a fish, swinging his sword, and simultaneously, A sword light fell, causing the attacker's head to abruptly detach from his neck, blood spraying. Lu Jinsheng did not spare a glance at the fallen man, but headed towards the magistrate Ji Fuji's office. Knowing that the fate of the entire city rested on whether Ji Fuji could prevent the county lord Ji Minghua from summoning the deity. Meanwhile, two individuals were hiding in the nearby house, one of whom, an elder, restrained a young man who was eager to ambush Lu Jinsheng, saying, "You fool! Are you looking to die? Can't you see how formidable the swordsmanship of this Lu is?" I think it's quite ordinary," the young man hesitantly replied. But that was his honest opinion. Ordinary enough to kill a heart-thieving ghost with a single sword? The elder rebuked. He must have been careless, just now. This Lu dodged slightly, and then swung his sword, using the sword's energy to slay the heart thief. How is that ordinary? The young man felt he had completely grasped Lu Jinsheng's sword technique. "Sai, how can I let you wander off alone like this?" The elder explained to his grandson seriously. "He dodges with such ease and composure, without a hint of panic, but the heart thief's stealth technique is exceptional." This Lu, focused on his path, might not have noticed that the space he was about to land in was the heart thief's best ambush zone. However, after the heart thief attacked, he naturally avoided it, indicating his exceptional control over his body and mind. Did you notice just now, when he leaped up, transitioning from standing to flying, and then swung his sword? The heart thief's movements seemed to slow down, almost as if they were frozen. The young man had not noticed, but upon his grandfather's mention, he felt the heart thief didn't seem as quick and agile as he had understood. "It seems so," the young grandson replied. "That's because as this Lu soared forward, he simultaneously suppressed the heart thief's body in that space, creating a unified soaring posture. Moreover, after swinging that sword, his body flew forward even faster," the elder said. "This is a terrifying young man. When you see him in the future, keep your distance, understand? You must remember, such people should be avoided if possible. If you provoke them, immediately beg for mercy or flee. As long as you live, everything else can be discussed." As an elder who had lived many years, he was clear-headed. In the cultivation world, living a long life was the greatest achievement. Chapter 50, The County Lord. The entire city was engulfed in crying, roaring, and shouting, plunging a once peaceful town into sorrow. A strange aura permeated the city. Those eerie eyes emitted a strange light. Anyone who saw them suddenly experienced intense pain in their eyes, and then fell into madness, clawing out their own eyeballs and throwing them to the ground. As the eyeballs rolled, they sprouted tentacles and quickly crawled back to the original painted eyes, embedding themselves within, merging with the painted eyes to become living orbs. Those who had their eyes gouged out initially writhed on the ground, bleeding profusely, but suddenly stopped their cries and stood up, searching. "Where are my eyes? Where are my eyes?" When their relatives heard this, they rushed over to embrace them, only to find their strength overwhelming. From their eye sockets, bloody tentacles reached out. They tried to escape but were held tight, and the tentacles drilled into their own eyes, swiftly taking their vision. After the eyes were taken, they would push the eyeballs out, exclaiming loudly, "This isn't my eye, not my eye. I want to find my eye." The eyeballs that were pushed out fell to the ground, and immediately sprouted tentacles, crawling quickly like spiders, merging with the various painted eyes. A flash of sword light sliced through the neck of a person shouting at me. His head rolled to the ground. Moments later, his hair stood on end, and astonishingly, it transformed into legs, quickly crawling away. After a while, his body also managed to rise again, crying out, my eyes, I can't see anything." A chill ran through Lu Jinsheng's heart. The people of this city were all becoming warped, turning into monsters. This was the consequence of summoning secret spirits. All hidden spirits that descended were here to devour humans. The sword light in his hand once again shattered those dismembered bodies trying to rise and gouge out people's eyes. Blood splattering everywhere, flesh strewn across the ground. However, Lu Jinsheng could not determine if these things were truly dead at that moment. He even began to have a different thought about death. When he arrived next to Master Ji, he found that he was no longer in the state of wandering as a ghost, but had come in flesh as well. It made sense. In such a dangerous and chaotic place, the physical body was hard to protect anywhere. At that moment, Master Ji stood there, a shadow of white light emerging from his body. That was a ghost, holding a mirror in its hand, with white light shining into the yamen. Lu Jinsheng saw that the county lord inside the yamen had become a black cocoon, his hair wrapping around him like a black silkworm cocoon, exuding waves of strange energy. As for the blood stains on the ground and walls of the yamen, the eyes within them were burning, losing their mysterious properties under the heat. Only this county lord, at this moment, seemed like a gigantic signal receiver to Lu Jinsheng. He was channeling the divinity of the strange deity and distributing it to the eyes of those in the city. As long as this county lord was killed, the strange eyes in the city would be easily dealt with. Previously, he could only guess. Now he understood the significance of the county lord in the process of the strange eyes and secret spirits descending. In addition, he saw 3 beams of white light swirling around the black cocoon, the white light moving swiftly, slicing across the black cocoon, the black hair flying but not breaking open. Even as the 3 beams of white light took turns striking the same gap, they still could not pierce the black cocoon. As long as the county lord inside this black cocoon was not killed, the people of the entire swimming city would eventually be devoured by the strange eyes. Master Ji, seeing Lu Jinsheng arrive, did not ask anything else but said, "He has already been immobilized by me. You go in and see if you can break the cocoon." Yes. Lu Jinsheng quickly agreed, believing it was his duty. He still held onto the snake spirit with his left hand, the sword still unsheathed, pointing the sword to the sky. At that moment, the sword seemed to draw together the brilliance of the sun from the sky, converging onto his body through the sword. Seeing this scene, Master Ji couldn't help but think, Qi refiners are skilled at drawing the great powers of heaven and earth to themselves. Indeed, Lu Jinsheng has only practiced for a short time, but can already achieve this truly extraordinary talent. Lu Jinsheng stepped into the yamen. The sunlight gathering around him not shining on him, but he was pulling the sunlight as his battle robe, trailing behind him, a dazzling white. His eyes gathered the brilliance of the sun, gazing at the black cocoon. As he entered through the door, he blocked part of the mirror light from Master Ji's hand, revealing 2 small hollow spots in the black cocoon where the mirror light did not shine, from which 2 cold gazes fell upon him. The moment their gazes met, he instantly envisioned the blazing sun. Around his eyes, blackness suddenly appeared, as if strands of hair were drilling into his eyes, but in an instant, they were already burning. And this burning fire directly ignited the eyes of the opponent through an unseen connection. He saw the eyes beneath the black hair instantly close, the black hair spreading rapidly, quickly blocking those eyes. Lu Jinsheng's momentum grew stronger, and the snake spirit in his left hand could not withstand the aura of battle. It coiled around his arm and slowly merged into his hand. Lu Jinsheng felt nothing wrong and did not stop it. Instead, he loosened his grip on it 7 inches. And the snake spirit immediately fully integrated into his hand, forming a spiral pattern on his arm, resembling a tattoo. When Lu Jinsheng was 5 steps away from the opponent, he suddenly moved. The sword in his hand thrust out like a thunderbolt. This thrust was more fierce and swift than any he had ever performed. Carrying the brilliance of the sun, incorporating techniques learned from the heart ghost sword art taught by the observing master. His spine and sword were like a single line, agile as a swimming dragon, with one sword breaking through the air, creating a sword howl. In an instant piercing through 5 steps of empty space and stabbing into the cocoon. The sword tip sank within. Lu Jinsheng did not pull out the sword but instead manipulated it. The sun's essence fire fell upon the black hair with his sword. But it was hard to ignite it, as if a layer of cold divine light wrapped around the black hair. Lu Jinsheng stirred the sword in his hand. The black hair broke, and he felt a hint of joy, pleased that he discovered the black hair had great resistance to the sun's essence fire, but was not as resilient against solid weapons. A beam of white light instantly slashed down from the sword mark he had just made. It was the 3 small swords made of paper controlled by Master Ji. Lu Jinsheng then realized that those were little swords folded from paper. The little swords were enveloped in a layer of magical light, and under their thrust, it was clear that the magical properties outweighed their sharpness. No wonder they couldn't break the black hair cocoon for a while. Lu Jinsheng's sword power once again slashed down, his body shifting to the side, allowing Master Ji's paper swords better space to break through the gap he had created. As the sword fell, another long gap appeared, and Lu Jinsheng saw the darkness he had discovered. One sword quickly thrust out, the sword light flashed and entered one of the eyes, sinking in halfway, almost piercing through the opponent's body. Black blood surged, and the county lord within the cocoon let out a painful howl. Lu Jinsheng withdrew his sword without stopping. He knew that the county lord could not possibly die now. Just like those who had been gazed upon by the drawn eyes, they were all hard to kill. Let alone this county lord. Lu Jinsheng realized that the county lord seemed very afraid of the treasure mirror in Master Ji's hand outside the yamen. So he made his sword light dance and circled around the county lord, cutting the black hair on him into many wounds. Darkness still enveloped the body, but there were many injuries. The paper swords swirling around stabbed into the air, carrying a mighty aura. Their profound magical rhythm piercing through the broken black hair into the county lord's body, while the white light from the mirror also shone upon his flesh. Combined with the sun's essence fire on Lu Jinsheng's sword, his body could hardly withstand it. Flames began to burn the black hair. "Ah, you are forcing me," the county lord shouted, and the black hair on him scattered, suddenly swirling together and directly blocking the door of the yamen. In that instant, Lu Jinsheng planned to retreat, but was ultimately one step too late. He saw the county lord with his upper body bare, covered in eyes. each eye radiating a strange light. The moment Lu Jinsheng was gazed upon, his body froze. When he had faced a pair of eyes before, he was still able to counterattack, but facing so many eyes at once, he felt as if he were being watched by an otherworldly deity. That overwhelming, mysterious, and terrifying divinity instantly broke through his defenses. Lu Jinsheng's world changed color, turning into a sky full of eyes, those eyes cold and evil, exuding the dominance that all beings should reproduce eyes for them. Lu Jinsheng felt as if there was something in his body, gestating. He knew that what was stirring within him must be eyes, but as soon as he thought of this, eyes began to grow layer upon layer within him, not only in his flesh but also in his consciousness, directly manifesting in his energy sea. Chapter 51. The True Sacrifice. Luo Jinsheng felt as if his eyes were growing within his flesh, within his internal organs, and within his qi sea. In the qi sea, clusters of lotus flowers had even sprouted, but the lotus pods within were actually eyes. What terrified Luo Jinsheng even more was that his own eyes seemed to be out of control, as if they were running out like the eyeballs he had seen before. They also seemed to turn inward, looking into his own body. If someone were in front of Luo Jinsheng, they would see his eyes rolling back, turning completely white. Although Luo Jinsheng was shocked, he remained calm. He focused his mind, first using the method of burning the sea of qi to cleanse the eye lotuses within, and then began to refine the eyes within his body using the method of refining and burning. He stood there without moving, as he believed that Master Ji would not be blocked by that black hair for long. Just then, the black hair was scattered by 3 paper swords, and the mirror light shone in once again, enveloping the county lord. The eyes on the county lord had no effect on Master Ji outside, because he was illuminated by the mirror light, and every pair of eyes looking outward seemed to see themselves. The county lord began to go mad, twisting his body, and one by one, the eyes began to peel away. Master Ji's eyes were filled with sorrow, but he did not hold back. In the merchant's house of Water Swimming City, there was a secret chamber. At this moment, in the secret chamber, a person wearing a black and white mask stood before a statue. This statue was entirely black, with a rigid and rough face, in the center of which was a huge, bright red single eye. That single eye bulged as if there was originally a gigantic wooden knot here, with patterns of pupils carved on it. The smaller eyes in other places formed a pattern. If someone studied constellations, they would find that these eyes could be seen as stars, forming a star map. Although the huge blood eye was at the highest point, the smaller eyes below seemed to guard and crowd around it, as if it were the most vibrant and magnificent flower among a sea of eyes. Eyes were painted on the ground and the top of the secret chamber, these eyes resembling a formation, and at the top of the secret chamber, it looked like a starry sky map, flickering with mysterious dim light. The tall figure in black clothing with a black and white mask knelt down, and before him was an incense burner with a stick of incense and a sacrificial basin. Su Xian also knelt beside him. Seeing the masked figure take out a document from his bosom, the document was likely a sacrificial text. A true sacrifice could not be without one. The sacrificial text was both praise and invitation, as well as a way to confirm the identity of the descending eye god and establish mutual identities. Su Xian did not know who this person was, only that everyone called him the supervisor. Listening to his recitation of the sacrificial text, she began to feel dazed. In Water Swimming City, the neighborhoods where the poor lived were the most chaotic, followed by the docks. While the wealthy families experienced occasional screams and cries, but were relatively quieter, each family tightly guarding their doors, as they had some knowledge of spells. The door of the Deng residence was knocked on. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking was urgent. At this moment, someone was knocking, and the doorman inside did not dare to open the door easily, not even daring to look, because the lady had already instructed that at this critical time, one should not look around or speak to the unknown. I am Deng Deng. Open the door quickly. The voice from outside came. Upon hearing this, the steward immediately opened the door. However, when he opened the door, he saw not only Deng Deng but also 2 others, a youth and an old man. The old man stood there holding a lamp, looking thin and frail, with sparse hair, and his robe seemed ill-fitting. This is my master, the fire spirit sect leader. And that is my senior brother, Shanggaian, Deng Deng said. Shanggaian had become the senior brother because he had first mastered the spell. I've met the sect leader. Please come in. The steward quickly gestured for them to enter. The fire spirit sect leader nodded and walked in, with Shanggaian following, and Deng Deng at the back. After entering, someone led the way, and the steward asked impatiently, Young master, why have you come to the city at this time? My master is invited into the city by Master Ji to quell the chaos, Deng Deng replied. Ah, the sect leader has come to quell the chaos? That's truly wonderful, the steward said. The sect leader modestly nodded. In fact, he did not know the specific arrangements. He had simply received a letter from Master Ji, hoping he could enter the city to deal with those who were taking advantage of the chaos caused by the secret spirit sect, and if he couldn't find anyone to guard a place, He naturally arrived at the Deng residence, perhaps because Master Ji understood his character and did not ask him to do anything complicated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qingluo Valley's Hua Xiaoxiao was walking down the streets with her disciple, Miao Qingqing. In front of them, an eyeball was quickly crawling towards a certain direction. Tonight, the writing had been interrupted, and it was already past 10. There were fewer words. Brother Shun. Shin Changqing greeted familiar faces as he walked along the road, nodding to each other. But no matter who it was, everyone's face showed no extra expression, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shin Changqing had long since grown accustomed to this. This was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution that maintained stability in the Great Qin, primarily responsible for slaying demons and monsters, of course, with some other side jobs. One could say that everyone in the Demon Suppression Division had blood on their hands. When a person becomes accustomed to life and death, they become indifferent to many things. When Shin Changqing first arrived in this world, he was somewhat unaccustomed, but over time, he got used to it. The Demon Suppression Division was large, and those who could remain there were either powerful experts or those with the potential to become experts. Shin Changqing belonged to the latter. The Demon Suppression Division was divided into two professions, the Guardian and the Demon Exterminator. Anyone entering the Demon Suppression Division starts as the lowest level exorcist and gradually rises through the ranks, ultimately hoping to become a guardian. Shin Changqing's previous life was that of a probationary exorcist in the Demon Suppression Division, the lowest rank among exorcists. With the memories of his past life, he is very familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. It didn't take long before Shin Changqing stopped in front of a loft. Unlike the other grim places in the Demon Suppression Division, this loft stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting a different kind of tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. At that moment, the loft's door was wide open, with occasional people coming in and out. Shin Changqing hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the environment changed abruptly. A rush of ink fragrance mixed with a faint smell of blood hit him, causing him to instinctively frown, but he quickly relaxed. The bloody scent on every person in the Demon Suppression Division is nearly impossible to wash away. Chapter 52, Armored Soldiers. The Qingluo Valley has been established in the swimming city for over 100 years. At that time, Hua Xiaoxiao's master brought her and several of her sisters to settle in this swimming city, apart from the remote and quiet location of the swimming city. Another reason is that there is a large mountain nearby, densely forested, with a rich presence of wood spirit energy, making it very suitable for their cultivation. The secret food sect does not neglect cultivation. Rather, they need to use secret medicines as a catalyst to promote the ascension of the physical body and soul. This ascension process is not short, but rather a long journey. They need to harmonize their body and mind, adapt, and comprehend the spells from the changes brought about by the secret medicines. However, some practitioners of the secret food sect become powerful after their ascension, possessing many spells, while others may only have one or two spells. If one cannot comprehend spells, it indicates an inability to digest the changes brought by the secret medicines, suggesting a disharmony of body and mind, making further ascension difficult, and may even lead to a transformation into a monster. The master and the two walked through the alleys of the swimming city. Due to the lack of lush vegetation in the alleys, they could not use the essence of wood to conceal their figures. However, the spell of the wood spirit still allowed them to control shadows to track from a distance and spread out to guard against ambushes. Qingqing, you mentioned wanting to refine a flying sword. Do you have any thoughts on it? Hua Xiaoxiao asked. For her, seeking other practitioners of secret spirits was a transaction. Her dealings with Master Ji and the Qian Kingdom were necessary for obtaining some things or information needed by Qingluo Valley. Certain spell-related books were not available for those without status to purchase. The National Master's office publishes numerous treatises on cultivation every year, and she didn't want to fall behind the development of the cultivation world, especially since the other branches of the secret food sect are still exploring. She needed to draw inspiration from others' cultivation experiences. The disciple feels that flying swords are versatile. Our spells would naturally be effective in the mountains. But if there are no lush trees around, we would feel restricted, as if our strength is insufficient, Miao Qingqing said. Go on, Hua Xiaoxiao replied. Very good. It's great that you have such thoughts. In our cultivation, we must observe the achievements of our predecessors while also having our own insights, Hua Xiaoxiao said, suddenly stopping. Because one of her shadows followed an eye into a building. The merchant house? Hua Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing appeared outside the merchant house. They not only saw one eye crawling in, but also noticed eyes from all directions entering the merchant house. After a brief moment, they saw over 30 eyes crawl inside. One shadow followed in, and she closed her eyes. What the shadow saw was what she saw. Her shadow arrived in an underground chamber, where she saw many people kneeling. She also witnessed a shocking scene, a statue covered in eyes radiating strange light. Inside the chamber, Those people had stripped off their clothes and smeared a special oil on their bodies, then each consumed a prepared medicinal soup, beginning to endure the baptism of the strange eyes. The medicines were meant to prevent them from going insane, stabilizing their bodies and protecting their minds. Xianxian stood among these people, but she hadn't stripped because she had already undergone the baptism of the strange eyes. She was guided by these secret spirit practitioners in Madawa Slope, truly summoning the strange eyes, confirming the existence of the deity worshipped in her village. She knew that feeling was difficult and painful, but she ultimately persevered, relying on her will. The others, having smeared the medicine and consumed the soothing soup, would certainly feel much more comfortable. Hua Xiaoxiao's shadow dissipated instantly under the strange light. Found it. Indeed, the county lord is merely a pawn of the secret spirit sect. Used to attract and confuse Master Ji's attention, Hua Xiaoxiao said. Then we need to hurry and notify Captain Deng, Miao Qingqing said. A shadow beside Miao Qingqing vanished into the void, quickly darting towards the outskirts of the city. Its speed was incredible, and soon it had reached outside the city. In a grove outside the city, a group of people stood watching the swimming city. Suddenly, they saw a shadow appear in the void. And in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of them. The shadow surprisingly spoke. Using Miao Qingqing's voice, I have found the second sacrificial site of the secret spirit sect. Captain Deng looked up at a man standing atop the tree canopy and said, Chief, we found it. The man in a dark green official robe atop the canopy had a metallic sheen, with silver patterns on his chest. He was Wuxia, the chief inspector of Jiangzhou Prefecture. His inner shirt was always white, wrapped around his neck, and he wore an official hat. He was always so serious and aloof, always dressed in official attire when seen. Let us head into the city. Wuxia waved his hand towards the swimming city, and the silent people in the forest immediately rushed forward. These individuals were not his fellow inspectors in Jiangzhou Prefecture, but true soldiers from the Jiangzhou military camp. For over 700 years since the founding of the Qin Kingdom, there has been a cultivation method created by the royal family called armored soldiers. This method combines martial arts, qi refining techniques, and incorporates elements of the secret food methods, forming a primary focus on cultivating the body through martial training and consuming medicinal energy. Over 100 armored soldiers emerged from the forest, each tall and strong, carrying round shields on their backs, long knives at their waists, and dressed in armor, quickly heading towards the swimming city. He walked faster and faster, eventually breaking into a run. Soon he reached the city wall without stopping. The first two people ahead threw out 2 hooked ropes, securing them to the city top. Before long, the 2 teams had already climbed up. Captain Deng closely followed. He was not unfamiliar with this scene, as he also came from the military. Although he was a descendant of a family of inspectors in the swimming city, he was sent to the military for training as a child. He originally wanted to send his son Deng Ding there as well. But Deng Ding was not keen on becoming an inspector and did not want to inherit the position in the swimming city. He wanted to roam the world instead. Around the swimming city, the true orthodox teachings were represented by the Ji family academy's feathered righteousness, but Deng Ding did not like it. Qingluo Valley basically does not accept male disciples, and other forms of cultivation belong to the side paths, until the arrival of the fire spirit sect master. Although the 5 organs divine method was also a side path, it was well known among them. So when Deng Ding said he wanted to learn from the fire spirit sect, Deng Suoguan did not oppose it. As the chief inspector of Jiangzhou Prefecture, Wuxia also came from the military, which is why he could bring out over 100 armored soldiers from the military. After these armored soldiers climbed onto the city wall, the soldiers originally stationed there approached in a daze, attempting to stop them. With a loud, coordinated shout, they seemed to awaken from a dream. As they regained their senses, someone in that chamber immediately said, "Someone has entered the city, many people." The man in black with a black and white mask immediately asked, "Do you know who it is?" "I'm not sure. I only heard a loud shout, and it dispersed my mesmerizing spell." Was it one person's voice or many people's voices? It was many people's voices. That means the soldiers from Jiangzhou Prefecture have arrived. The masked man said coldly, "I underestimated them. They were prepared. However, the great deity has descended, and we bear the gaze of the mysterious eye. We have been baptized in flesh and obtained divine laws. Now let us go out and scatter, leaving this place to the great deity of the mysterious eye." They rushed out of the secret room, but as soon as they emerged, a green light flew towards them. The person at the front, caught off guard, was struck directly by the green light. One of them was hit in the forehead, a green spike like a pine needle pierced in, and he instantly fell down. Some managed to dodge, some cast spells to defend, while others were hit elsewhere on their bodies, only sustaining injuries. There, in the courtyard of the merchant's residence, stood a green-haired, blue-eyed woman. She was Hua Xiaoxiao. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. They rushed from the street to the merchant's residence, leaping over the courtyard walls. They were individuals holding round shields, wearing armor, and wielding single-edged swords. A layer of dark, sinister aura enveloped them, and they formed pairs for protection. Shields in front and swords behind. Don't let a single one escape. Form ranks and kill. With a cold command, the soldiers formed groups of 3 and quickly advanced towards the masked members of the secret spirit sect. However, these members, having just acquired divine laws and not yet fully mastering them, had just experienced the gaze of the mysterious eye. Their minds were agitated, and their bodies felt strange. They were eager to find a quiet place to stabilize themselves, and no one wanted to fight. But these soldiers, with seemingly simple movements, were anything but slow. Their actions were concise and powerful. They charged forward, and with one slash, a careless person, influenced by the effects on their mind, was instantly cleaved in half. Others who were slow to evade found themselves unable to cast spells in time, and were surrounded and killed in just a few moves. One person transformed into a large bat and flew into the sky, heading towards the city outskirts. Suddenly, a dark light pierced through the void below and instantly penetrated the bat, which let out a mournful cry and fell. On a rooftop, head investigator Wuxia stood with a bow, surveying all the escaping members of the secret spirit sect. Fire. Chapter 53, Siege. Kill. All the soldiers shouted in unison. Kill, kill, kill. Groups of 3, each armed with shields and swords, surrounded and slaughtered the members of the secret spirit sect. Miao Qingqing hid among a patch of flowers, watching this scene with a slight shock in her heart. She felt that if she were in their position, facing such 3 soldiers, she would also meet a grim fate. The most commonly used soul-capturing and illusionary spells of a cultivator were hard to apply against them. The layer of sinister light surging around them and the glint of their swords rendered some spells ineffective. Much like the sword energy emitted by Lu Jincheng when he swung his sword, their swordsmanship was also very simple and straightforward. This was the foundation of the Qian kingdom. Miao Qingqing realized that although the Qian kingdom claimed that the king and the scholars shared the world, there was still a set of methods for refining soldiers within the royal family. Although there weren't many soldiers in the entire Jiangzhou prefecture, it was easy to suppress the secret spirit sect that had already revealed itself. No wonder the members of the sect needed to act stealthily. Miao Qingqing also noticed that the members of the secret spirit sect seemed to have significantly weakened after just undergoing the gaze of the mysterious eye. While some were skilled in martial techniques, they still found themselves struggling against the soldiers armed with shields and swords in groups of 3. Some among them had learned some divine laws. If given time, they could launch a surprise attack from the shadows and possibly succeed. But now, pressed by the soldiers, with blades aimed at their lives, their spells had not yet shown any effect before they were killed. However, there were also powerful individuals. She clearly saw one person making strange sounds, like a snake speaking, pointing at one of the soldiers, and that soldier suddenly stiffened and fell to the ground. However, one of the other 2 soldiers crashed into him with both man and shield, sending him flying. Another soldier rushed forward, and before he could hit the ground, he was already beheaded. These soldiers coordinated excellently, and their close combat techniques with shields and swords were superb. Moreover, it appeared that the swords and shields they wielded, as well as their armor, were specially crafted, capable of defending against ordinary spells. She then saw a skilled swordsman, whose blade danced with a rolling healing light, retreating while fighting, flipping over the courtyard wall and fleeing outside. Then she spotted a member of the secret spirit sect, surrounded by a floating black coffin nail, emitting a strange light. Those who obtained spells through divine rituals possessed an indescribable divine essence in their thoughts. Though weak, it was apparent and very aggressive, especially adept at confusing hearts, but could also confuse themselves. The black nail shot out like a black light, piercing through the void, and instantly penetrated one soldier's eye. Emerging from the back of his head, blood gushing out. When the black light attempted to pierce and kill a 3rd person, it was blocked by a shield. Clang. The shield developed a hole, but did not fully penetrate. Instead, it became stuck. One person leapt up and swung down with a chop. That person shouted in fear and rolled sideways to narrowly avoid the blade, but was caught up with 2 steps later, receiving a kick to the head, sending him flying. And then another soldier closed in and chopped off his head. Miao Qingqing watched all this chaos unfold, and she became increasingly determined to learn some sword techniques. Spells could sometimes be countered, leaving one defenseless, whereas swordsmanship had a great degree of universality. Of course, if one could refine 1 or 2 magical artifacts, that would be best. A single magical artifact could greatly enhance a cultivator's survival ability. Meanwhile, the battle continued, with over 100 soldiers surrounding and slaughtering these members of the secret spirit sect, while on the other side, Master Ji appeared listless. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, as if his throat had dried up. The divine light that once radiated from the eyes on his body was now gone. Suddenly, the county lord burst into flames, burning like dry wood in a fierce fire. Throughout the county office, the painted eyes quietly burned, no longer frightening. Only Lu Jincheng remained standing there. He was refining the eyes within his body, using the method of circulating qi through the 100 meridians to refine the eyes in his body, over and over again. Master Ji saw this scene but did not use the treasure mirror in his hand to help Lu Jincheng, for that would kill them both. He knew that to help Lu Jincheng, he needed to find another statue of the mysterious eye. Just then, a statue broke through the secret room and soared into the sky above the water city. The statue was covered in eyes emitting a strange light. And within the light waves, it seemed as if voices were being transmitted, resembling some kind of murmuring or information. Master Ji stood there. The ghostly soul had already ascended to the sky. The treasure mirror emitted a beam of light that instantly enveloped the statue, rendering it immobile. 3 swords spun in front of him, exhibiting a unique beauty and rhythm, like the sharp beak of a white crane accurately capturing fish in the water. At that moment, a dark light shot from afar, landing on the statue in an instant. The statue trembled, and its divine figure instantly weakened. Amidst the waves of black divine light, faint cries of pain could be heard. This arrow had been shot by the head investigator Xianxiaaudiobooks. The people on the ground who had lost their eyes were affected by the statue and began to stir, gathering towards the base of the statue and attacking the soldiers. They fought fiercely and fearlessly, and for a moment, they could not be killed. The Bao and Master Shi's hands repeatedly shot out fatal arrows. He was very clear that only by killing the strange-eyed spirit descending within the statue could he resolve the current predicament. Within the Deng residence, a streak of fire shot up like a line, instantly piercing the statue, striking its largest eye. This was the heart demon of the observer. With just this strike, he felt a splitting headache, and a deafening noise suddenly filled his ears, with screams and frenzied mutterings among the sounds, nearly causing his heart demon to dissipate. He quickly retracted the heart demon, which transformed into a fiery line swirling around, then into a fire whip that lashed at the statue, creating a crackling sound and scattering flames. The observer felt much better. This method of attack, unlike the previous full penetration, left part of it outside to whip, which had its own subtleties. Master Ji's paper sword, infused with Confucian scriptures, shot down beams of white light. However, the statue still vibrated with waves of strange light, emitting sounds that affected people's minds, drawing the townsfolk towards it. At that moment, 3 beams of light shot in from afar. Master Ji felt a surge of joy. It was indeed the people from the 5 Organs sect arriving. The evil god from outside the path must be exterminated. Let me show you the spells of the 5 Organs sect. Among the 3, one held a lantern, another wielded a golden white gourd, and the last one was empty-handed. Another person, holding a covered figure, cautiously shook the lantern, the flame transforming into a whip that lashed out. They had just visited the countryside. It was late, and they felt embarrassed to ask for a ticket. Chapter 54, No Eyes. The originally clear sky, after the appearance of this statue, became an illusion with heavy demonic shadows. 2 fiery whips lashed out, scattering the demonic shadows under their strikes. Master Ji's paper sword continued to pierce the statue's eyes, causing strange light to splash from its body. The person holding the golden white gourd tossed it into the air, and a golden white aura emerged from it, forming a jade-like little figure. This little figure held a small sword and leaped into the sky, instantly piercing the statue's central eye with a beam of light. In an instant, a gap appeared in that eye, from which blood-like fluid flowed, resembling a liquid formed from incense that had seeped into the wood. The jade-like little figure circled around the statue, moving with incredible agility, continuously stabbing with the sword, each leap piercing an eye, blinding them all in the blink of an eye. 2 beams of fire shot into the statue from the open gap, and at the same time, a yellowish light also penetrated. The 5 Organs sect refined the 5 energies in their chests into 5 spirits, which could absorb incense and prey on the divinity of the statue. With the spiritual entity already heavily injured, it became the target of the 5 spirits' predation. However, the jade-like little figure did not attempt to seize the divinity within the statue, but continued to stab at it, employing an exceptionally advanced sword technique. Another arrow shot into the statue, causing the entire statue to crack, flames bursting forth from within, while external mirror-like flames burned inward. The previously agitated crowd suddenly became quiet. In the void, the unwilling and angry voices of the strange eye trembled, but ultimately, it was helpless. Lu Jincheng repeatedly refined his body, focusing on the discomfort he felt within, treating areas that felt like dead flesh and hardened spots, refining them thoroughly, until finally, his eyes no longer felt like his own, as if they had completely turned into 2 dead stones. Lu Jincheng, senior brother. Lu Jincheng woke up, but he couldn't open his eyes, as if they were glued shut. The pair of eyeballs inside felt dead, hard, like 2 pebbles. Several days had already passed. Lu Jincheng responded, though he didn't want to make a sound. He feared that Xianxiaaudiobooks would think he had fallen asleep. It was quite bothersome not being able to see. Others always thought he was just asleep. Is Master Ji all right? Lu Jincheng asked, knowing that such an event in Xiaoxue City must have put immense pressure on Master Ji. Xianxiaaudiobooks hesitated. What happened to Master? A practitioner should view life and death lightly. Why be so overly cautious? Lu Jincheng said. Master gouged out his own eyes, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied. He gouged out his own eyes. Lu Jincheng exclaimed in surprise. Master's eyes are damaged? No. It said that people from Jiangzhou wanted to burn down the entire Xiaoxue City, and Master disagreed, Xianxiaaudiobooks explained. Lu Jincheng immediately thought of those who had gouged out their own eyes, and said, could it be that Master was also influenced by the strange eye? I don't know, but I don't think so, Xianxiaaudiobooks said. Master said that although everyone in Xiaoxue City was affected by the strange eye, their bodies and minds were altered. They were all still living beings, so they shouldn't be treated like demons and burned to death. He wanted to stay in the city as the county lord of Xiaoxue City, managing those without eyes. Are there only the eyeless people left in the city? Lu Jincheng asked. Yes, all the intact people have left Xiaoxue City. Only the eyeless remain, Xianxiaaudiobooks said, looking at Lu Jincheng's tightly shut eyes. He had heard that Senior Brother and Master Ji had killed that county lord, but Senior Brother had been invaded by that strange eye. If it weren't for Senior Brother's strength, he might have already died. Then why did Master gouge out his own eyes? Lu Jincheng asked. Those eyeless people said Master was a person with eyes and couldn't be their county lord, Xianxiaaudiobooks said. Master then said he had eyes, but no jewels. He couldn't timely notice that his brother was from the secret spirit sect, which also harmed the entire county, so having eyes and not having eyes were the same. And he gouged them out. Lu Jincheng was shocked, momentarily speechless. He had a very good impression of Master Ji, who opened a school, taught a group of students, and guarded a pure land. He still remembered the couplet on the rain and wind enjoyment in the Ji Academy. Rain praises the garden's tranquility, wind blows a courtyard spring. What a noble heart. Perhaps in Master Ji's heart, there was always a sense of guilt towards that brother. Did the people from the Five Organs sect come? Lu Jincheng asked again. They have come, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied. They didn't make things difficult for Master, did they? Lu Jincheng asked with concern, fearing that Master Ji had paid some price after what had happened. I don't know, but it seems not. They also came to see you. I heard someone among them point at you and say you killed the inspector of the Five Organs sect. Xianxiaaudiobooks couldn't help but ask, Senior Brother, did you really kill that person? I promised for you, but now that you can't see, just stay here. I'll go find out, Master Ji said. Master. Lu Jincheng wanted to say that it really wasn't necessary. He could simply leave, putting all the responsibility on himself. Even if the Five Organs sect wanted to hunt him down, he wouldn't care. Traveling through mountains and rivers was his next goal, unafraid of being pursued by some sect. I know your thoughts, Master Ji said. I know you must want to wander the rivers and lakes alone with just a sword, but in this world, whether ordinary people or practitioners, it's best to have a route. The Five Organs sect isn't bad. Although there are people like Xiao Tong, their regulations are enforced quite strictly. Even though they are a side faction, they will also cooperate with the government in the Qian Kingdom. With this identity, wandering the rivers and lakes can save you a lot of trouble. But, Master Yu. Lu Jincheng hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Master Ji. Some small matters, no need to say more, Master Ji said. That night, the master left, taking Xianxiaaudiobooks with him, saying he would also look for a lamp to entrust the heart and spirit of Xianxiaaudiobooks. The entire Fire Spirit Temple was left with only Lu Jincheng and Nan. Nan, what's your real name? Lu Jincheng asked. It's so quiet, he said. Now it's night. Is there a moon or stars in the sky? Nan looked up at the vast starry sky, opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Now it's perfect. I'm blind, and you can't speak. A blind person and a mute really make a natural pair, Lu Jincheng said. The two lived together like this, day by day. Every day, Lu Jincheng needed to visualize the sun in his eyes, refining his sight, and he could feel the dense and solid divinity in his eyes diminishing. But it was not an overnight process. In addition, he practiced swordsmanship. The difference between seeing and not seeing was indeed vast. At first, he often made mistakes while practicing, and the originally flowing sword techniques lost their sense of space and distance when he couldn't see. When he thrust his sword, he didn't know how far it went. Without sight, he didn't dare to leap. He only felt secure when his feet were on the ground. However, with practice, he learned to sense his surroundings through his mental intent. As Master Ji said, a person's mental intent has two layers. One is the part they can fully control, like a flame, while the other layer is the light emitted beyond that flame. Sometimes, Lu Jincheng thought that the light was the true embodiment of the flame's value. He remembered a saying in Buddhism called heart light, the light illuminated by the Buddha's heart, which could also be seen as a kind of spiritual perception, also known as inspiration. I'll call it thought light. In his blindness, Lu Jincheng tried his best to perceive the world through this inspiration, and slowly, he discovered that the world became more vivid. The surrounding grass and trees seemed to breathe, and the lives in the grass and soil appeared in his heart. The thought light illuminated everything within. He was very happy and began practicing swordsmanship again. This time, the practice not only lost that sense of strangeness, but became even more refined. When he performed his sword techniques, he no longer stirred the winds and clouds around him as he had before. Instead, he became much more restrained. However, as the sword in his hand unleashed the sword light, it became even more condensed and terrifying. Nanan, do you like swords? Lu Jincheng asked. Nanan nodded. Lu Jincheng, with his eyes closed, seemed to see her movement, and said, then I'll teach you. Thus, from that day on, Nanan began to learn swordsmanship from Lu Jincheng. Chapter 55, Farewell. It was another night, with the stars shining brightly across the sky. Lu Jincheng, Nanan, and a hedgehog were gathered around a table in the courtyard, eating. Suddenly, Lu Jincheng's hand, which was about to pick up some food, stopped as he sensed a gaze. A woman appeared from the void on the rooftop of the fire spirit temple, looking at the people in the courtyard. The woman had a sorrowful expression, her gaze landing on Nanan. Upon closer inspection, one could see that her lower half was shrouded in black mist, which appeared to be a massive skirt formed by countless shadowy spirits swirling around her. Lu Jincheng used thought light to perceive her and saw a circle of infant spirits' faces emerging from the black shadow below her, looking toward the temple. When the thought light shone, their appearance was etched into his heart. Even the shadowy spirits could not escape. Dear friend, would you like to come down for a meal? Lu Jincheng asked. Nanan immediately looked around and then found the woman on the rooftop. She was momentarily stunned, then slowly stood up, staring blankly at the woman on the roof. The woman did not move, but flew down and landed in the courtyard. In Lu Jincheng's perception, she was supported by a group of shadowy spirits, and when those spirits touched the ground, they made a noisy sound. Lu Jincheng's sword in its sheath gave a soft chime, and the noise abruptly ceased. Nanan, your aunt has finally found you, said the woman in the black dress. Upon hearing this, Lu Jincheng's alertness eased a little. However, Nanan suddenly burst into tears, and the woman in the black dress crouched down to embrace her, while the shadowy spirits enveloped them both, resembling two black lotuses blooming closely together. The little white hedgehog, already frightened, climbed onto Lu Jincheng's shoulder, peering at the scene without daring to make a sound. Hearing Nanan's cries, Lu Jincheng felt the tension in his heart release. He knew something was wrong with Nanan. She had been silent for too long. Even a mute would make some sounds, but Nanan had not, and she had never cried before. Having escaped from boundless fear, she did not express her emotions, so Lu Jincheng believed that her body had emerged, but her heart remained trapped, still locked in darkness. Lu Jincheng also heard the woman's sobbing. Nanan, your aunt has finally found you. Don't be afraid, Nanan, don't be afraid, the woman in the black dress said, holding Nanan tightly. After a long time of recognition, their emotions finally calmed down, and she began to tell Lu Jincheng about Nanan's family. Nanan's family originally lived in Lingzhou, right next to Jiangzhou, at the border with Jiangzhou, and not far from the water city, which allowed the mother and daughter to escape to this water city. Then, while seeking revenge on her enemies, she learned through blood-kin divination that there were still relatives alive, pointing to this area. She had searched for a long time in this vicinity, and the events in the water city eventually caught her attention, leading her to this area to search. And she finally found Nanan today. The cultivation method of the spirit mountain is the spirit taming method, right? Lu Jincheng asked. Are you going to take Nanan there? Lu Jincheng inquired. Duan Ro placed a bottle of medicine on the table. Lu Jincheng, being blind, of course did not reach for it. He leaned back in his chair and said, Nanan, do you want to go with your aunt to Spirit Mountain? He also understood that the master was not good at teaching disciples. However, if you leave, you must say goodbye to the master. You are the master's accepted disciple. You must be clear with the master, Lu Jincheng said. That night, she stayed here, sleeping with Nanan, and Lu Jincheng could vaguely hear them talking through the night. Nanan still did not speak, but Lu Jincheng could feel her active emotions, a mix of reluctance to part and excitement at reuniting with her family. Lu Jincheng suddenly called out, wait a moment. Nanan had stayed here for so long, and now she was leaving. He thought he should give her a gift. After saying this, he stretched out his left hand, which bore a dark blue snake pattern. Lu Jincheng slowly brought it forth, and a dark blue snake appeared, twisting on his hand. She had previously thought that a person from a small country temple, even with some cultivation, was nothing much, but at this moment of parting, he effortlessly presented her with a treasured spirit object that moved her heart. She had never seen such a generous person and couldn't help but ask, do you know the value of this object? Ha ha ha, it's nothing, Lu Jincheng said, reaching out to pat Nanan's head. Go to Spirit Mountain and cultivate well. I've heard that Spirit Mountain is a large cultivation site. If I run into trouble in the future, I'll write to seek help, and you can't ignore me. Nanan looked at Lu Jincheng seriously and said, I will definitely come. Haha, good. Go now, say goodbye to the master. Today, the weather was gloomy. Yet it was still daytime, but those shadowy spirits showed no fear of the daylight, indicating that these spirits were completely different from other shadowy spirits, perhaps to be called spiritual spirits. In the blink of an eye, the entire fire spirit temple was left with only him and a hedgehog. Luo Jincheng occasionally asked her about her cultivation. The cultivation of these immortals is actually quite crude. It involves visualization, and after the emergence of the Yin spirit, they go to find their horsemen, obtaining offerings of incense. Most of these immortals rely on the offerings of incense to cultivate. The reason they can possess their horsemen over long distances comes from the incense offerings that allow them to master this ability. It seems that incense has quite a wonderful effect on the Yin spirits, Luo Jincheng said. That's right. The hedgehog nodded its small head, speaking somewhat proudly. Although it has some wonderful uses, it doesn't change the fact that none of you can defeat me, Luo Jincheng said, casually picking up a green fruit and taking a bite, quickly spitting it out as it almost made his teeth sour. The hedgehog beside him was enjoying it. Having picked it herself, of course she liked it. Although she often brought back things from the forest to eat, there were few she could share with Luo Jincheng. I'll teach you the qi refining method, Luo Jincheng said. Bai Xiaozi was taken aback, not knowing what Luo Jincheng was up to. Is it tiring? Bai Xiaozi asked. Not at all. Just sit still, think a little, like dreaming, and you'll cultivate, Luo Jincheng replied. Can the hedgehog also practice? Bai Xiaozi asked. I don't know. You'll find out if you try, Luo Jincheng said. Thus, Luo Jincheng began to recite the contents of the sun and moon refining method to Bai Xiaozi. After finishing, he asked, Did you understand? Taking a deep breath, he looked at the hedgehog lying on the table, thinking that such a hedgehog could probably be flattened with one punch. What did you understand? Recite it back to me, Luo Jincheng said. However, to Luo Jincheng's surprise, Bai Xiaozi recited it back word for word, even mimicking some of the habitual tones from Luo Jincheng's recitation. You actually have this skill? Luo Jincheng said in astonishment. Of course. When I was very young, I could count all the hedgehogs in our clan. My grandmother praised me for being smart, Bai Xiaozi said proudly. The stars were silent, and the observation was quiet. Only the sound of insects could be heard. Luo Jincheng continued to explain his understanding of this qi refining method to Bai Xiaozi, speaking in detail about his own insights. He was lying in a recliner while Bai Xiaozi sat still at the side table, appearing as if she were asleep. Suddenly, a layer of thought light emerged from her body. Luo Jincheng turned his head in amazement and couldn't help but smile. He thought the qi refining process was thrilling, and yet she had managed to grasp it. Chapter 56, Wine. A ray of sunlight leaped out from the clouds in the east, a golden beam piercing the void, dispersing the mist. It fell upon Luo Jincheng, radiating a layer of light, the brilliance of the sun intertwining with his Feng Yen. The hedgehog on the side table also exhibited a similar glow, though faint. It was indeed a sign of entry into the practice. And Luo Jincheng was uncertain where her energy had been opened. Another day or two passed. However, every time after he practiced the CI thrust, in the moment he stopped, the line would bunch up. If he mastered this, the line could penetrate wood, but if it bunched up at the end, it indicated that it was not resilient enough. If it were replaced with a sword or a hard object, the power exerted would not be direct, and the strength would not flow through, which Luo Jincheng believed would affect the speed and penetrating power of the sword. He practiced repeatedly, using the line to pierce leaves. Initially, he could not pierce through, but gradually he managed to break through the leaves. However, when the line passed through the leaves, it inevitably bent, which was not acceptable. Only when the front part pierced through and the back part passed straight through could it be considered a complete thought. This was the first realm Luo Jincheng believed was necessary to achieve in his heart's ghost sword technique. He reminded himself not to think of achieving it all at once, for trying to realize a big goal in one go is often difficult, requiring too much time. During this process, one can lose confidence, joy, and ultimately motivation, leading to failure to persist and abandoning the effort halfway. The moonlight was like frost, the starlight faint, and the mountains and rivers lively. He preferred to strike with the line during this rhythm of breathing. This was a habit he developed and the result of deliberate training. In battles between cultivators, breathing is often prolonged, but every spell has two optimal moments. One is at the moment of initiation, and the other is when the spell is weakening while the opponent is still in the preparation phase for a new spell. Thus, no matter what spell he cast, capturing these two timing points made it easier to break the opponent's spell. He viewed the rise, expansion, and fall of spells as breaths, which led to his current training method for striking. Lying in the courtyard's recliner, Luo Jincheng pointed forward. A beam of light pierced through a blade of grass. His hand moved, and the light turned, striking down once more from above. Human consciousness guides through action, which can strengthen resolve and create a sense of force, allowing the thoughts to expand more powerfully. This was something Luo Jinsheng had recently experienced intensely. He wrote these insights in a booklet. In the future, these would be combined with the various left-hand methods he had learned from handling corpses, forming the foundation of the Fire Spirit Temple. Of course, the Fire Spirit Temple was unguarded like this, so anyone could sneak in and steal, but Luo Jinsheng did not mind. To him, the value of knowledge lies in its dissemination. Naturally, every booklet would bear his signature, so that in the future, whoever obtained it would inevitably say, "I learned from Taoist Luo Jinsheng." Perhaps decades later, his disciples would be flourishing everywhere. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Taoist, the long night is endless. May I share a drink with you?" The voice carried a hint of languor. Luo Jinsheng turned to follow the sound, only to see a woman standing atop the crown of a large tree outside the temple. The woman had a slender waist, green hair that was slightly curled and reached her waist, fluttering in the wind. Her dress was black and appeared to be very fitted, dotted with sparse purple flowers. Her pale, slender face resembled that of a mountain spirit. It was none other than Miao Qingqing. Though Luo Jinsheng could not see her, his heart had already perceived her, and he couldn't help but smile. He stood up and said, "Of course, I love wine the most. Please come in quickly." The person atop the tree smiled slightly, her face a bit flushed, as if she had already drunk quite a bit. The woman floated down from the tree crown to stand before Luo Jinsheng, and the hedgehog on the side table stared at her with wide eyes, as if she sensed something special. Luo Jinsheng went inside to bring out a chair and placed it beside the small table, saying, "I wonder what kind of wine Miss Qingqing has." Luo Jinsheng even omitted her surname, not out of a deliberate attempt to draw closer, but simply because he felt that calling out her surname at that moment would spoil the atmosphere. "This wine is brewed from various fruits gathered from the mountains, blended with several types of flower petals. Dare you to drink?" Miao Qingqing's eyes sparkled like spring water, her voice like a clear stream flowing into one's heart. "In this world, there is no wine I dare not drink," Luo Jinsheng laughed. "I'll go get bowls." The reason for using bowls was that there were no cups in the temple, so Luo Jinsheng brought out 2 bowls and placed them on the table. Miao Qingqing immediately poured each half a bowl, saying, "This wine is best savored slowly." Luo Jinsheng merely responded with good, as he rarely had the opportunity to drink since coming here. Mainly, he found ordinary people's wine unpalatable, and he had no chance to taste the wine of true cultivators. After taking a sip, the wine was clear and refreshing, with a hint of fruit fragrance that swirled on his tongue, bringing a sweet taste. "Delicious," Luo Jinsheng said. "Really?" "This is brewed by my own hands," Miao Qingqing replied. Luo Jinsheng listened to her words, feeling that today she was completely different from her usual self. However, he had only seen her 2 or 3 times before, the first time resulting in a fight, during which he found her mysterious, like a spirit in the mountains. This time, she took the initiative to come to him, and Luo Jinsheng didn't ask her purpose, with wine in hand and a beauty by his side. "Why ask so many questions? Then I'll just come to you whenever I want a drink," Luo Jinsheng said with a smile. "Well, it depends on my mood," Miao Qingqing replied, gazing intently at Luo Jinsheng. Miao Qingqing rested her chin on her hand, picked up the silver wine pot, and poured half a bowl for Luo Jinsheng. Taking a small sip from her own bowl, Luo Jinsheng continued to drink 2 more bowls, feeling slightly tipsy, and said, "Qingqing, you seem different today." "How am I different?" Miao Qingqing asked. "Just not the same as before," Luo Jinsheng replied. "What was I like before?" Miao Qingqing inquired. "You felt mysterious, like being in a fog," Luo Jinsheng said. Miao Qingqing also appeared somewhat tipsy and asked, "That was me, and this is also me. Do you prefer the old me or the current me?" "I like both," Luo Jinsheng said with a smile. Miao Qingqing laughed, and after a while, she suddenly said, "I'm a bit tired. Where's your bed?" Luo Jinsheng was momentarily taken aback, then stood up and said, "Come with me." He casually took Miao Qingqing's hand, and surprisingly, she did not resist. Although Luo Jinsheng was slightly drunk, his heart suddenly raced. Miao Qingqing's hand was a bit cold but soft and delicate, her slender fingers easily enveloped by his hand. They arrived at his usual sleeping room, where there were no lights, but they didn't need them. Luo Jinsheng held her hand and did not let go, using his foot to close the door, leaving only the 2 of them in the room, where even their breathing could be heard. "What do you want to do?" Miao Qingqing's voice trembled slightly as she asked. "I want to sleep with you," Luo Jinsheng said, already wrapping his arms around her waist, which was thin and delicate. He then began to explore in the darkness, relying on his rich theoretical experience. Outside the door, a hedgehog listened, first hearing a sucking sound, followed by heavy breathing, and then the woman's voice, tinged with pain, mixed with the creaking of the bed. The next morning, Luo Jinsheng woke up to find Miao Qingqing had already disappeared. However, to his delight, She returned that night, bringing wine, and after drinking, they went to sleep again. After 3 consecutive days, she never appeared again. All of this felt like a dream, but a silver wine pot remained, still half filled. Of course, Lu Jincheng had also noticed that the booklet on his table, which recorded his cultivation insights, had been flipped through. In fact, she hadn't avoided him to look. She had sat down to read it after he fell asleep. Focusing particularly on his insights about swordsmanship, Lu Jincheng didn't mind her intentions. Even if she had asked him for them, he would have shown them to her. The only thing that made Lu Jincheng feel somewhat dissatisfied was that he had always tried his best, feeling that she was trembling under the pressure at that moment. But afterward, she would just lie down for a while and regain her energy to read his notes. For some people and things, others might care a lot, treating them as treasures, but to him, they might seem good, but not worth taking too seriously. Only when the spells were embodied within oneself were they truly theirs. Lying in books, they were forever just words. When he sent them out, he felt as if he had unshackled an invisible restraint on his soul. They were all external possessions, and raising a spiritual snake required specialized knowledge and resources. Cultivating alone was already difficult. So how could he also take care of a spiritual snake? The fire spirit temple became lively again. Xianxiayan also held a lantern in his hand, which looked familiar. Xianxiayan told him it was the lantern of Xiaotong. He recounted his recent experiences with his master in Jiangzhou Prefecture. It turned out that this Xiaotong had deceived a noble mermaid into losing her body, leading her to commit suicide, and thus mermaids had been seeking revenge on him. Lu Jincheng noticed that the worry in his eyes had diminished, replaced with a more cheerful demeanor, and he was happy for him. Although Ding Ding also yearned for the life of the martial world, due to his family upbringing, he always carried an air of nobility. His family had settled in Jiangzhou Prefecture, and his father had been promoted to deputy head constable in the city, which could be considered an advancement. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Lu Jincheng had explained many doubts about cultivation to Ding Ding and Xianxiayan and had written down his cultivation insights. Suddenly one day, a white crane circled in the sky and flew down. Chapter 57. Things and people have changed. The white crane circled in the sunlight and, under Lu Jincheng's mental light perception, landed on his outstretched palm. It was indeed the paper crane of Master Ji, with only one sentence: "Come to the academy." Lu Jincheng did not delay. He left the fire spirit temple and headed towards the water swimming city. When he arrived at water swimming city, using his mental light to sense the city, he found that the originally peaceful and prosperous water swimming city had completely changed in his perception. It had turned gloomy and eerie, like a once fine orange grove where, overnight, the oranges on the trees had turned black and small, the fruits sour and averse, and the trees covered in thorns, making it difficult to approach, with weeds overgrown. The city gate was open, and Lu Jincheng stopped there, raising his head. His eyes were closed, unable to see the 3 characters of water swimming city, which had now changed to blind city. His mental method illuminated the void. Sensing the breath of all living beings, the earth, mountains, insects, birds, stars, water, and people, all of these combined to form a map in his mind. However, he could not see the characters on the city wall, nor could he perceive objects that had no breath. But being able to perceive these was enough for him to move freely, even when encountering potholes on the road. He could stabilize himself in that instant by manipulating the earth. He found that this was beneficial for his cultivation, enhancing the subtlety of his sword technique in many unexpected situations. He used his sword as a staff and entered Blind City. Suddenly, someone blocked his way at the city gate and asked, "Hey, what are you doing in the city?" Lu Jincheng stopped. He recognized the voice. It was the swordsman with the surname Zhao whom he had encountered in the mountain god temple. He was still in the city, and Lu Jincheng sensed a strange aura surrounding him. He remembered that at that time, he had warned him of danger in the temple, advising him to leave. But he had replied that if there was danger, the knife in Zhao's hand could handle it. "I'm here to fulfill Master Ji's request," Lu Jincheng said. "Oh." The swordsman with the surname Zhao seemed not to care about his purpose for entering the city, merely looking for an opportunity to talk. "Have you seen my wife and children?" Zhao asked. "Don't you recognize me?" Lu Jincheng looked at the moving flesh in Zhao's eye sockets. Lu Jincheng stepped forward, hearing words carried by the wind. The streets were noticeably less crowded, but those who remained were still selling goods and opening shops, though they all had no eyes. As if their memories had become fragmented, Lu Jincheng walked through the streets, eyes closed. Perhaps he still shared a breath with them, so he did not disturb them. They lived quietly, and occasionally, disputes would erupt, their voices sounding like beasts, but they would quickly subside. Lu Jincheng arrived at Ji's academy, where the middle-aged man who used to welcome students had also lost his eyes. "Long Dao, please come in," Luo Jincheng asked in surprise. "You still remember me?" "Of course. Daochong Luo is a student of the master. How could I forget?" Luo Jincheng clasped his sword and bowed, asking, "May I ask your esteemed name?" I am just a mere Fong. How dare I claim a grand name? If Daochong Luo does not mind, you can call me Uncle Fong. Everyone used to call me that. Uncle Fong, Luo Jincheng immediately called out. Come, Daochong Luo, follow me. Uncle Fong led the way ahead. The atmosphere in the Ji family academy was once naturally quiet, but now it felt oppressive. He saw Master Ji again, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the sky in front of the wind and rain. Dressed in a grayish-white Confucian robe, he appeared desolate and thin. Master, Luo Jincheng said solemnly, bowing. This time it felt more serious than his first visit to the Ji family academy. You have come, the master said. You truly are a good child. The master continued. I did not wish to disturb any friends or relatives, but some concerns are not so easily severed. Master, whatever it is, I will do my best. Luo Jincheng replied earnestly. Sit down and speak. The master gestured to the stone bench. This is bitter black tea, picked from the back mountain by a former student. It doesn't taste good, and I do not like it, but now it has a unique flavor that clears the mind. Luo Jincheng carefully tasted it, and indeed felt a refreshing sensation in his heart. When I was young, I traveled to study, and once I went to Xianxiaaudiobooks, where I was seriously injured and saved by a woman. Her family ran a dojo, and after I recovered, I served as a Confucian law lecturer there for 3 years. Recently, I received a letter saying that the dojo is expanding and hopes I can recommend a Confucian law practitioner to serve as a lecturer there. You know, in my current state, I have no face to contact my former peers, so I wanted to ask if you would be willing to go there. The master asked sincerely. And Luo Jincheng could sense that the master seemed prepared for his refusal. All right, Fong. Go pack the books on Confucian law from my study and send them to Jincheng. The master's expression was very happy. Luo Jincheng also smiled, but felt a bit sad. Recalling the first time he met the master, in such a short time, everything had changed. A new chapter, a new beginning, from now on to see the world, to see all beings. Chapter 58, On the Road. Uncle Fong took out a brocade bag from the room, about the size of 2 adult hands, with mysterious symbols woven together to form a cloud-like pattern. This is a brocade bag, formerly known as the Qianxiaaudiobooks brocade bag, which has the ability to contain the universe. It already contains Confucian classics. I promised to send a set to her, and my insights on my cultivation are also included, so you can handle it as you wish. Luo Jincheng took the brocade bag and felt its weight. If hung at the waist, it would surely pull down his belt. But if it contained many books, then this weight was considerably reduced. Upon returning to the Fire Spirit View, Luo Jincheng went to the abbot and told him about Master Ji's matter. The abbot was silent for a while and said, I knew you would leave sooner or later. This place is merely a temporary resting spot for you. These days, you often gaze at the stars, which shows your longing to leave. But now you are waiting for an opportunity. I have never been to Xianxiaaudiobooks, but I have heard about it. It does not belong to the Qian kingdom, and people of various races coexist there, which is not a good place. However, you are skilled in swordsmanship and good at fighting, so I am not worried. How about this? Wait a few days before you leave, and I will inquire if there is a dojo of the 5 organs sect in Xianxiaaudiobooks. Luo Jincheng did not know what the abbot intended to do, so he waited. 7 days later, a black horse set out from the hillside where the Fire Spirit View was located and headed south. This horse was a gift from the abbot for transportation. As one cannot always fly to Xianxiaaudiobooks, it was not urgent to travel on land, and he could enjoy the scenery along the way or meet some strange people or wanderers. The horse was not a real live horse, but a unique creation of the 5 organs sect, known as a thought horse. When not in use, it could be stored in the brocade bag. However, the horse still needed to be fed. After being ridden, it required the infusion of true energy. Nevertheless, Luo Jincheng only rode for a short while before he could achieve a unity of man and horse, feeling the yin and yang transform into true energy flowing into the horse's body. Luo Jincheng, let me tell you, that wine the other day had a problem. Anson said it had aphrodisiac flowers in it. You'd better not drink that wine again. A hedgehog poked its head out of a small vine bag hanging from the saddle and said very seriously to Luo Jincheng. Luo Jincheng replied noncommittally. He certainly knew there was a problem with that wine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slept so deeply afterward. That was a bad woman, supplementing the yang with the yin. You should avoid her in the future, the hedgehog continued. Luo Jincheng responded again. Aunt Sen said the women of Qingluo Valley always like to entice handsome men into illicit affairs. Luo Jincheng, did you do anything improper that night? The hedgehog stared at him with its round black eyes. The hedgehog in the vine bag fell silent. Traveling southward, it wasn't long before they arrived at Xuanji Town. Xuanji Town still existed, with a barricade of horses blocking the road. The thought horse slowed down and gently leaped over the barricade. There were still wine shops, tea houses, and butcher shops, but the people inside had changed. Luo Jincheng turned his head to look at the hillside and saw a person. This was a man with a full beard and eagle-like eyes, but a short stature. Luo Jincheng waited for them to make a move. However, seeing Luo Jinsheng appear fearless. They hesitated and dared not act. Just then, a voice came from halfway up the mountain. The immortal slaying sword passes by. Do you dare to block the road? Don't you want your lives? Disperse. Luo Jinsheng was somewhat surprised. It was the first time he heard his nickname. Looking around, the people were frightened and dispersed. Luo Jinsheng said, I remember the wine here is still drinkable. Fill it up for me, and also wrap up 2 pounds of cooked beef. Saying this, he held out a silver wine jug in the air, and someone immediately ran over to take it. The silver jug was left by Miao Qingqing, and it still had some wine in it at the time, but it had all been drunk since. As for the hedgehog's claim that the wine had aphrodisiac effects, he admitted that it did have some. After all, there is a saying about wine leading to promiscuity. Ordinary wine is like this, let alone wine with added ingredients. However, he had later drunk it alone and could simply meditate to eliminate some distractions. Ultimately, it was his own thoughts. The silver wine jug was inlaid with small sapphires and a large red gemstone on the other side. It was a magnificent wine jug. The person who took the jug poured it spoonful by spoonful, and after more than 10 spoonfuls, it still wasn't full. Surprised, he dared not speak up and kept pouring with a spoon. Eventually, others gathered around, and they lifted wine jars to pour in, filling it up only after 3 jars. It's full, someone shouted in the wine shop. One of them respectfully approached Luo Jinsheng with the wine jug and said, Sir, your wine is filled. And this jug is truly beautiful. Luo Jinsheng took it, closed the lid without speaking, and then someone brought the 2 pounds of cooked beef, respectfully presenting it. Sir, your cooked beef. How much? Luo Jinsheng asked. The man's tone sounded quite bold. Yes, we are all friends. The people in the shops on both sides echoed. Some with flattering smiles, while others remained silent, clearly resentful of Luo Jinsheng's arrogance while sitting on the horse. Haha. Luo Jinsheng chuckled lightly, and the surrounding sounds immediately ceased. He said, You roadblockers, how dare you think you can be friends with me? In an instant, the crowd fell silent, the atmosphere tense, all waiting for the new leader on the mountainside to speak. They all knew that the new leader was a person who valued face. He was someone who commanded authority in the town, and anyone who dared to defy him would be showing him the greatest disrespect. No one could escape punishment. Sometimes, he would give passing people a bit of face, but only if he could gain even more face in return. Otherwise, he would turn hostile, and once he did, he would strip the skin off the other person's face. In the stilted house on the mountainside, the new leader of Xuanji town gripped the wooden edge of the window tightly, filled with rage, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. However, when he caught sight of the person on horseback below the mountainside, he felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. A chill ran through him, and he suddenly had a thought. He wants to kill me. He is deliberately provoking me to create an excuse to kill me. Despite realizing this and feeling underestimated, he was too angry to speak out. He feared that if he said something that provoked the other party, he would ultimately be killed. And then everything would be over. Yet, he did not want to back down, as that would make him a laughingstock in the town. Although he knew no one would genuinely dare to laugh, they would surely mock him in their hearts. So, he tightly pressed his lips together and remained silent. Seeing that the other party did not move or utter a word, Luo Jinsheng reached into his bosom, took out a piece of silver, and tossed it into one person's hand. He pulled the reins of his horse, and the horse instantly bolted away. The horse galloped, and the wind howled. After passing through Xuanji town, everything ahead was unfamiliar territory. Luo Jinsheng traveled south for about 2 days before arriving at a mountain town. The people here were similar to those in Xuanji town, but more of them lived in trees, having built houses up there. This was a very secluded mountain town. Everyone knew about the Qian kingdom, but they did not care much about it since they did not have dealings with it. Luo Jinsheng thought to himself that in such a place, the Qian kingdom could not possibly send anyone to govern. Luo Jinsheng stayed there for 3 days, exchanging some knowledge of spells with them before continuing on his journey. At night, he found a sheltered spot, built a fire, and a hedgehog, engrossed in a map, was peering at it intently. If you go further, you'll encounter a river. After crossing the river, there will be a town, and if you head south from there, you'll find a main road, the hedgehog said. Luo Jinsheng was no longer interested in riding a horse. He wanted to take a cart instead. Let's roast some meat first, he said. I want to eat peanuts, the hedgehog quickly replied. There are no peanuts left. You ate them all, Luo Jinsheng said while peeling a freshly caught rabbit. He poured some wine over the rabbit meat and sprinkled it with salt, and soon, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. After taking a sip of wine, he felt that the wine jug was really good. Xiaoxiai, do you want to drink some? Luo Jinsheng asked. No, I don't want to drink that bad woman's wine. The hedgehog grumbled. Suddenly, there was a noise from the mountains behind them. An old man appeared, leaning on a cane. His face resembled dry tree bark, and his eyes glimmered with a green light in the fire's glow. Young man, what fragrant wine. May I have a drink? He asked. Sure, Luo Jinsheng replied. The hedgehog immediately burrowed under Luo Jinsheng's legs, hiding from the suddenly appearing old man. The old man came to the other side of the fire and said, Miss Bai Xian, please don't be afraid, I mean no harm. After saying that, he took out a wine cup and a plate from a bag, then pulled out many wild fruits to place on the plate. You treat me to wine, and I'll treat you to wild fruits, the old man said. Although Luo Jinsheng's eyes could not see, he could sense that this old man had a certain aura connected to the mountains. Thank you, Elder, Luo Jinsheng said. Thus, the two shared some wine and fruits. When Luo Jinsheng was about to eat the roasted rabbit meat, the old man suddenly asked, Young man, do you have any family? Of course, everyone has family, Luo Jinsheng replied. Then what if your family were killed and roasted over a fire, and their meat was cut to eat? What would you do? The old man asked. Luo Jinsheng lifted his eyelids, glanced at the old man, then at the rabbit, thinking, so that's why he came. He immediately replied, if my family were killed, I would definitely seek revenge for them. Chapter 59, Fire Burning. The mountain wind howled, and the breeze blowing from the forest was particularly cold. This chill seemed to merge with the old man, as if the cold mountain wind belonged to him. Is the rabbit a relative of yours? Luo Jinsheng asked, having never encountered a true shape-shifting demon before. No, the old man replied. But all the beings in this mountain call me Mountain Lord. I have been called that for over 100 years, and I must uphold justice for them. Oh, so it's the Mountain Lord visiting. I am honored, Luo Jinsheng said. In your human towns, there are also county lords. If someone is killed, they will definitely report it to the county lord, who will seek justice and find the murderer, the old man said. Am I right? Yes. Luo Jinsheng said with a hint of lamentation. In our human society, their essay saying, a life for a life. It seems my life must be paid to the family of this rabbit. A strange light flickered in the old man's eyes. What is wrong with the young man's eyes? Have you seen something you shouldn't have and been hurt? Luo Jinsheng replied. The old man felt relieved because he had sensed a hint of a terrifying aura from the young man's eyes just now. Young man, since you are willing to pay with your life, then come with me. The old man's voice was like a hook, pulling something within Luo Jinsheng to rise and follow. He was confident that this young man would be unable to resist his magic. Although his magic was also soul-grabbing, the method of casting it was different from others. Others directly used sensing and calling names, while he determined the causal relationship through the content of the conversation. As long as he established that causality, he believed no one could escape his magic. At that time, the other party would face not just him, but the entire mountain. This was not the first time Luo Jinsheng had encountered someone who could grab souls, but this time, he did not realize how the other party was casting their spell. The subtlety of magic lies in the method of casting and the timing of its effect. At that moment, Luo Jinsheng felt as though his soul was hooked by an invisible hook, with an invisible thread pulling behind it. And countless hands within the forest were tugging at that thread. He did not think much, immediately tightening his mind, as if his muscles were tensed, trapping the thing that was trying to detach from his body. At the same time, he vaguely sensed through this invisible connection that ghosts and beasts were saying, a life for a life, a life for a life. The force formed by thousands of invisible threads pulled at him, preventing him from considering the relationship behind the sound. He directly flicked his fingers, and a point of golden magical light flashed in the night sky. The golden light shot silently towards the old man's body. The old man was startled. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only gather a mass of mountain energy in his palm and transform it into a wave of energy to counter that point of firelight. However, that point of firelight flickered and deftly dodged the wave of energy, instantly landing on the old man. The old man's body ignited in an instant, like dry kindling meeting fierce flames, and it seemed as though it had been doused in oil. Just then, a shadow shot out from the old man's body and darted into the forest. The flesh and blood were left behind, burning in the fire. Luo Jinsheng realized that this was merely a possessed corpse, and that old man might just be an old ghost of the mountain. The thick mountain aura that had just masked the death aura and corpse energy was, in fact, mixed within the mountain aura, belonging to it as part of the whole. The old ghost escaped, but the spell was still active, with countless invisible threads trying to pull his soul out. As if numerous ghostly beasts in the dark mountains were engaged in a tug-of-war. Clang! The sword in the sheath rang out, resonating with Luo Jinsheng's mind. As if it sensed the intense danger, Luo Jinsheng reached out and drew a line in the air, like striking a match, his fingertips igniting sparks in the void. The flames shining and splitting into myriad rays of light that pierced the emptiness. The heart sword was not just a sword but a method of casting spells, also known as the sword of all methods. In an instant, a wail echoed through the mountains and forests, as some trees suddenly caught fire, their branches and leaves shaking wildly, seemingly trying to extinguish the flames. Waves of mountain air surged like water, attempting to douse the fire. However, The golden white flames were incredibly resilient, the tongues of fire slicing through their defenses, shattering their shallow consciousness into pieces. Some beasts, slightly awakened with intelligence, suddenly ignited. The fire burning outward from within their bodies, leaving them in a panic, running wildly through the mountains, emitting painful howls. Some specters also ignited, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. Even things hiding in burrows were burning. In that brief moment, in the dark mountains and forests, the flames looked like red and white pigments painted on an ink-wash painting, some dense, some sparse. Lu Jincheng withdrew his sword and thrust it into the dark void, leaping up like a dragon. The void resonated with the sound of the sword. The old ghost, who called himself the Mountain Lord, was left dumbfounded upon seeing the raging flames surrounding him, shocked that everything in the forest was his, a part of his own body. He never expected Lu Jincheng could achieve this. He wanted to escape, but found himself unable to move. A mere old ghost dared to call himself the Mountain Lord. Lu Jincheng pointed his sword at the gloomy old ghost and said coldly. The old ghost seemed to be intimidated by the sword intent, unable to speak. You say we have no grievances or grudges. Why do you want to harm me? Lu Jincheng asked coldly. He wouldn't believe the old ghost's words about a rabbit reporting him. In the hearts of all beasts that had gained intelligence, these beasts were not kin. And this old ghost certainly wouldn't regard that rabbit as one of his kind. It's my fault for being blind and believing slander. There was a rabbit demon in the mountains who said that there was a person at the foot of the mountain, strong and radiant, with magnificent bearing. If I could seize his body, he would surely be handsome and could be a guest of the Dragon Lord, hence I developed greed. The old ghost trembled as he spoke. Who would have thought that even in these mountains there would be schemes to kill with a borrowed knife? Do the ghosts in the mountains also love beauty? Lu Jincheng remarked. We lack physical bodies, and when we see someone with good looks or demeanor, it's inevitable to feel greed, the old ghost said. To lose one's physical body and survive in this way is already fortunate. Instead of practicing properly, you dominate a mountain and engage in schemes to harm others. Truly, you cannot live. As he spoke, he slashed his sword, the sword light cutting through the old ghost's body. The old ghost twisted as he tried to reassemble himself, but it was always difficult. A gust of wind blew, and the old ghost's body scattered with the wind. Lu Jincheng did not linger, merely reaching out into the void to grasp. As brilliance flew out from the scattered flames throughout the mountain, returning to his hands, it was his magical thought. He flew into the sky again, reaching out to the heavens, gathering heavy clouds and moisture, then waved his hand, the moisture pressing down on the mountain, instantly extinguishing the flames. Lu Jincheng sheathed his sword, the sword light flashing as it vanished into the sword sheath stuck in the ground, and he descended from the sky. A hedgehog quickly crawled out from a crevice in the rocks, loudly saying, Lu Jincheng, if you throw me down again, I won't pay any attention to you anymore. Lu Jincheng looked at the angry little hedgehog and quickly said, all right, I will definitely take you with me in whatever I do from now on. He crouched down, and the little hedgehog climbed onto his hand and then onto his shoulder. Hey, be careful not to prick me, Lu Jincheng said. Humph, I don't want to talk to you, the little hedgehog replied. Lu Jincheng sighed inwardly, opening his other hand, saying, look, I brought you something. He held up a pine nut. It's a pine nut. Lu Jincheng placed both the hedgehog and the pine nut on a flat stone, then prepared to eat some rabbit meat. But most of the rabbit meat was already charred, leaving only a little that he could barely eat, hastily filling his stomach without the desire to hunt in the mountains any longer. In the morning mist, Lu Jincheng set out again, with a river marked on the map ahead, and across the river was a city. However, when he reached the river, 3 days had already passed, and only after another 3 days did he finally see a city. Yet, the name of this city surprised him, as it was called the Dog-Sealing Kingdom. When the little hedgehog told him the name of the city, they had already arrived at the city gates, and had he known earlier, he would never have approached it. What is this city called on the map? Lu Jincheng asked the little hedgehog. The map says it's called Yuchuan City, the little hedgehog replied. Did we take a wrong turn? Lu Jincheng's expression darkened, as a squad of guards had already emerged from the city gates. These guards wielded long spears, but they had human bodies with dog heads. Lu Jincheng sensed the same aura from these beings as he had from the beings in the eyeless city. It was the aura of secret spirits having descended, and even more intense than that of the eyeless city. Human, we are glad to welcome you to the Dog-Sealing Kingdom, the leading guard with a dog head and human body said stiffly. Today, I saw many news reports about mountain floods. Everyone should pay more attention to safety. Water and fire are merciless. Be vigilant and act quickly in danger. No one will laugh at you for fleeing in a panic. Brother Shun. As Shun Changqing walked along the road, he greeted acquaintances with nods or brief hellos. But regardless of who it was, everyone's face bore no extra expressions, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing was already used to it. This was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily responsible for slaying demons and monsters, though it also had some side businesses. You could say that everyone in the Demon Suppression Division had blood on their hands. When a person becomes accustomed to life and death, they will become indifferent to many things. When Xianxiaaudiobooks first arrived in this world, he felt somewhat out of place, but gradually he got used to it. The Demon Suppression Division was vast. Those who could remain in the division were either powerful experts or those with the potential to become experts. Xianxiaaudiobooks belonged to the latter. The Demon Suppression Division was divided into two professions, the Guardian and the Exorcist. Anyone entering the division started as the lowest-ranked exorcist, gradually rising through the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a guardian. Xianxiaaudiobooks' previous incarnation was a trainee exorcist in the Demon Suppression Division, the lowest tier among exorcists. With the memories of his previous life, he was very familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. It didn't take long for Xianxiaaudiobooks to stop in front of a pavilion. Unlike the other grim places in the Demon Suppression Division, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting a different tranquility amidst the bloody surroundings. At that moment, the pavilion's door was wide open, with people occasionally coming and going. Xianxiaaudiobooks hesitated for just a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere changed abruptly. A rush of ink fragrance mixed with a faint smell of blood greeted him, causing him to frown instinctively, but he quickly relaxed. The bloody scent on everyone in the Demon Suppression Division was nearly impossible to wash away. Chapter 60, On the Road. For some reason, when Lu Jinsheng heard the other party say they were very happy he had come to the dog-sealing kingdom, he wanted to say, "You're too early to be happy. I hope to change to a more normal city-state. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding between us. I am just passing through and do not intend to enter your country." Lu Jinsheng said cautiously, "Guests are always welcome. Since you've arrived at the city gates, how can you not enter and meet the king?" said the tall dog-headed guard. "I don't think that's necessary. I'll be leaving now." Lu Jinsheng pulled on the reins, turned the horse's head, and was about to leave. This city is very dangerous. The strange-eyed spirit that descended in the blind city was killed, and this dog-sealing kingdom might not be any better. Perhaps there is an altar inside, otherwise I wouldn't feel that heavy spiritual aura. Our king says she senses a similar aura of illusion. Please enter the kingdom to meet her, said the leading dog-headed guard. Lu Jinsheng smiled, but was secretly startled. Did the king of this dog-sealing kingdom sense the strange-eyed aura in my eyes early on? Then please tell your king that I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot meet her. I will definitely bring gifts to visit when I have time in the future. After Lu Jinsheng finished speaking, he ignored what the other party said and turned the horse's head to leave. The intent horse's forehooves leaped and instantly dashed out about 30 steps. However, Lu Jinsheng heard a cold laugh. The king's intention is not something you can defy. As he spoke, Lu Jinsheng's intent horse had already dashed out over 200 steps. The dog-headed man waved his hand in the air, as if casting a net for fishing, and a golden-white net flew into the air, quickly unfolding and descending towards Lu Jinsheng below. Under the illumination of Lu Jinsheng's thought light, a brilliant light shield appeared. In the face of the unknown, the best approach is always to avoid first. Avoiding the real and striking the virtual is a good method. Lu Jinsheng did not sit on the horse trying to stab the net with his sword. He did not blindly believe in how sharp his sword was. Instead, he used his agile sword-drawing technique, slipping sideways into the void, like a fish escaping before the net closed. The intent horse that was still running was instantly covered and bound by the net, and the hedgehog poked its head out of the vine on the horse's back, staring with a pair of shiny black eyes. The dog-headed guard who cast the golden net saw a figure like a swimming fish break through his net and immediately rise into the sky. Then he heard a sound of a sword being drawn. A brilliant sword light suddenly appeared and then fell, like a ball of fire dropping from the blazing sun. All the dog-headed people below surprisingly spat out a cloud of black energy simultaneously, within which faint electric light could be seen. The sword energy pierced into the black energy, which was punctured, but several more clouds of black energy surged up against the sword energy, causing it to dissipate. The dog-headed people spat out over 10 clouds of black energy wrapped in electric light, rushing into the sky. Lu Jinsheng turned his sword, the cloud energy surged, and at the same time, he flew backward into the sky, forming a vortex with his vital energy. This was not Lu Jinsheng's first time fighting a group, but he had never encountered such powerful opponents before. The glimmer hidden within the black energy, like electric light, consumed a lot of sword energy. As the vortex formed and was provoked by the sword, it swung downward, spiraling and descending, with winds and clouds surging. The howling wind blew away those black energies, pulling them in, and under Lu Jinsheng's several sword swings, they were swept toward the 10 or so dog-headed guards below. The neatly arranged dog-headed guards immediately tried to scatter, but Lu Jinsheng had already swung out over 10 swords in succession. Each sword struck from his heart, causing the dog-headed guards to suddenly freeze for a moment, followed by brilliant sword lights slicing through the void, cutting through their still bodies. This sword technique is called double ripple of reality and illusion with one sword. It first attacks the heart, and then the sword light strikes the body. Lu Jincheng did not look more. The sword light flashed and had already landed in front of the horse, reaching out to grab the golden white net, but could not pull it down at all. He felt anxious. Having killed so many guards under their city, if he delayed, the entire population of the city would rush out. And how could he escape? Lu Jincheng, I do not blame you for leaving me behind. The little hedgehog under the net comforted, sensing Lu Jincheng's urgency. Lu Jincheng did not respond. He swung his sword, the blade slicing through the net, producing a metallic cutting sound, but the threads of the net did not break. This proved that his evasion earlier was correct. If he had not dodged and had instead tried to cut through it with his sword, he would have been trapped in the net by now. Lu Jincheng pressed his hand on the net again. Firelight surged from his hand, and he attached his magical intent to the net, visualizing the scorching sun burning it. He clearly felt a powerful will resisting it, but the flame, in this formless burning, seemed to condense and attack like sword techniques, drilling inward. With just a small breakthrough, he opened a corner of the golden net. Having a point of leverage, he quickly lifted it from that corner. After lifting the golden net, he stuffed it into his embroidered bag, immediately collected the intent horse, grabbed the little hedgehog, and flew westward. Since he learned the heart ghost sword technique, his agile sword drawing technique had reached a new level. He treated himself as a thread, twisting his body and quickly breaking through the winds and clouds toward the distance, sweeping past trees and startling flying birds, with clouds and mist swirling, concealing his figure. He climbed over a mountain and disappeared into a dense forest. After entering the dense forest, a magnificent figure appeared in the sky above. It was a beautiful woman, dressed luxuriously and mysteriously, wearing a crown, her beautiful eyes scanning the forest with a cold glare. Meanwhile, Lu Jincheng, who had fallen into the forest, quickly merged his figure with the surrounding environment. Hiding in the void, he walked slowly in the shadows of the forest, turning south, and after crossing several mountains, finally found an abandoned road. He then took out the intent horse and galloped along the road. He now understood why there was clearly a road, yet he encountered so few people along the way. And the road was overgrown with weeds and had been abandoned for a long time. With a city like the dog-sealing kingdom blocking the way, who would dare to walk this road? Under the guidance of the little white hedgehog, they followed the road, during which they encountered some villages and towns. They were self-sufficient, and after communicating with them, Lu Jincheng discovered that they actually had some knowledge of minor magical techniques. Of course, most of them would select a few talented individuals in the village for cultivation, as cultivation requires certain resources. When Lu Jincheng encountered those interested, he would ask them about the principles of their techniques. Some people would become angry and refuse to tell him, while others would ask Lu Jincheng to first explain his cultivation techniques. Lu Jincheng naturally shared his qi refining technique. They initially did not want to share, so they intended to trick Lu Jincheng, but unexpectedly, he generously revealed it. Thus, some wanted to play tricks, and after Lu Jincheng exchanged a few words with them, they happily traded techniques. Of course, there were also those who, upon hearing about Lu Jincheng's qi refining technique, immediately became excited to exchange with him, treating him to good food and drink, hoping Lu Jincheng would stay a few more days to explain cultivation techniques to them, taking out all the techniques hidden in their family chests for Lu Jincheng to see, greatly enriching his horizons. Naturally, some begged Lu Jincheng to take them as disciples, but Lu Jincheng did not accept. He only explained the techniques to them. As they traveled this way, stopping and going, the population gradually became denser, but it became even more difficult to exchange techniques. After Lu Jincheng expressed his desire to exchange techniques, the other party would often politely smile and say, "I am still struggling to understand my own techniques. How could I dare to seek others' techniques?" However, when Lu Jincheng smiled and offered to gift them techniques, they did not refuse, confirming to Lu Jincheng that they simply did not want to exchange. Not that they were uninterested in other techniques. The barriers between sects are too strong, Lu Jincheng thought to himself. Finally, they arrived at a large city called Xifeng City. The city's name is Square, and it is located at a major transportation hub, with roads leading in all directions. People from the nearby mountain villages come here to sell medicinal herbs, while daily necessities from other places are also sold here. After spending 2 days in this square city, he found a trading firm that already had a caravan heading to Wanghaijio. After paying, he obtained a horse-drawn carriage. On a day filled with morning light, he left the square city. The caravan's pace wasn't fast, but it allowed Lu Jincheng to lie back and listen to books. After riding for several months, he felt that his legs and certain areas had developed calluses. He handed the Confucian texts to the little hedgehog, asking her to read them to him. The Confucian law includes the 6 arts, rites, music, literature, charioteering, archery, and mathematics. This differs somewhat from the 6 arts of Confucianism that Lu Jincheng understood, where archery had transformed into swordsmanship. While the names are the same, the content is quite different. For example, in the aspect of rites, there are numerous sacrificial ceremonies that help one to calm the mind and spirit through various rites, thereby strengthening the yin spirit. These ceremonies are not meant to worship those mysterious spirits, but rather to pay homage to the gods within their hearts, which can be seen as themselves or their beliefs and convictions. He also had the little hedgehog read his favorite text on swordsmanship, only to find a strong connection between the Confucian laws. If one discipline is not practiced well, it often becomes the weakest link in a bucket. However, if all are practiced well, the power of the Confucian law will undoubtedly increase exponentially. The meaning of the sword refers to the determination in the hearts of Confucian disciples, indicating that when reason fails, one must have the resolve to wield the sword. The horse-drawn carriage creaked along. The hedgehog was also lying on a book, surrounded by fallen nutshells, and it was unclear whether she was mainly reading or eating the nuts. These nuts, of course, did not belong to Lu Jincheng, but were given by a little girl in the caravan who took a liking to the little hedgehog and wanted to buy her. After Lu Jincheng refused, the girl came every day to feed her.